The king of hell allows me to live until the 5th watch, yet my wife wants me dead by the 3rd watch. In the 6th year of the Tianwu era, at midnight, a sudden red rain fell from the sky, and from that moment on, the world became strange. Chapter 1. South Branch. As the sun gradually set, the evening glow resembled a blooming red flame, igniting the treetops outside the wedding chamber into orange-eared torches. Linank sat leisurely in an old armchair with his back to the window, observing the young girl tied to the bed. To be precise, it was a girl bound to the bed. The girl's name was Lin Jiayue, just past her jade-like youth, and she was the apple of the eye of Lin Yuanwei. As a well-known landlord in Dongxi County, Lin Yuanwei not only had a fortune that made others envious, but also a second wife who looked like a celestial being. This daughter was born to him and his second wife, the former top courtesan Mei Xing'er from the Fragrant Flower Building. Her looks took after her mother, and naturally, she was not lacking in beauty. In fact, she was even more alluring than her mother, with a pair of enchanting eyes that could captivate anyone with just a glance. When Li Nank first arrived in Dongxi County, he had already heard of this girl's name. Seeing her today, he was indeed awestruck, and so he bound her to the bed. "Are you awake?" In the quiet wedding chamber, the man's voice sounded somewhat deep. Looking at the man in the dim shadows, who exuded a chilling sense of oppression, the girl trembled, her tear-filled, captivating apricot eyes wide with fear, her delicate face pale with terror, but with her mouth gagged with red cloth, she could only make muffled sounds. She didn't understand why she had woken up here, nor did she know who this man was or how he had captured her. After all, since that incident occurred, she had stayed at home without daring to step outside, and her father even spent a large sum to hire 2 cultivators from the Divine Fist. "Sec for protection. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not a good person." Li Nank picked up the cool tea and gently comforted the frightened girl. Dressed in a bright red wedding attire, he appeared like a silhouette frozen in the light of the setting sun, looking particularly unreal. "I'm sorry for inviting you here in this manner. All right, let me introduce myself first." The man took a sip of tea and said earnestly, "My name is Yin Shuangying." Yin Shuangying? The girl was naturally unfamiliar with this name, and when she saw the man suddenly rise and walk toward her, her heart tightened and she struggled desperately. But she did not know what kind of binding technique he used apart from her head. Her limbs were barely able to move. This strange binding made her feel extremely humiliated. "Of course, you don't know what this name represents." Nank walked slowly to the bedside, gazing closely at the panicked and frightened beautiful girl, his lips curling into a gentle smile. The man was very handsome. At least in Lin Jiayue's eyes, he was an extremely handsome man. Tall and graceful, he was strikingly elegant. Under the candlelight, his chiseled features seemed to be shrouded in a layer of soft, mysterious light. The girl couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. But thinking of her current situation, the blush that had begun to rise on her delicate cheeks was instantly driven away by her pale complexion, and her gentle gaze became misty. With tears as she looked pleadingly at him, she only hoped that this handsome man was after money, not her virtue. But if he insisted on taking her virtue, she could only accept her fate. The only thing that brought her some comfort was that the bandit wasn't like the ugly, brutish men described in the novels. At least psychologically, her resistance would not be too great. "What if I said, 'I am here to save you'? Would you believe me?" As Li Nank spoke, he took out a delicately crafted short firearm from his pocket and placed it on the table beside him. The firearm still retained a bit of warmth. This short firearm, made by the Divine Machine Pavilion, had been modified with cold flame iron water, giving it great lethality. It could fire 3 rounds in succession and had replaced the conventional round lead bullets with explosive-tipped conical copper bullets. "Save me?" The girl was taken aback, her eyes filled with suspicion. If it had been just a moment ago, she would never have believed it. But now, seeing the man's handsome face, her heart began to waver slightly. After all, beauty equates to justice. Seeing the man sit by the bed, the girl's delicate body tensed up. Fortunately, he did not make any excessive moves, allowing Lin Jiayue to relax a little. But when she unintentionally caught sight of the red wedding dress she was wearing, she couldn't help but wonder who had put it on her. If it was this man next to her, then wouldn't that mean? The girl's creamy white face gradually flushed crimson, her feelings of fear and embarrassment intertwining, causing tears to spill from her eyes once more. This pitiful sight would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Before entering the bridal chamber, let's discuss serious matters. Li Nang spoke softly 4 days ago. On the 4th day of the 8th month, you, along with Wan Yingying, the daughter of Boss Wan from the Tianbao Pavilion, and Wen Jie, the sister of Scholar Wan, went to Li Chanxi to pray for blessings. You three have always had a good relationship, being close friends. Well, good sisters. After leaving the temple that day, the three of you went to Zhehong Mountain for a visit. Unfortunately, you encountered a monster. This monster had appeared in Yunxing half a month ago and had not been caught by the Night Patrol Department. Hearing the man suddenly mention this incident, Lin Jiayue was taken aback. Li Nang continued, "The ferocious monster wanted to harm you. At that time, you were deep in the mountains, and there was no one else to save you. You three fled in panic, and during the escape, Wen Jie was unfortunately caught and died on the spot. You and Wan Yingying, in extreme fear, blindly fled to a cliff. Faced with the pursuing monster, you two had no choice but to jump off the cliff. You were lucky during your fall. You were caught by a branch and only injured your leg. But Wan Yingying was not so fortunate. Although she survived, her spine was severely fractured, leaving her bedridden, and she has been unconscious ever since." The girl's slender body trembled even more violently, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Hot tears dripped onto the bedsheet. In her tear-filled eyes, there was both fear and hatred for the monster, as well as guilt toward her sisters. If only she had insisted against going to Zhehong Mountain after the prayer at the temple, this nightmare would not have happened. "I have bad news to tell you." Li Nang suddenly leaned down, his cheek almost touching hers, his deep, magnetic voice vibrating against her slightly translucent ear. "Last night, Wan Yingying died, killed by the monster." Lin Jiayue's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the man. It seemed that she was completely stunned by this news, to the extent that even when Li Nang removed the red cloth from her mouth, she did not respond. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this." Li Nang sighed. "Based on past cases, it is very likely that the monster has targeted you. You might be its next prey." "Me?" The girl trembled violently, her head buzzing. The man's words undoubtedly dragged her into an endless abyss of darkness, enveloped by boundless fear and coldness. She loathed the terrifying monster and felt guilty toward her sisters. But more than anything, she feared death. Li Nang gently stroked the modified firearm, saying lightly, "This is why I am here. As expected, the monster will come for you tonight. Whether you can survive until tomorrow depends on whether I can successfully repel the monster." The man's statement, combined with his good looks, was very persuasive. But what the girl didn't understand was that if he was here to save her, why was he tying her up in such a place? And why was she dressed in a wedding gown? It seemed that Li Nang had noticed Lin Jiayue's confusion and chuckled. Since ancient times, heroes saving beauties has never been that easy, especially when dealing with monsters. That if I can't save you, then we'll be ghostly lovers tonight. If I risk my life to save you, it would be only right to offer myself in return, right? You're so domineering." Lin Jiayue's cheeks flushed red, her heart racing with a mix of shame and anger. How could one demand a reward for saving someone? But thinking about the possibility of a vicious monster coming for her, could this not-so-brawny, mysterious man really withstand it? Since I can't offer myself, what benefits can I gain? Li Nang shook his head. "Money doesn't interest me for now. Power? Your Lin family can't provide that. So besides you, the beautiful Lin, what else is worth me risking my life for?" Faced with the man's blunt confession, Lin Jiayue lowered her enchanting almond eyes, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering like a fan. Many young talents pursued her, but none were as domineering as the man in front of her. This gave her a sense of novelty. If he was truly willing to risk his life to save her, it wasn't entirely unthinkable. "Papa, what am I thinking?" The girl felt ashamed of her shameless thoughts. After all, she couldn't judge whether what he said was true or false. It could very well be a lie to win her favor. Just as her thoughts were in a tangle, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the door. The abrupt sound was like a wailing ghost, instantly shattering the quiet atmosphere, and the sky outside, dyed by the evening glow, dimmed slightly. The girl stiffened, her delicate face turning pale as she instinctively looked at Li Nang. Had the monster really come? In contrast to the girl's fear, Li Nang seemed to have not heard the ghostly wail outside, still appearing relaxed, even closing his eyes. The wailing seeped through the door, penetrating to the marrow, causing Lin Jiayue to shiver involuntarily. Bang! The door was forcefully slammed open, cracking the double happiness character affixed to it. The girl looked in terror, only to see a dark shadow standing at the door, surrounded by swirling black mist, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Although she couldn't see it clearly, Lin Jue could sense the cold eyes greedily sizing her up, as if evaluating a trapped prey, ready to pounce and tear her to shreds the next moment. The shadow let out a cruel laugh, its voice sharp and grating. Damon. Monster! Lin Jue trembled, looking to the man for help, her heart pounding like a drum. Although Li Nank had opened his eyes, he merely frowned at the maniacal monster, as if contemplating something, his expression devoid of any panic. In the next second, the shadow suddenly lunged toward the girl bound to the bed. Lin Jue let out a scream in fright. Before the shadow could get close, the heavy, rotting black mist had already tainted her. In an instant, Lin Jue felt her soul being gripped by an invisible force, a wave of intense nausea and dizziness surging through her chest, making her feel like she might vomit. Yet, the man sitting by the bed remained unfazed, calmly observing the scene. It seemed he was trying to discern the true form beneath the black mist. Strangely, the shadow seemed oblivious to his presence, its blood-red eyes focused solely on the weak and helpless Lin Jue. When the girl's life was truly threatened, Li Nank finally moved. He picked up the firearm from the table. The intricately carved handle had been polished to a brilliant shine with fine beeswax, glowing under the dim candlelight, as if smeared with fresh blood. Hey, dare to take a bet? Li Nank aimed the firearm at the monster, a charming smile curving his lips that complemented his handsome face. Bet on whether my gun has bullets? As his words fell, the monster seemed to finally sense that there was someone else in the room. It roared in anger and instinctively turned to pounce on Li Nank, the foul, decaying stench of a corpse slithering toward him like a venomous snake. Bang! A bright white flame burst from the gun's muzzle, disappearing in an instant. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a torrent of blood erupted from the black mist, like wine spilling out. Following that, the nauseating stench of decay faded away. The air fell silent. The once ferocious monster had vanished. Only a thumb-sized white orb fell into Li Nank's hand, which he pocketed. Hearing the prolonged silence in the room, Lin Jue, who had been too frightened to open her eyes, finally mustered the courage to slowly raise her eyelids. She discovered that the shadow monster had disappeared, leaving her utterly astonished. What was going on? Where did the monster go? You killed the monster already? Lin Jue's eyes widened in surprise. The hell? Nank raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to see me killed by the monster? No. How is that possible? The girl was still in a daze, unable to fathom how this man had resolved such a terrifying monster in the blink of an eye. Could it be that this man was a demon slayer from the night patrol? All right, here's a flower for you, as a gift for our first meeting and farewell. The man conjured a rose-colored flower out of thin air and handed it to the girl. The fragrance was intoxicating, the delicate petals intricately patterned, shimmering with a crystalline glow, truly stunning. So beautiful. What kind of flower is this? The girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she carefully held it, her exquisite face complementing the enchanting flower. Li Nank raised his firearm, smiling slightly. A blooming head. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and crimson blood exploded from the girl's forehead. Chapter 2. Red Rain. Lin Jue suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. At this moment, she felt as if she had been pulled out of water, her thin gauze dress soaked through and clinging to her delicate body. The lines of her bare skin clearly visible, especially within her chest. It felt as if it was filled with a heavy suffocation, making each breath extremely uncomfortable. After a long while, the indescribable pain gradually eased. The young girl raised her hand to wipe away the sweat sticking to her eyelashes, panting and looking around in confusion, realizing she was in a luxuriously decorated young lady's boudoir. The room was filled with a fragrant aroma, extremely rich, from the familiar room decor. It was clear that this was her usual resting place. A dream? Lin Jue lightly tapped her forehead, her heart rising with a hint of doubt. The lingering pain from the gunshot wound still faintly present. If it was a dream, why did it feel so real? And that annoying man. Wait, what did the man called Yan Shuangying look like? Lin Jue felt a bit dazed, as if a cloth had wiped away parts of her memories from the dream. She must have had a dream. Apart from the man's appearance, she still had impressions of other things in the dream. the stunning red wedding dress, the old wedding chamber, the rosy glow outside the window, and that terrifying monster. Everything was both dreamy and horrifyingly real. Just as the girl was lost in thought, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by a man's voice that sounded like her father's. "Lord Long, gentlemen, this is my daughter's room." As the door opened, the first to enter was a man dressed in fine clothes, around 40 years old. He was Lin Yuanwei, a well-known figure in Dongqi County. Unlike most wealthy heads of families who were plump and prosperous, Lin Yuanwei appeared quite thin, with a somewhat dark complexion. Without his expensive clothing, he looked like an ordinary commoner. At this moment, Lin Yuanwei's face showed signs of deep weariness and exhaustion, clearly troubled by heavy worries. Accompanying him was a woman. With her hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin and a standard classical oval face, she exuded a sense of coldness that kept people at a distance. Like a beautiful yet sharp sword, behind the woman were two men, who appeared to be her subordinates based on their demeanor. "Lord Long, since this morning at the hour of the tiger, my daughter has been plagued by nightmares, talking nonsense continuously, and we have been unable to awaken her. Not to mention doctors, even monks and Taoists have been called to perform rituals, but it was of no use. If this continues, I fear for my daughter." Lin Yuanwei's voice suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at his daughter, who was now awake and looking at him, rubbing his eyes. "Girl, you're awake? Where?" A woman outside the door, hearing her husband's words, hurriedly squeezed past the strong-looking woman. Upon seeing her daughter awake, she immediately burst into tears of joy and rushed over. The woman, in her 30s, was in her prime, with a delicate beauty mixed with a hint of charm. This woman was Lin Jiyue's mother, Mei Xinger. "Mother, what happened?" Looking at her mother, who was pale and frail, Lin Jiyue was filled with confusion. The beautiful woman tightly embraced the girl, her voice filled with worry and self-reproach. "You scared your mother to death. Do you know you have been unconscious for almost a whole day and have been having nightmares, and we couldn't wake you up at all?" Listening to her mother's anxious words, Lin Jiyue's expression was one of astonishment. "I was unconscious for so long." She looked up curiously at the unfamiliar people in the room. "Who are they?" "They are officials from the Night Patrol Division in Cloud City." Mei Xinger wiped her tears and introduced. "Hearing that you were plagued by nightmares and unconscious, they came to investigate." "Night Patrol Division?" The girl's eyes moved as she curiously observed them. The last time she and her friend were attacked by a monster. Officials and people from the Night Patrol Division came to ask questions, but they were not these people. Judging by their aura, it seemed they held a higher status than those from before. Lin Jiyue had some understanding of the mysterious Night Patrol Division, which specialized in investigating and dealing with strange events, and every member was quite capable, especially the demon hunters, who were said to be able to slay demons and monsters. She wondered if the beautiful sister in front of her, who looked so aloof, was a demon hunter. Just as she was thinking, the cold-looking woman stepped forward. Despite her beauty, the invisible pressure emanating from her made Lin Jiyue feel immense stress, and she did not dare to meet her gaze, instinctively wrapping herself tighter in the thin blanket. The woman in the strong outfit gestured for Mei Xinger to step aside and gently lifted Lin Jiyue's eyelid to take a look. Then she extended a slender, jade-like finger and pressed it against the girl's forehead, a faint white light spreading from her fingertip. Lin Jiyue immediately felt a cool sensation enveloping her body, extremely refreshing. After a moment, the cold woman's sharp, water-like eyes suddenly sparkled with an icy light, her expression serious. "There are traces of a nightmare invasion." Hearing the words nightmare, the two subordinates changed their expressions. They knew what it implied. The woman crossed her arms and pondered for a moment before turning to one of her short and stout subordinates, giving instructions. "Guogang, go bring the little rabbit in." "Yes." Guogang quickly exited the room. Soon, a lively figure dashed into the boudoir. "Sister Long." The girl had a sweet and charming round face, brimming with youthful energy, with two ponytails and a radiant aura. When she smiled, her two pearly white front teeth showed, making her look like an adorable rabbit, especially since she was holding a carrot in her hand. Her outfit was also unique. The dress she wore was much shorter than the usual women's dresses, with a pleated floral hem that barely reached her knees, exposing a pair of calves tightly wrapped in pants, paired with delicate little boots. She appeared lively and charming, yet still alluring. This style of dress had initially been brought from the kingdom of Guilin to the Dajin dynasty and later modified by skilled artisans, becoming quite popular among young women. In fact, during the Tianwu period, under the 7th emperor, the people of Dajin had already moved away from traditional clothing. By the second year of the Yuanfeng era, attire in the Central Plains had become even more diversified. The appearance of the cute girl lightened the originally tense atmosphere, like ice melting away, allowing Lin Yuanwei and the others to breathe more easily. Lung Xinan slightly raised her chin toward the bed and said lightly, "Go check." "Okay." The girl had already learned about Lin Jiayue's lingering nightmare from Guogang and casually tucked the half-eaten carrot into her skirt before stepping forward to observe. Seeing Lin Jiayue staring at her in a daze, the cute girl smiled and said, "No need to be nervous. My name is Meng Xiaodu. You can just call me Little Rabbit." But Lin Jiayue was not nervous. She was shocked. Shocked at the other's development. How to put it? If she compared it to her own standards, it was like the difference between an ordinary small house and a luxurious mansion. Completely incomparable. She couldn't understand what this girl named Meng Xiaodu had grown up eating to be so formidable. She estimated that raising 10 children would be no problem for her. Moreover, Meng Xiaodu's figure was not that of an ordinary slim woman. She looked a bit plump and curvy, but in the context of the luxurious villa, she appeared quite delicate. This made Lin Jiayue, who was also a girl, very envious. Meng Xiaodu's actions mirrored those of Lung Xinan during her earlier examination. After checking Lin Jiayue's external symptoms, she extended a finger and gently pressed it against the center of Lin Jiayue's forehead. The only difference was that the light radiating from her fingertip was a pale purple. Lin Jiayue felt as if she was wrapped in a warm, gentle aura, her entire being feeling light, as if she were floating among soft clouds, drowsy and sleepy. After a few seconds, Meng Xiaodu frowned, her cute round face showing signs of confusion. As she spoke, Meng Xiaodu took out half a carrot from her skirt and began to munch on it loudly. "More powerful than you." Lung Xinan's pupils contracted. In the entire Cloud City Prefecture, there are only 7 dream enterers registered under the Night Patrol Division, with the highest cultivation being Meng Xiaodu. How could there be a higher-level dream enterer appearing? Who is this person? Could they be from another branch? However, if they were a dream enterer from another Night Patrol Division, they would have definitely notified us before coming. Otherwise, if the higher-ups investigate, the consequences would be severe. Lung Xinan fell into deep thought. One of her subordinates, who had a scholarly demeanor and looked quite handsome, stepped forward and whispered, "Sister Lung, should we notify the chief?" "Not yet." Lung Xinan waved her hand and walked to the bed, staring coldly at the girl and asking, "What dream did you have?" Lin Jiayue momentarily did not react. Under the woman's icy gaze, the girl finally stammered, "I can't remember it clearly." "A man? What was his name?" "I think it was Yin Shuangying." "Yin Shuangying?" Lung Xinan and the others frowned, trying hard to recall if there was such a person in the Night Patrol Division. But after thinking for a long time, they had no impression. "What does he look like?" Lung Xinan asked again. "I don't remember." Lin Jiayue shook her head vigorously, smiling wryly. "I'm not lying. I really can't remember anything other than the name." The girl also breathed a sigh of relief, her pressure greatly reduced. But the next moment, the woman said again, "Write down the details of the dream as much as you can remember." "Got it." Although Lin Jiayue was very displeased with this cold leader's attitude, she could only obediently agree, not daring to refuse. She thought to herself, would such an icy woman have any men who like her? It must be very painful to be her subordinate. The girl looked at Meng Xiaodu and the others with sympathy. "Lin Yuanwei, has anyone approached Miss Lin in the past 2 days?" Lung Xinan looked at Lin Yuanwei. "Tainyo, take notes for Lin Yuanwei and record everyone who came." Lung Xinan ordered her scholarly male subordinate. Everyone else in the house should be questioned carefully as well. The man coughed lightly and approached Lung Xinan, quietly requesting, "Sister Lung, could you not call me by my full name in the future? You can call me Xiao Tai, or if you could call me Tai Gongzi. That would be even better." Unfortunately, the man's request was met with the cold indifference of the female leader. Helpless, Tainyo had to give up. He could only blame his parents for giving him such a fierce name, which completely did not match his refined gentleman's image. While recording for Lin Yuanwei and his daughter, Lung Xinan crossed her arms and slowly paced the room, carefully examining the girl's boudoir in search of other clues. Soon, her gaze landed on a plate on the table. There was half a bowl of bird's nest porridge left in the plate. It had already gone cold. Lung Xinan picked up the porcelain bowl, smelled it at her nose, and handed it to Guogang, saying, "Test it." Guogang quickly took out a wooden box from his pocket, opened it, and carefully picked up a crystal needle engraved with intricate patterns, dipping it into the bowl of porridge. After about a minute, he took out the crystal needle. The tip of the needle was stained with a dark red color. Seeing this scene, Guogang's expression suddenly changed. "It contains red rain components." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly, and all eyes were on them. Lin Yuanwei turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 3, Dream Enterer. This is a world without demons or immortals. Even though there are practitioners with inherited teachings, most are only for the sake of the Tao, for fame, or for profit. Over the years, this continent has seen constant changes in dynasties, with various sects emerging like mushrooms after rain, only to quickly decline. Regardless of how history rolls forward like a surging tide, people remain bound by the established rules of the heavenly path, bound to a world where only people fight against each other. However, one day, everything changed. It was as if heaven suddenly performed a major upgrade, adding new functions. In the 6th year of the great Zhen Tianwu, on the 15th day of the 9th month, at the stroke of midnight, a mysterious red rain suddenly fell from the sky. The red rain was like blood and lasted for a full half-hour. Interestingly, this red rain did not fall on rivers, seas, or lakes, but evaporated upon touching the ground, yet it could be stored in porcelain vessels, solidifying into tiny crystal grains. Then it could be dissolved in boiled water. Moreover, people were astonished to discover that the stored red rain was like a divine medicine. After consumption, it not only had detoxifying, beautifying, nourishing, and pain-relieving effects, but was also very beneficial for practitioners, such as helping to open meridians and improve cultivation. However, this substance was only effective when consumed by humans. Other flying birds, insects, and beasts showed no reaction after eating it. From then on, bizarre incidents began to occur frequently. Either someone was plagued by nightmares and killed by monsters in their dreams, or someone suddenly mutated into a ferocious creature, or the dead would inexplicably come back to life. The instigator behind this was the Red Rain. In the 7th year of Tianwu, the Great Jin Dynasty officially established the Night Patrol Division, tasked with investigating the midnight Red Rain incidents. To this day, the Night Patrol Division has been established for 21 years. After 2 emperors, the Night Patrol Division has become the second largest special institution in the Great Jin Dynasty, second only to the Shadow Guards, wielding significant influence both in the court and among the people. Any case involving Red Rain, regardless of the person's status, will be subjected to strict investigation. Smash! Tianwu slammed the recording scroll on the table, staring intently at Lin Yuanwei. Lin Yuanwei, you are so bold. Do you know that secretly storing Red Rain is a serious crime? Since the establishment of the Night Patrol Division, there has been a nationwide collection of stored Red Rain. According to detailed investigations afterward, the areas affected by the Red Rain were the capital, Yanyo Ridge, Divine Turtle Island, and the 2 provinces of Fengling and Longjiang. No Red Rain fell in other regions. Moreover, since the Red Rain evaporates upon touching the ground and does not dissolve in rivers or seas, it could only be stored in porcelain vessels, making collection not as difficult as climbing to the sky. However, even so, there were still many who secretly stored Red Rain. Over the past 20 years, countless people have been imprisoned, executed, and had their homes confiscated due to Red Rain. Yet, the underground trade involving Red Rain has persisted. It all comes down to 2 words: profit. Especially under the strict crackdown of the Night Patrol Division, Red Rain has become increasingly rare, and its high profits have led many to risk their lives for it. Some people hope that the heavens will rain red again, while others fear the return of the Red Rain. But now, over 20 years have passed without any sign of Red Rain. Only legends remain. Furthermore, after months of calculations by the Court's Astronomical Bureau, they have determined that there will be no more Red Rain, increasing its preciousness. Some factions are secretly researching and improving the existing Red Rain, maximizing its effects, and selling it at high prices after dilution. The Red Rain found in Lin Zhuyue's porridge bowl is one such concocted medicinal product. My lord, Lin Yuanwei, who was sitting on the ground, trembled all over, his voice changing as he hurriedly knelt. My lord, I am wronged. I absolutely did not secretly store Red Rain. Such illegal matters, even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not dare to do. My lord, if you don't believe me, you can search the Lin family. Mei Xinger was also frightened and knelt down, crying out in grievance. No, no, no. Lin Yuanwei hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I meant. We don't know why there is this thing in my daughter's porridge. It must be someone who wants to harm my daughter. Yes, yes. Someone must be trying to harm my daughter and my Lin family. Please, my lord, see through this. Experienced in case investigations, Lung Xinan could see that Lin Yuanwei and others seemed unaware of this, but to be cautious. She waved to call Guigang and said, send someone to Cloud City to inform the chief to conduct a thorough investigation of the Lin family. Every person in the house must be strictly questioned. Also, call the sisters Kai Yun and Kai Wei over to provide close protection for Miss Lin for 7 days to observe her. Although the nightmare has been dispelled, we must still be careful. If there are any abnormalities, they can report in time. Understood. Guigang nodded and hurriedly left. Once Red Rain is consumed, the larger the dosage, the higher the possibility of mutation. If there are no abnormalities within 7 days, it indicates that the hidden danger has been eliminated. As for the punishment of the Lin family, it depends on the results of the investigation and the number of people involved with Hanyu. Once everything is arranged, Lung Xinan walked out of the small house and asked Meng Xiaodu, who had followed her, is there any way to trace the whereabouts of that mysterious dream infiltrator? No. This dream infiltrator named Yin Shuangying is very powerful. Meng Xiaodu took a bite of a carrot to erase part of the victim's memory about him. That's something I find very difficult to do. Moreover, this person entered Lin Zhuyue's dream of Hanyu from a distance, indicating that his mental willpower is very strong, which is indeed impressive. It needs to be reported to the general headquarters for a detailed investigation. Lung Xinan said lightly. Dream infiltrators are different from demon exterminators. It requires a very special talent to enter this line of cultivation, and the court also pays great attention to such practitioners. Those who can be recruited will be recruited, and those who cannot will be registered and closely monitored. By the way, Lung Jia, Wan Yingying also died from a nightmare last night. Why didn't this Yin Shuangyin go to save her? Meng Xiaodu suddenly asked curiously. Halfway through her words, the woman suddenly frowned, pressing her delicate hand against her left chest. Her expression somewhat pained. Seeing this, Meng Xiaodu asked with concern, Lung Jia, does that place still hurt? Should I help you massage it? Get lost. Lung Xinan shot her a glare. Meng Xiaodu chuckled and stopped joking, saying seriously, have you seen a doctor? Don't let it turn into something serious. After a few gentle rubs, as the pain eased, Lung Xinan said helplessly, there are only a few female doctors I can find, and they are all useless. I'll find a better female doctor to check when I go to Kyoto in a few days. It shouldn't be a big problem. Although there are many famous doctors in nearby counties, for privacy issues, she can only see a female doctor. All right. Meng Xiaodu suddenly remembered something, her beautiful eyes sparkling. There's a female doctor at the foot of Qingping Mountain who seems to have moved here from Hailing Prefecture 2 months ago. I've heard her medical skills are quite good, and she only treats women. Why don't you give her a try? Hailing Prefecture. Lung Xinan pondered. She moved here from such a far place. The candlelight on the nearby table was still gently flickering. The red candle smeared with fragrance had already accumulated a layer of thin, ice-like candle tears at the bottom. The large red character that was originally stuck on the window frame had also fallen under the bed at some unknown time, missing a corner but still vibrant. At this moment, Li Nank was still in that dilapidated wedding room. This was his Hongyu dream, and as long as he did not commit suicide to leave, the dream would exist permanently. Unlike the warm and fragrant scenes when Lin Jiyue was present, the wedding room was now dark and gloomy, with a faint musty smell, and the decor was dilapidated and rotten. Outside the window, the red was no longer the glow of the evening sun, but red rain. The sound of the rain was very urgent. The pouring red rain looked like fresh blood through the window gap, dyeing the whole world into a scene of hell. Li Nank had never stepped out of the house to personally experience the red rain. He also could not go out, as long as the red rain fell. It seemed that this room was wrapped in a barrier, trapping him inside. By reviewing the records about this world's red rain and understanding the profession of dream infiltrators, he was sure that he should be a different kind of firework. Other dream infiltrators needed to enter the victim's Hongyu dream to eliminate nightmares. But he could pull others into his own Hongyu dream. Moreover, he was also the only dream infiltrator who could see the red rain in his own dream, even if he could not walk out of the house to personally touch it. Why was this the case? He could not explain. If he had to find an answer, it could only be because he was too handsome. Perhaps that was why he was different from others. At least Li Nank thought so. Of course, it might also be because he was a time traveler. But in any case, it was related to his looks. After all, Mr. Zhou Shuren once said, handsome people may not necessarily travel through time, but ugly people can never do so. However, speaking of time travel, Li Nank was still a bit confused. Although he retained the memories of his previous life, he had a blank slate regarding the memories of his current life. After waking up, there was only a doctor wife by his side. From his wife's words, he learned that he had been adopted by an old Taoist priest. His wife had once been the old priest's disciple, and under the old priest's friendly matchmaking, the two became husband and wife. As for why he had amnesia, his wife, being a doctor, explained that it might be due to a head injury. So Li Nank asked, then how did my head get injured? His wife was silent for a moment, then casually said in a tone devoid of guilt, I hit you. After that, there were no other explanations. It seemed that this little matter did not require explanation for her. However, from the few times he tried to get close to her and the dangerous glare she gave in return, Li Nank could roughly guess why he had been hit. What a debt. For this, Li Nank didn't mind. When the time came, he could just write a divorce letter and go their separate ways. After all, this wife wasn't particularly beautiful aside from her good figure. The only thing he was reluctant to part with was her cooking skills. While Li Nank was lost in thought, a small vortex black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. The vortex was about the size of a fist, emanating a cold dark light. The next second, a white pearl floated out from Li Nank's body, as if it had eyes of its own, flying towards the mysterious vortex and being instantly swallowed. This mysterious white pearl was what he obtained after killing that nightmare, similar to a magic pill. Li Nank had gone through many records about nightmares, and other dream infiltrators did not produce such white pearls after eliminating nightmares. He was the only one who did. This showed that in the profession of dream infiltrators, he indeed belonged to a different category. As the white pearl was swallowed, a very faint aura appeared in the room. At the same time, Li Nank vaguely felt that a gaze was upon him. This feeling was very strange, as if there was a person sitting in front of him, staring at him intently. Overall, it was quite eerie. It wasn't until the mysterious vortex gradually disappeared that this discomfort faded away. And on the table, there was an extra iron box. The completely black iron box was square, with small holes at the corners, and the surface of the box flickered with dark red mysterious patterns. A reward? Li Nank raised an eyebrow. When he first entered the Hongyu dream, there had been an identical iron box on the table, which contained the fire gun he had previously used to kill the nightmare. It could be considered a beginner's gift pack. He never expected another gift pack to appear now, which surprised Li Nank a bit. He hoped this time it would provide some better equipment or techniques, like the sunflower manual or something. However, when he opened the mysterious iron box, he was stunned on the spot, thinking he must be seeing things. It turned out to be a brick. Li Nank picked up the brick to weigh it. It was light and had no weight. One side of the brick was engraved with the character, virtue, and the other side read, to win people over with virtue. The elegant script exuded a sense of sincerity. Through sensing, Li Nank understood that this was not an ordinary brick, but a weapon, to be precise, a hidden weapon. Although its power was yet unknown, it could be used in reality. I hope it has some use. Li Nank pursed his lips, not holding out too much hope. Although he had committed suicide many times, every time he pulled the trigger, there was an indescribable palpitation. He feared that this time, he would truly meet the king of hell. Buddha bless me. Li Nank took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, the candle on the table also burned out its last glimmer of light. The wax dripping on the table curling and twisting, vaguely resembling three characters. The end of the text. Chapter 4, The Divine Doctor Wife. Li Nank looked at the boiling pot of medicine in front of him, his gaze somewhat vacant. That momentary feeling of being pulled from the dream into reality caused his brain to stall for a few seconds, as if countless cotton balls were expanding in his mind. Can it be a bit gentler? Li Nank rubbed his forehead, constantly complaining in his heart. Every time he exited the Red Rain dream in this manner, it gave him the urge to find a lizard to grant it maternity leave. The room was very quiet. Outside the window, the sky was somewhat dark. The strong medicinal scent lingering in the room proved that he was indeed in the real world. However, to be on the safe side, Li Nank picked up the firearm and shot himself in the head. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this firearm could not actually fire in reality, which perfectly distinguished between dreams and reality. It's good to be alive. Stepping out of the door, a cool breeze mixed with the scent of mountain grass greeted him. Li Nank took a deep breath, and as the stale air in his chest was expelled, he felt much refreshed, as if he had been reborn into the world. In front of the door lay an old turtle, lazily enjoying the evening breeze. This old turtle was quite large, about a meter long, somewhat resembling an Aldabra giant tortoise. However, its shell was grayish-white, adorned with many snowflake-like patterns, and sometimes reflected a silvery light under the sun. Since Li Nank arrived in this world, this turtle had been by his side, nicknamed Old Turtle. According to his wife, this turtle was a pet raised by an old Taoist and was a divine beast. Whether in water or on land, it was faster than a horse when it ran. But Li Nank remained skeptical. The last time he secretly threw firecrackers at the turtle's shell, he didn't see it run very fast. On the other hand, the other pet, a white goose, ran incredibly fast. A few days ago, when he also threw firecrackers at its backside, that goose chased him for 3 days and nights. Sometimes, even when separated by dozens of meters, in the blink of an eye, it would rush over and peck at him fiercely. Its vengeful spirit was admirable. In the end, Li Nank kindly added some laxatives to the goose's food, and only then did it calm down quite a bit. Carrying a towel and a wooden basin, Li Nank went to the well to wash his face with cold water. Not far away by the pond, a white goose larger than usual was elegantly stretching its snow-white wings, showcasing its beauty. While wiping his face, Li Nank greeted, "Sister Goose, feeling better?" Sister Goose was a somewhat proud pet. Unlike Old Turtle's laziness, it was quite active, occasionally going to the small pond to wash itself, always looking pure and immaculate. Usually, it would act indifferent towards anyone, including Old Turtle. Although his wife said these two were a couple brought together by the old Taoist. From Old Turtle's humble desire to lick and the Goose Sisters' proud indifference, Li Nank understood that even if the world were to end, these two would find it hard to live together. Upon seeing the man, Sister Goose raised her long neck high and turned her head away, clearly considering him a villain. Reflected in the water's surface, Sister Goose's graceful figure resembled a captivating painting, indescribably charming. Just then, Sister Goose cast a cold glance over. The inherently humble Old Turtle instinctively shrank its head into its shell, not daring to meet the goddess's gaze. Li Nank found it amusing. Recalling his wife mentioning that Sister Goose was also a divine beast raised by the old Taoist that could fly in the sky, he thought, why not find a time to stew Sister Goose? At this moment, Li Nank was boringly holding Sister Goose while sitting on Old Turtle's back, enjoying the evening breeze. One man, one turtle, and one goose created a harmonious and warm scene. Originally, Sister Goose was very resistant to the man's embrace. But when she saw him pulling out a piece of brick of unknown origin and gesturing towards her backside, she instantly transformed from an irritable state to a docile one, obediently curling up in the man's arms. The man reminded her of the old yellow dog that used to be by the old Taoist side, all part of the same batch. From a distance, he looked beautiful. Looking at his returning wife, Li Nank gently stroked Sister Goose's tail and murmured to himself. In the hazy dusk light, a woman's delicate figure was faintly outlined, like a fairy stepping out of a painting, graceful and slender. What a pity. The man sighed lightly, casually tossing Sister Goose onto Old Turtle's back and walking over to greet his wife. The old turtle hadn't had the chance to feel Sister Goose's light and delicate body when she flapped her wings and went to bathe in the pond. Li Nank skillfully took the bamboo basket from behind the woman. It was filled with a heavy load of medicinal herbs. The woman was tall, half a head shorter than the man, and her simple pure white dress gave off an air of simplicity, yet exuded an indescribable ethereal quality. Especially her eyes, dark like lacquer, held the charm of autumn waters, undeniably beautiful. When they locked eyes, there was a feeling of being enveloped in a spring breeze. However, her facial features were quite ordinary. She wasn't unattractive, but also far from beautiful. Ignoring her figure and temperament, she would not stand out in a crowd. I went to the apricot blossom forest on the North Mountain today and had a good harvest, the woman said, her voice soft and pleasant, her eyes revealing joy. I not only picked some fire lotus grass with 3 leaves, but I also dug out some high-quality xianxiadrama under a 1,000-year-old tree, but unfortunately, some were damaged by wild beasts in the mountains. Although the medicinal herbs are precious, safety is also important. There are many wild beasts in the deep mountains. Li Nank said, frowning in concern. Seeing the woman with a bit of fine sweat on her forehead, he took out a handkerchief to wipe it. But she took it and began to wipe it herself, smiling as she said, "It's fine. I have been collecting herbs with my master since I was young. Over the years, I have gained experience and know which places are dangerous and should not be approached." Li Nank wanted to say something else, but his stomach growled first. The man felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that he couldn't find food, it was just that his wife's cooking skills had spoiled his appetite, making it hard to settle for other food. The woman smiled and then apologized. "I'm sorry for being late. I'll go cook for you right away." The woman's name was Luo Qianxiao, and she had a very gentle personality, fitting the role of a virtuous wife. She never lost her temper or acted capriciously. Her very ordinary face always wore a soft expression, whether facing her husband or patients seeking medical help. It seemed that gentleness was her nature. However, this inadvertently built an invisible wall that distanced them from each other. "Let me help you," Li Nank said, rolling up his sleeves and volunteering. "What are we preparing to cook today?" Luo Qianxiao didn't say much, handing over the river crab she had bought the previous day and soaked in a low tub. "Let's make some scallion stir-fried river crab first." Seeing her husband holding a kitchen knife and unsure of what to do, Luo Qianxiao smiled. "First, remove the shell, internal organs, and crab gills, and chop it into 4 pieces. The rest I'll take care of." Lastly, she added, "This dish has the effect of promoting blood circulation and nourishing tendons, which is good for you." Oh, Li Nank wasn't stupid. Under his wife's guidance, he quickly handled the river crabs. He responded and began washing the vegetables. The couple worked well together, and the small kitchen was filled with a warm family atmosphere. "Are you getting used to the office?" Luo Qianxiao took the initiative to start a conversation. Being a coroner must be tiring, facing those. Regarding her husband's job as a coroner, she didn't say much, but felt somewhat displeased. Although after the 2nd year of Tianwu, coroners were no longer classified as a lowly profession, and benefits had improved significantly, they still had to deal with corpses. This also meant that few people would befriend them, fearing bad luck. Li Nank smiled. "It's fine, not as busy as I imagined. The work is quite leisurely. After all, there can't be murder cases every day. Moreover, being a coroner has made things quieter. Those girls don't bother me anymore. Or it would really be a headache." The man's joking words carried a hint of helplessness. It wasn't just beautiful women who would be harassed. Handsome men sometimes found it just as hard to find peace. Hearing this, Luo Qianxiao's lips curled into a shallow arc. "You are quite a strange person. Shouldn't most men be happy to be surrounded by countless beauties admiring them? Why would you want to avoid it? There's no way around it. To live a long life, one must have good kidneys." Li Nank stretched his waist, faced with seemingly casual, yet easily suggestive words. The lady chose to change the topic. "I heard there was a murder in Dongqi County these past few days." Li Nank nodded. "It's still the rumor about the monsters." The lady paused, casually picking up a kitchen knife, and sighed. "This world is really not at peace." She then reminded her husband, "Monsters are transformed from people who consume drugs containing red rain components. so you must be careful when dealing with corpses. Don't get contaminated by the red rain. Don't worry, I'm always very cautious, Li Nang smiled. Moreover, with the night patrol's capabilities, this matter will settle down in a few days. The night patrol, huh? The lady turned her back, her delicate fingers lightly stroking the sharp blade. A fleeting hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips. I hope so. Chapter 5, The Gravekeeper. Since the occurrence of the Red Rain incident, this world has become strange, with monsters, nightmares, and gravekeepers appearing in succession. Monsters are individuals who have mutated after consuming excessive red rain. Initially, they still retain some rationality. But over time, their temperament gradually becomes ferocious and bloodthirsty, ultimately losing all reason, becoming neither human nor ghost. They may mutate into two-headed, multi-eyed forms, leap like grasshoppers, or dive like fish. Ordinary people find them extremely difficult to deal with. Only practitioners can eliminate them. Nightmares, on the other hand, are monsters encountered by individuals who inadvertently fell into the red rain dream after consuming it. In simple terms, it means being killed in a dream. The only information about them is, this monster is a manifestation of the victim's inner demons. What are inner demons? Hatred, greed, delusions, obsessions, resentments, and infatuations all belong to inner demons. For example, if one intensely hates or fears a certain person, over time, that person becomes an inner demon. Even while sleeping, that person may appear in the form of nightmares. Even if the person has already died, they can still linger in one's heart for a long time. Similarly, if one is extremely attached to a certain treasure but cannot obtain it, over time, they may develop severe inner demons that are difficult to dispel. Lin Jiayue is such an example. After someone slipped a drug containing red rain components into her meal, she fell into a coma and began having nightmares, thereby entering the red rain dream. The nightmare that attempted to kill her in the dream was, in fact, Lin Jiayue's inner demon. This is also why, after the nightmare appeared, Li Nang did not choose to kill it immediately, but instead observed it carefully. He wanted to know what Lin Jiayue's inner demon truly was. After all, as a well-known wealthy young lady in Dongqi County, living a life of luxury with no worries, she must have offended very few people. Why would such a carefree young lady have such severe inner demons? Is it fear of someone, or hatred and jealousy towards someone, or an obsession with someone? Unfortunately, at that time, he couldn't discern it, and seeing Lin Jiayue in danger, he could only step in to rescue her. Besides monsters and nightmares, the most troublesome for the night patrol is the gravekeepers. They truly showcase the phenomenon of resurrection. The various cases are chilling. In the 10th year of Tianwu, a fisherman named Old Ding heard someone knocking on his door in the middle of the night. When he opened it, he found his son, who had drowned 3 days earlier, standing outside. In the 12th year of Tianwu, a merchant named Boss who saw his wife, who had been poisoned half a month ago, lying beside him in the middle of the night. In the early years of Yuanfeng, villagers in Laowen village in Xianxiao saw their village chief, who should have been dead for 6 days, in the middle of the night. These resurrected monsters are known as gravekeepers. 10 days later, they will disappear on their own. However, anyone who has come into contact with them will turn into a pile of white bones after 10 days, unless they are swiftly eliminated. Unlike monsters, these gravekeepers appear no different from ordinary people. They do not possess demonic powers or mutations, and they still retain the memories and even emotions of their former selves, just like living humans. This is also the most troublesome aspect for the night patrol. With emotions, people may intentionally conceal the truth, ultimately leading to disaster. For example, that cloth merchant, upon seeing his beloved wife resurrected, secretly hid her in the backyard, choosing to conceal the truth from outsiders. As a result, 10 days later, he turned into a pile of white bones at home. Of course, there are also those who are unaware. But after 10 days, Mrs. Su and 14 other people in town who had come into contact with her son all turned to bones. The most important point is that gravekeepers do not know they have died. They will appear in places where the deceased lived, and while they possess the memories and emotions of the deceased, they have no recollection of their death. Their brains will be in a dazed state immediately after resurrection. Unless they see their own corpse or learn from others that they have already died, they remain oblivious. As for how gravekeepers come to be, the night patrol provided a preliminary answer after detailed analysis. It's due to daydreaming and night dreaming, leading to resurrection. For example, Mrs. Su accidentally drank a potion containing red rain components and fell into the red rain dream. Being a kind person, she had no inner demons, so no nightmare appeared. However, because she was extremely worried about her son who was going to the capital for the exam, she dreamed of her son in the red rain dream, ultimately leading to the resurrection of her deceased son. The same goes for the cloth merchant, Boss Hu. Because he missed his wife dearly, he accidentally resurrected her in the red rain dream after consuming red rain. Besides coincidences, some people intentionally resurrect their loved ones or relatives, knowing it will cause trouble. They riskily consume red rain to bring back someone they miss, ultimately leading to tragedy. Of course, not everyone can be resurrected. Only those who died accidentally in the middle of the night have the possibility of resurrection. Those who died of natural causes, due to illness, or by suicide cannot be revived. For instance, the wife of the cloth merchant was poisoned by a maid and suddenly died from the poison around midnight. In summary, these three types of monsters can be briefly categorized. Monsters, mutated humans. Nightmares, monsters in dreams, manifested from inner demons. Gravekeepers, deceased individuals who are resurrected. But regardless of the monster, they all arise from the red rain. By the time dinner was served, the sky had completely darkened. The entire night was thick and dark, as if dense ink were dripping down from above, spreading a layer of pitch blackness, with only the cold moon hanging high. Grandpa Turtle still lay in front of the door, his eyes slightly closed, resting. Sister Goose proudly stood under the bright moon, casting a somewhat blurred shadow on the surface of the pond. Both inside and outside the house were peaceful. Nank adjusted the candle wick, took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by his wife, and smiled. This is what they call a candlelight dinner. It definitely has its own charm. The couple sat across from each other. Although it wasn't to the point of raising their cups in toast, the atmosphere lacked any romantic flair. Did any patients come this afternoon? Luo Qianxiu asked. Finally, the man joked, but you could ask Sister Goose or Grandpa Turtle. They should know. Luo Qianxiu smiled at his words and playfully rolled her eyes. Does my husband always like to tease people like this? Why don't you go ask them for me? Of course I can, but there is a technique to asking them. What technique? Luo Qianxiu's curiosity was piqued as she looked at him with her ethereal and graceful eyes. Nank spoke openly. Didn't my lady say they are not spiritual beasts? Coincidentally, I know a method. First, we put them in a pot to boil. Once it turns into meat soup, we just drink it, and we can meet them in our dreams and communicate. The man's tone was filled with teasing, yet it seemed to carry a hint of seriousness, as if he had genuinely considered it. Knowing that her husband was joking, Luo Qianxiu still put on a listening expression filled with interest. Is it really that magical? How about we cook this old turtle first and give it a try? Nank glanced at old turtle, who was dozing off at the door, licked his lips, and encouraged his wife. Not to mention anything else. Drinking soup is truly a wonderful thing. Perhaps sensing the man's greedy gaze, old turtle quietly withdrew his head into his shell. Sister E hesitated for a moment and also hid in the pond. Luo Qianxiu shook her head helplessly, picked up a piece of crab meat, and placed it in her husband's bowl, her voice soft yet teasing. If we really cook them, Master might break your bones and throw you into a wolf den for dinner. Is Master really that fierce? The man asked curiously. Nank had no impression of the old Taoist who had adopted him, relying solely on the fragmented bits of information his wife had mentioned to form an image. Very fierce. I remember when you first came, you had quite a few whip marks on you, the woman said sympathetically. All from Master. Whip marks. Nank was a bit dazed, his not-so-simple thoughts suddenly conjuring all sorts of bizarre scenarios, making the food in his mouth lose its flavor. Could it be that Master has special hobbies? However, catching a glimpse of the woman lightly biting her lip as if to suppress a laugh, he realized he had been teased. Nank was speechless. My lady can actually play tricks on me. The sight of her husband being put in a difficult position made Luo Qianxiu unable to help but laugh, her fair hand gently covering her mouth. Her posture elegant yet playful, maintaining a dignified grace. At that moment, the couple, who had previously felt like strangers, grew a bit closer. Luo Qianxiu put down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. But when Master sent you here, you were indeed covered in injuries. Even your hair had been cut off. Later, when I treated your wounds, I accidentally hit your head again, really worried you wouldn't survive. My hair was cut off. Nank was stunned for a moment, lost in thought. After dinner, Nank took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Luo Qianxiu soaked the medicinal herbs she had prepared during the day in a special leaf juice several times, then dried them by the stove for a while before putting them back into the medicine box. Nank didn't understand medicine, but after spending some time with her, he realized his wife's medical skills were indeed impressive. Those who came for treatment gave her 5-star reviews. These reviews weren't fake, as those who gave negative feedback would be greeted by Sister E. Even if they woke up the next day from their own calm, heated bed, they would see Sister E staring at them from outside the window, observing them secretly. After tidying up, Luo Qianxiu quietly began reading a medical book. Before long, the man dozed off. Despite having napped in the afternoon, he had entered a dream of red rain to eliminate nightmares, and his mental fatigue had already reached a critical point. Luo Qianxiu found it amusing and gently said, "Husband, go rest first. Aren't you going to sleep?" Nank asked. He wasn't thinking of engaging in playful games in bed, as although they shared the same room, they slept in separate beds. Nank was still very respectful towards her in matters of intimacy. Since she was unwilling, he wouldn't force it. A forcibly sweetened melon is really not sweet. But it wasn't because he feared she would poison him that he backed down. No, I still want to read for a while, Luo Qianxiao said as she took off his outer shirt and hung it on a rack. All right, then you should sleep early too. Staying up late is bad for your skin. MHM. The woman lightly nodded, afraid of disturbing her husband, and carefully held a candle to the corner table to read. Perhaps due to excessive fatigue or the calming effect of the incense, Li Nank quickly fell into a deep sleep, occasionally letting out soft snores. The moonlight was clear, and the candlelight was dim. The moonlight seeping through the window blended with the candle's glow, illuminating the woman's slender neck, which appeared fair and translucent, with faint veins visible. It wasn't until the cicadas chirped outside that Luo Qianxiao put down the medical book in her hand. She glanced at her husband, who was sound asleep on the bed, then quietly got up and walked out of the room. The cool breeze brushed against the woman's soft hair. In the thick night, the towering mountains in front loomed like ghosts, shrouded in a layer of grayish-silver mist, ethereal as smoke. Luo Qianxiao gazed at the bright moon, lost in thought. At that moment, she looked like a white jade statue, standing quietly. She watched as thick clouds gradually approached, as the frozen disk of the bright moon was slowly devoured. And as the night deepened, suddenly, faint sounds of gongs and clappers echoed from the distant city street, all 3 beats. It was midnight, the third watch had arrived. Luo Qianxiao took a deep breath and turned back into the room. She skillfully retrieved a half-foot-long sharp cone from under the table, lightly stepped forward, and approached the bed. The man on the bed was breathing steadily, sleeping soundly. The woman unfastened his inner shirt, exposing half of his body, raised the sharp cone high, and murmured, "Husband, the third watch has arrived, it's time to set off." With that, she suddenly plunged it into the man's heart. Chapter 6. Princess Shanyan. The residence next to the county office was brightly lit. This was the office and rest place for the Night Patrol Division, which had established dedicated residences in various states and counties since its inception. Some villages even had temporary offices. In the living room, Iron Bull looked at the documents on the table with a sigh. Great, we came to catch monsters, but now another Red Rain case has emerged. If I had known, I wouldn't have waded into these muddy waters. Let those bastards from the White Tiger Division handle it. Do you dare to disobey the orders from above? Guo Gang retorted irritably. Meng Xiaodu, who was gnawing on a carrot nearby, mumbled, but weren't the people from the Tianwu Division supposed to investigate it first? Didn't they refuse to? If you had a dad who was a high-ranking official, you could also defy orders from above, Iron Bull sneered. Recalling the gloating expression of Tianwu Division's Inspector Li Donghai, Iron Bull really wanted to punch him. But Cold Sister. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Cold Shinan glared at Meng Xiaotu and said coldly, since we're here, let's seriously investigate this case. Humph. Are we the only ones from the Zhuke Division who can be bullied? Meng Xiaotu said resentfully, biting down hard on the carrot. Even the luxurious villa shook with anger. Iron Bull slammed the table, still fuming. I just don't understand. When monsters appeared in Yun City, we were supposed to be responsible for the investigation and capture. Why did they insist on letting the people from the White Tiger Division intervene? Now look, it's been over half a month, and the monsters haven't been caught. And they even caused fatalities in Dongqi County. Now that the situation is out of control, they send us to handle it. Cold Sister, what exactly does the upper management mean? What else could it mean? Our Zhuke Division has been too prominent in recent years. They need to suppress us. Guo Gang stood up to refill tea for Cold Shinan and Meng Xiaodu, completely ignoring Iron Bull, who was bringing over the teacups, earning him a round of eye rolls. Guo Gang's words were indeed reasonable. The Night Patrol Division was divided into 4 departments: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Setting aside the overall strongest Qinglong Division, in terms of performance, it had always been Baihu taking the lead and receiving much attention from the higher-ups. However, since Cold Shinan took over as the inspector of the Zhuke Division, with her outstanding task execution, the resources of the Night Patrol Division had gradually tilted in her favor, even hinting at a parallel status with the Qinglong Division, naturally inciting jealousy from the other departments. Moreover, Cold Shinan's straightforward personality easily offended people. Through the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the Zhuke Division naturally faced suppression. Capturing the monsters was necessary, but more importantly, it was crucial to find the source of the Red Rain to prevent another incident. I have already instructed Kai Yun and Kai Yue to secretly guard Lin Jiyue, while also searching the Lin family. The county office is also gathering clues. If there really is a Red Rain trade here, it will definitely lead to a big fish. Little Rabbit, you take people to Tsuehong Mountain to investigate the monsters. Be extremely careful. If you discover any traces of monsters, do not recklessly pursue them, but notify us in time. If the monsters notice you, you must retreat first. Don't worry, Cold Sister, I'm very strong. Meng Xiaotu's crisp and sweet voice exuded confidence as she forcefully patted her mansion. The giant peak collapsed and then restored itself. Truly miraculous. Don't be arrogant. Lung Xianxia's expression was serious. Oh, the girl, with rabbit-like adorable front teeth, bit her lip and unhappily took out a carrot to continue eating. Lung Xianxia glanced at Guogang. Have you rechecked Wenjiner's body? I've already checked it, Guogang, experienced in autopsies, said bitterly. It's too tragic. The body was literally torn into pieces, just like the murder cases created by the monsters of Yun City. It should be that monster, without a doubt. Damn it. We should have sent our Zhuke division to capture the monster long ago. Tianwu was still brooding over the decision made above. Thinking of a blooming young girl dying tragically, he couldn't suppress his anger and stood up, saying angrily, I say we should blame the emperor. Tianwu. Lung Xianxia suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes radiating a cold warning. The emperor that Tianwu mentioned was, of course, the seventh emperor of the Great Jin dynasty. Emperor Tianwu by Yaoquan. This emperor could be considered a legendary figure. After the sudden death of the previous emperor, the 16-year-old hurriedly ascended the throne and changed the era name to Tianwu. However, in such an unfavorable situation, the young emperor Tianwu by Yaoquan did not become discouraged. Instead, he patiently strategized and gradually overthrew the powerful ministers, ultimately taking full control of the court. After gaining power, Emperor Tianwu adhered to the doctrine of the mean, balancing the various factions within the court. At the same time, he focused on discussing policies with the cabinet, implementing many beneficial national policies. He even personally led expeditions to repel the northern barbarians. Under his governance, the Great Jin dynasty, which had shown signs of decline, gradually began to revive. However, everything changed after the Red Rain incident. Following the occurrence of the Red Rain incident, Emperor Tianwu fell ill with a strange ailment, sometimes fainting inexplicably. And none of the numerous renowned doctors and experts could help. Initially, the fainting spells were infrequent, and Emperor Tianwu could still handle state affairs normally. But as time passed, the frequency of his fainting spells increased, sometimes occurring during court meetings, other times in the royal garden, and his body gradually became weak. As a result, Emperor Tianwu began to struggle with state affairs, and his temperament grew increasingly irritable, especially after his sons died one after another, making him even more volatile. During this time, many officials were unjustly punished and killed. Most tragically, in the 23rd year of Tianwu's reign, the former first war god of the Great Jin, Marquis Anping Bei Wenliang, was implicated in a conspiracy case. In a fit of rage, the emperor issued an edict to execute his entire family. However, later investigations found that Bei Wenliang was innocent. Although he was eventually vindicated, the Bei family, except for the missing Princess Xianyun, had all turned to bones and were buried in the yellow earth. Perhaps Bei Wenliang's death prompted Emperor Tianwu to reflect, as his temperament calmed down a lot afterward. However, his health continued to decline. At its worst, he fainted more than 20 times in a single day. During this time, the cabinet's prime minister Lin Xiqing, who was heavily relied upon by the emperor, gradually rose in power and status. By the 26th year of Tianwu's reign, the 42-year-old emperor could no longer bear the burden of his illness and issued an edict for the 6-year-old crown prince by Renwen to inherit the throne and become the new emperor, changing the era name to Yuanfeng. The 6 ministries of the cabinet were tasked with assisting in governance. He then took on the identity of the retired emperor and quietly recuperated in the Wujidian. Although he remained behind the scenes, he would still step out to handle significant or difficult state affairs. Additionally, Emperor Tianwu disregarded opposition and appointed the Prime Minister Lin Xiqing's 17-year-old daughter Lin Weiyang as empress. He promoted Lin Xiqing's son Lin Xuxin to Minister of Works. From then on, the power of the Lin faction within the court became unshakable. Prime Minister Lin Xiqing's position and power reached their peak, nearly resulting in all authority being concentrated in the cabinet. Thus, the 42-year-old retired emperor, the 6-year-old young emperor, and the 17-year-old empress appeared for the first time in the history of the dynasty, a situation that was both absurd and lamentable. Supporters were at a loss for how to support it, while opponents were unsure of how to oppose it. They could only hope for a turnaround in Emperor Tianwu's illness. In the second year of Yuanfeng, when the new emperor was 8 years old, the powerful Prime Minister Lin Xiqing suddenly died of illness, leading to a split in the massive Lin faction. With the tacit approval of the retired emperor, the now 19-year-old Empress Lin Weiyang began to participate in state affairs. All matters, big and small, had to go through her first. Sister Long, I heard that the princess has a lead? Seeing the atmosphere becoming somewhat dull, Meng Xiaoda suddenly asked, her lively eyes sparkling with gossip. The princess Meng Xiaoda mentioned was, of course, Princess Xianyun. Years ago, when Emperor Tianwu issued an edict to execute the Bei family, the 17-year-old princess Xianyun miraculously escaped and disappeared. Emperor Tianwu was furious upon learning this and specifically sent shadow guards to investigate, but they found nothing. Later, after Bei Wenliang was vindicated, the court sent people to search again, hoping to make amends to the princess, but they still could not find her. Eventually, it came to nothing. There were speculations that Princess Xianyun was already dead. However, a few days ago, there were rumors that the Night Patrol Department in the capital discovered a lead on Princess Xianyun while investigating a Red Rain case. Though it was unclear whether it was true. I don't know. It's not something we should worry about, Lung Xiaonan said coldly. So pitiful, Meng Xiaodu sighed deeply. If that princess is still alive, she'd be about 22 now. Are you deaf? Still talking? Lung Xiaonan raised her beautifully ink-like brows. Seeing her superior angry, Meng Xiaodu stuck out her rosy little tongue and quickly changed the subject. Oh right, I heard from the Jianghu people that the sword fanatic of Wanjiamen, Chu Jiucheng, is challenging the sword fairy Yi Yao Yao. This guy is too bold. He doesn't know his own strength? In the eyes of the young girl, that female sword fairy was an invincible existence. She was her idol. Your information isn't very up-to-date, Tianwu said as he gulped down his tea. Smacking his lips. They had already set the date for the duel, but then that Yi Yao Yao didn't show up, and now it's become a joke. Did she not come? Why? Meng Xiaodu widened her sparkling eyes in confusion. Tianwu snorted coldly. How would I know? Maybe this female sword fairy's reputation is just inflated. These days, anyone dares to label themselves. Chapter 7, Murder Case. When Li Nank woke up, the east was just beginning to brighten, and the outside was shrouded in a blue-gray haze. There was no sign of his wife in the room. Luo Qinxiu usually stayed up late and got up early, and Li Nank was already used to it. After getting dressed, he took a towel and wooden basin to wash up by the well outside. Living at the foot of the mountain was indeed cold, but it was comfortable. Moreover, it wasn't far from the town, so shopping and buying groceries were not inconvenient at all. You're up. The woman busy in the kitchen saw her husband and smiled warmly. Li Nank stretched lazily, greedily inhaling the residual scent of the night in the air. But for some reason, he felt a faint pain in his chest, as if his heart had been dug out and pickled with old pickled cabbage. He rubbed his chest and smiled, saying, I was tempted awake by the aroma of the meal made by my wife. The old tortoise in front of the door remained unchanged, but upon seeing the man, the two beasts seemed somewhat uneasy, looking at each other with vigilant eyes, fearing that the man would take out a pot and stew them. Did you sleep well last night, my dear? The woman asked. Li Nank stuffed the soft ponytail brush into his mouth and mumbled, Not bad, I guess. People of my age have a few more little ailments. It's either this hurts or that hurts. My dear, your health is originally weak. You should exercise more and get more sun. Li Nank's face turned sour. What are you talking about? Weak? I can carry a bag of rice up 8 floors. When I go to the nightclub, I can take on 10 girls. Is that weak? However, considering that his wife was a doctor, Li Nank didn't argue much. After finishing washing up, he splashed the water on the old tortoise and entered the house with a full belly of complaints to have breakfast. Breakfast was delicious. Although it was all porridge, the two were different. Luo Qinxiu was drinking a soup made of silver fungus and honey tangerine, which had the effects of nourishing yin, moistening the lungs and beautifying the skin. For Li Nank, she made a porridge with walnut and foxnut powder, which had benefits for nourishing the spleen and kidneys, improving eyesight, and consolidating essence and energy. Seeing her husband gulping down the porridge with a serious face, Luo Qinxiu frowned and reminded him, My lord, although I have cooked the foxnuts until they are very soft, you still need to chew slowly to gain the nourishing benefits. Eating like this is not good for your stomach. It's mainly because the food made by my lady is too delicious, Li Nank chuckled. Halfway through the meal, someone hurriedly came to find Li Nank. The visitor was a yamen runner. Seeing Li Nank, the runner gasped and said, Li Xiaodi, come with me quickly. The magistrate is waiting for you. There has been a murder on East Street. A murder? Li Nank was taken aback. It really has been quite unsettled these days. Isn't there old Wang? Li Nank was surprised. Old Wang was an old coroner at the county office in Dongqi County, living near the office. Known for his cheerful and kind nature, Li Nank had gotten this job through him. That old man drank all night last night and is still lying in bed, unable to get up, so they can only look for you, the runner said with a wry smile. Drunk again, Li Nank was also helpless. That old man was indeed addicted to alcohol, always carrying a wine gourd at his waist. If it weren't for his rich experience in corpse examination, he might have been kicked out by the county magistrate long ago. Let's go? Without having the chance to say a proper goodbye to his wife, Li Nank was pulled away by the runner. In less than half a stick of incense's time, Li Nank followed the runner to a small alley on East Street in Dongqi County. There were already many townspeople gathered, discussing among themselves. Pushing through the crowd, Li Nank saw the county magistrate Shen Chuanhe sitting on a stone stool, his brow furrowed. The sound of a woman crying echoed from the courtyard. Sir, the coroner has arrived, the runner reported quickly. Despite the cool morning air, Magistrate Shen Chuanhe looked as if he had just run a marathon, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead, constantly wiping with a handkerchief. His already bulky frame looked extremely weak, probably due to indulging in wine and women. Upon hearing the runner's report, Shen Xuanhe waved his hand impatiently. No need. The night patrol office is inside examining the body. Yes. The runner awkwardly retreated to the side. The night patrol office? Li Neng felt puzzled. Generally, the night patrol office only intervenes in cases involving the Red Rain incident. Could this murder be related to the Red Rain? After greeting a familiar constable, Li Neng entered the courtyard. The small courtyard was clean, but not very large. With an old Wutong Guqin standing next to the door, and some flowers and plants in the corner, indicating that the owner was an elegant person. Several capable constables were searching for clues in the courtyard. A middle-aged woman in coarse clothes, with slightly dark skin, was crying loudly by the window outside. Li Neng approached the door and saw the officers from the night patrol office inside handling the case. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Due to their side profiles, Li Neng could only see the woman's serene and beautiful profile. The other 2 were her subordinates. One was elegant and refined, while the other was sturdy and honest. These 3 were Lung Xinan, Tianwu, and Guo Gang, who had gone to the Lin family to investigate yesterday. Meng Xiaotu, who had a giant cup of milk tea, was not present. Perhaps sensing a man's gaze, Lung Xinan turned to look, her finely shaped brows slightly furrowed. Li Neng cleared his throat and cupped his hands, saying, "Sir, I am the coroner from the county office." The other 2 in the room instinctively looked over as well. Oh, now even a little coroner has such strong competition? This handsome young man has become a coroner. It's rare, truly rare, Tianwu said. Perhaps Li Neng's good looks made him feel a sense of crisis. Tianwu's teasing tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Guo Gang, who was seriously examining the corpse, only glanced at Li Neng before continuing with the autopsy. Lung Xinan merely hummed in acknowledgement, also disinterested in engaging. This was the first time Li Neng saw a woman so indifferent to his handsome appearance. Feeling surprised and secretly giving a thumbs up to the woman, "You have successfully caught my attention." The room was filled with a faint smell of coal smoke. Li Neng noticed some remnants of burnt coal in the stove next to the table. The corpse was lying on the bed. On one side of the bed, there was a pool of already dried vomit. At that moment, the head constable of the county office, Dong Yu, hurried into the room and handed a report to Tianwu. The graceful Tianwu, resembling a scholar, read it and then walked over to Lung Xinan, saying softly, "His sister-in-law lives quite far from him and basically comes to help clean the courtyard or wash clothes every 5 or 6 days. Sometimes, if there are matters at home, she might take a few more days." This morning, his sister-in-law came around the start of the Chen hour, and the door was locked from the inside. When no one answered her shouts, she became suspicious, called a neighbor to break in, and found the body. Lung Xinan's long eyelashes drooped, as if she was contemplating something. The woman seemed quite agitated. Yesterday, in order to investigate the Lin family's Red Rain incident, they had interrogated all individuals involved. One of the clues pointed to He Qingyu. Who would have thought that before the interrogation could even begin, the other party had already died? It was truly unfortunate. After finishing the autopsy, Guo Gang said, based on the condition of the corpse, the time of death was 3 days ago. The cause of death should be due to alcohol intoxication leading to deep sleep. And the coal used for heating in the basin was not managed properly. With the doors and windows tightly closed, it resulted in accidental carbon monoxide poisoning. As Guo Gang was reporting, Li Neng also approached the corpse. The deceased was a male, appearing to be in his 30s, with a handsome and dignified appearance. He was wearing a light blue inner garment, lying quietly on the bed. The smell of decay from the corpse was already quite noticeable. Li Neng pulled back the deceased's eyelids and noticed that the cornea was significantly cloudy with white spots, and the pupils were indiscernible. Various signs indicated that the deceased indeed died from carbon monoxide poisoning, with the time of death being 3 days ago. Li Neng's lips curled slightly as he looked at Guo Gang and thought to himself, "These guys from the night patrol office are still quite competent." However, when his gaze fell on the hair of the corpse, his expression slightly stiffened. "This is..." Li Neng bent down to examine closely for a moment, gently turning the deceased's head slightly, and saw that there was some grayish-white powder on the hair at the back of the man's head. Li Neng rubbed the powder between his fingers, looking thoughtful. Chapter 8. Autopsy. Generally speaking, the sooner a corpse is examined after death, the more accurate the inferences will be. Modern forensic experts rely on various observations and tests to make conclusions. However, in ancient times, examining a corpse obviously could not involve dissection or the assistance of precision instruments. One could only rely on external symptoms for speculation. Thus, it could be said that the person died accidentally. Guo Gang nodded. It indeed seems that way. In the Dajin dynasty, cases of death from carbon monoxide poisoning were not uncommon. The government even instructed night watchmen to remind families late at night. Unfortunately, the clues have now run dry. Tainyo sighed. Just as Lung Xinan was about to leave, 2 coughs suddenly sounded in the room. The sound was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed deliberate. The 3 turned their heads to see Li Neng standing by the corpse. Li Neng cleared his throat again. Tianwu frowned and said, "Young brother, if you have a cold, please step away from the corpse so as not to infect him. Thank you." Li Nank almost slapped him with a big fan. "What nonsense. Didn't you see that I have an objection?" Fortunately, the honest Guogang took the initiative to ask, "Do you have any findings?" Li Nank was about to cough again but thought better of it, walking up to Lung Xinan and cupping his hands. "Sir, I did find a small issue while examining the corpse." Seeing that the other party was just coldly staring at him without asking, Li Nank had to extend his finger. "I found this in the deceased's hair." "What is this?" Tianwu asked, puzzled. Guogang stepped forward to feel it and exclaimed, "This is lime powder." "So." The woman finally spoke, her voice carrying an indescribable chill. Li Nank expressed his doubts. "I examined the deceased's clothing, shoes, and hat, as well as other parts of the body, and found no lime powder, which feels a bit strange. Furthermore, from the distribution of the post-mortem lividity, it seems that the body has been moved, and it also appears to have been wiped down." As Li Nank finished his statement, Guogang quickly rushed to the body for another inspection. He checked from head to toe without missing anything. After a thorough examination, Guogang's expression grew serious. "There are indeed signs of being moved, and it hasn't been long. But the deceased definitely died on this bed. Including the position at the time of death, there is no mistake about that." Li Nank nodded. "Yes, the deceased indeed died from carbon monoxide poisoning." Realizing that these guys couldn't understand carbon monoxide, the man changed his wording. "What you mean is..." Just as Lung Xinan began to speak, she suddenly furrowed her willow-like brows and instinctively pressed her hand to her chest. The pain had started again. Li Nank nodded. "That's quite possible." He raised his finger, which was dusted with lime powder. "You should have guessed something by now, right?" At that moment, due to the pain in her chest, Lung Xinan was too irritated to think and impatiently said, "Stop beating around the bush and just say it." Li Nank was somewhat dissatisfied with the woman's attitude. Although she was beautiful, her temper was too foul, and she didn't seem very bright either. Whoever marries her will suffer. He straightened his face and said, "The reason for wiping the body is to remove the lime powder on it. This means that the body was placed in an environment with lime powder." "I understand." Guogang's eyes brightened, and he clapped excitedly. Tianwu said irritably, "What do you understand? I should have been the one to understand first. Then you say it." Guogang gestured for him to speak. Tianwu snapped open his folding fan, cleared his throat, then said to Li Nank with a friendly expression, "Little brother, please continue." Li Nank's facial muscles twitched slightly, but continued to explain. "Lime powder can slow down the decomposition of a body. If this body was indeed placed in lime powder, it indicates that the time of death was longer than 3 days. Longer than 3 days? Lung Xinan's expression changed. Li Nank continued, "That's right. This body has clearly been tampered with. Lime powder placed on or around the body can ensure a dry environment, preventing bacterial growth. However, the internal organs of the body will still be affected by bacteria, producing a lot of decomposition gas." Guogang was unable to perform an autopsy, which is why he initially misjudged. Lung Xinan glanced at Guogang with some dissatisfaction, as if to say, "Did you see that? This is called professionalism. Can you determine the time of death?" The woman asked again. Li Nank pondered for a moment and gave his judgment after the autopsy. "At least 5 days. 5 days. Lung Xinan's face changed. The other two suddenly realized something, their faces turning pale. If He Qingyu had died 5 days ago, then who was it that went to Baiyun restaurant to drink 3 days ago? The three looked at each other and said in unison, "Grave Walker." Lung Xinan rushed out of the room, grabbing Zhang Shi, who was still on the ground crying and was the sister-in-law of He Qingyu, and said in a low voice, "Have you had any dreams these past few days?" Zhang Shi was a bit dazed, stunned, and at a loss. Forgetting to cry and shout, "Quickly say." Lung Xinan's sharp eyes pierced through. "Have you dreamed of your little uncle these past few days?" Zhang Shi went from confusion to embarrassment and anger, her cheeks flushing. "What do you mean, have I dreamed of my little uncle? Is that even a question? Even if I did, I can't admit it." Seeing the other party remain silent, Lung Xinan reached out to press her finger against Zhang Shi's forehead. After finding no abnormalities, she let go of her. But a lack of response didn't mean the other party hadn't taken Hongyu or entered the Hongyu dreamscape. Unlike nightmares, once a grave walker is revived, those who have experienced the Hongyu dream will wake up normally, treating it as a mundane dream. Moreover, the components of Hongyu in their body will quickly disappear. Lung Xinan's expression was extremely grim as she instructed the two. "Tianwu, take Zhang Shi to the yamen for further questioning. Guogang, you stay behind to handle the body. Don't let any unrelated personnel approach." Then, she quickly walked up to County Magistrate Xianxiaaudiobooks. The county magistrate, who was pondering what to have for lunch, was startled by Lung Xinan's dark expression and hurriedly stood up, awkwardly saying, "Lord Lung, have you found anything? Find everyone who knows He Qingyu and bring them to the yamen. Also, investigate all those who have been in contact with He Qingyu in the past 6 days and bring them to the yamen for isolation. At the same time, Dispatch all constables to conduct a thorough search inside and outside the county. Any suspicious individuals must be detained. No wonder Lung Xinan was anxious. If they couldn't find the Gravewalker and eliminate it within 10 days, everyone who had contact with it would die. This was a very serious situation. Chapter 9: The cold and elegant female superior arrives. Among the 3 monsters created by the Hongyu, the Gravewalker was undoubtedly the most troublesome. Demonic creatures could be detected using cultivation techniques or magical tools. Nightmares only appeared in the Hongyu dreamscape. Their goodness or evil depended on their former masters. However, if they couldn't eliminate the Gravewalker within 10 days, everyone who had contact with it would become a corpse. While Lung Xinan and the others were urgently looking for the Gravewalker, He Qingyu, Li Nank, who had provided important clues for the autopsy, became a bystander. Upon returning home, his wife, Luo Qinxiu, was treating a patient. The patient was a beautiful woman exuding a seductive aura. Li Nank recognized her as Wan Hudi, a courtesan from Xianghua Building in Dongqi County, who was quite popular among customers and skilled in performing arts. According to gossip from a friend at the yamen, this woman had once held a large concert. She could play any instrument and sing. Even the sturdy golden-painted elm bed had fallen apart the next day. When literati heard of this, they joked that the girl could support a boat with her belly. Over time, Wan Hudi earned the nickname Little Prime Minister. Despite being a favored courtesan, it didn't hinder her status as one of the top courtesans at Xianghua Building. Occasionally, when she encountered Li Nank on the street, she would wave her handkerchief flirtatiously, calling him Little Lord and Little Gentleman, trying to lure him into her establishment. Unfortunately, he lacked romantic interest, and her efforts were in vain. At this moment, when she saw Li Nank, the woman wore a furrowed brow, losing her usual flirtatious demeanor. "It's just caused by a cold. It's not serious. Just pay more attention to your diet," Luo Qinxiu said lightly as she picked up a pen. "I'll get you some stomach-nourishing herbs. Also, buy some lychee and would fragrance yourself. Grind them into powder according to my instructions, and take 1 qian with clear soup." The doctor's words relieved Wan Hudi, and the tension in her heart eased. "You scared me to death." The woman lightly patted her half-exposed bosom, smiling seductively. "As long as it's not that kind of illness, my good days won't be hard to endure." Luo Qinxiu remained silent, folding the prescription and entering the adjoining room to fetch medicine. Wan Hudi turned to look at Li Nank. Li Nank jokingly said, "If I had known Sister Wan would come to see a doctor, I would have bought more night oil." Wan Hudi was taken aback. Even someone who often frequented brothels couldn't help but blush. Not willing to be outdone, she actively changed the topic. "I thought Brother Li was an unromantic straight man. I didn't expect you to be so skilled and amusing at teasing women. It seems you have spent quite some time in the flower bushes." "I can't say I've cultivated. After all, I was born with a monk's fate, and I can't touch rouge and powder," Li Nank replied with a shy smile. Not wanting to engage in excessive conversation with the woman, he planned to leave, but she was unwilling to let him go. Wandering butterflies flaunted their charm, playfully suggesting, "As a monk, you must cultivate diligently. If you're ever interested, why not come to my place for some teachings? The Buddhist teachings here are profound and unfathomable." "Sister Wan, you're joking. With my level of cultivation, I'm not enough for you to snack on," Li Nank gently declined, realizing that continuing the conversation might lead to trouble. Furthermore, a true seeker of enlightenment should forge their own path, bravely cutting through thorns. While following the paths carved by others may be smoother, it certainly lacks some fun, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Wan Hudi chuckled heartily, her laughter making the flowers sway. She wasn't angered by the subtle sarcasm from the other party. "Remember to rest more," Luo Qinxiu, with her usually expressionless face, showed a rare hint of concern and softly advised. "Moreover, if you have pent-up emotions, going out to clear your mind will help." Sensing the genuine concern from the other, Wan Hudi's expression turned complex. Good medicine heals the illness, and kind words warm the heart. Remembering how she had just playfully entangled her husband in ambiguous words, she couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. After a moment of silence, she unexpectedly chuckled again, waving her hand. "It's nothing. At our age, if we really rest, there would be no hope for the future. Besides, is there any land that can be overfarmed? Don't you agree?" Luo Qinxiu handed over the packaged herbs without saying anything further. The woman threw a flirtatious glance at Li Nank, her words laced with nostalgia and envy, deliberately reminding him, "I truly envy Dr. Luo for having such an interesting husband. You must cherish him well, don't let other women take him away." With that, she took the herbs and left, enveloped in a strong scent of rouge. During this time, Li Nank remained attentive, sitting upright. "How's the murder case?" Luo Qinxiu stood up and walked to the basin, carefully washing her hands. Her hands were exquisite, delicate and translucent like fine white jade. Hard to imagine that these hands were the ones digging for herbs in the grass and dirt. Li Nank was momentarily mesmerized, thinking that if his wife were to play the pipa, it would surely be captivating. Of course, if she could wield a spear or staff. it would be equally hard to resist. He estimated he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Is it serious? Li Nank shifted his gaze, cleared his throat, and happened to see Sister Goose passing by the door, pulling her slender neck into his embrace. While caressing Sister Goose's back, he said, "A scholar has died. But the situation is quite serious. A grave dweller has appeared." Grave dweller? Luo Qianxiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she asked, "Murder?" Li Nank nodded, saying, "According to the autopsy results, it was indeed homicide. However, the most important thing isn't whether it was murder or accidental death. What matters is that someone has resurrected him in the Red Rain dream. A person who died 5 days ago was found drinking in a tavern 3 days ago. He must have had many interactions. I hope the night patrol can help out. If too many die in this small county, when accountability comes from above, very few can bear the weight." After drying her hands, Luo Qianxiao placed the dried herbs into a medicine jar and gently reminded, "You should also be careful, lest you get implicated." Li Nank nodded, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Luo Qianxiao quietly read a medical book, serene as a lotus. Li Nank leisurely sat on Old Turtle's back, holding the reluctant Sister Goose to alleviate his loneliness. Although Luo Qianxiao had good medical skills, not many people came to see her daily. First, she only treated women. Secondly, having just moved here, her reputation couldn't compare to the long-established local physicians. Additionally, in this era, regarding privacy, many women would feel embarrassed to seek medical help even if they were ill unless they displayed serious symptoms. Approaching the second watch, a special seeker of medical help arrived. Unexpectedly, it was Lung Xinan. "What are you doing here?" The beautiful Lung, head of the night patrol's Vermilion Bird Division, showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Li Nank. Li Nank was equally surprised by her arrival, cupping his hands in salute. "My lord, this is my humble abode. Your home?" Lung Xinan paused, her beautiful eyes turning to Luo Qianxiao. "And she is my wife, surnamed Luo." Li Nank smiled, introducing her. "This is Lord Lung from the Night Patrol of Donchi County. I've met Lord Lung." Luo Qianxiao bowed. Observing Luo Qianxiao's appearance, Lung Xinan felt a bit strange. Given Li Nank's outstanding looks, he was still young, and even if he had no talents, he could easily attract refined and beautiful wealthy young ladies. Unexpectedly, his wife's appearance was so ordinary. They were either forced together by parental arrangement or genuinely loved each other for their inner qualities. However, from Li Nank's attitude towards his wife just now, it seemed there was no disgust or estrangement, indicating they were truly in love. Thinking of this, Lung Xinan viewed Li Nank with a bit more respect. "Are you here to see a doctor?" Li Nank asked. Lung Xinan nodded lightly, her expression slightly awkward. Although it was normal to come for medical help, the condition involved privacy. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but since it was someone she knew, it was inevitably awkward. The woman couldn't help but consider seeking another physician. "Then I won't disturb you." Li Nank wisely took Sister Goose and left the room. With this, Lung Xinan found it awkward to say she was leaving and could only follow Luo Qianxiao into the partition to see the doctor. "What seems to be the problem, Lord Lung?" Luo Qianxiao brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of her, softly inquiring. Smelling the faint tea fragrance, Lung Xinan thanked her and elaborated on the symptoms she had been experiencing recently, helplessly saying, "I've seen several female doctors, but none were effective. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to go to the capital. Could you please undress so I can take a look?" After taking her pulse, Luo Qianxiao's gaze flickered. "Undress?" Lung Xinan was momentarily taken aback, hesitating, but ultimately undid her skirt. The woman's skin, smooth as white porcelain under the light, was unrealistically beautiful, complemented by her exquisite and cold features, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Luo Qianxiao took a silver needle from a wooden box on the table and gently pierced it into a spot half an inch below Lung Xinan's Lingshu point. "Bear with it will hurt a bit." As the extremely fine silver needle entered, a cool sensation spread. Luo Qianxiao pinched the end of the silver needle with her thumb and index finger, carefully twisting it. In a moment, a strong, intense pain rapidly spread from her chest, causing Lung Xinan's beautiful face to pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She clenched her delicate fists, enduring the pain. The fiery agony coursed through her spine, as if her spine were being forcibly extracted. For a moment, she felt as if she had stepped into the gates of hell. "Just as I thought," Luo Qianxiao sighed. "Did Dr. Luo discover something?" Lung Xinan, having put on her skirt, looked at her with clear, beautiful eyes filled with a hint of hope. "Yes." Lung Xinan's eyes sparkled. To discern her cultivation method in such a short time, this Dr. Luo indeed had some skill. Luo Qianxiao explained, "The Tianshan 5 elements emphasizes bloodline harmony. The second watch is for practicing this method to properly adjust the internal evil energy. During the night, one must meditate and circulate energy to harmonize the 3 yin and 3 yang to achieve smooth flow. However, your constitution is unique, with a seductive bone and mysterious yin. along with practicing water techniques, leading to an excess of evil energy within. Moreover, due to the scattered timing of your practice over time, the true essence and spiritual energy have become chaotic within your 6 organs. You seem quite knowledgeable about my master's techniques. Lung Xinan was somewhat surprised. Hearing this, Lung Xinan was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. So serious? No wonder the woman was shocked. She had thought it was merely a minor physical issue, not realizing it was severe enough to risk falling into demonic practices. Was Luo Qianxiu mistaken, or was the situation indeed as dire? Or was she intentionally deceiving her? However, Luo Qianxiu could quickly determine the cultivation method she practiced and explained it in detail with evidence, showing that her medical skills were outstanding and the possibility of misjudgment was low. Moreover, since it was their first meeting, there was no reason for her to deceive her. Luo Qianxiu curiously asked, logically speaking, this cultivation method is not suitable for you. Even if you want to cultivate, it should be harmonized with the fire-based cultivation method from the Tianshan 5 elements. Didn't your master realize this when he taught you this method? This. Lung Xinan moved her lips, seemingly having difficulty speaking. After a moment of silence, she looked up and asked, is there a treatment method? It's not too serious for now. First, we need to harmonize your body. You shouldn't cultivate for 3 months, and once the evil energy in your body is expelled, we can decide based on the situation. Of course, it's best not to engage in combat during this period, or it will worsen your condition. Luo Qianxiu took out her brush and ink, speaking gently. I'll prescribe you a remedy to take for 3 months. Additionally, your temper is too fiery, and your disposition is somewhat cold, so during your free time, try to calm your mind. This will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Hearing that it wasn't too serious for the time being, Lung Xinan felt relieved. However, seeing that the other party was going to prescribe medicine, she hesitated for a moment and asked in a somewhat shy voice, are there any other treatment methods besides taking medicine? Luo Qianxiu paused with her brush, looking at her in surprise. Lung Xinan forced a smile and pretended to be indifferent. Just asking casually. Luo Qianxiu smiled. She didn't expect this proud person, Lung Xinan, to be afraid of taking medicine. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, if you don't want to take medicine, there is a very simple and effective method that can not only help you recover in a short time, but also allow you to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. What method? Lung Xinan quickly asked, unable to suppress her excitement. For someone like her, who had resisted taking medicine since childhood, it would be best not to take it, even if it meant enduring some physical discomfort. After all, medicine was so bitter that swallowing it was extremely painful. Find a man. Find a man. Luo Qianxiu repeated patiently, explaining, you have a charming bone and profound yin body, which inherently has an excess of yin. Especially when practicing the water-based cultivation method of the 5 elements, it becomes increasingly difficult to harmonize over time. If there is a man, then, are there any other methods? Lung Xinan's expression turned cold as she interrupted her. Perhaps realizing that her attitude was a bit excessive, she softened her tone and said, sorry, Dr. Luo, I won't consider this method. If I really have to take medicine, then so be it. Luo Qianxiu seemed to have guessed that the other party would refuse and smiled slightly. You can also have acupressure and massage. This is also possible. Lung Xinan looked surprised. Luo Qianxiu nodded. Yes, but it's a bit more troublesome. You'll need to come back every 2 days, and I'll use external medicinal materials to massage your meridians and acupoints, which can help with your condition. Of course, if you have female subordinates who are familiar with massage, they can help you at home as well. I see. Lung Xinan lowered her thick eyelashes, considering. The female subordinates she was closest to were just Meng Xiaodu and the Kai sisters. Having them massage her for treatment would be completely unreliable, especially Meng Xiaodu. She would probably end up dozing off with drool on her face while trying to massage her. It seemed she could only rely on Luo Qianxiu, the professional doctor, for help. Luo Qianxiu continued, but this is only a temporary solution. If possible, it's best to practice the fire-based cultivation method from the Tianshan 5 elements, which would complement each other and help you reach the realm of ice and fire duality. Moreover, the woman paused and said, and once you have a husband, in terms of intimacy, it can help enhance the couple's relationship. Forget about husbands. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime, and I have no interest in that aspect. It was clear that Lung Xinan was not very enthusiastic about matters between men and women. Fearing that Luo Qianxiu would bring up such topics again, Lung Xinan quickly changed the subject. Dr. Luo, I heard you moved here from Hailing Prefecture? Yes. Why did you move so far from there? Lung Xinan asked curiously. Luo Qianxiu revealed a slight smile, her slender figure casting a translucent and exquisite silhouette under the oil lamp, her voice soft and melodious. Just some personal matters. Personal matters? Lung Xinan's professional instincts kicked in, and she began to inquire subconsciously, what kind of personal matters? However, she quickly realized it was inappropriate and shifted the topic to Li Nang. How long have you been married? We're not married yet. Lung Xinan was stunned again. Luo Qianxiu smiled gently. We are a match made by our elders. We haven't officially gone through the wedding ceremony or had a wedding night yet. However, we will eventually become husband and wife, so in terms of addressing each other, it is as such. Oh, I see. Lung Xinan was somewhat moved, thinking that with such a handsome and gentle fiancé, any other woman would have been satisfied long ago, yet this one before her was not happy. Indeed, sometimes the human heart is the hardest to understand. Lung Xinan couldn't help but remind her, your husband is the type that young girls like. It's better to solidify your marriage sooner. However, Luo Qianxiu just smiled and remained silent, perhaps out of gratitude for her treatment. Or perhaps this short meeting made her inexplicably fond of Luo Qianxiu. Lung Xinan thought for a moment and said, if he continues to work in the government, I will help keep an eye on him. You can't keep an eye on men. Luo Qianxiu gently declined her goodwill. Lung Xinan raised an eyebrow, not necessarily. In any case, with me around, I won't let any vixen ruin your marital relationship. Coming out of the room, Lung Xinan saw Li Nank sitting by the pond basking in the moonlight. The man in his blue shirt looked graceful, with distinct features that contrasted sharply in the soft moonlight, appearing even more three-dimensional, exuding a noble and elegant aura. The plump white goose in his arms added an inexplicable touch of otherworldliness. I really want to thank you today, the woman said as she approached the man. If it weren't for your timely discovery of the deceased's anomalies, a disaster would have been unavoidable. Just doing my job, Li Nank smiled. The man's casual attitude made the woman mistakenly think he was dismissive and took the initiative to explain, no, being a coroner is quite good. Li Nank quickly waved his hand in refusal and then asked, are you feeling all right? The case in Dongqi County was so significant, and the other party still had the time to seek treatment. It indicated that the condition was serious. I'm fine. Lung Xinan tucked her soft hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes cast towards the pond. The two fell into silence. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Li Nank casually asked, have you found the grave digger, He Qingyu? Not yet. Lung Xinan gently shook her head. I've informed the magistrate to send more people to search. Currently, Dongqi County is sealed off, but I'm afraid the grave digger, He Qingyu, has already left the city. He won't, Li Nank said. Lung Xinan frowned. How do you know? I guessed. The handsome young man shrugged. Li Nank remained calm and nodded. Of course I know. On August 4th, Miss Lin and her good friends Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner went to Cuihong Mountain for a trip and encountered a monster. I heard that this monster had appeared in Yunqing before, and the Night Patrol Bureau has been trying to catch it, but unfortunately, they have not succeeded. Realizing that the beautiful woman before him was an official of Yunqing's Night Patrol Bureau, Li Nank added, it seems this monster is quite powerful. Even experts from the Night Patrol Bureau in the capital might not be able to catch it. Lung Xinan sat on the stone bench. What I was saying is that Miss Lin was attacked by a nightmare. Nightmare? The man looked astonished. Seeing the other party's bewildered expression, Lung Xinan said lightly, as a coroner, it's normal that you wouldn't know. Miss Lin was drugged with red rain medicine in her food, causing her to fall into a red rain dream and be attacked by a nightmare. Li Nank clicked his tongue. Such a thing happened. Is Miss Lin all right? All right. With you, Lady Long. There, she should be fine. She is fine, but it wasn't us who saved her. Lung Xinan spoke in a flat tone. Li Nanke furrowed his brows. Not you? Then who saved her? It has nothing to do with you. Lung Xinan didn't want to discuss this further, and instead asked, do you know why I went to He Qingyu's house today? I don't know. Li Nanke shook his head. The woman threw out an important clue. On the night after Lin Jiayue was attacked by the monster, He Qingyu had climbed over the wall to break into the Lin residence. Was it he who caused the red rain? Li Nanke's gaze sharpened. Chapter 11. Quickly heal the kidneys. It is still uncertain whether He Qingyu was the one who secretly caused the red rain for Lin Jiayue. Lung Xinan quietly looked at the moonlight reflected in the pond and said, according to our investigation, He Qingyu had harassed and entangled Miss Lin several times. On the day Lin Jiayue was injured by the monster, He Qingyu even climbed over the wall to visit her at night, but was discovered by a servant and chased away. Hearing this, Li Nanke immediately understood why Lung Xinan appeared at the crime scene today. Lin Jiayue was secretly given the red ring, and He Qingyu's suspicion is also quite significant. Unfortunately, the Night Patrol Department is currently faced with only a cold corpse and a missing grave man. Lung Xinan's voice was clear and low. Lin Jiayue was attacked by a monster around the 4th day of the 8th month, during the initial hours, and He Qingyu's actual time of death was on the night of the 4th day of the 8th month, around the 3rd watch. In other words, after He Qingyu was chased out of the Lin residence that night, feeling depressed, he intended to go to the Baiyun Tavern to drink away his sorrows, but ultimately died in his own home. The murderer deliberately created the illusion that He Qingyu died from coal gas poisoning, and placed lime powder to delay the decomposition of the body, attempting to disrupt the official investigation. The purpose should be to create an alibi for himself. and the murderer almost succeeded, but unfortunately encountered you. At this point, Lung Xinan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. If Li Nanke had not gone to the crime scene today, how would the situation have developed? Li Nanke humbly said, I'm just lucky. Sometimes luck often represents ability. Lung Xinan stared at Li Nanke. On the 7th day of the 8th month, He Qingyu suddenly resurrected, appearing in the form of a grave man at the Baiyun Tavern. And after drinking, he disappeared. Later, someone put the red rain in Lin Jiayue's meal, causing her to fall into a red rain dream. Do you think there is a connection between these two cases? You're asking me? Li Nanke pointed at himself. Are you asking it? The woman glanced at the big white goose in his arms. She was puzzled, not understanding why Li Nanke liked to hold onto this big white goose. Moreover, he kept stroking it. Li Nanke smiled wryly. Sorry, Lord Long. I only have some experience in examining corpses. As for solving cases and catching people, I don't have that talent. Just analyze it casually. I really can't analyze this. Why don't you ask someone else? Then just guess. Random guesses are fine. Faced with the woman's persistence, Li Nanke felt speechless and casually said, perhaps the grave man He Qingyu is hiding in the Lin family. Why is he hiding in the Lin family? How would I know? Unrequited love turns to hatred, wanting to kill Lin Jiayue. So he hides in the Lin family and secretly causes the red rain? Lung Xinan continued to question, more like she was questioning herself. Li Nanke couldn't help but retort, perhaps he went to the Lin family to save Lin Jiayue? He Qingyu knows who the murderer is. A glimmer of light appeared in Lung Xinan's eyes. Li Nanke paused slightly, then after a moment of silence said, without substantial evidence, relying on unfounded speculation can easily lead one into a trap. I think we should start the investigation from Lin Jiayue. Perhaps we can find the grave man He Qingyu soon. Go to the Lin family tomorrow to assist me in the investigation. Lung Xinan suddenly dropped the sentence and got up to leave. Li Nanke was a bit dazed and hurriedly called out, but I'm just a little coroner. Back in the room, Li Nanke felt quite gloomy. He thought he could relax and pass the days, but unexpectedly encountered such a domineering female superior. What bad luck. Want to know her condition? Luo Qinxiu cleaned up the medicine dregs on the table, smiling as she sat down, faced with his wife. Li Nanke naturally wouldn't ask about her condition, lest she misunderstand that he was very concerned about that female superior. But curiosity was hard to suppress. The man tried to extract information from his wife this way, and indeed, it worked. Who knew the woman generously accepted his flattery. Li Nanke momentarily didn't know how to respond, but Luo Qinxiu no longer gave him the chance to ask, getting up to say, it's already late. Husband, rest early. Okay then. Seeing his wife not playing by the rules, Li Nanke smiled wryly and let it go. The woman's long and slightly sparse eyelashes blinked gently, but remained silent. Aren't you a disciple? The other party was clearly brushing him off. Luo Qinxiu gently took off Li Nanke's outer robe. Looking at him seriously, I'm not familiar with my master. This. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Qinxiu's lips curled with a hint of bitterness. I didn't lie. I don't know what my master's surname is, what he looks like, or where he is from. Then you're quite careless as a disciple. Li Nanke wanted to complain, but didn't know how to articulate it, just pouting. It seems I'm not familiar with him either. No, you are the master's direct disciple. Luo Qinxiu said. Li Nanke's heart moved, hesitating for a moment before saying, Madam, is it possible that the master recognized the wrong person? Because I found that I might just be me. After all, I am very familiar with my own body. Whether it's the top or the bottom, I know every hair. Luo Qinxiu looked at her husband with a strange expression, her eyes as if looking at a fool, completely unable to understand what he was saying. Recognizing the wrong person is the master's issue. It has nothing to do with me, Luo Qinxiu said lightly, realizing that he couldn't communicate with this woman. Li Nanke scratched his head in frustration and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. You don't understand the difference between soul crossing and body crossing. The night was as deep as the sea, and the courtyard was silent. A dim light embraced two figures inside a small room, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate foot of the mountain. As usual, Li Nanke was the first to sleep, and he was also the first to fall asleep. Luo Qinxiu sat alone in the corner, quietly reading a medical book by the soft candlelight. Approaching the third watch, she put down the yellowed book in her hand, turned her head to look at her sleeping husband, her expression showing some inexplicable hesitation. As usual, she lightly walked out the door. A pair of shiny transparent earrings swayed slightly with her steps. The night was deep like the sea. By the shimmering pond, Sister Goose lay motionless by the shore. Her long neck turned back, burying her small head in her pure white feathers, sleeping very sweetly. Grandpa Turtle also tucked his head in and slept soundly. Luo Qinxiu sat on the stone bench by the shore, lost in thought as she gazed at the distant mountains, not knowing what she was thinking. The pure white dress, bathed in moonlight, seemed to emit a touch of ethereal fairy aura, as if she would float away like flowing snow at any moment. Time passed. Perhaps the woman suddenly became interested. She took out a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom, poured out some of the liquid inside. After rubbing it in her palms a few times, she applied her hands, which were smeared with the liquid, to her cheeks. After waiting for about half a minute, she went to the well to wash off the medicine carefully from her face. When the woman lifted her head again, the ordinary face was no longer there, replaced by a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate all beings. The skin was as translucent as sheep fat jade, delicate and fragile. Truly, a fairy-like beauty. Another morning came, and everything was as usual. Li Nanke looked at the breakfast already prepared on the table, frowning. "No way, madam. It's again something for kidney nourishment. I'm not lacking. Ever since coming to this world, every morning has been about kidney-nourishing medicinal meals. Lo Qianxiao's culinary skills are outstanding, and the ingredients are often changed, otherwise. Not to mention Li Nank getting sick of it. Even his 28 brothers would feel the same. Does my husband have any objections?" Lo Qianxiao, with her clear and lively water-like eyes, slightly tilted her head. However, this seemingly gentle and somewhat cute appearance inexplicably made the man feel a little intimidated. Li Nank cleared his throat and awkwardly said, "It's mainly too much trouble for you, my lady. Actually, keeping it simple would be good. It would also allow you to rest well. It's not troublesome. You should take good care of your health." Lo Qianxiao smiled gently. Li Nank stopped speaking and began to eat breakfast. My husband should be careful outside," Lo Qianxiao said with concern, showing no particular reaction. After a while, Li Nank couldn't suppress his curiosity and casually asked, "By the way, my lady, is that Lord Lung's illness serious? I hope I don't catch it." Lo Qianxiao, who was tidying up the dishes, paused, looked up at her husband, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. This smile seemed to carry a hint of cleverness, as if to say, "See, you couldn't help but ask, could you?" Li Nank avoided her gaze and chuckled awkwardly. "If it's not contagious, then it's fine. Well, I'll head out to handle the case. She has a rare body, known as the Xian Meigu," the woman said. "What is that?" Li Nank looked confused. Lo Qianxiao smiled lightly, her ordinary and mediocre appearance inexplicably carrying a touch of ethereal beauty. In simple terms, once one experiences the joys of the bed, one will fall into the desires of love, like a cold romance under heavy quilts, tasting the marrow and knowing the flavor. Becoming trapped in the mire of desire and unable to extricate oneself. "That's unlikely," the man said, his mouth slightly agape in shock. After all, that domineering female superior looked like a block of ice, with "keep away from strangers" written all over her. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with such symptoms as a time traveler. In medical terms, it belongs to the enhanced process of sexual central excitation. Moreover, in most cases, it is caused by anxiety stemming from mental psychological disorders or insufficient knowledge about sex. However, it was clear that Lung Xinan's situation was different from these modern cases. It was due to a special constitution. After all, living in this mysterious and illusory world, many bizarre and strange occurrences cannot be explained by science. "So, there's no way to cure it?" Li Nank asked curiously. Lo Qianxiao fell silent for a moment, her delicate fingers lightly gripping the teacup. Her red lips slightly parted. Those who are good at closing their feelings and desires to guard their spirit are better off if they have a key to open the door. Everything should follow its natural course. Li Nank understood. The desire for love is an inherent nature of humans. One cannot be without feelings or desires. So it cannot be cured. It can only be appropriately controlled and must not be indulged. But the question is, can it be controlled? Li Nank sighed inwardly, unable to help but mourn and sympathize for Lung Xinan's future husband. "Brother, hurry up and take care of your kidneys." Chapter 12, Miss Lin. Lin Mansion. The lantern hanging in front of the main gate swayed gently in the cool breeze. Perhaps it was due to the long days of candlelight roasting or the servant's laziness. But the outer red silk cover had already shown some signs of scorching. Li Nank stood at the door, feeling somewhat complicated. If it weren't for his female superior's strong orders, he wouldn't want to come to this place. Although he tried to erase Lin Jiuyue's memory of him in the Red Rain dream, a woman's sixth sense is often terrifying. There is no telling when that girl might see through his identity. At that time, because of heroically saving her, that girl would fall deeply in love with him, unable to part ways. Then she would cling to him to have a bunch of little ones. And her mother would then develop evil thoughts about him as her son-in-law. Then, "Hey, what are you doing here?" A voice broke Li Nank's troubling fantasies. He turned to see Tai Niu and Gua Gang walking over, but their superior, Lung Xinan, was nowhere to be seen. Li Nank cupped his hands. "I've come to assist Lord Lung in handling the case." "What?" Tai Niu's expression turned strange, and a smile gradually spread across his face. He leisurely approached Li Nank, shaking the folding fan in his hand, and mockingly said, "Not bad, brother, pretty clever. Thinking of currying favor with my superiors so quickly?" Clearly, he mistakenly thought Li Nank was someone who sought to ingratiate himself. As a small coroner, it's quite difficult to stand out. Taking advantage of the good impression left yesterday, hoping to latch onto a big shot was reasonable. Unfortunately, Lung Xinan is not like other officials. This kid is definitely going to suffer. Guogang stood silently beside. Li Nank maintained a blank expression. It was Lord Lung who specifically invited me to assist her in the investigation. Tianwu froze on the spot. Is someone dead here again? Li Nank shook his head. No, Lord Lung hopes I can help her capture the grave robber. Tianwu. Tianwu then couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Afraid his laughter would attract others' attention, he stifled his chuckles, his shoulders shaking as he quietly said, "Little brother, your corpse examination skills are indeed impressive. But saying that Lung invited you to catch a grave robber, that's a bit too far-fetched. Lung's standards aren't that low." "It's true. I'm not lying to you," Li Nank said helplessly. "I don't know why she invited me. Maybe her subordinates aren't capable enough." Tianwu's smile froze, his gaze sweeping around, pointing with his folding fan to a pile of fresh dog droppings next to the stone lion at the entrance. "Let's put it this way. If it really was Lung who invited you to catch a grave robber, I'd eat." "Lung," Guogang suddenly called out. At the corner of the alley, a familiar, graceful figure appeared in sight. The woman was still in her familiar black fitted dress, complementing her snow-white skin, both capable and coldly charming. "Lung," Tianwu greeted with a smile. Lung Xinan's beautiful eyes scanned Li Nank, her tone brisk. "We've met yesterday, so no need for introductions. I've brought him to assist in solving the case. I hope we can find the grave robber, Tianwu, soon." She really did bring him to solve the case. Guogang said in surprise. "What kind of talk is that?" Tianwu waved his folding fan, indignantly saying, "This little brother looks like a rare talent among men. With extraordinary demeanor, he will surely leap through the dragon gate and shine brightly in the future. If it weren't for this little brother yesterday, we would have probably run into big trouble, and you still have the face to question him? Guogang, you are too disappointing to Lung. You have let me down too." After spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Tianwu coldly snorted and turned to give Lung Xinan a thumbs up. "Lung, good eye. I was planning to recommend this capable little brother to you today, but I didn't expect you to invite him first. Impressive, impressive. Have you had breakfast?" Lung Xinan ignored him and asked Li Nank, "No need to be too polite in front of me." Facing the deliberate distance the man created, Lung Xinan's brows furrowed slightly. Then she instructed Guogang behind her, "Go buy 2 vegetarian buns." "My lord, I've really already eaten," the man hurriedly said. "I haven't eaten yet." The woman turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. Li Nank showed an embarrassed expression, wanting to say a few words of complaint, but he held back. Seeing the fatigue that could not be concealed between Lung Xinan's brows, he guessed that this woman had been troubled by the case and probably hadn't had a good rest all night. "Lung, I haven't eaten either. I've been busy," Tianwu complained, following behind. Lung Xinan's gaze flicked to the dog droppings beside the stone lion. "Isn't that saved for you? It looks warm." Tianwu was left speechless. Under the lead of Lin Yuanwei, a few people arrived in the living room. This wealthy merchant, quite reputable in Dongqi County, personally poured valuable tea for Lung Xinan and the others, standing anxiously to the side. "Lord Lung, has the investigation yielded any results?" Lin Yuanwei's heart was hanging high. Even his tone of voice carried a tremor. The matter of the red rain concerns life and death, judging from Lin Yuanwei's heavy dark circles. It was likely he hadn't slept well these past few days. "Have a seat." Lung Xinan gestured for the other party not to be overly reserved and said lightly, "The investigation is still ongoing. You must have been secretly inquiring about the progress of the case." Yes, Lin Yuanwei awkwardly forced a smile. "After all, it concerns the lives and fortunes of the whole family, so I have been paying close attention, especially after Dongqi County was locked down yesterday. It's clear how serious the situation is. I'm here to investigate a person. It must be Tianwu." Lin Yuanwei did not dare to feign ignorance at this moment. Lung Xinan said, "I heard that on the day of August 4th, when your daughter was attacked by a demon, Tianwu climbed the wall around the time of the high hour to try to see your daughter, but was discovered by the housekeeper and chased away." "That's right. That did happen." Lin Yuanwei nodded and said bitterly, "It was then that I realized that bastard Tianwu had been pestering my daughter." "Did your daughter have any contact with Tianwu?" Lung Xinan asked. "Absolutely not." Lin Yuanwei's face turned red with anger as he raised 2 fingers and said loudly, "I swear with my life, my daughter is completely innocent. She would never associate with such a scoundrel." It was evident that Lin Yuanwei was very agitated. Fearing for his daughter's reputation, Lung Xinan looked at him critically. "They never met before?" "That is true," Lin Yuanwei continued. "Tianwu is somewhat talented and is also a musician. The daughter of the Tianbeige owner, Wan Yingying, once sought him as a teacher to learn music. My daughter and Wan Yingying are friends and often interact, so she has met Tianwu a few times." After a pause, Lin Yuanwei added, "But it was just a meeting. They never had any entanglements. It must be that Tianwu was infatuated with my daughter's beauty and thus pursued her." "How could you?" As her father, Understand a girl's thoughts? Tianwu suddenly said with a cold smile. Xianxiaaudiobooks was already handsome, and although he was in his 30s, this kind of mature appearance had a unique charm that attracted innocent young girls, especially since he was a musician. Casually strumming a few strings could easily stir a girl's heart. Lin Jiayue had just passed her prime youth, and it was normal for her to fall for such charm. Do you really understand a girl's thoughts? Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice with a hint of annoyance rang out. A graceful figure stood outside the hall. It was Lin Jiayue. The girl had frost in her brows, wearing an expensive satin dress adorned with precious pearls, exuding elegance. The pearl necklace around her neck shimmered in the morning light, highlighting her snow-like skin. Why aren't you speaking? Seeing Tianwu silent, Lin Jiayue entered the hall and spoke sharply. Do you only dare to discuss others behind their backs? What kind of man are you? Where? Lin Yuanwei shouted, signaling his daughter to be quiet. Looking at the girl's charming and delicate face, Tianwu smiled and said, Miss Lin, please don't be angry. I wasn't saying anything random. It seems you are overly emotional. Humph. How would you, as a man, understand how important a woman's reputation is? If I were to speak ill of your mother, would it? Where? The girl's temper was a headache for Lin Yuanwei. Her father, although he was also unhappy with the others' wild speculations. After all, Lung Sinan and the others were officials of the night patrol. And if they were truly angered, it would not end well. Lin Jiayue coldly snorted and turned her head away. Lin Yuanwei smiled wryly and apologized to Tianwu. I apologize, sir. My daughter has been pampered and spoiled, and her temperament has become a bit unruly. Please do not blame her. It's no problem. I was just joking. Tianwu waved his folding fan decorated with mountains and rivers, a mysterious smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Lung Sinan looked at the sulking Lin Jiayue and asked, You must have heard the news of Xianxiaaudiobooks' death, right? Although she dared to confront Tianwu, Lin Jiayue did not dare to show a bad face to Lung Sinan, the strong and cold beauty, and responded quietly. How do you feel? What do you mean? Lin Jiayue frowned, about to get angry, but upon meeting Lung Sinan's indifferent gaze, her momentum weakened, and she muttered softly. What does it have to do with me if he lives or dies? If it were Ying, she might be sad. After all, thinking of her good friend who had already died, Lin Jiayue's expression darkened. Lung Sinan said, So, Wan Ying had an affair with Xianxiaaudiobooks? Absolutely not. Lin Jiayue hurriedly defended her good friend. Ying just liked him, but they never had an overly close relationship. What about Wen Jiner? Lung Sinan asked again. Lin Jiayue was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she shook her head. I don't know. You don't know? Her thoughts are hard to read. Maybe she likes him, maybe she doesn't. But even if she did, she never had an affair with Xianxiaaudiobooks. Lin Jiayue continued to defend her other good friend. Even if her sister had died, she wanted to maintain her innocence. Lung Sinan stopped asking and lightly pressed her rosy lips together, glancing at Li Nank, who had been looking down and sipping tea in the corner. Li Nank, what do you think? Chapter 13, The Demon Appears. Facing the question from his female superior, Li Nank seemed not to have heard, merely keeping his head down and sipping tea, appearing lost in thought. Li Nank? Lung Sinan raised her voice slightly. Lin Jiayue's attention was also drawn to him. Since entering the door, he had kept his head down and had not said a word. She thought he was just a subordinate of Lung Sinan and did not pay much attention. But now, upon closer inspection, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Had she seen him somewhere before? What the hell am I looking at? Li Nank, named, cursed inwardly but could only raise his head and say expressionlessly, I have no opinion. I will listen to your orders, sir. After saying that, he turned his gaze back outside the hall. Standing outside the hall were two girls. These two, whether in stature or appearance, even skin color, had no differences at all. They were practically cut from the same mold. They were typical twins. Although their features could not compare to Lung Sinan's exquisite beauty, they were still quite delicate. They were the sisters Kai Yun and Kai Wei, whom Lung Sinan had specially arranged beside Lin Jiayue. No opinion? Facing the man's perfunctory response, Lung Sinan narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes. The invisible pressure from the female leader forced the man to adopt a serious attitude and asked Lin Jiayue, Miss Lin, what was the attitude of your two sisters when Xianxiaaudiobooks was pestering you? The girl remained silent. Instead, she stared fixedly at Li Nank's exceptionally handsome face, seemingly entranced. Cough, cough. Lin Yuanwei saw this situation and thought his daughter was infatuated, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed, so he quickly cleared his throat to remind her. But the girl had no reaction, still staring at Li Nank. Tianwu felt sour watching from the opposite side. What does this mean? My looks aren't too bad either. Why doesn't she act like a lovesick fool over me? Didn't you hear the sir asking you a question? Is this pretty boy using some enchanting magic? Li Nank remained calm, smiling as he said, Perhaps, I am the coroner of Donchi County. I came with the county magistrate last time, so it's normal for Miss to have some impression. Coroner. The girl still wore a confused expression. For some reason, She felt as if there was a thin film separating her memories, as if the answers were just within reach, yet she couldn't touch them. I believe with Miss Lin's discerning eye, you wouldn't be interested in Xianxiu. The man's compliment made Lin Jiayue's earlier accumulated anger dissipate somewhat. She pouted slightly and said, "There wasn't much of a reaction. Ying knew I didn't like him, so she didn't take it to heart. Jiner is the same." On August 4th, "Why did you all go to Li Qin Temple to pray?" Li Nank asked. "It was Ying who suddenly wanted to go, so we accompanied her," the girl said. Later, "She wanted to hike to relax, so we went to Cuihong Mountain." Who would have known? The girl's eyes were red, unable to continue speaking, tears glistening with sorrow. "We have investigated, and it is indeed as such." Sitting at the end of the table, Guo Gang said lightly. According to the notes provided by Wan Yingying's father, he mentioned that on the 3rd day of August, Wan Yingying had expressed her intention to go to Li Qin Temple to pray, and on the 4th, she invited Miss Lin and Wen Jiner to accompany her. Additionally, we also inquired with the monks at Li Qin Temple, who could confirm that they heard Wan Yingying suggest going to Cuihong Mountain for a visit at that time. Li Nank unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after pondering for a few seconds, he looked at Lin Jiayue. "So you also don't know why Wan Yingying wanted to go to the temple to pray?" "I don't know." The girl shook her head. How was her emotional state at that time? Were there any other abnormal behaviors? At this point, the case had hit a dead end. We could only roughly outline the case based on the information we currently had. Wan Yingying liked Xianxiu, who in turn admired Lin Jiayue. And even when Jiner might secretly have a crush on Xianxiu. 3 close friends and 1 man, a typical love quadrangle. To say that there were no little thoughts among them, probably even a fool wouldn't believe it. On the 4th of August, Wan Yingying suggested going to the temple to pray, and then insisted on going to Cuihong Mountain for a visit, which ultimately led the 3 of them to inadvertently encounter a monster. This resulted in Wen Jiner's death and Wan Yingying's paralysis. Lin Jiayue was also injured. That night, Xianxiu climbed over the wall into the courtyard to check on Lin Jiayue's injuries, but was discovered and chased away by the servants. Frustrated, he intended to go to Baiyun Tavern for a drink, but went missing halfway and was found dead at home, disguised as an accidental death from coal gas poisoning. Everything was very puzzling. Logically speaking, the case could have ended here, but what happened next was even more fantastical. On the 7th of August, 2 days later, Xianxiu was resurrected in the form of a gravekeeper. So, the gravekeeper Xianxiu naturally went to Baiyun Tavern to drink. However, after drinking, he went missing again. The next evening, Wan Yingying, who had been paralyzed and unconscious in bed, fell into the red rain dream and ultimately died. After that, Lin Jiayue was also drugged with the red rain substance. If it weren't for Li Nank's timely rescue, this girl would probably not have escaped death. "Miss Lin, I have another question." Li Nank fixed his gaze on the girl's eyes. Generally speaking, experiencing nightmares indicates that a person has inner demons. "I want to know what your inner demon is." The others in the room also looked on with curiosity. Even Lin Yuanwei, as her father, wore an expression of confusion. A young lady who had lived without a care in a money jar since childhood, what could possibly give her inner demons? If you saw your good sister die in front of you, if you were being chased by a monster, if you jumped off a cliff, would you not feel fear? Would you not have nightmares? The girl retorted with suppressed emotions. Others nodded, looking at her with sympathetic eyes. But after hearing this, Li Nank felt an inexplicable awkwardness. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this discomfort. It just felt very uneasy, as if he had already guessed the question bank and prepared the answer in advance. Just as Li Nank was about to continue questioning, a piercing scream of terror suddenly rang out. The abrupt scream shattered the already tense atmosphere in the living room, leaving everyone present in shock. "It's from the backyard," Lin Yuanwei exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure dashed towards the hall. It was Lung Xinan. Guo Gang and Tianwu immediately followed. As they hurried out of the hall, Lung Xinan suddenly remembered something and turned around, ordering Kaiyun and Kaiwe, "Stay here and don't run around. Protect them well." "Yes." The 2 sisters hurriedly replied in unison. Li Nank originally planned to stay, but having already chased up to Tianyu's side, and with curiosity getting the better of him, he decided to go along. Upon reaching the backyard, they saw several maids and servants fleeing in panic, creating chaos. A glaring bloodstain was dragged along the corridor. The stone lanterns placed on both sides were shattered, littering the ground. Before Lung Xinan and the others could react, a figure like a sandbag came rushing in, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. It turned out to be a servant. Fortunately, the servant still had breath left and could moan in pain. In the center of the courtyard stood a monster over 2 meters tall. The monster was massive and muscular, with bulging veins on its skin, as if at any moment it could unleash a burst of energy from within. It had no hair, but it was not bald. Instead, it was covered with something that resembled moss. Its fists were as large as cooking pots. The monster's face was also severely distorted, making it hard to discern its features, and a pair of blood-red eyes resembling dragon eyes emitted a chilling, bloodthirsty glare. "It's a monster," Guogang exclaimed. Seeing this scene, Li Nank slightly furrowed his brows and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 14. A Glitch Hero Saves the Beauty. Li Nank was still clear about his own strength. He was not afraid of nightmares in the Red Rain dream, but in reality, with his current abilities, he was still not strong enough to play the hero against small monsters. Keeping calm and not being reckless was the way to recognize the situation. Boom. The monster let out a howl to the sky, smashing its fists down heavily onto the ground. The entire small courtyard shook. Countless fragments of railings and stones shot out, splattering toward the panicking servants. It seemed possible to foresee the ensuing scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. In this moment of crisis, Lung Xinan took action. The girl leaped up, her delicate feet lightly tapping the porch pillars, soaring into the air. As a mass of condensed spiritual power in the form of mist appeared in front of her chest, like an unfurled painting, with her slender arms waving. The mist spread around, blocking all the deadly shards and wooden pieces. Go! While Lung Xinan protected the others, Tianwu and Guogang instinctively charged towards the monster. The two held a glowing rope, using their agile movements to dodge the monster's attacks. Then with a sliding maneuver, they circled to the back of the monster. After several twists and turns, they managed to tightly bind the monster. But before they could rejoice, the monster, with astonishing strength, violently broke the tough rope apart. And the roar that erupted from its throat sent shockwaves through everyone, making their blood boil and their eardrums buzz. The monster grabbed the broken ropes with each hand, directly pulling Guogang and Tianwu towards it. Both were experienced demon hunters, and seeing the situation turn dire, they quickly released their grip on the rope and switched to close combat. "Take this sword." Tianwu swung his folding fan, which suddenly transformed into a long sword aimed at the monster's forehead. The sword light was like a rainbow, carrying a strong killing intent. Guogang sank his chi into his dantian, grounding himself in a horse stance, as the corners of his clothes flared in the wind. With a ripping sound, his upper garment tore into shreds, exposing his upper body, which seemed to be coated in a layer of gold powder, turning him into an indestructible statue. The indestructible body. Observing the battle from a distance, Li Nank grinned. A disagreement, and he has already lost his clothes. Who would have thought that in the next moment? The frenzied monster would use brute force to send Tianwu flying, its fist the size of a cooking pot smashing into Guogang. The latter was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a room. Great, now his clothes are completely gone. The monster was about to pursue. But Lung Xinan, who had already safely escorted the others away from danger, charged in like lightning, unleashing a barrage of water arrows that rained down on the monster. Although these condensed water arrows did not inflict effective damage on the monster, they forced it to stagger back. Slice. Lung Xinan casually pulled her jade hand in the air, and countless water droplets condensed into a 2-meter-long ice blade, fiercely slashing down at the monster. The violent energy spread out like wildfire. Even Li Nank, who was hiding in the corridor, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The monster, struck by the ice blade, did not expect this seemingly delicate woman to be so powerful, and under pressure, it half kneeled on the ground, dark blood splattering from its neck. However, for the tough-skinned, thick-fleshed monster, this was merely a minor injury. The enraged monster's roar echoed like a bell. It reached out and crushed the ice blade into fragments. Bang! The monster was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a dull thud that cracked the marble floor. Immediately after, Lung Xinan leaped into the air, raising her fist wrapped in layers of solid ice and swung it toward the monster's face. Again and again, she gave her opponent no chance to get back up. The monster went from desperately resisting to a state of furious impotence. This was a one-sided beating, a warm greeting from a violent woman. If nothing unexpected happened, this fierce monster would be easily dealt with by Lung Xinan. However, an unexpected event occurred. Just as Lung Xinan prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden, intense pain shot through her chest, and the spiritual energy within her body surged uncontrollably, threatening to rupture her meridians. Even her brain experienced a brief moment of dizziness. This was bad. At that moment, she recalled that Luo Qianxiu had warned her not to engage in combat given her current condition, or it would worsen her injuries. She never expected it to be true. This brief moment provided the monster with a chance to catch its breath. With arms as thick as tree trunks, it shoved the woman aside, its raised fist crashing down like a mountain, creating explosive sounds in the surrounding air. Lung Xinan quickly raised her arms, an ice shield forming in front of her. But with her internal injuries worsening, she had little strength left to resist. As the ice shield shattered like paper, her body was violently thrown back, her wooden hairpin falling from her head, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Coincidentally, the direction she was thrown was right where Li Nank was. Li Nank hadn't even grasped the situation when he saw a shadow flash past him, crashing through the railing and then slamming into a pillar, spitting out blood. "Sister Lung!" Iron Bull exclaimed, rushing toward the monster with his sword. However, the monster completely ignored his attack and, with a furious howl, charged straight at Lung Xian Nan, determined to smash the woman who had just beaten it to a pulp. Li Nank was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Seeing the rampaging monster coming, he desperately recalled the brick. The violent wind swept in, causing Li Nank, who was already somewhat unsteady, to stumble again. With residual ice left on the ground, as he just pulled out the brick, his foot slipped, almost causing him to fall. Just as he managed to steady himself, he was shocked to find himself unwittingly blocking Lung Xian Nan's path. He was directly facing the charging monster. Damn it! Li Nank cursed internally. At this moment, it was impossible to throw the brick. Lung Xian Nan was in immense pain, her insides churning like a storm. But when she lifted her head, she was surprised to see Li Nank standing bravely in front of her. His tall figure resembled a mountain, bringing her an inexplicable sense of relief. What is this foolish boy doing? Lung Xian Nan wanted to reach out to save him, but the monster had already lunged at Li Nank. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the courtyard. A figure was sent flying. But the one who flew out was not Li Nank, but the monster. At some point, a gigantic brick, taller than a person, had appeared in front of Li Nank, emanating a chilling aura, resembling a wall forged from molten steel. The most eye-catching feature was the large character for virtue emblazoned upon it, shining with golden light. As the monster was knocked back, the massive brick transformed into a streak of light, landing in Li Nank's hand, shrinking to a normal size. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The onlookers barely had time to comprehend it. Li Nank, however, was left with a face full of question marks. Is this not a hidden weapon? And it comes with a defensive function? 5-star review, for sure. The monster let out a desperate wail from its throat. At this moment, it looked hideous, one of its arms broken in the middle, revealing stark white bones, with a viscous liquid of fat and blood dripping down, creating a particularly eerie sight. Its gaze towards Li Nank was filled with resentment and a hint of fear. Realizing the situation was not in its favor, the monster kicked off the ground, its massive body leaping onto the roof, disappearing beyond the high walls. Block it! The two quickly climbed over the wall to pursue. Li Nank instinctively threw the brick in his hand, trying to stop the monster. Whoosh! The brick flew like a streak of light over the wall. Iron Bull, who had just jumped into the air, was knocked down by the brick. The monster was not stopped. Li Nank was speechless. How could it have escaped? It was indeed tough to lead a king with two useless pieces of metal. But with a bump on his head, he angrily shouted, "Who the hell threw that brick? Can't you see? You almost ruined my face." Li Nank pretended not to hear and walked over to Lung Xian Nan, asking with concern, "Are you okay, Lady Lung?" "I'm fine." Lung Xian Nan attempted to stand up, but as soon as she lifted her body, a piercing pain shot through her. Her originally pale cheeks lost all color. Li Nank wanted to assist her, but the woman raised her hand to refuse. "No need, I can manage." After closing her eyes for a moment to endure the pain, Lung Xian Nan covered her chest and stood up with great effort. Her stubborn and determined character was fully revealed at this moment. How could a monster appear? Li Nank asked, confused. Lung Xian Nan surveyed the chaotic courtyard, her charming face looking extremely grim. They hadn't even actively sought out the monster, yet it had come knocking at their door. Especially during this critical period, she had now sustained serious injuries. It was truly the worst luck. Hearing Iron Bull still cursing, she impatiently said, "I threw it." Iron Bull immediately switched from a ranting state to a sycophantic one, giving a thumbs up. "Nice throw. To hit from so far without looking, your skill is truly terrifying, Sister Lung." Lady Lung, that monster. Lin Jiayue, touching the doorpost, her beautiful face pale, said tremulously, "It's the one we encountered on Cuihong Mountain with Yingying." Chapter 15, The Madam has disappeared. Although the courtyard suffered from the monster's rampage and destruction, fortunately, aside from a few servants sustaining injuries of varying severity, there were no fatalities, which was a stroke of luck. After taking a medicinal pill to recuperate for a while, Lung Xian Nan was able to move normally, but her severe internal injuries would require a long time to heal. "Lady Lung, how did this monster latch onto our family?" Lin Yuanwai's face was almost in tears. First, his daughter encountered a monster, then fell into a red rain dream, and now even a monster had come to their door. Even if Lin Yuanwai had a strong mental fortitude, he could no longer hold it together. He feared that he might encounter a female demon in his bed at night to take his kidneys. Lung Xian Nan had no time to comfort him and turned to Guogang, who had changed into a new set of clothes, saying, "Go tell County Magistrate Shun to have the Yamen patrol the streets in shifts for 12 hours, specially equipped with weapons from the Divine Machine Pavilion. I will explain to the higher-ups later." "Okay, I'll go right away." Guogang nodded and hurried off. Iron Bull sensed something unusual and stepped forward to ask quietly, "Sister Lung, Could this monster not be the one we were supposed to catch? Doesn't seem like it. Long Xiannan's expression was grave. It should not be the monster that escaped from Yun City. A new monster has emerged in Dongqi County. Just then, a maid rushed in with a terrified expression. Not good, sir. The maid stumbled in her haste, almost tripping over the threshold, but fortunately, Lin Nank caught her in time. Xianxia, seeing the maid's state. Lin Yuanwei looked puzzled. What's wrong with you, so flustered? The madam is missing. The maid cried out in panic. What? Lin Yuanwei was stunned, immediately jumping up and rushing toward the inner courtyard. Upon hearing that Mei Xing'er was missing, Long Xiannan and Li Nank's hearts sank, exchanging a glance before quickly following to check. Inside the room, the tables and chairs were in disarray, a complete mess. A few drops of ominous blood on the flattened ground indicated that something terrible had happened in this room. As soon as Li Nank entered, he vaguely sensed a chilling and mysterious aura. It was as if the entire room had just become a large ice house after a power outage. Madam! Lin Yuanwei shouted anxiously, at a loss in the midst of the chaos. When he saw the bloodstains, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, speechless. Lung Xinan surveyed the situation in the room, signaling for unrelated people to leave first. Besides the scattered furniture, the bed was also in disarray. On the nearby dressing table lay several notebooks and a fruit plate. A few potted plants on the windowsill were also shattered on the floor. After checking around, she noticed Li Nank squatting on the ground, staring blankly at the few drops of blood, and approached him. Have you found anything? The lady asked, bending down, her soft hair unconsciously brushing against the man's cheek, bringing a touch of coolness and lingering fragrance. Li Nank stood up and looked outside at the anxious servants, asking, which maid usually attends to the madam? A delicate girl timidly stepped forward. It's me. She was the maid who had just run to report. Tell me what happened. Li Nank remembered her name was Xianxia. The girl nervously twisted the corner of her clothing, tears in her eyes, glancing at Lin Jiyue, and stammered. But just a little while ago, I heard noises coming from inside the room, and they were quite loud. When I ran over, I saw a monster run out. The maid was trembling all over, her voice mixed with fear. Recalling the terrifying scene made her speechless. Li Nank turned to Lin Yuanwei. Is your wife unwell? Lin Yuanwei was completely flustered, and after a long pause in response to Li Nank's question, he nodded. That's right. My wife was indeed unwell this morning. I thought it was because she was worried about you not sleeping all night, so I didn't pay much attention. Lung Jia, it couldn't be. Tai Nyo's expression changed, wanting to speak, but was stopped by Lung Xinan's gaze. Without solid evidence, they couldn't jump to conclusions. Moreover, when checking Lin Jiayue's condition earlier, she also used her skills to check others, and Mei Xing'er showed no symptoms of the red rain disease. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the other party suddenly drank a large amount of red rain. What did the madam have for breakfast today? Lung Xinan asked. The maid shook her head vigorously. The madam said she had no appetite, so she didn't eat anything. Did the madam exhibit any strange behavior this morning? The maid frowned. There wasn't anything strange, just, Lord Long, my mother, she won't be in any danger, right? Lin Jiayue suddenly spoke, her beautiful lips lacking color, her eyes shimmering with hopeful tears. Seeing the woman silent, she suddenly rushed forward, kneeling in front of Lung Xinan, clutching the latter's skirt tightly, pleading with a choked voice. Please, Lord Long, my mother must have been taken by that monster. Please save her, I beg you. The helpless cries of the girl evoked sympathy. Tai Nyo sighed. Lin Yuanwei also knelt on the ground, pleading, Lord Long, please, you must save my wife. I will do anything, even if it costs my entire fortune. Lung Xinan helped Lin Jiyue up, speaking gently, don't worry, Madam Lin will be fine. After having the weeping Lin Jiyue taken out, Lung Xinan asked Lin Yuanwei, with your status, there should be quite a few people who harbor grudges against you. Think about it. Who hates you the most and wants to ruin you? I don't know, Lin Yuanwei said bitterly. I usually keep a low profile, so there shouldn't be anyone with a grudge. What about your wife? Li Nank suddenly asked. Lin Yuanwei was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. That's even less likely. My wife usually stays inside the house and rarely shows her face. How could anyone hold a grudge against her? Li Nank stroked his chin, continuing to observe the room. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a clothing basket in the corner of the wooden cabinet. Inside the woven bamboo basket were 2 pieces of women's intimate clothing, made of high-quality fabric and quite expensive. Judging by the style and size, they should belong to Mei Xing'er. Li Nank picked up a belly band and held it to his nose to smell. This scene made everyone's expressions turn strange. You, Lin Yuanwei, constrained by the other party's status, did not dare to scold him. However, since the other party was sniffing his wife's underwear, it was hard to suppress his anger. And he could only ask, Sir, is there a problem with my wife's clothing? Nothing, Li Nank replied apologetically, opening the wardrobe to check. Why is it so empty here? Does the madam only have these few clothes? Li Nank asked Xianxia, the maid at the door. Xianxia looked timid. A few days ago, A mouse got into the madam's wardrobe, and the madam found it unlucky, so she had me burn some of the clothes inside. Burned? Li Nank was slightly taken aback, his gaze sharpening. When exactly was that? It seems to be. Xianxiaaudiobooks tilted her head and thought for a long time before saying, it seems to be on the 5th day of the 8th month. Oh, Li Nank acknowledged, not asking further. Closing the wardrobe. The man's gaze suddenly fixed on 2 flower leaves on the floor. The flower leaves had short petioles, and the leaf blades were oval to lanceolate, with slightly curved hairs on the edges, looking quite unusual compared to other flower leaves. Li Nank picked up the flower leaves for a moment, then took them to compare with the scattered flower pots. After comparing, he wrapped them in rice paper and placed them in his pocket. Let's go, investigate elsewhere. Li Nank said. Lung Xinan nodded and said to Lin Yuanwei, we will investigate as soon as possible and find your wife. During this time, it's best if you don't go anywhere, stay at home. Lin Yuanwei's face was bitter, and he didn't say anything. As they walked out, Tianwu suddenly exclaimed, picking up a damaged jade Buddha statue from the ground. Puzzled, is this the madam's? The jade Buddha statue was about the size of a palm. Dark green with many impurities, clearly a low-quality item. This seems to belong to old Master Qin, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed. Li Nank took the jade and looked at it, asking Xianxiaaudiobooks, who is old Master Qin? Xianxiaaudiobooks replied brightly, he used to be the gatekeeper of the manor, his surname is Qin, and we all habitually call him Old Master Qin. Chapter 16, The Monster is Him. This old Qin caught Li Nank's attention. Next to him, Lin Yuanwei took over the conversation, explaining, Old Qin has been working for our Lin family for nearly 10 years, diligent and serious, but a bit fond of drinking. What about him? Can we find him? Li Nank inquired. Lin Yuanwei showed a difficult expression. He no longer works at the manor. No longer? Why? Li Nank raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuanwei seemed to have something difficult to say, ultimately sighing and explaining the matter. Half a month ago, when Jiner and Wan Yingying came to the manor to play with my daughter, an old Qin got drunk and almost did something inappropriate to Wan Jiner. In a fit of anger, I broke old Qin's leg and kicked him out of the Lin manor. Because of this, old Qin reported it to the authorities, leading to an investigation, and it turned into an unpleasant affair. Hearing this backstory, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Lung Xinan's cold and beautiful face. Suppressing her anger as she questioned, did you not just say that you haven't provoked any enemies? Even if old Qin bears a grudge against me, he wouldn't kill someone. Lin Yuanwei, knowing he was in the wrong, lowered his voice in defense. I know old Qin very well. Although he sometimes has a temper, he doesn't have the guts to harm anyone. Do you know where old Qin is currently living? Li Nank asked. I think it's in the old alley on North Street. Lin Yuanwei said uncertainly, glancing at Xianxiaaudiobooks beside him. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately said, it's in the old alley on North Street. Old Qin has always been a single old man, with no relatives. After being kicked out of the Lin manor, he lived there alone to recuperate. Please take me to see him, Li Nank said. Xianxiaaudiobooks didn't dare to make the decision herself, but first looked at Lin Yuanwei. Seeing her master nod in agreement, she said crisply, all right, I'll take you there. Under Xianxiaaudiobooks' lead, Li Nank and his group arrived at old Qin's home. Although it was located in an old alley on North Street, it wasn't far from the Lin residence. They just needed to go around a lush grove to reach the back gate of the Lin mansion. However, this place was quite remote. On both sides of the low walls, mottled moss was visible everywhere. According to Xianxiaaudiobooks, there had been a great fire here in the past that destroyed many houses and even killed people, so the locals had all moved away. Only old Qin had lived at the Lin residence for a long time and was too lazy to move. This time, after being driven out of the Lin residence with nowhere to go, he could only temporarily stay in this dilapidated old house, isolated from neighbors, to recover from his injuries. Old Qin, are you there? Xianxiaaudiobooks called out. The rundown courtyard exuded a rotten smell. The tiles on the roof were scattered haphazardly, and it would be difficult for them to provide shelter when it rained. No one. This felt odd. Lung Xinan gazed at the open door, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Li Nank entered the house first. What met his eyes was a pool of rotten, black blood on the ground, and the dilapidated furniture was strewn about as if there had been a fight. Pieces of clothing, stained with blood, were scattered on the floor. That's the blood of a monster. Lung Xinan stared at the pool of dark, fatty blood, her expression suddenly changing. Can you tell when the mutation occurred? Li Nank asked. Lung Xinan observed for a moment and said lightly, the blood of mutated monsters is different from that of ordinary people. It takes more than 10 days for their blood to change and gradually evaporate. Li Nank said, so, it mutated within 10 days. Is it old Qin? Tianwu voiced a conclusion that everyone had guessed. Xianxiaaudiobooks, with her slender figure, slumped at the door, covering her mouth in disbelief. Tianwu said solemnly, Miss Lin just mentioned that the monster attacked them on Suhong Mountain, so we can deduce that old Qin mutated 7 days ago. To solidify his deduction, Tianwu pointed to the dried meat and the spoiled roasted sweet potatoes on the ground. These foods looked like they were from several days ago. And after old Qin mutated into a monster, He went to Cuihong Mountain, resulting in the monster attack incident. Why did he go to Cuihong Mountain? Li Nank raised a doubt. No, generally, newly mutated monsters retain some rationality and memories, Lung Xinan said calmly. It's impossible for him to run that far for no reason. There must be a strong purpose, just like the monster old Qin that broke into the Lin residence today, clearly targeting the Lin family. He wants revenge. Xianger slumped at the door, trembled, her voice changing. Revenge? What revenge? Everyone looked over in unison, keenly aware that there was a hidden secret behind this. Miss Ying had Miss Wenjiner entice old Qin and then play a prank on him, intending for everyone to have a laugh, but it unexpectedly went too far. Later, the master and others truly believed that old Qin had ill intentions towards Miss Wenjiner, so in a fit of anger, they broke his legs and drove him out of the Lin residence. Old Qin was unwilling and reported to the government. After the government investigated, the young ladies told the truth, but the master and boss one were afraid that this matter would spread and be detrimental. So they spent money to suppress it with the government. After that, old Qin completely fell out with the Lin residents, shouting that he wanted to take revenge on the Lin family. After listening to Xianger recount the truth, Li Nank and the others fell silent, unsure of what to say, and they gained a preliminary understanding of Lin Jiayue's circle of friends. These three girls were not as obedient and pleasant as they seemed on the surface. To call them troublemakers would be an understatement, spoiled and ignorant, raised in a greenhouse. Bang! Tianwu slapped the dilapidated table. No wonder the monster would chase after Wenjiner. No wonder the monster wouldn't let go of the Lin residents. This is self-inflicted. Lung Xinan gently rubbed her forehead, her tone filled with regret. Once a person mutates into a monster, the resentment in their heart amplifies exponentially, becoming extremely violent and murderous. These three girls really don't understand. It's too late to regret now. And this Lin Yuanwei, a typical self-serving businessman, if he had handled things properly, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Li Nank also felt regretful. It was now certain that the monster was old Qin. Xianger's account showed no signs of deliberate fabrication, as the government was involved, and it would be clear upon inquiry. But the crux of the matter was, why did old Qin get involved with the Red Rain? Or rather, where did his Red Rain come from? Had anyone visited old Qin in recent days? Li Nank asked Xianger. Xianger shook her small, pale face. I don't know either. Old Qin has no children or wife, and there are no neighbors around, and I've never heard of him having relatives or friends, so no one should have visited him. Li Nank fell into confusion. Although the monster's true identity was confirmed, he felt like he was missing something, a very crucial doubt. Li Nank shifted his gaze to the disordered room, carefully examining everything from the bed to the wooden cabinet to the kitchenware, as if scanning. Generally, mutation into a monster indicates an overdose of Red Rain, so he needed to check the house for other clues. Since it was already determined that the monster was old Qin, Lung Xinan made this house a focal point for investigation. The investigation went smoothly, and soon Tianwu found a medicine jar under the table. After examination, it was discovered that the jar contained Red Rain components. At the same time, Li Nank also found 4 bags of medicinal materials in the wooden cabinet, which contained some small, conch-shaped special medicinal materials with a fragrant smell. It's actually red conch. Lung Xinan's exquisite brows slowly furrowed. Seeing Li Nank's confusion, she explained, this is a type of medicinal material modified by Red Rain, which is very helpful for healing injuries. After the Red Rain incident, this medicine was in high demand, but later the court explicitly prohibited it, so it became unavailable on the market. Although it can still be found in the black market. Would this amount cause mutation? Li Nank asked, not understanding. Lung Xinan lightly pushed the medicinal materials, saying, if only a small amount of Red Rain is mixed into 1 bag of medicinal materials, it likely wouldn't cause mutation. But with several bags containing it, it completely exceeds the tolerable range, and mutation is bound to occur. Tianwu snorted. It seems this place has a medicine shop that is still secretly selling it. Where there's profit, there's risk. People are driven by interests. Even though many have been executed over the years, there are still those who dare to take risks. Especially in recent years, the Red Rain black market has become increasingly rampant. It has even infiltrated the court, with many officials being involved in the profit circle. Tianwu, collect all these medicinal materials, take people to investigate which medicine shop is selling them. Once you find out, immediately capture the people and conduct a thorough investigation of the shop. Lung Xinan instructed. Understood. Tianwu collected the medicines and left quickly. After Tianwu left, Lung Xinan continued to investigate the scene. Li Nank walked around and suddenly asked Xianger, did your mistress feel unwell yesterday, or did she suddenly feel unwell this morning? Xianger blinked her bright eyes. It was just this morning. As her close maid, what do you think caused your mistress to feel unwell? I think. Xianger seemed a bit hesitant, but looking at the handsome face of the man in front of her, she unconsciously spoke up. I think the mistress was angered by the young lady. Chapter 17. The beautiful boss with words that contradict her heart. Angered, Li Nank expressed his confusion. Xianxiaaudiobooks slightly lowered her eyelids and, after a long silence, said, "This morning, the madam and the young lady had a quarrel. Since I was far away, I didn't dare to eavesdrop on what they were arguing about. Later, the young lady slammed the door and left, looking very upset. I went to check on the madam, who was very angry and even smashed a flower pot. After that, the madam said she wasn't feeling well and wanted some peace, so she sent me away." It was obvious that the madam was upset because of the young lady. At the end, the young girl pouted, clearly holding some grievances against Lin Jiayue and feeling helpless for the madam. It was evident that she liked the madam very much. Li Nank pressed on. "So you don't know why they quarreled, right?" Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded vigorously but then remembered something and pursed her lips. "Actually, this isn't the first time the madam and the young lady have quarreled. On the night when the young lady was injured by a magical creature, they also had a dispute in the room. Although I don't know what they were fighting about, it seemed that when the madam left the young lady's room, I heard the young lady say something cruel like 'with him her, there's no me. With him her, there's no me?'" Li Nank shifted back slightly, leaning against the doorpost. Deep in thought, is it him or her? After pondering for a long time, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Li Nank's pupils constricted as he stared at Xianxiaaudiobooks' fair face and asked, "Did they argue after the Xianxiaaudiobooks incident?" "Yes." Li Nank faintly grasped a key point and instinctively touched his chest, extending his hand to Lung Xinan. "Do you have a pen and paper? Please lend it to me." "Here." The girl handed over a specially made pouch with a pen and paper. Li Nank quickly wrote 2 lines, pondered for a moment, wrote a few more words, then tore off the paper and returned the borrowed items. "It's a gift for you." Lung Xinan did not take it. The man was taken aback but didn't hesitate to put it away, asking Xianxiaaudiobooks, "On the night of August 4th, did the madam leave the residence?" "No." Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head firmly. "That day, I remember very clearly, even though the madam and the young lady quarreled, late at night, the madam still went to the young lady's room to keep her company and stayed the whole night. In fact, the madam is really very fond of the young lady and rarely scolds her. I remember when there was a fire in the courtyard when the young lady was trapped in the storeroom because she was playing. It was the madam who risked her life to save her. You could say that the madam would even give up her life for the young lady. But sometimes the young lady just likes to make the madam angry, but that's unavoidable. The master is usually busy and has no time to discipline her. Plus, with someone like Wan Yingying often playing with her, it's inevitable that she becomes spoiled." The girl chattered on like a stream of beans, and although she was talkative, her straightforward nature was apparent. However, complaining about her own young lady behind her back was ultimately inappropriate. Of course, it was mainly because Li Nank was too handsome, easily making girls let down their guard. Otherwise, Xianxiaaudiobooks wouldn't be so eager to provide clues. "Has she never come out of the young lady's room?" Li Nank asked with special seriousness. "Probably not." This time, Xianxiaaudiobooks wasn't sure. After all, as a maid, she couldn't keep an eye on the young lady's room all night. "Xianxiaaudiobooks, I have another question. Between Miss Lin, Wan Yingying, and Wen Jiner, who has the best relationship with whom?" Realizing he could extract a lot from this naive little maid, Li Nank continued to exert his charm, his lips curling into a captivating smile. "The young lady and Miss Wen Jiner have the best relationship because Miss Wen Jiner is the sister of Scholar One and is quite talented. So the young lady often seeks her advice on knowledge, and they frequently practice calligraphy together in the study. However, Miss Wan Yingying doesn't think much of Wen Jiner. Although Wen Jiner's brother is a scholar, their family situation is quite ordinary, while Wan Yingying comes from a wealthy family and has distant relatives who are high officials. So she looks down on the poor. If it weren't for the young lady's sake, she probably wouldn't even bother with her. Moreover, she often teases Wen Jiner, even last time." At this point, Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched her little fists and said indignantly, "Last time, the incident with old Qin was instigated by Wan Yingying. Can you elaborate?" Li Nank asked, intrigued. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression showed no disguise of her dislike for Wan Yingying. That day, the 3 of them were practicing calligraphy in the study. Miss Wan Yingying got bored and accidentally splashed ink on Miss Wen Jiner. When the young lady saw this, she asked Miss Wen Jiner to go to her room to change clothes. At that moment, Miss Wan Yingying suddenly had the thought to tease them. So she tricked old Qin, saying there was a mouse in the young lady's room, telling him to hurry in and catch it. Old Qin didn't suspect anything and went into the room, but as a result, Xianxiaaudiobooks was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Miss Wen Jiner, who was seen in her state, cried very hard, and old Qin ended up with a broken leg. In short, it's all that Wan Yingying's fault. Upon hearing this, Li Nank had a deep understanding of Wan Yingying, willful, headstrong, and bad to the bone. Yet he still felt puzzled and asked, "Why would your young lady associate with a woman like Wan Yingying? And why doesn't Wen Jiner, who is often teased, keep her distance?" "Because the only one who can be friends with the young lady is her," Xianxiaaudiobooks said helplessly. "In Dongxi County, there are only a few wealthy families, and the young lady hasn't had many friends since she was young. Most of her peers are either overly respectful or seek benefits. Only Wan Yingying can play with her since she doesn't want anything in return, and they have no major reservations. Additionally, Wan Yingying's family has relatives in high positions, so the master tacitly allows the young lady to associate with her. This point was crucial. A hint of irony crossed Li Nang's face. From a family interest perspective, Lin Yuanwei indeed hoped to see his daughter get along with the Wan family's young lady. As for Wen Jiner, Xianger sighed. It might be because she is ostracized by her family. Except for her brother, the other Wen family members don't treat her well. And she has a relatively introverted and insecure personality. In fact, Miss Wen Jiner has a bit of vanity and tries hard to integrate into the young lady's circle to make some upper-class friends. Although she hasn't said it, it's obvious to anyone with eyes. This is also why Miss Wan Yingying has always looked down on her. Li Nank understood. Millionaires have their own circles, and billionaires have their own circles as well. Trying to forcefully integrate into a mismatched identity will only result in being treated like a clown, subjected to ridicule and discrimination. The information extracted from Xianger made Li Nank realize that this trio of close friends had various issues and was far from harmonious on the surface. Lin Jiayue had a proud personality, Wan Yingying was willful, and Wen Jiner was insecure. Plus, with He Qingyu's presence stirring things up, the so-called sisterhood was practically nonsense. After Wen Jiner's death, did the Wen family come looking for her? Li Nank continued to probe. Xianger hesitated, unsure whether to speak. But facing the man's undeniably handsome face, she blurted out, yes, it was Miss Wen Jiner's brother, Scholar Wen. Before Li Nank could ask, Xianger took the initiative to recount the details. It was on the 5th of August when Scholar Wen came to look for the young lady. The young lady said there were some matters regarding Miss Wen Jiner that she needed to discuss privately with Scholar Wen, so she asked us servants to leave. Later, I don't know how, but we heard Scholar Wen yelling, along with the young lady's cries for help. We rushed into the room and saw Scholar Wen choking the young lady by the neck, cursing, "Why didn't you protect her? You and Wan Yingying should die." The young lady was just crying, saying she was sorry. Later, the master came and had someone pull Scholar Wen out. When leaving, Wen Xiaotsai was still shouting, saying he wanted to kill Wan Yingying and the young lady. Cold Shinan, who was listening nearby, had a face as cold as ice. This Lin Yuanwei really had water in his brain. Such an important matter should be concealed. Tianwu, you go. Just as she shouted. She realized Tianwu had already left, and she stomped her jade foot in anger, saying to Li Nank, "We are going to the Wen family." All right. Li Nank nodded. The new clues currently pointed to Wen Xiaotsai. Although it had been preliminarily determined that the demon Old Qin was chasing Lin Jiayue and the others on Cihong Mountain, the subsequent case of Wan Yingying and Lin Jiayue being caught in the Red Rain still needed further investigation. After all, Old Qin wanted to kill these two girls. There was no need to use the Red Rain. Now this Wen Xiaotsai had become the prime suspect. However, just as Li Nank stepped out of the room, he suddenly paused as if noticing something, took 2 steps back, and looked at the door threshold. There was a thin hemp rope in the gap of the threshold. Because it was similar in color to the worn-out threshold and the ground, it was easily overlooked. Is there a problem? Cold Shinan took out the hemp rope, smelled it at her nose, and frowned slightly. It smelled a bit like alcohol, likely used to seal a wine jar. A wine jar? Li Nank, upon hearing this, began to check the room again. He rummaged through everything, but found no wine jars or sealing paper. Li Nank put away the hemp rope and sighed lightly, unsure of what he was feeling. So, there is no perfect crime scene in this world. What does that mean? Cold Shinan realized the man had discovered something. What was frustrating was that he deliberately kept it a secret. There's nothing we can find out at the moment. Cold sir, you go to the Wen family for the investigation. I want to go to the Lin family again. Say whatever you want, it's up to you. The female leader felt displeased, clearly showing her emotions. Before the man could explain, she turned and walked towards the door, her soft hair brushing against the man's handsome cheek and nose, leaving a slight sting accompanied by a faint fragrance. Li Nank looked helpless. Seeing Xianger next to him with a strange expression, the man cleared his throat and explained, "She's been a bit irritable lately because of that, but usually, she's very gentle." Xianger nodded in understanding. What's wrong? Looking at the woman who came and went, Li Nank was puzzled. Oh, that's fine. Li Nank had no objections. The straightforward Xianger leaned out her little head and said directly, "Cold sir, you are worried that Brother Li is in danger, right?" Chapter 18. Can we communicate? Cold Shinan was indeed worried about Li Nank's safety. Even though he had protective talismans, the risks couldn't be ignored. Moreover, in Cold Shinan's understanding of cultivation, any finely crafted talisman had a limited number of uses. Most talismans could only be used once, after which they became waste. This is also why many cultivators only use their treasures at critical moments. It's heart-wrenching. Once used, it's gone. Of course, it ultimately boils down to being broke. Although Cold Shinan didn't know where Li Nank's talismans came from, she estimated that the consumption would definitely be high. and they might not work well against demons the next time they encountered them. She felt obligated, both emotionally and rationally, to protect his safety. Moreover, she had promised Luo Qianxiu to watch over her man. If something really happened, she wouldn't know how to explain it, even if she was currently injured. As long as she could breathe, she should take on the responsibility. Old Qin's matter, why not tell the truth? Lin Yuanwei was stunned, glancing at Xiang'er behind him, realizing that the girl had already revealed the truth. He sighed deeply, bitterly saying, "Cold sir, it's not that I wanted to hide it. But this matter concerns my daughter's reputation, and it would invite public criticism. It is because of your selfishness that this major disaster has occurred." Cold Shinan reprimanded sharply. Lin Yuanwei's face turned red, and he didn't dare to speak. "Also, why didn't you mention Wen Xiaocai to us earlier?" Cold Shinan continued to question. Lin Yuanwei remained silent. Just then, a tired voice came from outside the hall. "I'm sorry, I told father not to mention it. I didn't want to involve Jiner's brother as well." Lin Jiayue, looking haggard with red, swollen eyes, was supported into the living room by her maid. Behind her were the two sisters Kai Yun and Kai Yue. "I'll keep it brief." Li Nank gestured for Lin Jiayue to sit down, calmly saying, "We have already identified the demon that was chasing you. It is most likely old Qin, whom you used to tease. Is it him?" Lin Yuanwei froze in place. Li Nank's gaze remained fixed on Lin Jiayue, observing her reaction. Upon hearing that the demon was old Qin, Lin Jiayue was equally shocked, seemingly unable to believe her ears. It wasn't until her maid helped her to a seat that she trembled and said, This is impossible. How could old Qin be a demon?" Cold Shinan, seeing Li Nank silent, said lightly, "We found red rain in old Qin's medicinal herbs. He must have consumed an excessive amount of red rain and undergone a mutation. That is why the demon attacked you on Cuihong Mountain and has been persistent with the Lin family. If you hadn't teased him back then, breaking his leg and leaving him with a bad reputation, why would he seek revenge on you? And you, Lin Yuanwei, since you know the truth, yet still tried to suppress it with money, allowing old Qin to continue suffering from unjust accusations. You really know how to be a person." Faced with Cold Shinan's ridicule, Lin Yuanwei bitterly said, "Cold sir, I didn't want it to be this way either, but if this matter spreads, my Lin family and my daughter will suffer. Moreover, afterwards, I also gave old Qin some money, but he stubbornly refused, insisting that my Lin family, my daughter, and the young lady from the Wan family apologize to him and clear his name. You see this?" Lin Yuanwei didn't know how to continue explaining. So he simply slapped himself, filled with regret. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Lin Jiayue also shed tears of regret. The Lin family's genuine or feigned remorse had no impact on the current case. What Li Nank wanted was the motive behind this case. Whether in a parallel world or a multiverse, every case has its absolute motive. Grasping the motive is the key to uncovering the truth. Cold Shinan wanted to find the grave digger as soon as possible and capture the fleeing demon. But at the moment, she had no leads. However, she could genuinely feel the confidence emanating from Li Nank, foreseeing that this guy would definitely surprise her. So she was willing to wait for Li Nank to solve the case. If by then the deadline for finding the grave digger had passed, she would take on all the responsibility. Now, let's talk about Wen Xiaocai. Although the girl, with tears like pear blossoms, was pitiful, Li Nank didn't have the time to stabilize her emotions and directly got to the point. On the 5th day of the 8th month, when Xiaocai came to find you, what did you talk about in the room, and why did he attack you? The girl smiled, a smile mixed with her inner pain and grievance. Lin Jiayue took the handkerchief handed to her by Xiang'er, but did not wipe the tears on her face. Instead, she tightly clutched it in her hand and self-deprecatingly laughed. "He thinks I didn't protect Jiner well enough, that I should go with Jiner. I really should die. I shouldn't have abandoned Jiner." Li Nank quietly watched the girl, waiting for her to tell the details. "Actually, there were some things I didn't dare to say before." Lin Jiayue raised her head and paused for a moment, trying hard to suppress the tears that were about to overflow from her eyes. Her voice hoarse. Yingying and Jiner have always had conflicts because Yingying felt that Jiner was secretly flirting with He Qingyu, stealing her man. I remember once, Yingying and Jiner even got into a fight, and Jiner was hurt. This incident alarmed both families, and in the end, it was Jiner's family that came to apologize. Later, with my persuasion, they reconciled. But that was only on the surface. Even though Jiner swore repeatedly that she would not like He Qingyu, Yingying didn't believe her. Even sometimes boasting in front of outsiders that anyone who dares to compete with her for a man, she would kill them. So arrogant? Lung Shinan frowned. Lin Yuanwei said, "This girl has been spoiled by her family and is indeed very overbearing. This is no secret in Dongqi County." Li Nank believed that the girl's words were not false. As Lin Yuanwei said, the entire Dongqi County knew of Wan Yingying's notorious reputation. A casual inquiry would verify it. Until the 4th day of August, Yingying said she wanted to take us to Laikinsi to pray. But later, for some reason, Yingying said she wanted to go to Cuihong Mountain for fun. Lin Jiayue continued speaking. I originally did not want to go, but Ying told me she wanted to have a good talk with Jiner to resolve their conflict, and if I didn't go, it would be troublesome if they ended up fighting. Hearing her say this, I had no choice but to agree. We entered Suihong Mountain, and Ying indeed revealed her intention, hoping that Jiner would stop bothering He Qingyu in the future. But Jiner still insisted that she was innocent, and during the argument, the two actually got into a fight. I tried my best to persuade them, but they wouldn't listen at all. During the shoving, Jiner was pushed to the ground by the irrational Ying, and her head accidentally hit a stone. At this point, Lin Jiayue's tears flowed again, and her thin cherry lips were bitten until they bled. At that time, Jiner fell to the ground, bleeding from the back of her head where she hit the stone, and Ying was also terrified. Just when we were at a loss, we suddenly saw. She lowered her neck and cried. I wanted to save Jiner. I really wanted to save her. But I was scared. I was so scared. I saw Ying run away, and I ran too. The living room fell silent. Only the sound of the girl's sobs served as a final mournful accompaniment to the bloody tragedy. Everyone was silent, their emotions indescribably complex. It was both laughable and indeed laughable. It was also tragic and truly tragic. But the tragedy had already occurred, and all that was left was to clean up this mess as quickly as possible. From Lin Jiayue's confession of the truth, it was clear why when Xiaocai had been so furious, saying he wanted to kill Wan Ying and questioning why Lin Jiayue didn't save her, whether intentional or not. Wan Ying would eventually have to take responsibility for Wen Jiner's death. Time passed like smoke. Coming out of the Lin residence, the sky was already tinged with dawn. Lung Xinan's mood had yet to settle. Seeing the man walk silently ahead, the lady asked, Isn't Wen Xiaocai the most likely suspect for the Red Rain incident involving Wan Ying and Lin Jiayue? 80% likely, Li Nank gave his judgment. For instance, if we check the wound on Wen Jiner's head, we can make a judgment. Since there was no lie, then Wen Xiaocai was the only one with the motive and ability to be the murderer behind the Red Rain for Wan Ying and Lin Jiayue. So it's him? Lung Xinan felt a complicated emotion in her heart. If the murderer was confirmed to be Wen Xiaocai, it indicated that the other party had deep feelings for her sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry. Let's go to the Wen family, Li Nank said. Lung Xinan quickly took a few steps to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. Li Nank, what did you do in Halingzhou? I feel like you really enjoy investigating cases. Maybe it's in my genes, he replied. What are genes? It's hard to explain. It requires in-depth communication. Can't you communicate deeply with me? The female leader's mood was stirred up again by the man's mysteriousness. Seeing him fall silent, Lung Xinan didn't bother to press further. Turning the corner, Li Nank suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at a nearby brothel. These girls are starting to work out so early? None of your business, Lung Xinan reminded him, noticing his attention shifting to the brothel. You are a married man. I remember Lin Yuanwai's wife, Mei Xinger, used to be from Shanghua Tower. Li Nank said to himself before striding away. Lung Xinan was taken aback and instinctively wanted to stop him, but recalling what he had just said, she hesitated and simply followed. Upon entering Shanghua Tower, a heavy scent of powder assaulted them. At a glance, the scene was bustling with vibrant colors. Both upstairs and downstairs were filled with beautiful women dancing and singing, resembling a sea of colorful fireworks, truly lively. There were also girls who had just attended a large party. How to put it, they looked like female knights coming out of a goblin den. Chapter 19, The Little Prince by Bwai. The silver lanterns flickered, and the fragrant melodies of 6 tunes wafted in. The serene pipa sound from the high platform downstairs drifted into the quiet luxury of the fragrant pavilion, though it was not earth-shattering. It still caught the attention of merchants and guests. Inside the box of the fragrant pavilion, Li Nank and Lung Xinan sat at the table, waiting for Wan Huti to arrive. Compared to Li Nank's calm demeanor, Lung Xinan felt quite uneasy. Although she had been to brothels during past investigations, she was always accompanied by several subordinates. This was her first time alone with a man in such a place. Did you often visit brothels before? The lady asked suspiciously. Li Nank smiled. Do you think that's possible? My wife is not someone who can be easily fooled. But you don't seem nervous? Lung Xinan remarked. Li Nank was puzzled. Why should I be nervous? I'm just here to investigate a case, not to seek pleasure. Looking at the man's candid and innocent gaze, Lung Xinan realized that she might have overthought things. Her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling apologetic for her earlier doubts. This made her understand even more clearly that Li Nank was indeed different from most men. Handsome, capable, devoted, and not swayed by worldly temptations. For some reason, she felt a bit envious of Luo Qianxiao. Of course, it was merely envy, nothing more. At this moment, the scene of him saving her that morning at the Lin residence flashed through Lung Xinan's mind, her beautiful eyes momentarily dazed. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she softly said, Thank you for saving me. What? Li Nank, who was pondering how to question Wan Huti next, was momentarily confused by the sudden remark from the cold beauty. But he quickly realized and awkwardly said, It was just a coincidence. The man's words, however, sounded like humility to Lung Xinan, and her internal favorability rating rose from 2.5 Meng Xiaodu to 3 Meng Xiaodu. Damage to the magical tool? Li Nang's eyebrows twitched. He hadn't considered this issue at all. After all, he didn't know whether the magical tool obtained from the Red Rain Dream would be subject to wear and tear like those in reality. But from the feel of it this morning, it seemed there was no wear. Just as he was deep in thought, the box door was suddenly pushed open, and a voluptuous woman walked in. It was none other than Wan Huti, who was known as the Little Prime Minister. "Oh, this is quite a rare guest," she said, gazing at Li Nang's handsome face, her eyes seemingly overflowing with flirtation. "No wonder the girls downstairs said a literary star has come today, full of treasures, all wanting you to impart knowledge." Wan Huti's words were not exaggerated. Just now, when Li Nang entered Xianghua Tower, it was quite a sight. Pairs of eyes full of spring yearned to burrow into his clothes, as if they had seen Tang Seng's meat. They all scrambled to flirt with him. If it weren't for Lung Xinan taking out the Night Patrol Department's token and placing it at her waist, Li Nang might have come out of Xianghua Tower with powder and rouge all over his feet. "Sister Wan, you're joking. I'm here today for official business," Li Nang said, pointing to Lung Xinan beside him. "This is Lord Lung from the Night Patrol Department. I'm just assisting her in the investigation." "Hello, Lord Lung." In front of Lung Xinan, Wan Huti did not dare to act recklessly and respectfully bowed. Such a beauty, rare in a million, might not be encountered by some men in their lifetime. One could only wonder who would benefit from her. Lung Xinan felt no aversion toward such women, but she also found it hard to harbor much affection, merely responding coldly with an and falling silent. "Sister Wan, let's get straight to the point." Li Nang raised the teapot to pour tea for the woman and asked, "You must be familiar with Mei Xing'er, right?" "Mei Xing'er?" Wan Huti looked at him oddly. "I didn't expect Brother Li's taste to be like this." "Chao Zai. Who wouldn't want to be Chao Zai?" Wan Huti laughed and stopped teasing him, then said sweetly, "Who in Dongqi County doesn't know Mei Xing'er? She was the real top star at Xianghua Building back in the day. What kind of person do you think she is?" Li Nang asked. Wan Huti lifted her teacup with her orchid-like fingers and said charmingly, "Not bad. I know her quite well. Back then, I was just a little maid serving tea and water. She didn't act high and mighty and took good care of me." "How did she meet Lin Yuanwei? How else would someone in our line meet?" Wan Huti rolled her eyes. "It's just that Lin Yuanwei came to Xianghua Building for fun and took a liking to Mei Xing'er. Plus, Mei Xing'er really did serve well. So she was bought out." "It seems Mei Xing'er is quite cunning," Li Nang discerned. "One must learn how to make a man spend 100,000 with just 3 sentences. I remember Mei Xing'er once had a lover, but we don't know who it was. They often met in secret, which made the old madam very angry. But who knew the good times wouldn't last? She became depressed again. It was obvious she was dumped by her lover. Later, Mei Xing'er married Lin Yuanwei, which seems to fulfill her previous words about flying up the branches and becoming a phoenix. Don't you think that's a stroke of luck? Makes the sisters envious." Wan Huti's words were laced with jealousy and envy. For women making a living in places like this, who doesn't dream of a good end? "Lover." Li Nang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words on it, then asked, "Sister Wan, have you heard any gossip about the Lin family recently, like rumors or something?" "Brother Li really knows how to find the right place." Wan Huti smiled, hinting at something. Li Nang smiled slightly. After all, the secrets hidden in such places are more numerous than the stars in the sky. Perhaps sometimes the intelligence of the court's shadow guards can't compare to the secrets you gather by the pillow. Is that a compliment or a disparagement? Wan Huti pretended to be displeased. Li Nang quickly replied, "It's definitely a compliment." Wan Huti chuckled, glancing at the silent Lung Xinan, and leisurely said, "Speaking of Lin family's gossip, it's just the incident with the little princess from a month ago." "Little princess?" Li Nang exchanged glances with Lung Xinan. Wan Huti sipped her tea and slowly said, "A month ago, the youngest son of Prince Omping was out playing and happened to come to Dongqi County, where he met the eldest daughter of the Lin family. This young lord, being a bit of a playboy, instantly fell for her and clung to her like a dogskin plaster, crazily pursuing her, even shouting that he wanted to marry her as a princess, and swore in front of the Lin mansion that he would marry no one but her. By Buai, Lung Xinan couldn't help but frown. What is by Buai? Seeing Li Nang's puzzled expression, Lung Xinan patiently explained. It turns out the current Taishang Huang by Yaoquan has an elder brother named Bai Yaoming, who is the Prince of Anping. This prince had made significant contributions during the early years alongside Emperor Tianwu by Yaoquan, as the regime and national power stabilized. In order to prevent Emperor Tianwu from becoming suspicious and to avoid being incited by others, leading to disputes, he voluntarily gave up power and enjoyed his days in the mansion. After Emperor Tianwu fell ill, many hoped the Prince of Anping would take over, but he never paid it any mind. He ate, played, and slept as he pleased, completely uninterested in court affairs. He also had numerous wives and concubines. However, Rumors were unavoidable, especially after the young emperor ascended the throne. There were whispers that Bai Yao Ming would rebel. And this young lord Bai Buai was born of a maid after Prince Amping got drunk once, so he held no status in the family. After his mother passed away, he was left to fend for himself, wandering in places of vice, gradually developing a wild nature. A typical playboy. In fact, this little prince wasn't he originally named this. He was called Bai Yanyan. But as he grew up, he felt his name wasn't too unique enough, so he changed it to Bai Buai. He even said at banquets, "Women in the world are just for fun, not worth loving. To have, but not love, that is the true love saint." However, some speculate he might be self-mocking, lamenting the lack of parental love since childhood. But the truth is known only to himself. Prince Amping doesn't care about his son's name change either. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. The fog in Li Nang's mind seemed to clear a bit as he continued to ask Wan Huti, what happened next? Next? Lung Xinan shook her head helplessly. No wonder Lin Yuanwei is so afraid of his daughter's reputation being damaged. It's understandable. But Bai Buai is quite unreliable. Wan Huti said, reliable or not, at least there's hope. After all, that Lin family eldest daughter is a stunning beauty. Although she can't compare to you, Lady Long, she can still make a man infatuated. Who knows? Maybe that little prince really fell in love and one day comes to marry her. For a girl to climb up to wealth is never easy. When the opportunity comes, she naturally can't miss it, right? Lung Xinan disagreed with her view, but didn't refute it considering their different statuses. Li Nang stared blankly at the swirling tea leaves in his cup, carefully sorting through the clues in his mind, and murmured, when the opportunity comes, one must not miss it. Chapter 20, coming to the surface. As they exited Xianghua building, the sky had completely darkened. The moon, frozen in the night sky, resembled a cold, polished round mirror, clear and free of dust. Compared to the chaos inside Xianghua building, the outside was much quieter, with only a few hurried passers-by and a few vendors still shouting their wares. Occasionally, fully armed and serious-looking constables could be seen patrolling. Where do you think Mei Xinger might be? Lung Xinan looked at the indistinct outlines of the houses and softly inquired. At that time, the demon escaped without taking anyone hostage. Could there be other demons? Li Nang shook his head. No, the demon is only old Qin. But what I find strange now is why the demon would enter Mei Xinger's room first. It wants to take revenge on the Lin family. Then why did it enter Mei Xinger's room first and mess it up so badly? The man reiterated the question, emphasizing the point. Lung Xinan was stumped. To be honest, she felt a bit defeated. In the past, when handling cases, she would sometimes encounter difficulties, but she could ultimately solve them with her own abilities. However, ever since she invited this guy Li Nang to assist, she suddenly felt an illusion of a complete mismatch in intelligence, making it hard to keep up with his train of thought. Just when she thought she understood one thing, he would bring up another. After a whole day of running around, although she clarified the origin of the demon and identified the mastermind behind the red rain on Wan Yingying and Lin Jiyue, her mind was still a mess. Then what do you think? Lung Xinan had no choice but to seek advice. Li Nang looked at her fair and beautiful face and smiled. It's simple. The purpose is so clear. It's obviously aimed at Mei Xinger. Why? The young woman was still confused. This time, the man didn't give an answer, just speculated randomly. Maybe Mei Xinger did something to offend him. Or maybe, seeing the man hesitating, Lung Xinan inexplicably felt an urge to hit someone. Li Nang gently brushed off the dust that had somehow stuck to his shoulder and said, Lady Lung, it's too late now. We should go to the Wen family in the morning. In the morning? Lung Xinan slightly widened her enchanting watery eyes. Full of confusion, we've already identified the culprit. There are still some questions I don't understand. It's not too late to go tomorrow. Li Nang helplessly touched his stomach and said, besides, I'm really about to starve. Reminded by him, Lung Xinan suddenly remembered that the two had been busy all day without eating. Even she had only managed 2 buns in the morning. The young woman felt a bit embarrassed and proactively invited. Let's find a restaurant. I'll treat you. The man politely declined. No need. My wife is waiting for me to have dinner. Are you sure? It's so late. Lung Xinan didn't believe that Luo Qianxiu was still waiting. It was possible she had left food for him. Li Nang confidently replied, she must be waiting. Lung Xinan no longer insisted. All right, then I'll take you there. When the two arrived home and saw the still warm dishes on the table, along with the woman quietly waiting while holding a medical book, Lung Xinan was completely shocked. She was not only surprised by Luo Qianxiu's virtue, but also by the tacit understanding between the couple. Li Nang sat in a chair, complaining. Luo Qianxiu smiled gently, her soft and beautiful lips curving into a smile. I'm not hungry either. I might as well wait for my husband. Saying this, she took out a new set of chopsticks and gently said to Lung Xinan, Lord Lung, please join us. No, Lung Xinan instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing that the other had already served her food, and the tempting aroma was enticing her, she ultimately decided to shamelessly join in. It turned out to be a very worthwhile meal. The moment the food entered her mouth, she truly experienced what gourmet food was. Especially the fluffy lotus tofu she was tasting at that moment. It had a hint of bitterness at first, but then an invisible force penetrated her mind, making her feel completely relaxed and unable to stop eating. The renowned chefs in the capital were nothing compared to this. She finally understood why Li Nank would accept a wife of ordinary looks. Putting aside her medical skills and personality, just this top-notch cooking was enough to capture the stomachs and hearts of most men. Lord Lung, did my husband cause you any trouble? Luo Qianxiu asked softly. Lung Xinan, still immersed in the delicious food, swallowed her mouthful and said, how could he? Your husband is very capable. That's good to hear. Luo Qianxiu revealed a gentle smile as she picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in Lung Xinan's bowl. My husband can be a bit casual at times. If he makes a mistake in the future, please bear with him. I will. The woman's virtue made Lung Xinan even more impressed that Li Nank had married a good wife. However, she soon caught another layer of meaning in her words. Did she want Li Nank to stay with her all the time? Lung Xinan glanced at Li Nank, who was just focused on eating and showed no reaction. The young woman felt conflicted. In just one day, she had also seen Li Nank's excellence and developed an appreciation for his talent. But could she ensure his safety if he entered the dangerous night patrol department? If something were to happen, this loving couple would be forever separated. Unsure of Luo Qianxiu's intentions, Lung Xinan chose to remain silent. The oil lamp on the table illuminated the three figures. Compared to the usual coolness between the two, Lung Xinan's presence, though somewhat out of place, added a bit of liveliness. However, being a third wheel, she still had to be aware of her position. After the meal, Lung Xinan consciously bid farewell to the couple. Before leaving, Luo Qianxiu handed her a set of medicinal herbs. Clearly, she had noticed that Lung Xinan had suffered internal injuries and specifically instructed her to remember to come for a massage tomorrow to alleviate her symptoms. Was the case going smoothly? Luo Qianxiu casually asked while clearing the table. It was all right. Li Nank nodded and took out 2 leaves from his pocket, handing them to the woman. Madam, do you recognize what kind of flower leaves these are? He had found these leaves under Mei Xinger's wardrobe. At that time, he compared the leaves with all the flowers in the room and couldn't find a match. These are the leaves of the drunken peach flower, also known as white flower mandrake. Luo Qianxiu glanced at them and immediately identified the leaves. They have anesthetic and antispasmodic effects and are mostly used in crude narcotic drugs. Narcotic drugs? Li Nank was taken aback. Luo Qianxiu took the leaves from his hand, examined them, and said, there are traces of goat's rue pollen and cypress cinnamon on them. Drunken peach and goat's rue are often used to make intoxicating drugs. A suitable amount can cause intoxication with just 1 cup. But these two also have toxicity, so cypress cinnamon is added to suppress the toxicity. The detailed explanation from the medical wife finally resolved a question that had been troubling Li Nank. His internal deductions became clearer. Why would there be such medicinal materials in Mei Xinger's room? What was she using them for? While Luo Qianxiu went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, Li Nank habitually hugged the goose and sat on the back of the turtle, enjoying the cool breeze while pondering the problem. He pulled out various clues about Mei Xinger and organized them. On the night of the 4th day of the 8th month, Mei Xinger quarreled with her injured daughter. And at that time, the maid Xianger heard Lin Jiyue angrily shout, with him, there's no me. In the middle of the night, He Qingyu died in his home. On the 5th day of the 8th month, Mei Xinger packed some of her old clothes and burned them clean. Why did she burn the clothes? Li Nank slowly stroked the goose's tail and pondered, his eyes flickering with a strange gleam, as if asking the goose. Was it really because there was a mouse in the wardrobe? And she was also very angry about the man's daily misbehavior. Feeling unclean, not wanting to see Lao Huang again. Besides the mouse, what else could prompt her to burn her clothes? Moreover, judging by the quantity of clothes in the wardrobe in Xianger's statement, it didn't seem like it was just burned once. Or perhaps, she only burned one piece and, fearing it would be discovered, deliberately added other clothes in? The question arises, what happened to that piece of clothing she wanted to burn? Did it get stained with something that was hard to wash? Li Nank kept asking himself. When the doubts reached this point, an answer shrouded in layers of smoke suddenly appeared in the man's mind. Li Nank suddenly sat up straight and slowly uttered 3 words. Lime powder. Chapter 21. The boss becomes a little fan? Another clear morning. After pondering the case for too long last night, Li Nank woke up much later than usual. The sky changed from fish white to bright and transparent, and the morning sun slanted down from the treetops, warming him and making him feel particularly comfortable. Breakfast was ready. It was still a kidney-nourishing meal. In the courtyard, Luo Qianxiu, dressed in a simple white dress, was squatting by the pond washing her husband's clothes. Perhaps afraid of wetting her shoes and socks, Luo Qianxiu was barefoot, and her skirt was slightly lifted. From Li Nank's perspective, he could see her delicate and slender calves and her small, round, jade-like toes, which were quite alluring. You're washing clothes so early? Li Nank stretched lazily under the warm sun, yawning. The woman used a special kind of soap. Unlike modern laundry detergent, it was made from cleaned pig pancreas, ground into powder, and then mixed with bean powder and spices. It was also called bath beans. Luo Qianxiao turned her head, a smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Why don't you sleep a little longer, husband? You rested so late last night. It's not good for your health. Aren't you also a late sleeper and early riser? Li Nank retorted. It's different. Luo Qianxiao tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and softly replied. I've been used to it since I was young. Let me help you. Li Nank squatted down, wanting to help her wash clothes, but the woman quickly refused. Husband. Luo Qianxiao looked at her husband with a mix of helplessness and amusement, her tone teasing. Other men rarely do these chores. You're the only one who goes into the kitchen and washes clothes. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Li Nank was displeased. What's there to laugh about? Couples should help each other. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, it's not tiring. This applies to both the hall and the bed. Seeing the woman's autumn-like eyes slightly squint with a smile that seemed to tease, Li Nank's voice gradually weakened, especially when he saw her pick up the laundry stick. What is it? The woman asked with a smile. Oh right, I suddenly remembered that I need to go assist Lord Long with a case today, so I will. Go have lunch first. All right, my lady. Li Nank quickly entered the house. Watching her husband flee in a panic, Luo Qianxiao couldn't help but laugh, her delicate teeth lightly biting her lower lip as she murmured, My husband is quite adorable. The residence of the Night Patrol Division was heavily guarded. As soon as Li Nank arrived at the outer gate, he was stopped by the guards. Although he mentioned Lung Xinan, they insisted on reporting to their superiors first before allowing him to pass. Li Nank understood and quietly waited outside. Just then, Tianwu came out from a nearby office, cursing and looking completely different from his usual refined self, seemingly angry about something. Oddly, upon seeing Li Nank, Tianwu's eyes brightened. After witnessing his superior's regard for Li Nank, Tianwu dared not show a sour face anymore and approached him warmly. Lord Tai, you're too polite. Just call me Little Li. Li Nank cupped his hands. Tianwu snapped open his folding fan and said, What are you talking about? Sister Lung treats you like family. How could I, Tai Gongzi, treat you as an outsider? From now on, we are family. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. Really? Li Nank felt a bit touched. Tianwu patted his chest, more reliable than gold. I, Tai Gongzi, may not have much to say, but I am loyal. Then can you lend me some money? Li Nank rubbed his hands together, feeling embarrassed. Tianwu sighed and patted his shoulder. In this world, talking about money hurts feelings the most. You wouldn't want to lose a good brother who would stand by you, right? But because we are brothers, By the way, Sister Lung has been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up. If you're late, she'll get angry. Our superior has a notoriously bad temper. Tianwu pulled Li Nank's arm and dragged him through the gate. This time, the guards did not stop them. Tianwu was right. Lung Xinan was indeed angry. However, it was not directed at Li Nank, but at Guo Gang and others. How many times have I said it? Don't let her act alone. Why won't you listen? Guo Gang felt wronged. When I went to find her, the little rabbit was already gone. What could I do? A subordinate beside him explained stubbornly. Miss Meng said she was just going to take care of something, but unexpectedly, she disappeared. I suspected she wanted to act alone, so I kept searching. All right, send someone to find her. Lung Xinan waved her hand impatiently. The woman felt helpless. This girl always liked to show off. Next time, she would have to be strict with her. What about Lord Shin? Lung Xinan asked Tianwu. Tianwu replied irritably. Isn't it the Wan family urging him to find the murderer of Wan Yingying as soon as possible? Lord Shin has been nearly driven to anger these past few days. He almost knelt down to me just now, begging us to solve the case quickly. The Wan family, relying on their relatives in power, has been clamoring for an explanation and even threatened to complain to higher authorities. I had to scold them before they quieted down. Their urgency was understandable. After all, the young lady had died. Lung Xinan sighed, rubbing her temples, and her gaze softened as she looked at Li Nank. We have already traced the pharmacy selling Hongyu to Zhang's pharmacy and confiscated a lot of materials containing Hongyu. This matter has been reported to Yun City for further investigation. Furthermore, Lung Xinan picked up a document from the table and handed it over. I interrogated the shop owner, and he admitted to selling Hongluo materials to Old Qin. I specifically asked if when Xiaocai had bought any, and he truthfully testified that on the night of the 5th of August, when Xiaocai indeed privately purchased some from him. Li Nank took the document and read it carefully. The shop owner's testimony was credible. However, when he saw one line of testimony, he looked up in confusion. He only sold one package to Old Qin? Tianwu sneered. These merchants are always tight-lipped. In the past, those we caught all argued they only sold one package. In reality, they know how much they sold. Let us go to the Wen family. This time, it was still Lung Xinan and Li Nank who went together. On the way, Lung Xinan detailed her investigation of Wen Xiaocai from last night. Wen Xiaocai's real name was Wen Xiaofan, the second son of his family, 24 years old, and had gained some fame after being a scholar 2 years ago. Moreover, he had practiced at Luhu Gate, so he was not an unarmed scholar. Although his skills were average, it would still be easy for him to steal Hongyu. Hearing the words average skills, Li Nank felt relieved. Otherwise, they would need to bring more experts along. About half an incense stick's time later, the two stood in front of the one family's gate, looking at the slightly aged, ancient red lacquer gate with imposing stone lions on either side. Li Nank's expression turned grave. This Wen Xiaozai will be the most difficult part of this case. We must be fully alert. With you here, he won't escape. Lung Xinan blinked, her long, curled eyelashes making her skin appear exceptionally fair and smooth, maintaining absolute confidence in the man. At that moment, she seemed like a little fangirl. Li Nank shook his head, based on my rich experience and keen intuition. This Wen Xiaozai is definitely formidable and will be a strong opponent. If we can't break through him, it will be very difficult to continue investigating this case. In short, the upcoming interrogation will be extremely challenging. Even with evidence in hand, it will be fraught with difficulties. I trust my intuition. So formidable. Affected by the gravity in his tone, Lung Xinan also retracted her dismissive attitude and became worried. It seemed this Wen Xiaozai was indeed not simple. The real challenge was just beginning. Li Nank closed his eyes, took a deep breath, straightened his chest slightly, and stepped forward. Let us go. Let me show you what a duel between experts looks like. The man's aura was fierce, exuding an unexplainable boldness. Watching his tall and sturdy figure, Lung Xinan felt a string in her heart being plucked. Her small fist clenched tightly as she couldn't help but cheer him on. Li Nank, I believe in you. Clang clang. Li Nank knocked on the door. The door showed signs of age, with peeling layers from the years, feeling slightly prickly to the touch. After a while, the door slowly opened. A young man dressed in a light blue long robe appeared, handsome and with an outstanding demeanor. We are from the Night Patrol Division, here to find Wen Xiaofan. Lung Xinan revealed her identity badge. The young man looked at them for a while before slowly saying, I am Wen Xiaofan. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us for a long time? Is this a provocation? After being brainwashed by Li Nank earlier, Lung Xinan immediately sensed the young man's unusualness. That's right, I killed Wan Yingying. The weary-looking young man said hoarsely. I was the one who used the Hongyu on Wan Yingying and Lin Jiayue. Take me away. The scene fell silent, with an awkward tension in the air. Lung Xinan slightly parted her rosy lips and slowly turned to look at the man beside her. It wasn't really that difficult. Li Nank seemed not to hear her, stroking the door as he muttered to himself. This door is nice. Yes, this door is nice. Chapter 22. This illness is serious. To be honest, Wen Xiaozai's proactive confession truly left Li Nank at a loss. It felt like a powerful blow hitting cotton. I was confidently prepared for a passionate duel with you, but before I even took off my clothes, you have already surrendered. This stark contrast made Li Nank quite displeased. It completely wasted the carefully prepared interrogation speech he had prepared all night. After all, what he wanted was to see the murderer, under his step-by-step interrogation, transform from arrogance and pride at the beginning to guilty evasions, then to fear, incoherence, and ultimately a complete psychological breakdown, crying bitterly. It was like gradually breaking down a high-cold ferry, instead of having the other party fall into a pit before the education even began. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Aren't you going to defend yourself? Li Nank frowned. The scholar one revealed a smile that was hard to tell whether it was sarcastic or disappointed, and said lightly, There's nothing to defend. Since you came, it means you have evidence. Brother, having evidence doesn't necessarily mean a conviction. Li Nank tried to encourage him. Wen's face was full of bitterness. I killed her. I killed her. No amount of lies can cover the truth. The other party's resignation left Li Nank feeling helpless, so he could only give up. However, to understand why Wen was so proactive in confessing, Li Nank decided to investigate a bit. Can you take us to your study to have a look? Sure. Wen nodded, not refusing. The study was very clean. The lingering scent of sandalwood brought an extraordinary tranquility. By the window was a large desk made of rosewood and marble, with various famous calligraphy neatly stacked, accompanied by a picture of landscapes and ink. The walls outside the window were covered with ivy, quite pleasant. Just a glance revealed that Wen was a refined gentleman with a free-spirited personality. A brilliant youth, with a pen that shines like flowers. Unfortunately, he had ruined his future. Under the questioning of Lung Xinan, Wen recounted the details of his crime without any omissions, including how he infiltrated the Wan family and how he caused the Red Rain, etc. Initially, Lung Xinan was a bit suspicious of Wen's eagerness to confess, wondering if he was covering for someone else. But after listening to his confession, she was completely convinced that Wen was indeed the real murderer who had caused Wan Yingying and Lin Jiayue to experience the Red Rain. Why? Lung Xinan couldn't understand. Wen's eyes seemed to lose focus as he spoke in a tone detached from life and death. My sister is dead, So I want revenge. It's that simple. But Lung Xinan wanted to argue, but when she thought of how Wen Jiner's death was indeed caused by Wan Yingying, a complex feeling surged in her heart. During Lung Xinan's questioning, Li Nank was flipping through Wen's belongings, from paintings to daily necessities, until he accidentally discovered a hidden compartment, which, upon opening, contained only a stack of poetry. Although the poems were unsigned, it was clear they were written by one. Li Nank carefully read through these hidden poems, and with each poem, his doubts gradually unraveled. Tell me about your sister. What kind of person was she? Wen was silent for a long time before he softly said, she was a rather insecure person, thinking she was born into a bad family. Always being very cautious at home, afraid of being scolded. In fact, the family did neglect her quite a bit, perhaps because of the environment. She hoped to gain more attention from others, so she worked hard to fit into those wealthy circles, which is also why she mixed with Wan Yingying and the others. What Wen said had already been mentioned by Xiang'er, and Li Nank just wanted to obtain the key information he needed. So he interrupted him and directly asked, how was the relationship between you and your sister? Wen lowered his head and fell silent. Suddenly, Wen raised his head sharply, staring fiercely at Li Nank. His eyes showed both shock and anger. The other party's reaction made Li Nank realize he was right. So he shifted the topic. Evaluate Wan Yingying as a person. Wan Yingying. A strong disgust immediately piled up on Wen's delicate face, becoming somewhat distorted, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, she is a damned bitch. Such anger clearly showed that the man's hatred had not dissipated. Li Nank pulled a chair over and sat down opposite him, saying lightly, I just want to know, what kind of person is she? Wen took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said, a completely spoiled young lady, wanting everyone to revolve around her. If things don't go her way, she would beat and scold her servants or even passers-by, almost causing a death. Sometimes, she would even deliberately torment cats and dogs for her own amusement. If you casually ask around on the street, you will know how disgusting this young lady is. Li Nank asked, Wan Yingying has always believed that your sister had an affair with He Qingyu. Is this true? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Wen became agitated, his face turning red as he said, my sister never liked He Qingyu. They had no affair at all. What my sister wanted to marry was a scion of a noble family. He Qingyu is a fallen scholar with a stain on his name and no future. My sister could never have liked him. A stain? Li Nank caught a key piece of information. Wen calmed his anger and explained, 16 years ago, during the provincial examination, He Qingyu was involved in a cheating scandal. Although he was innocent, he was still wrongfully imprisoned due to being caught up in political struggles. Even though he was released in the end, the stain on his name could not be erased, and his future was completely ruined. He could no longer take the exams. To retain his scholar status is already quite difficult. At this point, Wen's words were also filled with sympathy. He had initially thought he would have a bright future and be able to realize his ambitions. But who would have thought he would suffer such a calamity? This is a tragedy of life. For a scholar, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. So that's why he became a musician. Li Nank took out paper and pen to record this information and then asked, what do you think of He Qingyu as a person? He also overturned some of his previous baseless speculations. Wen did not take out his anger about his sister on He Qingyu to deliberately slander him. Instead, he gave a fair assessment. This showed his character. If what Wen said is true, then there was no romantic involvement between He Qingyu and Wan Yingying, Lin Jiyue, or Wen Jiner. It was only Wan Yingying who had unilaterally fallen in love with He Qingyu. Lung Xinan, standing nearby, couldn't help but question, then why did you kill Lin Jiyue? You learned the truth from her, and you should understand that this matter has little to do with her. Wen said, actually, at first, I was a bit hesitant, but then I thought about how my sister trusted her the most. Yet she did not stop Wan Yingying's atrocities and later did nothing to help when my sister was dying. I simply could not forgive that. You can say I'm extreme. After all, everyone has the right to be selfish and the instinct to fear. In that situation, perhaps I would be scared too. Being able to keep myself alive is already quite good. But no matter what, I do not regret bringing the red rain upon those two. However, now that Lin Jiyue has safely passed the crisis with your help, let that be her blessing. Li Nank listened quietly, her pen dancing in her fingers in a dazzling manner, making Lung Xinan beside her feel dizzy. I still have a question. Lung Xinan turned to look at Wen. Since you hate Wan Yingying and Lin Jiyue so much, why not just poison them? Wen showed a strange smile, but his gaze turned to Li Nank. You're very clever. Do you know why? Without thinking, Li Nank gave the answer. Because you wanted your sister to take revenge herself. Take revenge herself? Upon hearing this, Lung Xinan was first puzzled, then slowly began to understand. Wan Yingying was killed by the nightmare of the red rain, and that nightmare was the manifestation of Wen Jiner. The nightmare Lin Jiyue encountered was also Wen Jiner. They were their own demons. After all, having witnessed the tragic death of her best friend and being the cause of it, there would inevitably be psychological trauma and deep guilt, leading to nightmares. So once they entered the red rain dream, they would definitely encounter their nightmares. When Xiaotai looked at Li Nank with approval and nodded, "That's right, I want Jiner to take revenge herself. But if they don't encounter nightmares in the Red Rain Dreamland, I will poison them or directly kill them." Lung Xinan looked at the calm, yet insane man and murmured, "You really care for your sister." "Because he is sick." Li Nank suddenly threw out a sentence. Lung Xinan was taken aback. "Sick? What kind of sickness?" Li Nank rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and said in a casual tone, "He suffers from severe German orthopedic disease. An incurable condition. Even breaking his legs won't help." Chapter 23. Human Artifacts. In the end, Li Nank did not explain the meaning of German orthopedics, nor why he confessed his crimes in a state of despair. This severe patient is beyond cure. Although Lung Xinan was still confused, she vaguely guessed something from when Xiaotsai's expression and her gaze towards him suddenly became strange. "Evaluate this girl, Lin Jiayue," Li Nank asked while scribbling on paper. Lung Xinan leaned in to take a look, curious about what he was recording. After staring for a while, although she recognized the characters, she couldn't quite understand the content, feeling it was quite messy. However, what attracted her more was the font he wrote with. It was very beautiful, different from other calligraphies, especially considering that she had gifted him a specially made travel pen, crafted from fire crystal charcoal rather than an ordinary pen. It was impressive that he could write such novel and beautiful characters. When Xiaotsai said with a complex expression, "Although Lin Jiayue is also willful and spoiled by her family, compared to Wan Yingying, she is relatively pure. Sometimes, she carries a bit of insincerity as well. Moreover, this girl has high aspirations among her peers. What she wants is much higher than others. I remember when she was 12, a fortune teller said she had noble energy in her destiny and might become a princess. If she walks the right path, she will become a phoenix. But if she walks the wrong path, it will lead to the abyss. Since then, she has always considered herself a future princess, looking down on any man." Sounds naive, Lung Xinan couldn't help but retort. When Xiaotsai shook his head and said, "No, it's not naivety, it's her ideal." The year before last, when the new emperor ascended the throne, we visited the capital and were fortunate enough to witness the queen's coronation ceremony. You didn't see the look in that girl's eyes. It was a desire, also containing ambition. After returning, she told my sister that she must become the queen and the most powerful woman in the world. So in my eyes, Lin Jiayue is a woman with extremely high aspirations. She has never looked down on Wan Yingying. They play together only because of the official connections behind the Wan family. When Xiaotsai's evaluation was also quite fair. Although he harbored resentment towards Lin Jiayue, objectively speaking, he believed that this young lady was not inherently bad, just too obsessed with an illusory ideal. Interesting, Li Nank stroked his chin and fell into thought. Now the case seemed to have become very clear to everyone. Old Qin, during his recovery, accidentally overdosed on a drug mixed with red rain, turning into a monster bent on revenge. Thus, he attacked Lin Jiayue and her companions at Suihong Mountain, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. When Xiaotsai sought revenge for Wen Jiner, which led to Wan Yingying's death. As for the murderer of He Qingyu, the answer was also clear. Now that the murderer had surfaced, the remaining task was to find the deceased He Qingyu and Mei Xinger, as well as the monster. However, Li Nank still sensed some dissonance. Although these so-called truths didn't have major issues upon close inspection, when pieced together, they seemed forcibly assembled. "I want to check Wen Jiner's body again, is that okay?" Li Nank requested. He initially thought the other party would not refuse, but when Xiaotsai hesitated, his expression very unwilling. "Wasn't it already autopsied before? The coffin has already been sealed. Then let's open the coffin again." Li Nank keenly sensed that the other party was hiding something. Lung Xinan also noticed when Xiaotsai's anomaly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light, coldly saying, "I have the right to forcibly open the coffin for examination, even if it means digging up the grave." The cold beauty's assertiveness forced Wen Xiaotsai to yield. "All right, I'll take you there," Wen Xiaotsai said with a pleading tone. "But whatever you see, you must help me keep it a secret." There really is a secret. Li Nank's lips curled into a meaningful smile. However, when they opened Wen Jiner's coffin, Li Nank finally understood why he was reluctant to conduct the autopsy. He was speechless, because inside the coffin, there was not only Wen Jiner's body, but also an item. To be precise, a doll made of an unknown material. This doll was female, proportionate to a normal person's size, with a delicate and exquisite figure. Even the head was crafted quite elaborately, and the skin material had a bit of elasticity when touched. Most importantly, this doll was incredibly lifelike. Really lifelike, especially since it was wearing a fitting dress. It was simply a human artifact. Who would have thought, in this era? There are still such things. Indeed, no matter the era, old perverts are always the most passionate productivity. Li Nank felt quite emotional, afraid of being misunderstood. When Xiaotsai hurriedly explained, "Jiner always wanted a true friend, and I was afraid she would be lonely, so I thought to make her a companion." "I understand, bro. I understand. Li Nang showed a smile that only an old pervert would understand, patted Wen Xiaocai's shoulder, and then lowered his voice to curiously ask, "Where did you buy this doll?" Wen Xiaocai's expression turned awkward as he whispered, "I bought it last year from a traveling merchant from the western regions." Li Nang expressed understanding and scrutinized the doll. The dress the doll was wearing should be. Wen Xiaocai's secret was exposed, and his face turned red, just as he was about to refute. Li Nang waved his hand. "All right, no need to say more, we all understand. Who doesn't he have one?" Faced with Li Nang's half-smiling expression, Wen Xiaocai felt angry but dared not explode. Unconvinced, he coldly huffed. "Desire is natural, isn't it normal? Even a monk from xianxia bought this thing from a merchant from the western regions, let alone ordinary people. Disgusting." Finally, hearing the implication, Lung Xinan openly expressed her disgust. Li Nang frowned. "Cold master, you can't say that. Compared to those gentlemen who have long been mingling in brothels, Wen Xiaocai is quite rare. He truly maintains his integrity." Cold Xinan shot him a fierce glare, coldly saying, "Autopsy." Seeing the female leader getting angry, Li Nang reluctantly set the doll aside and began to examine Wen Jiner's body. The corpse already had a noticeable stench. The limbs were sewn together with needle and thread. When the officials and night patrol found Wen Jiner's body, it was a gruesome sight, in pieces. A mortician was sought to make the body whole again. Li Nang first checked the back of Wen Jiner's head and indeed saw a wound. From the edge of the wound, it could be analyzed that it was injured by a relatively sharp object. The edges of the wound still had tiny fragments of stones and dirt, which could preliminarily determine that it was caused by a sharp stone. Li Nang then looked at the sewn-up parts. From the broken area, it could be seen that it was not cut by a sharp weapon but was directly torn apart. This indicated that the monster had incredible strength at that time. Of course, a powerful cultivator could also do it. However, unless there was deep hatred, one would have to be insane to kill someone in such a manner to vent their anger. Isn't it disgusting to splash blood all over oneself? To gather more information from the corpse, Li Nang squatted down, leaning in close, enduring the stench to observe each part carefully. Soon, he noticed something very strange. Wen Jiner's wrists and ankles showed a dark brown color, covering an area about the width of a palm and encircling in a circle. "What do you think caused this?" Li Nang turned to ask his female superior. Lung Xinan bent down to take a look. Unbeknownst to her, whether out of carelessness or a complete lack of guard against Li Nang, her clothing slightly opened as she bent down, perfectly aligning with Li Nang's eyes. It was almost a zero-distance encounter. The delicate collarbone, resembling coral branches, and a faint line of peaks appeared, revealing an elegant, deep blue belly band. Although the woman was dressed in a fitted long skirt, not much was exposed. It still provided Li Nang with sufficient visual enjoyment. He even faintly caught a hint of a fragrance that was different from her body scent. It should be the bruises left when the monster tore at the corpse, which had also been seen on bodies killed by monsters in the past. The woman analyzed to herself, completely unaware that the man almost had a nosebleed. Regaining his senses, Li Nang quickly averted his restless gaze while the woman was still unaware, slightly moving his cheek back. One should not look at what should not be seen, especially when it is the female superior. Looking at the dark brown on her wrists, Li Nang pondered, could it really be bruises? Chapter 24, The Social Death Scene of the Little Rabbit. After finishing the inquiry with Wen Xiaocai, Lung Xinan notified her subordinates to take him to the county jail, awaiting the final judgment. Although the monsters and grave robbers had not yet been located, with the case of Wan Yingying being solved, at least there was an explanation for the Wan family, and County Magistrate Shun Xuanhe no longer had to face the daily scrutiny with a long face. Is there anything else confusing? Walking on the wide street, Lung Xinan asked the man whose brows were sometimes tightly knit. A lot. Li Nang habitually pinched his brow. Actually, I was thinking, who revived He Qingyu? This was the most crucial point in the case. In his mind, Li Nang had roughly sorted out the case's context. But this point left him very puzzled. It was not confusing who revived He Qingyu, but rather why they would want to revive him. Lung Xinan crossed her arms in front of her chest, mimicking Li Nang's analytical stance. According to the laws of the appearance of grave robbers, only those who are most concerned about the deceased could possibly revive them in the Red Rain dream. Therefore, the person who revived He Qingyu must have very deep feelings for him. However, it can be confirmed that there was no romantic involvement between Lin Jiayue and He Qingyu. This girl has a proud personality and clearly looks down on such a mediocre scholar. Since we can rule out Lin Jiayue, that leaves Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner. Wen Jiner is already dead, and Wen Xiaocai also said his sister wouldn't like He Qingyu. As for Wan Yingying, she was drugged with red rain after He Qingyu's revival and was eventually killed by nightmares. Thus, we can completely rule out the suspicion of these three people. I also sent someone to investigate the students He Qingyu taught. Most respected him, and there were no romantic entanglements. Additionally, I carefully interrogated He Qingyu's sister-in-law, Zhang Shi. Although she indeed has feelings for her younger brother-in-law, It is not enough to revive him in the Red Rain dream. At the same time, I checked her body with a magical tool, and there were no traces of Red Rain. Therefore, his sister-in-law can also be ruled out. What's wrong? The woman felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Li Nank gave her a thumbs up, flattering his superior. Indeed, to be an official in the night patrol department, your abilities are not bad. In response to the man's praise, the woman's rarely seen delicate face flushed. She felt inexplicably a bit proud. After all, this was recognition from a strong person. Continue analyzing. Lung Xinan's slight smile at the corner of her lips froze. She bit her lip and shook her head helplessly. Next. I don't know how to analyze anymore, Li Nank said calmly. Since all the suspects have been ruled out, it means we have overlooked an important person. Who do you think it is? I don't know. The woman continued to shake her head. Li Nank intentionally prompted her. Since you don't know, where should we go to find clues now? Clues. Lung Xinan furrowed her brows tightly, stopping to think. Li Nank did not rush her, quietly waiting for the attractive female superior in front of him to provide an answer. The pedestrians on the street gradually increased. Vendors shouted on both sides of the road. A breeze carrying a hint of coolness stirred the woman's dark hair, slightly swaying the ink-colored skirt, resembling ink wash painting in the world. Undoubtedly the most beautiful scenery on the street at that moment. Passers-by were all amazed, especially when they saw the handsome Li Nank standing beside her, which made people sigh about what a golden boy and jade girl were. Let's go find He Qingyu's sister-in-law. Without thinking for too long, Lung Xinan thought of the key point, her apricot eyes sparkling with brilliance. Perhaps only at her sister-in-law's place could we find the answers we wanted. Li Nank snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. Correct. He Qingyu's sister-in-law, Xianxia, was a widow. Both her parents had passed away, and now she had no husband or children. After her husband died many years ago, she lived alone, occasionally following her husband's last wishes to take care of her younger brother-in-law. It could be said that He Qingyu was her only relative. When Li Nank and Lung Xinan arrived, Xianxia was busy preparing for her brother-in-law's funeral with the neighbors. Her eyes were red and swollen like walnuts from crying. Upon learning of their intentions, Xianxia did not dare to neglect them, leading the two into the inner room. Adults, just ask directly what you want to know. I will not hide anything I know. I just hope you can catch the murderer as soon as possible to comfort my brother-in-law's spirit in heaven, Xianxia said. Starting to cry again, Li Nank comforted her a few times and directly asked the key question. Why hasn't He Qingyu gotten married? I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he got used to being idle and felt he couldn't support a family. Xianxia sobbed as she spoke. When He Qingyu was a musician, did he have any romantic entanglements with other girls? How could that be possible? At this point, she suddenly asked tentatively, Sir, is it that some girl was rejected and then killed Qingyu out of love and hate? However, his silence made Xianxia mistakenly think she had guessed correctly, and she immediately burst into tears, crying out, Qingyu, your death is too unjust. I often warned you not to teach those little girls music, not to get mixed up in those cosmetics. Something would happen sooner or later, but you never listened. If you had listened to your sister-in-law earlier, why would it have come to this? What is so special about mingling with those girls? Why not come and play with your sister-in-law? The woman's sorrowful crying made one feel a sense of pity. Li Nank felt something was off and quickly said, He Qingyu's death has nothing to do with those little girls. I just want to know, didn't He Qingyu have a lover when he was young? That is not the case. Xianxia was taken aback, wiping her tears as she said, if he had one, it would definitely be true. At that time, he was preparing for the imperial examination, and it seemed there was a girl he liked, but he always kept it hidden, and no one knew who she was. Later, my Qingyu was wronged and got involved in an exam cheating case, which ruined his future completely. After that, he had no more contact with that girl. In any case, I never saw him reach out to her again. Sometimes, he would lock himself in his room and draw pictures of women, not letting me see. Although he never said it, I could still tell he was thinking about that girl. Xianxia's words provided stronger validation for Li Nank's speculation. He finally clarified some mysteries. After thinking for a moment, Xianxia frowned and said, Actually, there was something. About half a month ago, he became very absent-minded, sometimes laughing loudly, sometimes staring blankly, and he even cried twice. When I asked him, he didn't say anything, just kept mumbling strange things like he shouldn't have cut ties back then. And that God was not unfair to him. Li Nank extracted some useful information, noted it down on paper, and after confirming there were no other clues to dig, he left Xianxia's house with Lung Xinan. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Lung Xianan's eyes sparkled. Nanko, do you think He Qingyu's early lover could be? Lung Darun, where do you think we should go to find clues now? Li Nanku suddenly retorted. To He Qingyu's house? The lady suggested. Li Nanku smiled faintly. That's right, but I want to investigate at Chuihong Mountain first, to see the crime scene with my own eyes. The mountain peaks were sharp like swords, standing tall and vertical. From below, Chuihong Mountain appeared extremely steep, like a divine dragon raising its head, ready to soar. The entire mountain was covered with pine and bamboo, obscuring the sun. We are indeed very fortunate, Li Nanke said, surveying the mountain. Just then, Tianwu and Guogang, who were nearby searching for the whereabouts of the magical creatures, approached to greet Lung Xiannan. Lung Jia, has Wen Shoukai been summoned? Tianwu asked. Lung Xiannan lightly nodded her head and then coldly asked, has the little rabbit been found? Tianwu and Guogang both lowered their heads in silence. It seemed they had found nothing. This girl really deserves a beating, Lung Xiannan muttered under her breath. Li Nanke already knew that the little rabbit they mentioned was named Meng Xiaotu, a senior dream master from the Night Patrol Division. However, he had no interest in her. Just hearing her name made it clear she was unreliable, and he felt no excitement at the thought of meeting her. While he was lost in thought, Guogang suddenly shouted, Lung Jia, look. Following his gaze, Li Nanke looked up and saw a giant bird diving down from the cliff. But as it got closer, it turned out to be a large kite. Moreover, a person was standing on the kite. It looked like a girl. It's Xiaotu. Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly furious. Damn it. When did this girl steal the flying kite from the Divine Machine Pavilion? We've been searching for so long, and she went off to play instead. The flying kite was a magical device made by the Divine Machine Pavilion, typically used for various tasks and even warfare. After several generations of modifications, it could be equipped with weapons and could freely change speed while descending, allowing ordinary people to operate it safely for landing. Lung Xiannan's face turned pale, equally furious. As the kite approached closer, Li Nanke could also see the figure of the girl clearly. She was up there, waving her hands at them. Does this girl even have the face to greet us? Tianyu was infuriated. However, gradually, everyone realized something was wrong. It seemed that the kite showed no signs of slowing down and was heading straight towards them. The girl's voice became clearer. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, she shouted while desperately waving her hands. Damn. Tianyu's face changed drastically as he jumped up. Scatter. Everyone hurriedly dispersed. Lung Xiannan grabbed Li Nanke's arm and stepped back 10 meters. As the kite's speed increased, Lung Xiannan leaped into the air. And just as the kite was about to crash to the ground, she grabbed the wing rod and forcefully yanked it to a stop. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotu was uncontrollably propelled forward. Although she barely landed on the ground, she accidentally tripped over a rock and stumbled forward due to inertia. With a thud, she knelt down in front of Li Nanke, instinctively hugging his legs. Her cute little face even bumped against Li Nanke's abdomen. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Everyone gaped, staring at the scene, feeling it was too embarrassing to look at. Li Nanke was also stunned. Looking at the girl beneath him, he dryly asked, Why are you being so polite, young lady? Chapter 25. Can't handle the salty. Entering a lush forest. Walking along a damp path flanked by wild grass, Li Nanke arrived at Shuihong Mountain. This was a remote area. Trees were towering all around, and a slight chill flowed through the air. The sprawling branches hung with delicate green leaves sparkled under the sunlight. However, the bloodstains left on the ground added a chilling atmosphere to the pleasant surroundings. This was the scene where Lin Jiaoyu and Wan Ying were attacked by magical creatures. One could almost still smell the lingering scent of blood. After discovering Lin Jiaoyu and Wan Ying at the foot of the mountain, the authorities and the Night Patrol Division brought people to search for Wen Jin, and it was here that they found her body. This was where Lin Jiaoyu and Wan Ying were attacked by magical creatures, Lung Xiannan said. Li Nanke carefully examined the gruesome bloodstains on the ground, imagining the horrific scene at that time. Standing behind everyone, Meng Xiaotu took out a carrot from under her short skirt, looking at the imposing Li Nanke, and asked Guogang, Who is this pretty boy? Is he a night patrol officer sent from the capital? What? The little girl widened her starry eyes. She couldn't understand why Lung Jia valued such a minor corner so much. Indeed, being handsome allowed one to be favored everywhere. Even Lung Jia, who usually disliked pretty boys, had succumbed to his looks. Although he's just a corner, this guy is quite clever. If it weren't for him, we might have caused a disaster. Tianyu recounted the situation, expressing his sentiments. I realized this young man is not simple, so I strongly recommended him to Lung Jia, which is why he is valued so much. If he rises to prominence in the future, my contributions will be the greatest. Guogang rolled his eyes, looking disdainful. Is he really that impressive? Meng Xiaotu was quite skeptical. Li Nanke squatted down, carefully observing each bloodstain. From the distribution of the bloodstains at the scene, it was consistent with the situation of a person being torn apart. At the same time, he found a stone stained with blood, but it wasn't stuck in the ground. If Wen Jin had indeed hit the back of her head here and sustained such injuries, it would indeed be difficult for her to get up in a short time. Naturally, she would become the primary target of the magical creatures. Lin Jiaoyu and Wan Ying fled in this direction. Lung Xiannan pointed to a small path in the right side jungle. Because the magical creatures blocked their way, the two girls could only flee in panic, resulting in their unfortunate escape to the edge of the cliff. Li Nanke stared at the path, pondering for a moment, and continued to wander around to investigate. When he reached a tree, he suddenly stopped. Li Nanke bent down to check and found some pressed marks on the trunk about 30 centimeters from the ground. After touching it with his hand, the imprint became more pronounced. Did you find something? While he was deep in thought, a clear and lively voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. Li Nanke turned his head and saw the round-faced, cute girl squatting down, curiously staring at the tree trunk, with an oversized cup of milk tea nearly overflowing from her knee. Speak up, the girl said, her long, curved eyelashes fluttering lightly. Li Nanke cleared his throat, about to speak, when Lung Xian grabbed the girl's ear and pulled her aside. Get away. Don't disturb Nanku while he's investigating. The female superior's expression was displeased. Meng Xiaotu rubbed her red ear and said pitifully, I didn't disturb him. I was just asking out of curiosity. You're so close to Nanku. Calling him Nanku so affectionately, one might think you're his sweetheart. Try saying that again. Upon hearing this, Lung Xian's eyebrows shot up, raising her delicate hand as if to hit. Meng Xiaotu quickly raised her hands to protect her head. Lung Jia, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare Xiaotu. I'll treat you to carrots. Humph. Seeing the girl admit defeat, Lung Xian put her hand down and coldly said, Who would want your salty carrots? But then she exclaimed, grabbing the girl's arm and looking at a light blue muscle rope wrapped around it, asking, Dragon beard muscle? Where did you get this? I picked it up, Meng Xiaotu said with a grin, relieved that Lung Xian didn't intend to hit her. Li Nanke's gaze turned towards her. What is dragon beard muscle? Lung Xian handed the muscle rope to him. It's a rope made from a special plant. Very strong and elastic. It lengthens when it encounters water and then contracts. Li Nanke became interested, playing with it in his hand. However, when he heard the last sentence from the woman, a flash of insight struck him, and his expression turned serious. He hurried to the trunk he had just examined, inspected it with a flexible rope, and then followed the direction of the bloodstains toward a tree trunk on the opposite side, where he also found indentations. Is there water? Li Nanke suddenly asked. Lung Xinan was taken aback and asked a subordinate for the water pouch he carried, handing it to Li Nanke. Li Nanke poured some water on the flexible rope, and indeed, the rope, which was only about 10 centimeters long, began to stretch like a wriggling worm, nearly doubling in length. Li Nanke immediately wrapped the rope around a sturdy branch as thick as his arm. After a moment, the rope began to contract, just as Lung Xinan had said, and the branch emitted a painful groan until it snapped with a crack. Huh. The man watched the scene and inexplicably smiled. But his face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was cold and sinister, as if a chill was rising from his feet, rushing straight to the crown of his head. Little rabbit, did you find only this one? Li Nanke turned to ask, seeing the man suddenly serious. Meng Xiaotu nodded vigorously and said, Yes, what's wrong? Where did you find it? Take me there, Li Nanke said immediately, seeing Meng Xiaotu still in a daze. Lung Xinan snapped, Are you deaf? Hurry and take us there. Oh, okay. Little Rabbit was startled and quickly led everyone toward a thicket. With everyone searching carefully along the way, they soon found 2 broken pieces of dragon beard rope in the dense bushes, one of which was even stained with blood. Is this stuff easy to buy? Li Nanke asked. Lung Xinan nodded, very easy to buy. Although this material is tough, it can be easily cut with a sharp object. Moreover, if soaked in water 3 or 4 times, it will completely lose its toughness and is not very durable. Li Nanke stared at the dragon beard rope in his hand. Judging from the breakage and the barbs left on it, it was clearly cut by a sharp wooden shard. So that's how it is. In less than half an incense stick's time, someone discovered a very hidden path. But it wasn't exactly a path. Just a rugged trail that had been trampled down, clearly a mark left by previous herbalists. Climbing down the path with difficulty, Li Nanke arrived at a stone platform about half a meter wide, jutting out between the cliffs, with very little space, enough for only 2 people to stand. How high is this from the ground? Below the stone platform was a dense tangle of vines and branches, completely obscuring the ground. Li Nanke asked Lung Xinan behind him. Before Lung Xinan could speak, Meng Xiaotu chimed in. I saw this stone platform when I came down earlier. It's probably just a little over 2 zhang. A little over 2 zhang, which is about 7 meters high. Li Nanke asked, if someone jumps down from here, what are the chances of dying? Lung Xinan gazed down and replied softly, if it's a cultivator, there would be no issue. However, for an ordinary person, if they land headfirst, the chances of death would be higher. Just jumping down directly wouldn't be very likely, and with so many vines and branches below, it's even less probable. At this point, Lung Xinan suddenly realized, looking at the man beside her in shock, you can't possibly think to go to Xianxia Temple. Looking at the temple in the distance, Li Nanke immediately made a decision. Xianxia Temple is the most popular temple in Dongqi town, with a history of over 100 years. The temple grounds are surrounded by green trees and clusters of flowers, backed by the towering peaks, exuding a sense of transcendence. Li Nang stood in the incense-filled prayer courtyard, gazing somewhat distractedly at the enormous Bodhi tree in front of him. The Bodhi tree was adorned with small bamboo tubes the size of thumbs. These are wish tubes. Each tube has a name engraved beneath it, containing a wish note sealed with red thread. Lung Xinan brought over the monk on duty for the 4th day of the 8th month, a plump and a thin one. Both relatively young monks. Faced with the night patrol officers, the two looked nervous. On the 4th day of the 8th month, Lin Jiayue, Wan Yingying, and when Jiner prayed here, do you remember? Li Nang got straight to the point. The plump monk, named Changyu, and the thinner one, Changming, naturally remembered since they had been questioned about them before. After they prayed, did they hang up their wish tubes? Yes, they did, Changyu nodded. Glancing at the tubes hanging on the Bodhi tree, Li Nang turned to him. I want to find the wish tubes they hung up. Is that possible? Both monks showed signs of difficulty. Not to mention whether it would be easy to find among so many tubes. There are rules in the temple. Once hung, they are not allowed to be taken down for others to see. Is there a problem? Lung Xinan narrowed her eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Sensing the pressure from the woman, the two monks quickly shook their heads like rattles. No problem. We'll find it right away. Saying this, they hurried toward the Bodhi tree. Lung Xinan also led her subordinates to search. Only Meng Xiaodu was slacking off on the side. Want a carrot? The girl took out a beautifully shaped carrot from under her skirt with golden silk edges and offered it to Li Nang. Li Nang hesitated and gently declined. No, I prefer lighter flavors. Chapter 26. The demon has another. Time passed silently in minutes and seconds. The once bustling courtyard, filled with worshippers, was now eerily quiet under the lockdown of the night patrol. Under the ancient Bodhi tree, everyone craned their necks, trying hard to find the wish tubes that Lin Jiayue and her companions had hung among the dense thousands of bamboo tubes. Li Nang sat quietly at the entrance, his mind sorting through clues. His persistence in finding the wish tubes hung on the Bodhi tree by Lin Jiayue and her friends stemmed from his initial questioning of the monks on duty. According to the information provided by the monks, after the prayer session, Wan Yingying stayed alone for a while. After that, she inexplicably threw a tantrum. After throwing her tantrum, she suggested going for a walk in Cuihong Mountain. Therefore, the wish tubes hanging on the tree must contain some clues that led to the subsequent murder. Found it. Soon, Lung Xinan hurried over to the man with a wish tube she found from the Bodhi tree. Li Nang opened it one by one. It seemed that this girl indeed had a deep affection for He Qingyu. Lin Jiayue's wish was for her sisters to live happily forever. But when Li Nang opened Wen Jiner's wish tube, he found it completely empty. In fact, the wish note had been taken away. I ask you, did these 3 wish tubes get hung up by them? Or did you help them? Li Nang asked Changyu. Changyu shook his head. We didn't help hang them up. After they finished writing their wishes in the Wenjing Hall, Miss Lin took them all to hang. Just as I thought. Li Nang's heart found an answer and asked, now? Tell me again what happened next. Changyu wiped the sweat from his chubby face and recounted the events of that day. After hanging the wish tubes, the 3 of them prayed under the Bodhi tree. Later, Miss Lin said she wanted to relieve herself, and when Jiner accompanied her to the back courtyard. So only Wan Yingying stayed under the Bodhi tree? Yes. Did you see Wan Yingying touching the wish tubes? I think so. Li Nang's eyes sharpened. I ask you again. Before this, did Miss Lin and her companions display any unusual behavior? I'm not just talking about the 4th day of the 8th month, but even earlier. This made Changyu feel troubled. With so many worshippers coming and going every day, how could he possibly remember everything? About half a month ago, at this moment, the somewhat shy Changming suddenly spoke up. Miss Lin seems to be in poor spirits. Can you elaborate? Li Nang's eyes brightened. Changming seemed a bit uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people. His slightly dark cheeks flushed a little as he timidly said, half a month ago, Mr. Lin brought his wife and daughter to Li Chun Temple to pray. At that time, Miss Wan and Miss Wen were also with them. Miss Lin was perfectly fine at first, but then something happened, and Miss Lin's expression became very dazed. Her complexion also looked bad. Miss Wan and Miss Wen kept comforting her. All right. Changming suddenly remembered something and pointed to a hall dedicated to the Vajra Bodhisattva, saying, in the afternoon, I saw the 3 of them kneeling there, seemingly making some sort of vow. I only heard Miss Wan say we must keep this secret for Jiaoyu, and no one is allowed to speak of it. Li Nang looked at the frail young monk in front of him, the corners of his lips curling up slightly with a meaningful smile. The information provided by the other party was too detailed and too much. This was clearly abnormal. After all, there were so many visitors to the temple every day, especially regarding the events that happened half a month ago. It would be impressive to have a rough impression, let alone remember it so clearly. There was only one reason. This monk named Changming secretly admired Lin Jiaoyu. When you like someone, you pay extra attention. However, Li Nang didn't care whom the other party had a crush on. The clues provided by Changming were too useful. They made the truth that was already emerging even clearer. But with a rigorous attitude, Li Nank decided to investigate in detail what happened that day. Can you recount the events of when Miss Lin and the others came to the temple, specifically where they went and what they did? Li Nank asked. Chongming hesitated for a moment before leading everyone to a quiet little courtyard, which contained several Zen halls with Buddha lamps and statues, as well as a huge incense burner in the center. This was a place for some guests to light lamps and pray for peace, with a designated monk reciting scriptures to pray for safety. At that time, the little monk was with his master, so he remembered it quite clearly. Chongming opened a Zen room and said, "At first, Mr. Lin and the others entered this room to light candles and worship Buddha. But Miss Wan and the others were a bit noisy, and Mr. Lin was somewhat displeased, so he told them to go to the adjacent Zen room. Later, after the monk finished reciting the scriptures, Mr. Lin accompanied him to the main hall to listen to the teachings, leaving only Mrs. Lin to worship Buddha here." Wait, Li Nank suddenly grasped a key piece of information and stared at Chongming. So, at that time, Mrs. Lin, Mei Xinger, was alone in this Zen room. And Lin Jiaoyu and the others were next door? Yes. Chongming nodded. Li Nank examined the Zen room and asked, "How's the sound insulation here? If a quarrel occurred, could the next room hear it?" Chongming furrowed his brows. It should be audible. To verify his suspicion, Li Nank instructed Tai Niu and Gua Gang to go next door and talk, escalating from normal conversation to a loud quarrel. After the experiment, as long as the voices weren't too quiet, they could be heard. And then, Li Nank continued to ask, "At that time, did you see anyone else enter Mrs. Lin's Zen room?" The little monk didn't know about that. Chongming shook his head. Li Nank asked the last key question. "You should know He Qingyu. Did he come to Liqin Temple to pray that day?" "Yes." This time, it was Chongyu who spoke. He stepped forward and said, "I remember this matter because someone knocked over a small incense burner outside the temple that day, and it was Mr. He. He seemed quite angry, probably because he had a quarrel with someone. Although he had already speculated the ultimate truth, he still hoped he was wrong. This was not the truth he wanted because it was too cruel." Long Xian Nan was not stupid. She gradually understood something from Li Nank's series of conversations. Her expression extremely serious. So, at that time, Mrs. Lin had a quarrel with someone in the room, which happened to be overheard by Lin Jiaoyu and the others next door. "By the way, Lord Long, when you rushed to the Lin residence, did you hear that Miss Lin was trapped in the Red Rain dream?" Li Nank turned to look at the woman's delicate face and asked. Long Xian Nan shook her head. "No. We had just rushed over from Yun City and happened to see the maid from the Lin residence looking anxious in front of the county office. I asked her and learned that Miss Lin was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't wake up, which made me realize something was wrong, so we hurried over." Li Nank murmured, "I see. This means that even if you wasn't there at the time, Lin Jiao you could still be saved. Go to He Qingyu's house." Li Nank sighed heavily and said solemnly. This was Li Nank's second time entering He Qingyu's room. Although the body had been removed, the eerie residual aura of death seemed to linger in the room. Li Nank searched around the room but did not find what he wanted. Zhang Shi said that He Qingyu usually painted some women as portraits alone. He never showed these paintings to anyone, so they should be hidden away. There must be secret compartments in this room. Everyone, search carefully. Although they had confirmed the identity of He Qingyu's old lover, Li Nank still wanted to find evidence. This was the meticulous attitude passed down from his previous life. Secret compartments? Long Xian then looked at the bookcase and furniture in the room, frowning, and said, "Should we call Zhang Shi over? Perhaps she knows where the mechanism is. Oh, why go through so much trouble?" Without waiting for everyone to react, Meng Xiaodu suddenly swung her arm, and a streak of light flashed by. With a loud crash, the furniture in front shattered into pieces. Immediately after, the bookcase and wooden boxes also couldn't escape unscathed, until a corner of the wall inside the bookcase was smashed open. A stack of paintings mixed with torn paper flew out. "The secret compartment is here. Here you go." Meng Xiaodu handed the paintings of women to Li Nank. Li Nank stared in disbelief at the room that had been torn apart in an instant, speechless, and gave a thumbs up. "You are more of a husky than a husky. Impressive." "What is a husky?" The little girl looked confused. Although the process was violent, finding the secret compartment so quickly saved time. However, Li Nank's attention was drawn to Meng Xiaotu's weapon. It turned out to be meteor hammers. The hammers were about the size of a girl's fist, engraved with exquisite patterns, and made of special metal. The golden chain connecting them was also filled with runes. At a glance, they were not ordinary items. Li Nank secretly complained. This young girl is so young, yet she likes to play with such weapons. The women depicted in the paintings were graceful and beautiful, with many images of them partially clothed, the lines so skillfully drawn that they sparked imagination, as if the artist had experienced it firsthand. However, among all the paintings, none depicted the faces of the women. How cautious. Li Nank chuckled. Although the faces of the women were not painted, a small crescent-shaped mark at the waist of one of the women was preserved. This could serve as evidence. What is this? While searching in the secret compartment, Long Xian then suddenly exclaimed, pulling out an object. When opened, it turned out to be a piece of animal skin. The fur was thick enough to wrap around an adult man. Lin Nank took the animal skin, his gaze flickering as he looked at Lung Xian Nan. Do you have Lin Jiaoyu's testimony record from that time? Yes. Gui Gang produced it. Did she not describe the appearance of the monster? Lung Xian Nan's pupils shrank. Gui Gang said, I asked the brother who recorded it earlier. He said Lin Jiaoyu was too frightened and was a bit vague. Frightened? A sarcastic smile crossed Lin Nank's lips. But when we encountered the monster in the Lin residence's backyard, she recognized it at a glance. Lung Xian Nan suddenly looked up. Lin Jiaoyu and the others did not encounter the monster at Suihong Mountain at all. No, they did encounter it. Lin Nank picked up the animal skin, enunciating each word. This monster is He Qingyu. Chapter 27. The location of the madam. Lin Nank's words shocked everyone present. Initially, everyone thought that old Qin was the monster that attacked Lin Jiaoyu and the others. But now, as the fog of the case slowly lifted, it turned out to be He Qingyu. This was simply too surreal. Lin Nank stared at the beast's skin in his hand and said faintly, from beginning to end, Lin Jiaoyu and the others have never encountered a real monster. The so-called monster is just a disguise created by He Qingyu. Disguise? Meng Xiaodu's eyes widened. Monsters are mutations of humans, either transformed into two-headed beasts or shaped like animals. But regardless of their form, they all share one common trait: incredible strength. When Jiner's body was torn apart, so she could definitely say it was killed by a monster. However, she couldn't describe what the monster looked like. Listening to Lin Nank's analysis, everyone felt a shock in their hearts. They thought the girl was just frightened and unable to describe it. They never considered that Lin Jiaoyu was deceiving them, especially since that girl was beautiful and always had a pitiful look, making it hard for people to doubt her deceptive appearance. Tianwu frowned, but I still don't understand. From the scene investigation, Wan Yingying was also fleeing in panic towards the cliff at that time. Was she scared by the monster disguised by He Qingyu? Exactly. Lin Nank took out a small object resembling a pin holder from the beast's skin. He blew on it, and it emitted a bird-like chirping sound. This is what they used to signal each other, Lin Nank said. Lin Jiaoyu must have one too. After when Jiner died, she used this to notify He Qingyu in the distance, and then He Qingyu staged a scene of a monster attack. In that situation, Wan Yingying was unable to think clearly and could only blindly follow Lin Jiaoyu to escape. Tianwu still looked confused, but the question is, why would Lin Jiaoyu do this? Cold Shinan, who was deep in thought, wore a look of disdain. How could she have such foolish subordinates? So embarrassing. Lin Nank smiled. Want to know the truth? Let us go to the Lin residence and confront Miss Lin about how she directed this wonderful play. However, when Lin Nank walked out of the courtyard, he was shocked to find Kaiyun and Xiang'er standing outside the door. What are you doing here? Cold Shinan saw Kaiyun, who was supposed to be protecting Lin Jiaoyu closely, and her eyelids twitched, feeling a bad premonition. Weren't you supposed to stay by Miss Lin's side? Kaiyun hurriedly explained. Sister Long, Miss Lin has been worried about her mother, feeling depressed, so she wanted to come out for a stroll. My sister and I tried to persuade her, but she insisted on coming out, so we let Xiang'er come along. Where is she now? Cold Shinan asked anxiously. Xiang'er realized something might have happened and timidly pointed to an old, uninhabited courtyard nearby. Earlier we saw you and planned to come over. But the young lady said she needed to go urgently, so she asked Kaiwe to accompany her over there. Before Xiang'er could finish, Lin Nank rushed toward the abandoned small courtyard overgrown with weeds. Upon entering, he saw Kaiwe standing guard there. Mr. Li, Kaiwe was startled to see Lin Nank suddenly appear. Where is Lin Jiaoyu? That Miss Lin had an urgent need, so she went over there, Mr. Li. Seeing Lin Nank heading directly toward the place Lin Jiaoyu was attending to, Kaiwe instinctively wanted to stop him, but Cold Shinan shouted, Don't stop him. Kaiwe stood there. At a loss, Lin Nank pushed through the low, prickly bushes and climbed over the moss-covered low wall. But a glance around revealed that Lin Jiaoyu was nowhere to be seen, not even a hair. Kaiwe, who had followed, was also confused, but Miss Lin was heading this way. Lin Nank circled around and suddenly realized he was at the back of He Qingyu's residence. When he leaned in closer to listen, he could distinctly eavesdrop on the conversation inside the house. Damn it! Lin Nank slammed his fist against the wall and turned to Cold Shinan. Lady Long, mobilize all the officials and night patrol officers to search for Lin Jiaoyu with all their might. August weather changes rapidly. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, but now it turned gloomy. Clouds gathered in chunks, thickening like a galloping horse. The county town was completely sealed off. Officials and night patrol personnel were conducting house-to-house searches on the streets. Anyone could see the heavy atmosphere. The Lin residence was silent. All the servants felt as though a huge stone was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe, and they walked carefully. Cold Shinan didn't want to keep it from him. She just didn't know how to say it. After all, for a man, especially a relatively successful one, being cuckolded is too much of a blow. Not to mention, he was unexpectedly becoming a father. Lin Nank stood in Lin Jiaoyu's boudoir. staring at the writing on the table. The girl's handwriting was beautiful, delicate and graceful, yet not lacking in strength. But after flipping through several stacks, he found that Lin Jiayue's handwriting hadn't always been like this. It had only become beautiful after learning from Wen Jiner. On the 5th of August. After when Xiaotsai had a conflict with your young lady, has she not eaten since then? Li Nank asked lightly. Xiang'er's beautiful eyes tightened in surprise. How did you know? Xiang'er tilted her head. It's true. Ever since when Xiaotsai left, the young lady has been in a state of sadness and guilt, not eating or drinking, and no one could persuade her. Until the 9th of August, when the young lady finally ate a little, but after that, she fell into a coma and kept having nightmares. Li Nank sighed. Impressive, very impressive. The 9th of August was the day after Wan Yingying's death. It was the day when Xiaotsai cast the red rain on Lin Jiayue, which means this girl had already guessed that when Xiaotsai was going to target her, and she cooperatively allowed him to succeed. Recalling Lin Jiayue's performance in the red rain dream, one couldn't help but marvel that this girl was a born actress. Even he had been fooled. Smart? Li Nank's face twitched slightly. This was not a good title. It would be better to be called Feng Chao. Cold Xinan shot a glare at the girl. Don't disturb him. If you want to say it, then forget it. Who cares? Meng Xiaodu puffed out her cheeks. Sitting on the high stool without saying a word, her slender legs swinging cutely. Let us go check the Lady S room. Li Nank suddenly thought of something and quickly walked out of the room, since he had previously instructed the night patrol officers to guard this room and protect the scene. Lin Yuanwei had moved to another room, so the room was still as messy as before. Li Nank looked at the bloodstains on the floor and crouched down to inspect. Logically, the blood of a monster shouldn't be like this, so these few drops of blood were most likely from the lady. Cold Xinan crouched beside him, analyzing with lowered eyes. But why just these few drops of blood? Could it be that before the monster Lao Qintu came, another monster took Mei Xing'er away? That is impossible. If there was another monster, there would definitely have been noise. Li Nank shook his head gently. After watching for a while, his gaze swept to a pile of broken wooden chairs nearby. He pushed them aside and found several pieces of porcelain, which should be from a teacup that broke at that time. He had noticed some fragments when Lin's lady went missing before. However, at that time, he thought it was the monster that messed up the room and didn't conduct a detailed investigation. Li Nank picked up the porcelain pieces one by one, bringing them closer to inspect carefully. He even asked Cold Xinan to bring a lamp. Heaven rewards the diligent. He finally found a tiny amount of human skin tissue on a small porcelain piece. Mei Xing'er had been cut by this piece of porcelain, and there were fragments of the drunken peach on the teacup shards. Li Nank followed the bloodstain slowly, trying to simulate the scene at that time. As expected, she should have been drugged with the drunken peach, which made her feel unwell to the point of being unsteady on her feet. Even in a state of anesthesia, she couldn't call for help loudly. Cold Xinan looked puzzled. Did she see the monster? Li Nank tapped his fingers against the stool leg. This doesn't conform to normal human behavior. Even if frightened, she shouldn't be heading towards the bed. She vanished into thin air. Li Nank suddenly stood up, slapped his thigh hard, and cursed inwardly. Damn, I'm really stupid. I should have thought of this earlier. Chapter 28. Remnants of Past Feelings. Generally speaking, some wealthy families would dig a secret tunnel or hidden room in their homes to protect themselves and their families from thieves or enemies. They could even secretly relocate treasures. Especially considering that the courtyard where Lin Yuanwei lived was renovated from an old merchant's residence during a tumultuous period. Could there also be a hidden room in this house? Otherwise, how could Mei Xing'er have disappeared without a trace? Realizing this, Li Nank immediately asked Lin Yuanwei, does this room have a hidden room or tunnel? Sure enough. Upon hearing Li Nank's words, Lin Yuanwei nodded. Of course it does. With a crisp sound, one side of the bed was lifted, revealing a tunnel with a wooden ladder extending downwards. Madam, Lin Yuanwei hurriedly crawled into the tunnel, but due to his excitement, he accidentally missed a step on the ladder and fell down. Lung Xinan and the others quickly followed him in. Fortunately, the entrance was not very high, and although Lin Yuanwei fell, he was not seriously injured. Li Nank climbed down the ladder and heard a sound reminiscent of an old fan turning. After Lin Yuanwei lit the wall lamp, he discovered that there were indeed 2 bamboo blades installed in the corners of the hidden room. It seemed that there was a water wheel outside, using the design to channel cold water into a storage tank, creating a makeshift fan to stir up cool air and facilitate airflow. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the woman lying on the ground. It was Mei Xing'er. At that moment, she was lying on the cold ground, her head stained with blood, and there were bloodstains on the floor. Although she was motionless, the rise and fall of her chest indicated that she was still alive. Li Nank quickly assessed that Mei Xing'er had jumped directly down from the tunnel entrance, hitting her head on the hard ground, which had caused her current state. Moreover, she had been affected by the intoxicating effects of the drunken immortal peach and was basically too weak to get up. Madam, Lin Yuanwei cried, holding his half-conscious wife, tears of joy streaming down his face. Feeling her husband's presence, Mei Xing'er slightly parted her cracked lips but couldn't speak. However, tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Whether out of guilt or regret, it was unclear. Everyone helped to carry Mei Xing'er out of the tunnel. Based on the information Li Nank had previously gathered, Lung Xinan provided a precise analysis. At that time, Mei Xing'er must have realized she had been affected by the drunken immortal Peach and intended to go out to seek help. But coincidentally, the demon, Lao Qin, arrived. In a moment of desperation, Mei Xing'er thought of this tunnel and hid inside. Due to the anesthetic effects on her body, she couldn't land properly and accidentally fell, injuring her head and drifting into a semi-conscious state. The demon couldn't find Mei Xing'er and vented his frustration by smashing the room, which was heard by Xiang'er and the others, leading to the subsequent events. Li Nank remained silent, staring at the beautiful woman resting on the bed. After careful nursing, Mei Xing'er gradually regained some spirit and could open her eyes to speak. "My lord." Looking at the remorseful Lin Yuanwei, the beautiful woman's eyes were filled with shame, her weak call tinged with embarrassment. Lin Yuanwei tightly grasped his wife's hand, weeping, "It's all my fault. I should have thought of this. It's my incompetence for not protecting you well." As he spoke, he slapped his own mouth. Seeing this, Xiang'er hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and comfort him. Everyone sighed inwardly. Li Nank signaled Xiang'er to take Lin Yuanwei aside and said to Mei Xing'er, "Before we talk, I have a small request. I hope you won't refuse. Whatever the official says." Mei Xing'er weakly replied, her gaze instinctively evasive. Li Nank said, "Madam, could you take off your clothes so I can take a look?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was immediately stunned. Lin Yuanwei, who was wiping his tears, froze in place, then blushed and wanted to yell, but was held back by a cold glance from Lung Xinan, rendering him speechless. Li Nank smiled. "Go ahead, madam. I believe you wouldn't want anything to happen to your daughter either." A faint blush appeared on Mei Xing'er's pale face as her delicate fingers lightly grasped her clothing. Fearing that this handsome young man might rush over and rip her clothes off, Li Nank took out a drawing and gently asked, "Madam, do you also have a birthmark like this on your body?" Mei Xing'er stiffened. The incredibly familiar drawing felt like a bloody knife stabbing into her heart. Li Nank tossed the drawing onto the woman. Mei Xing'er was stunned for a while, glanced at the others in the room, and finally paused her gaze on her husband for a moment, resignedly closed her eyes, and softly said, "Yes. So, the woman who was in love with He Qingyu back then was you, right?" "Yes. And Lin Jiayue is your and his daughter, right?" It was only when she bit her lip until it bled that she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, squeezing out a word from her throat. "Yes." Thud. A man in the room slumped to the ground, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. Besides Lin Yuanwei, who else could it be? Li Nank clapped his hands and said, "Very good. Now I can have a good talk with you and reveal the truth behind the whole matter." Li Nank signaled for the unrelated people in the room to leave and even kindly found a blanket to cover Mei Xing'er. Let's reveal this grand play step by step according to the timeline. A month ago, the Lin family received a piece of good news. The young prince Bai Bui from the Anping Wangfu, while visiting Dongqi County for relaxation, happened to meet the eldest Miss Lin Jiayue and fell in love at first sight. He even personally vowed to marry Lin Jiayue. Therefore, Lin Jiayue was destined to become the young princess and was about to transform from a branch into a phoenix. For a girl who had aspired to become someone of significance since childhood, this was undoubtedly the most important and greatest opportunity of her life. She would never let the chance slip away. I can even conclude that the young prince's chance encounter with her was deliberately orchestrated by Lin Jiayue. From their first meeting, a fleeting glimpse, to leaving a deep impression, followed by avoiding meetings and feigning indifference in a series of clichés, it was quite typical, yet very effective. At least, the young prince was captivated. Mei Xing'er clutched the drawing given to her by her former lover, her gaze filled with resentment and regret as she looked at her husband. Li Nank felt a bit thirsty, asked Xiang'er to pour him some tea, and continued, "Logically speaking, everything should have gone smoothly. Miss Lin only needed to wait for good news. Even if the young prince broke his promise, she could still continue being a wealthy lady. However, everything changed half a month ago. Half a month ago, Lin Yuanwei took his family to Luqin Temple to pray, accompanied by Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner. No one expected that this trip would change everyone's fate. When Madame Lin was alone in the Zen room, her former lover, He Qingyu, suddenly appeared and began to question whether Lin Jiayue was their daughter. This argument was overheard by Lin Jiayue and the others next door. Clearly, Madame Lin admitted to this matter. She admitted that Lin Jiayue was her and He Qingyu's child, instantly shattering Miss Lin's dream of becoming a princess. Why was it shattered? First, He Qingyu was just a down-and-out scholar, far beneath the Lin family's status. Second, and most crucially, He Qingyu was implicated in an exam cheating scandal years ago. Even if the Anping Wang were to overlook his son, for the sake of face, he would never allow a family with such a stain to become in-laws. Li Nank stared at the pale-faced Mei Xing'er and slowly asked, "Madam, am I right? Mei Xing'er's lips curled into a faint, shallow, bitter smile, remaining silent. Just as Li Nank was about to continue speaking, she spoke softly. Back then, Qingyu and I loved each other deeply and decided to be together for life. But due to our respective identities, we kept it hidden, waiting for Qingyu to gain some recognition before redeeming me. However, with a cheating scandal, Qingyu's future was ruined. Deeply affected, he fell into despair and resolutely severed our ties to avoid delaying me. He even deceived me, saying he was about to marry someone else. In a fit of anger, I impulsively married Lin Yuanwei. Later, I found out that Qingyu had not married anyone, but it was too late, and our fate ended there. What Qingyu didn't know was that I was already pregnant at that time. Tears streamed down Mei Xing'er's delicate face, her shoulders trembling. Lin Yuanwei stared blankly at the wife he had been with for over a decade, as if he had lost his soul. The once familiar figure now felt incredibly strange. Perhaps he never expected that what he thought was a joyful reunion with his wife would deliver such a huge surprise from the heavens. Let's continue, Li Nank said, picking up his teacup to clear his throat. When Miss Lin discovered that she was the biological daughter of He Qingyu, her heart must have shattered, as all her ideals and wishes turned to ashes in that moment. Fortunately, she had two good sisters who planned to keep this secret for her. Thus, the monk Changming witnessed the scene where the three of them swore an oath in the palace. Although Wan Yingying was arrogant and unreasonable, and Wen Jiner was vain, they truly regarded Lin Jiayue as a good sister and were willing to keep her secret. However, Lin Jiayue didn't think so. They could keep a secret for a moment, but could they keep it for a lifetime? Who could guarantee that today's sisters wouldn't become enemies in the future? At that time, the so-called secret would be a knife that kills. In this world, only one kind of person can keep a secret, and that is the dead. Li Nank let out a breath, feeling very complicated inside. He really didn't want to believe that a blossoming young girl could have such a cruel heart. But facts are facts. Reality is often more magical than fiction. If one were to watch documentaries about juvenile crime, whether abroad or domestically, it is hard not to doubt whether some people are born with a hidden demon inside. The various crimes committed send chills down one's spine. Whether it is the environment or character that shapes them, these people are born with the genes of a bad seed. Li Nank couldn't evaluate Lin Jiayue, but he only knew one thing. This girl's blood was definitely cold. Li Nank calmed his emotions and continued. Thus, Lin Jiayue set her first plan to kill her two sisters. For this plan, she exploited the existing conflicts between Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner, deliberately fanning the flames from the side. This made Wan Yingying more and more convinced that Wen Jiner wanted to steal her beloved man. Finally, under her instigation, the opportunity came. Wan Yingying decided to go to Laikinsi to pray for blessings, intending to confront Wen Jiner during their visit to Zhehong Mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayue would seize this opportunity to design the murder of her two sisters. She needed a killer, and that killer was a demon, especially considering that a demon had recently appeared in Yunqing, the closest to Donqi County, and had not been captured by the night patrol. With a precedent set, no one would suspect. Since the killer was a demon, the demon had to appear, so she persuaded Madame Lin to convince He Qingyu to pretend to be that demon. He Qingyu would naturally agree, as it was the request of his biological daughter, and coupled with the pleading of Mei Xing'er, he had no reason to refuse. In fact, Lin Jiayue kept a secret here. She did not tell her mother and He Qingyu that they were going to kill the two sisters at Zhehong Mountain, but deceived them with other reasons. After all, this was murder, and no one would take the risk. Otherwise, He Qingyu wouldn't have climbed over the wall of the Lin residence that night to find Mei Xing'er, nor would he have gone to Baiyun restaurant to drink out of frustration. Because He Qingyu knew he had been deceived, he wanted to run to the Lin residence to question. According to the clues provided by Xiang'er, after He Qingyu was kicked out of the Lin residence, Mei Xing'er and Miss Lin had a quarrel. It was easy to guess that Mei Xing'er was furious about her daughter committing murder. Listening to Li Nank's detailed analysis, the previously confusing doubts began to unravel in everyone's hearts. All eyes turned to Mei Xing'er, their expressions complex. Having such a daughter was truly unfortunate. At this moment, Mei Xing'er also understood that the truth could no longer be concealed, and said bitterly, "That's right. At that time, Yuer only said she wanted to stage a rescue drama, so that Miss Wan and Miss Wen would feel grateful for her life-saving grace and keep her identity a secret forever. However, she originally planned for me to pretend to be the demon to scare them, but I was afraid that after leaving, my husband would suspect me. After all, I rarely go out, so I let Qingyu go." Qingyu had already promised me that he wouldn't reveal Yuer's identity. He understood that it would harm both me and Yuer, perhaps out of guilt towards me and our daughter. He didn't think too much and agreed to the plan to pretend to be the demon, wanting to do something for his daughter. But neither Qingyu nor I expected that Yuer would. Mei Xing'er's eyes filled with tears, choking on her words. Chapter 29, a natural expert in palace intrigue. One misstep leads to further missteps. Li Nank said. According to the plan, Lin Jiayue had He Qingyu wait outside the Lin residence, listening for her whistle signal. Under Lin Zhuyue's instigation, Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner had the biggest argument since they became sisters. At this moment, Wan Yingying completely lost her rationality. I cannot determine whether the injury behind Wen Jiner's head was caused by being pushed down by Wan Yingying or by being pushed down by Lin Zhuyue. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that Lin Zhuyue had to convince Wan Yingying first to join forces to kill Wen Jiner. At this point, even Li Nank had to marvel at Lin Zhuyue's ability to instigate trouble. Normally, Wan Yingying would never go so far as to kill someone. But she underestimated Lin Zhuyue's brainwashing abilities, just like Yuan Shao brainwashed He Jin during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, ultimately leading to the latter's demise. I remember watching a foreign documentary that detailed how an ordinary person, after witnessing a murder at a banquet, was gradually brainwashed into becoming an accomplice. Although Lin Zhuyue had not studied psychology, she was indeed skilled in manipulating people's hearts. This girl is a natural expert in palace intrigue. Li Nank looked at Mei Xing'er and said lightly, under Lin Zhuyue's gradual instigation, Wan Yingying developed a great hatred for Wen Jiner, especially since she always looked down on Wen Jiner. But the last straw that broke Wan Yingying's remaining rationality was the wish note that Wen Jiner placed in the wishing tube. To be precise, it was secretly placed there by Lin Zhuyue. According to the clues provided by the monk on duty at xianxia, the wishing tubes of the three of them were personally hung by Lin Zhuyue. This means that Lin Zhuyue could completely meddle and replace the wish note inside Wen Jiner's tube. It's easy to guess that the content of the replacement expressed love for He Qingyu and might even contain some malicious words about Wan Yingying. I remember Xiang'er said that Lin Zhuyue and Wen Jiner had the best relationship, and they often practiced writing together in the study. I looked at those writing samples, and Lin Zhuyue could easily imitate Wen Jiner's handwriting. Moreover, at that time, Lin Zhuyue was sure that Wan Yingying would definitely peek at Wen Jiner's wishing tube. And even to create an opportunity for her, she suggested going to the restroom, taking Wen Jiner along. Sure enough, as she expected, Wan Yingying peeked and saw Wen Jiner's love note for He Qingyu. This undoubtedly ignited the last shred of rationality in Wan Yingying's heart into a blaze of fury. At this moment, Wan Yingying did not intend to kill Wen Jiner. She perhaps wanted to teach her a lesson instead, so she resolutely headed to Zhehong Mountain. However, what happened next completely exceeded her expectations. During the argument and pushing, Wen Jiner fell to the ground and was injured, falling into a deep coma. Logically, at this time, the wisest choice would be to take Wen Jiner down the mountain to find a doctor. But our Wan Yingying, at this critical moment, was misled by Lin Zhuyue. Kill Wen Jiner. As long as Wen Jiner was killed, no one would compete with her for He Qingyu. A chilling coldness penetrated people's bodies bit by bit. Even though the temperature in the room was not low, everyone still felt a bone-chilling cold enveloping them. Every word from Li Nank sent shivers down their spines. What kind of girl is this? A demon bestowed by heaven? Li Nank did not give everyone time to ease their feelings and spoke again. Moreover, I have a 90 deduction that Lin Zhuyue promised Wan Yingying a grand illusion before this. That is, she promised to act as a daughter and connect her sister and father with He Qingyu to facilitate their marriage. Wan Yingying had developed an overbearing and arrogant personality since childhood, doing everything according to her whims and not considering the consequences. In simple terms, she was not very intelligent. Her IQ was completely unable to compete with Lin Zhuyue. Under Lin Zhuyue's manipulation, Wan Yingying became an unwitting accomplice. They used the prepared dragon beard tendons to tie Wen Jiner between two trees. Utilizing the characteristics of the dragon beard tendons, they tore the body apart, creating the illusion of being attacked by a monster. At this point, Lin Zhuyue's initial plan was perfectly executed. The next step was Wan Yingying, the big liability. While Wan Yingying was dealing with the body, Lin Zhuyue signaled He Qingyu in the distance. Thus, He Qingyu, disguised in animal skins as a monster, made his entrance. At this moment, Wan Yingying's mind was blank, unable to think at all. When she saw the monster appear, she was naturally terrified, especially when Lin Zhuyue began to flee. She could only follow suit, running to the edge of the cliff. Then, Lin Zhuyue pushed her down. Some may ask why Lin Zhuyue didn't kill Wan Yingying after killing Wen Jiner. You must remember that this was a monster attack incident. If Lin Zhuyue ran away alone, her suspicion would be heightened. She had to take Wan Yingying with her to make people believe they were indeed being pursued by a monster. After pushing Wan Yingying off the cliff, Lin Zhuyue followed a pre-scouted path to a platform below the cliff and jumped down as well. The subsequent events are known to everyone. Lin Zhuyue was fortunate enough not to die due to the cushioning of the dense branches, only injuring her leg. I have a question. Lung Xinan suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes shining. If Wan Yingying had taken out that wish note to confront her, wouldn't Wen Jiner know that it was Lin Zhuyue's trick? Li Nank smiled and said, that's right. But we must remember one thing. When you subjectively believe that the other party is a thief, even if the other party presents strong evidence to prove their innocence, you will not erase a shred of doubt. Especially at that time, Wan Yingying had completely lost her rationality. She would not believe any of Wen Jiner's defenses. Even if Wen Jiner dug out her own heart to prove it, Wan Yingying would not believe it. Although Li Nang's words were absurd, they were also realistic. Only those who have been wronged can truly understand the feeling of wanting to prove their innocence, but being powerless to argue. This is the ruthlessness of Lin Jiayue. She knew better than anyone how wronged Wen Jiner was. Yet she had to be more ruthless than anyone else to continue framing this sister. Lin Jiayue's first step of the plan ended, and at least at that moment, it seemed perfect to her. Li Nang felt a bit tired standing and found a chair to sit down and continued. Now she must carry out the second step of the plan. To kill her biological father, He Qingyu. After all, He Qingyu is the biggest obstacle to her becoming a phoenix, especially on the night of August 4th, when He Qingyu climbed over the wall into the Lin residence to question her. This undoubtedly made Lin Jiayue realize that this biological father was unreliable and might report to the authorities the next day. She must strike first and eliminate all hidden dangers in the cradle. Thus, Lin Jiayue fully utilized her eloquence to persuade her mother to kill her old lover, He Qingyu. I asked Xiang'er, and after He Qingyu left, Mei Xing'er and Lin Jiayue had a quarrel. At that time, she heard Lin Jiayue shout a threatening phrase. If you have him, I don't. I believe that Mei Xing'er compromised because Lin Jiayue was really threatening her with her life. Mei Xing'er loved this daughter too much. For her, she could risk her own life. Just as Xiang'er said, when there was a fire in the Lin residence back then, Lady Lin risked her life to save her daughter. One was an old lover she once deeply loved. The other was her most beloved daughter. After a fierce internal struggle, Lady Lin ultimately chose to abandon the former to help her daughter kill He Qingyu. The beautiful woman on the bed finally broke down and cried. Li Nang's revelation of the truth pierced her already soft heart, leaving blood marks as if tightened by steel wire, making it hard for her to breathe. To this day, she still doesn't know whether her choice was right or wrong. If she had to do it again, she might still help her daughter. This is what she owes her daughter. She cannot choose. Li Nang quietly watched the weeping woman, but his cutting words did not stop. That night, to cover up, Lady Lin and Miss Lin slept together, claiming to comfort and accompany her daughter. But in reality, Lady Lin secretly sneaked out of the Lin residence. She found He Qingyu, who was planning to go drink at Baiyun, and tricked him into the house, using the prepared anesthetic made from drunken peach and other materials. She mixed it into the wine and took him down. Then Lady Lin began to set up the scene, creating the illusion that He Qingyu died from carbon monoxide poisoning due to drunkenness and neglecting to handle the charcoal basin. Considering that He Qingyu had been to the Lin residence before, to sever ties with the Lin family, Lady Lin also sprinkled lime powder around the corpse to delay the decomposition of the body and interfere with the official's judgment during the autopsy. To be honest, I don't believe such an intricate crime scene was devised by you, Lady Lin. It was entirely taught to you by Lin Jiayue, right? Lady Lin raised her swollen eyes and gazed blankly out the window. Silence represented acquiescence. Li Nang marveled. Your daughter is truly a natural-born criminal genius. To deal with the clothes stained with lime powder, you deliberately used the excuse of a rat in the wardrobe to mix them with some old clothes and burn them together. With this step done, Lin Jiayue's second step of the plan was also completed. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, heaven taught her a lesson, showing her that what is planned by man is not as good as what is decreed by heaven. Because she received news that Wan Yingying, who fell from the cliff, did not die. Unfortunately, Wan Yingying survived. Fortunately, she was paralyzed and fell into a coma. Lin Jiayue was stunned. She understood that if Wan Yingying woke up, she would be completely finished. Therefore, Wan Yingying must die as soon as possible. Who to kill? Her own mother? Forget it. That woman lacks the ability to kill. Even if she did, she would be caught, leading to the collapse of all plans. How about He Qingyu? But this poor father had already been killed. While Lin Jiayue was desperately thinking of a remedial plan, a useful tool presented itself. That's right, our Wendaxu was on stage. The truly exciting drama officially began at this moment. Seeing Mei Xing'er nearly on the brink of collapse, Li Nang stood up, walked to the bedside, sat down, and held the woman's delicate hand, providing comfort through practical actions. After all, there was still a truth that Mei Xing'er could not bear. That would be the real heart-wrenching kill. We cannot let the woman break down at this moment. From Xiang'er, we can conclude that Wen Jiner and Lin Jiayue have the best relationship. Therefore, I have enough reason to believe that Lin Jiayue knows about Wen Xiaotsai's special feelings for Jiner. She needs to fully utilize this to complete her plan of using others to kill. I did not hear with my own ears what Lin Jiayue said to Wen Xiaotsai at that time, but from what Xiang'er and others saw, Wen Xiaotsai almost wanted to strangle Lin Jiayue on the spot, which indicates that those words must have deeply stimulated Wen Xiaotsai. Wen Xiaotsai is somewhat abnormal in terms of emotions, hiding a certain extremism and bitterness within. After being provoked by Lin Jiayue, his hatred for Wan Yingying reached its peak. And everyone still remembers the old Qin incident, right? At that time, Wan Yingying tricked old Qin into the room where Wen Jiner was changing clothes for fun, resulting in a big mess that led to old Qin being kicked out of the Lin residence and losing a leg. To evade responsibility, Wan Yingying claimed that it was a joke they played together, making Wen Jiner seduce old Qin. Originally a victim, Wen Jiner was instead labeled as the perpetrator by Wan Yingying, which undoubtedly damaged her reputation. Wen Xiaozai, upon learning the truth, must have hated Wan Yingying to the extreme. It is likely that if Wen Jiner had not stopped him at that time, Wen Xiaozai would have rushed to the Wan family to settle accounts with Wan Yingying. With the previous hatred unresolved, now his sister has died because of Wan Yingying. Do you think Wen Xiaozai can remain calm? Li Nank sneered, gently wiping away the tears from Madame Lin's face under the strange gazes of everyone. No one felt that Li Nank was being compassionate. Instead, he was preparing to deliver the most brutal blow. Li Nank said, after Wen Xiaozai left, Lin Jiayue began to neither eat nor drink. Why? Because she was afraid too. She knew that the irrational Wen Xiaozai might even take revenge on her, the one who had abandoned her sisters and fled. Although Wen Xiaozai had practiced, his skills were average, and it was impossible for him to successfully storm into the Wan family or the Lin residence to kill. So there was only one possibility: poisoning. Lin Jiayue guessed Wen Xiaozai's method of killing, so she dared not eat, quietly waiting for good news to come. She was also praying that Wen Xiaozai would not calm down, otherwise, she would have to replan. Fortunately, Wen Xiaozai did not disappoint her. On the 6th day of August, Wan Yingying died, killed by the Red Rain Nightmare. Lin Jiayue, who had been secretly observing the Wan family situation, learned about Wan Yingying's death and the manner of her death immediately. Knowing Wen Xiaozai's method of killing, Lin Jiayue felt relieved. The next day, she took the initiative to start eating. However, this girl was still cautious, fearing that she might overdose on the Red Rain and transform into a demon. Therefore, she only ate a small half bowl. Lord Lung should still remember that you detected the porridge containing Red Rain and saved half a bowl, right? That's right. It was Gui Gang who spoke. There was indeed half a bowl left at that time. Li Nank smiled and said, additionally, to add another layer of insurance, she had Madame send a maid to the Night Patrol Division in advance. The Red Rain Nightmare occurs around 5 time periods, meaning that regardless of whether there was a mysterious dream invader, the Night Patrol Division could respond immediately to save her. Thus, Lin Jiayue's plan of using others to kill was perfectly executed. Even if Wen Xiaozai was caught, it would not implicate her. Instead, she, the real murderer, would become the victim, leaving no room for suspicion against her. However, at this moment, heaven began to play tricks again, as if testing this girl. Just as she was about to start the final step of her plan, He Qingyu unexpectedly revived. All of Lin Jiayue's meticulous calculations began to collapse at this moment, heading in an uncontrollable direction. But the most uncontrollable factor was me, Li Nank, entering the scene. Chapter 30. Meeting me, Li Nank, is your greatest misfortune. The cold room added a touch of ghostly eeriness. Li Nank held Mei Xinger's delicate hand without letting go, feeling the icy coldness of her hand and her fear. The one who revived He Qingyu is you, Mei Xinger. Li Nank's tone was calm. Logically speaking, after you killed He Qingyu, you should have heart demons. You should have psychological shadows. But you are different from Wan Yingying and the others. Wan Yingying and Lin Jiayue had little sisterly affection for Wen Jiner. After personally killing her good sister, Wan Yingying had long been psychologically broken, which is why she was killed by the nightmare in the Red Rain dream. Lin Jiayue, though ruthless, is still young, and especially after witnessing the brutal scene, to say she did not leave a psychological shadow would be nonsense. Thus, she inevitably encountered nightmares too. However, she was smart enough to keep herself safe and thus emerged from danger. But you, Mei Xinger, why did you not suffer from nightmares? Facing the man's inquiry, Mei Xinger's lips trembled in pain as she stared blankly. Killing He Qingyu would only make you feel more guilty, more self-reproach, and more painful. But it would never make you afraid, because he is the man you love most. No matter what you did, he would not blame you. In fact, I dare say that once your daughter marries into the Wang family, you will choose to commit suicide, intending to accompany him. Because you already have thoughts of ending your life, you cannot have heart demons. This is the most painful choice of her life. I hope it's just a dream. Li Nank looked at her, his eyes devoid of sympathy. Now you can tell me, did you intentionally revive He Qingyu, or was it unintentional? The beautiful woman cried for a long time before choked out. You are right. After you killed Qingyu, I had thoughts of ending my life. Because I owe him too much. Life is so bitter, it's better to go with him. But I still have a daughter to take care of. I just hope that after everything is over, Yue can stop doing foolish things and wait peacefully to become a princess. After killing Qingyu, I have not been able to sleep peacefully. As soon as I close my eyes, I see Qingyu's face, thinking about all the things we once had, wondering if his soul would be waiting for me to accompany him to the underworld. That was the night of August 6th. I still could not sleep. My heart was beating particularly fast, so I put some red snails in my teacup, hoping it would help me calm down. Lord Lung, as an official of the Night Patrol Division, do you know how many people are secretly taking medicine mixed with red rain? Mei Xinger looked at Lung Xinan with tearful eyes. You must know that from the beginning, red rain was regarded as a divine medicine. As long as the dosage is controlled, red rain would not harm, but genuinely help the body. But the problem is, who can guarantee that everyone can control that dosage? In the past, there were officials who suggested that the court properly transform red rain into a medicine that could benefit the people, strictly controlled by the court, and limited in use. However, all the proposed plans ultimately failed, because once the dam is broken, countless uncontrollable risks will come flooding in, and it cannot be stopped. This is a double-edged sword. Since it cannot be used properly, it is better to hide it. After much consideration, the court finally made the decision to explicitly prohibit the buying and selling of red rain. But privately, some people still sneakily buy it. After all, it is indeed a divine medicine. Just like the medicine shop that Iron Bull raided before, according to the interrogation. Over 60 or 70 people from the county and other places have purchased red snails from there in recent years. Except for Old Qin. Those who had taken it before did not have any issues. Why? Because people fear death, so they are careful and do not dare to take too much. And the medicine shop does not dare to sell too much. But just because nothing has happened now does not mean nothing will happen in the future. Old Qin is the best example. At that time, perhaps I was too tired and accidentally added too many red snails, which led to the revival of Qingyu in the Red Rain Dream. Mei Xinger's expression was bitter. At first, I was unaware. And it was Ware who first received the news and came to question me angrily. She is very clever and knows that only I can revive Qingyu. She even thinks that I still have feelings for him and intentionally revived my lover, but I truly did not mean to. Moreover, I don't even know where the revived Qingyu has gone. However, based on his temperament, he should have hidden away and does not want to see us. So, you accidentally revived Qingyu. Lung Xinan frowned slightly and felt quite emotional. This is the will of fate, preventing Lin Jiayue's plan from being perfectly executed. Li Nank remained silent for a moment and said calmly, Qingyu's revival has disrupted all of Lin Jiayue's plans. She certainly understood that it was her mother who revived Qingyu and even thought that it was Madame Lin who hid Qingyu away. Fearing that her daughter might take matters into her own hands and commit patricide, it was at this moment that Lin Jiayue truly developed the thought of killing her mother. At this point, after having killed her good sisters and Qingyu, Lin Jiayue's heart was actually on the verge of collapse. This kind of collapse plunged her into a state of madness. Because in her eyes, Madame Lin was a useless person who could not accomplish anything but could cause trouble. Being kind-hearted and soft-handed meant she could not achieve great things and would become a burden to her. However, since she was her beloved mother, Lin Jiayue's heart was still conflicted. But with our arrival, this girl keenly sensed that things were gradually moving in a direction that she could hardly control. And if she hesitated any longer, all her efforts would be in vain. Therefore, she decided to take the risk and execute the final step of her plan. Li Nank paused at this point, deliberately giving everyone a moment to digest. He handed his empty teacup to Xianger, signaling her to refill it. But it was snatched away halfway by Lung Xinan, who personally poured tea for Li Nank, as if she were a maid. This scene made Tai Nyo and the others feel uncomfortable. Li Nank didn't mind and felt a bit hungry, just in time to see Meng Xiaodu sitting at the table, so he walked over. Without the host's permission, he took a radish from under the girl's skirt and started eating it. Surprisingly, it was quite sweet. Meng Xiaodu widened her big, watery eyes and blushed, about to scold him, but when she saw Sister Lung looking over, she pouted with grievance, and her eyes turned red. Ahem, then I will continue. What was Lin Jiayue's final step of the plan? It was the demon. Although I mentioned earlier that there were demons appearing in Yunqing, the closest place to Dongqi County. That was indeed Yunqing. If they were caught later, the Night Patrol would understand that the demons attacking Lin Jiayue and the others were not from Yunqing. Since they were not Yunqing's demons, a new demon king must have appeared in Dongqi County. This is no small matter. Therefore, the Night Patrol would definitely increase personnel and begin searching everywhere. However, as time passed, they found not even a trace of the demons. Do you think the Night Patrol would suspect that Lin Jiayue was actually lying? Certainly, they would suspect. Everyone internally gave the same answer. Li Nank snapped his fingers, so Lin Jiayue's ultimate plan was to create a demon. This demon could not be just any demon. It had to have a reason to attack when Jiner and the others, and also harbor hatred towards the Lin family. So who would be the most suitable? That's right, Old Qin. The most important thing is that Old Qin's house is an old, dilapidated building with no neighbors around, and because of his leg injury, he cannot go out. No one would notice him. Additionally, Old Qin's old house has a shortcut to the Lin residence, allowing Lin Jiayue to monitor it all day long without worry. Li Nank looked at Mei Xinger. The day after we left, Lin Jiayue had you take a small jar of wine to find Old Qin, right? Mei Xing'er nodded with difficulty. Yes. That jar of wine was mixed with a lot of red snails, wasn't it? Yes. The beautiful woman still had tear stains on her face, full of pain. Yuera promised me this was the last time. She swore she wouldn't harm anyone again. Li Nang smirked sarcastically. Old Qin harbored resentment towards Lin Jieyue and the Lin family, but as Lin Yuanwei said, this kind of resentment would never lead him to kill. Old Qin is a person of integrity. At that time, Lin Yuanwei and the Wan family gave him a lot of money to stop bothering them, but Old Qin refused, wanting only to clear his name. Such a person could never turn himself into a demon. It is known that the prerequisite for becoming a demon is to consume drugs containing a lot of red rain. No matter how foolish and brainless Old Qin is, he would not eat all the red snails in the medicine. Everyone has weaknesses. Old Qin's weakness is his love for wine, which Lin Yuanwei also mentioned. Madame Lin took the wine to apologize, and although Old Qin would not forgive the Lin family or give up seeking justice for himself, he still accepted the jar of wine. Especially since Madame Lin had a good reputation in the Lin family, Old Qin must respect her very much. When the lady personally brought wine to apologize, it would be somewhat ungrateful to respond coldly. So after Madame Lin left, he happily started drinking the wine. He drank the jar of wine mixed with a lot of red snails and ultimately mutated into a demon, which we encountered. So that is how it was. Lung Xinan knocked her head hard. I thought something was off. I am really foolish. Li Nank said. After Old Qin transformed into a demon and came to the Lin residence, it just so happened that we encountered him. At that time, Lin Jieyue also identified Old Qin, saying he was the demon that attacked them. But where did Miss Lin go while we were cleaning up the aftermath? Originally, Kai Yun and Kai Yue should have followed, but because Lord Lung was injured, these two girls ran over anxiously to check, giving Lin Jieyue the chance to leave the Lin residence. She quickly reached Old Qin's house through the shortcut and took away the jar of wine and the cloth used to seal it. However, she forgot this. Li Nank took out a piece of hemp rope. This was found at the threshold of Old Qin's house, used to seal the jar of wine. Perhaps she didn't forget it. She just couldn't find it at the time and didn't have enough time to search carefully. Fortunately, this girl was lucky. To confuse us, she even deliberately threw down the prepared cured meat and moldy sweet potatoes on the ground. This final plan was thus completed. I believe if we hadn't given her a sense of crisis, she would have had enough time to do it better, rather than executing the plan so recklessly and hastily. But what I want to say is that Lin Jieyue had another purpose in this plan, to kill Madame Lin. Boom. As Li Nank's voice fell, the hearts of everyone surged with waves. Mei Xing'er was even more struck. Although Li Nank mentioned earlier that Lin Jieyue had the intent to kill Madame Lin, at that time it was just a thought. But now, when it was truly implemented, one could fully recognize the girl's cruelty and cold-bloodedness. She has fallen into madness. This girl has truly fallen into madness. After Old Qin became a demon, he became violent and bloodthirsty, but he still retained a trace of rationality. This rationality told him that he had become a demon because of that jar of wine. Who brought the wine? It was Madame Lin. It was the good person Madame Lin whom he had always respected. Therefore, all his resentment was directed towards Madame Lin. This is also why Lin Jieyue wanted her mother to personally deliver the wine, in order to prevent Madame Lin from running around. She even secretly added drunken peach in her tea, waiting for Old Qin to come for revenge. Why the noise? Because this was Lin Jieyue's last chance for Madame Lin. She hoped Madame Lin would hand over He Qingyu, but Madame Lin refused, so she finally took ruthless action. It was just that Lin Jieyue did not expect that Madame Lin miraculously survived by relying on a secret passage. Human plans ultimately cannot compete with heavenly plans. It was at this moment that all of Lin Jieyue's meticulously designed plans collapsed. Li Nank took a deep breath and sighed heavily. Lin Jieyue, oh Lin Jieyue, encountering me, Li Nank, is the greatest misfortune of your life. No matter how unfathomable you are, you have ultimately been easily seen through by me. Escape? You think you can escape? Chapter 31, The Final Showdown. Perhaps the truth revealed by Li Nank was too heavy, suffocating everyone present. Even the lively Meng Xiaodu sat dazed at the table, blinking her eyelashes. Lung Xinan opened the window to get some fresh air, but a cool breeze rushed in, making her already cold body shiver. She had seen many villains, killed many monsters, and eliminated many nightmares. But this girl Lin Jieyue made her feel a chilling cold that penetrated to the bone. Madame Lin, do you have anything to say? Li Nank's gaze was profound as he stared at the woman. The beautiful woman sobbed, tears dripping from her cheeks as if squeezed from her heart, biting at her heart with regret. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. This phrase perfectly described Mei Xing'er at this moment. I should die. I am the one who deserves to die the most. How I wish this was just a nightmare. But every time I close my eyes, Qingyu's face, his corpse, appears in my mind. I can even faintly hear Qingyu calling for help. Thinking that it would be better to die like this, to leave everything behind and find Qingyu. I am sorry, my lord, Sorry, Qingyu, sorry, daughter. I am the one who deserves to die the most. Suddenly, she let out a cry and spat out blood, collapsing softly onto the bed. The rising and falling of her chest proved she was still alive, but the emptiness in her eyes showed her soul had been withdrawn, indistinguishable from a walking corpse. Xiang'er was startled and rushed over. Sir! Lin Yuanwei instinctively stepped forward, but when he reached the bedside, he stopped, standing there in a daze, his eyes vacant. Lung Xinan sighed and signaled to Kai Yuan and Kaiwa to take care of Mei Xinger. Li Nank, who intended to say more, chose to remain silent upon seeing this situation. After all, what needed to be said had already been said. All that was left was to wait for Lin Jieyue to be captured. As night fell, thick dark clouds completely concealed the stars and moon. The night wind howled like a ghost's wail, making it eerie and terrifying. Li Nank and the others quietly awaited news of Lin Jieyue's capture in the hall, but as the sky grew darker and still no news came, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. If this demon Lin Jieyue escaped, it would be a huge disaster. Sir, a night patrol officer hurried over, followed by the head of the East Flag County's catchers. Neither brought good news. According to the report from the county's head catcher, they had searched every corner of East Flag County, house by house, yet could not find Lin Jieyue's trace. They had even conducted a thorough search of the surrounding wilderness. It was as if the girl had vanished into thin air. Instead, they discovered the trace of the monster Lao Qin too, and the night patrol had already chased after him. But no updates had come yet. How strange. Could she have entered some secret passage? Iron Bull frowned in thought. Guogang shook his head. Not likely. With such an intensity of search, even a mouse hole could be found. Besides, East Flag County has long been sealed off. She has no way to escape. No way to escape? Maybe she really grew wings and flew away. Meng Xiaodu pouted. Li Nank sat in a slightly worn rattan chair, his palm gently supporting his forehead, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Lung Xinan, who had intended to seek his opinion, saw this and chose not to disturb him. But blindly searching like this was ultimately not a solution. Lung Xinan sighed softly. Now Lin Jieyue is facing a dead end. She can't escape. I think we should. Dead end? Li Nank suddenly stood up, startling everyone. The others present looked at each other in confusion. Hey, are you crazy? Meng Xiaodu called out. Li Nank ignored her, abruptly stopping in his tracks, his eyes bursting with an indescribable excitement as he clapped his hands and said, I know where she is. Everyone's expressions turned to shock, as if they had seen a ghost. No way, you can guess that? Li Nank did not reveal Lin Jieyue's location to everyone, but walked towards the door alone. I'm going to find her. Cold Xinan, fearing for the man's safety, hurriedly followed. But Li Nank turned serious and stopped her. None of you can come. If you do, she will have a glimmer of hope to escape. She is waiting for me. She is definitely waiting for me. After saying that, the man rushed out the door. Only a confused group remained, exchanging glances, with countless question marks floating above their heads. Does anyone have a firearm or a long-distance weapon? A hidden weapon will do. Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Li Nank said sternly, hurry up, if not, go find one for me. Here. Kai Yun, in a long apricot-colored dress, took out a delicate firearm and handed it to Li Nank. Although this exquisite short firearm made by the Divine Machine Pavilion could not be compared to the one Li Nank obtained in the Red Rain Dreamland, it could at least fire in reality. Be careful, it only has one round of ammunition, Kai Yun reminded. Li Nank smiled faintly. One shot is enough. The dangerous cliff shrouded in darkness seemed to support half the sky. Looking ahead, a peak pierced the clouds. Below the high cliff was the turbulent Fanjiang River, which ran through the areas of Fengling Dongma, roaring waves and flying spray, the water current extremely treacherous. Unlike the scenic Cuihong Mountain, this dangerous cliff located in the southern suburbs of East Flag County rarely saw visitors. Because below was the perilous river, once someone fell in, it would be hard to survive. Even the bodies could not be recovered. When Li Nank arrived at night, he indeed saw a slender figure standing on the edge of the cliff. Who else could it be but Lin Jieyue? As she watched Li Nank slowly approach her, Lin Jieyue took a step back, her heels touching the edge of the cliff. The roar of the raging river below was clearly audible. Realizing that if she continued forward, the girl would really jump down, Li Nank stood still, 10 meters away from her. Li Nank, you truly haven't disappointed me, the girl said with a sweet smile. This was the second time Li Nank had met Lin Jieyue alone, and the significance of their two encounters was different. Clearly, Lin Jieyue had stopped pretending and chose to lay her cards on the table. Miss Lin, have you ever thought it would come to this? Li Nank looked at the girl who appeared angelic but had a heart more venomous than a snake, his expression complex. First, raise your hands, otherwise, you will lose the chance to arrest me, the girl said lightly. Li Nank obediently raised both hands. Only then did Lin Jieyue sigh softly. I have thought about this day appearing, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Li Nank, why did you have to get involved? Perhaps this is fate. The man replied. Upon hearing this, the girl's lips curled into a shallow sneer. Fate? If fate had eyes, it wouldn't repeatedly obstruct me and lead me to ruin. You fail because you are too greedy, Li Nang said calmly. You are never satisfied, always wanting more, wanting to be above others. This greed has cost you your humanity, making you as cold-blooded as a wretch. Ha! Lin Jiayue laughed, her figure trembling. She looked at Li Nang with disdain. In this world, who doesn't want to be above others? You, working so hard like a dog for them to solve cases. Aren't you hoping to rise above the rest? Li Nang couldn't be bothered to entangle himself in such topics, choosing silence. Lin Jiayue's beautiful eyes drifted, and she sighed softly. In this world, some people are born to be poor and lowly. Some are born to wealth and nobility. And I am of the latter. Is this your reason for killing He Qingyu? Li Nang asked. Lin Jiayue said to herself, Heaven has granted me an outstanding appearance, a noble soul, and a wise mind. If I had to follow a poor scholar father every day, eating plain meals and marrying an ordinary person, do you think that would be fair to me? Fairness is not achieved by harming others. Ha! Don't joke, Li Nang. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child when you speak those hypocritical moral words here? The fairness of this world is inherent. But your father has already decided not to disturb you and your mother. He doesn't want to ruin your future. Li Nang said in a deep voice. Lin Jiayue slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her smile seeming sarcastic. A man's words are the least reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his wife and daughter back then. If I become a princess in the future, who can guarantee that he won't threaten me for wealth and glory? Li Nang frowned. Are you so sure you can become a princess? I naturally can't be sure. Lin Jiayue raised her snow-white chin, her beautiful eyes sharp. But at least I can continue to be my young lady. At least I can still live in luxury. And at least I still have hope of marrying a high-ranking noble. Chapter 32. A head full of flowers. This is the girl's bottom line. She can accept the dream of being a princess shattering, but she cannot accept the disappearance of her identity as a young lady. Without the identity of a young lady, she would lose everything. Oh, really? Lin Jiayue brushed her hair scattered across her cheeks, showing no sadness, despair, or fear on her face. Li Nang fell silent. After committing so many murders, and even involving the monster old Qin, this woman deserves to be executed. Therefore, she must die without a doubt. Lin Jiayue sneered. Yet her eyes held no smile, pointing at the raging river below. Guess if I jump down, will I live or die? 10 deaths without life. Li Nang answered. Lin Jiayue gently shook her head. Li Nang, don't play tricks in front of me. I don't know much about the distant past. But according to nearly 40 years of recorded documents, at least 90 people have fallen from here. These people included lovers who committed suicide, those driven to suicide by life, accidental falls, and even murders. Out of these more than 90 people, only 3 survived. 1 drifted to Li Family Village, 1 was found in Gongshu Valley, and 1 even appeared 100 miles away. So, it's not 10 deaths without life. At least it can be considered 9 deaths and 1 survival. Li Nang remained expressionless. So you're so sure you'll be the lucky one who survives? The girl shook her head, smiling brightly. Of course. I can't be sure, but can you guarantee I will definitely die? Li Nang fell silent. Lin Jiayue didn't dare to bet on her survival. But he also didn't dare to bet on the other's certain death. With more than 90 people, even if just 1 survived, it indicates there is a glimmer of hope for escape. After all, once someone jumps down here, the local authorities have no way to search. If Lin Jiayue survives against the odds, she would likely become a hidden danger. This is something Li Nang cannot tolerate. So when Lung Xinan wanted to follow, Li Nang resolutely refused. Because if that girl sees others coming, she would jump down without hesitation to seize that slim chance of survival. This girl is too terrifying. She can fight for a chance of survival when there is no way out. If she really survives, what will happen? For herself, for his wife, for others. This demon must be eradicated. Li Nang will not allow any risk, even the slightest, to be planted for himself. A natural demon is indeed frightening. But even more terrifying is a demon that has undergone the baptism of life and death, experiencing rebirth. That is the most troublesome. Then why don't you jump? Why wait for me? Li Nang asked. The girl smiled and countered. Guess? From beginning to end, Lin Jiayue's gaze never left Li Nang, especially his raised hands. If Li Nang makes any move, she will jump immediately. This is a game between experts. Clever. I really like you a bit, Li Nang. The girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with some regret. If only I had met you earlier, perhaps the outcome would be different. Li Nang shook his head. It would be the same. What you yearn for is a life above others. After a long while, she gently loosened her skirt. Inside, she surprisingly wore no inner garments, revealing an alluring and graceful body to the man's eyes. Under the night, it was incredibly tempting. I'll use my last chip to negotiate with you, Lin Jiayue said seriously. As long as you let me go, you can do anything to me, and I can even serve you like a maid in the future. Seeing the man staring at her delicate body without speaking, Lin Jiayue's beautiful face revealed a seductive smile. With your skills, you have the ability to help me clear my name. By then, if I become a princess and bear your child, letting them raise it, wouldn't that be exciting? Even becoming an emperor in the future is not out of the question. The girl's words were very tempting. Moreover, considering the current situation in the court, if Prince Omping becomes emperor in the future, it is indeed possible. Li Nang showed signs of being moved. A slightly lewd smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Good, but you have to show sincerity. Let me taste the sweet fruit first, right? But just as the man was about to step forward, Lin Jiyue retreated a bit. Half of her heel was almost suspended in the air. Li Nang stopped in his tracks, frowning in confusion. What does this mean? Are you trying to deceive me? Lin Jiayue looked deeply at him. Her face no longer holding the previous seductive allure, but rather an expression of despair, helplessness, self-mockery, and an unshakable, sorrowful grievance. Li Nang, eyes are the hardest to deceive. I didn't see the desire to greedily possess me in your eyes. The girl finally understood that her bargaining chip was worthless in the eyes of others. This was undoubtedly a deep blow. Li Nang tried to remedy the situation, but my heart has been moved. Yet the girl had already given up on negotiation. Li Nang felt helpless. This girl was truly difficult to deal with. If she entered the palace, she could at least fight for the rank of a royal concubine. With her far superior scheming compared to her peers, with her inherent ruthlessness, with her cold-bloodedness that recognizes no kin, if placed in empresses in the palace, she could live for 800 episodes, especially since she was still young, if given the opportunity for refinement. It's hard to imagine what kind of commotion she would stir up in the future. A fortune teller once told me that my life carries nobility. Lin Jiyue's eyes shed tears as she said softly. He said I might become a princess, but I need to walk my own path and fight for it. If I walk the right path, I'll soar to the top and become a phoenix. If I walk the wrong path, it'll be a bottomless abyss. Li Nang, tell me, did I walk the right path? Because at this moment, behind the girl is that bottomless abyss. Crystal tears rolled down her delicate chin, falling onto her charming chest. Lin Jiyue cried but smiled as she said, 2 years ago, I went to the capital and saw the coronation ceremony of Empress Lin Weiyang. So beautiful, so grand, so many people kneeling before her. At that moment, I secretly vowed that I, Lin Jiyue, would also ascend to the throne of power in the future, making everyone kneel before me. I want to become the most powerful woman in the world. But the girl's originally youthful features gradually twisted in anger as she screamed, why doesn't heaven give me this opportunity? Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Li Nang asked, Lin Jiayue, do you know why you lost to me? Why? The girl looked at him with tearful eyes. But at this point, she could only admit defeat. Li Nang, I will entrust my fate to heaven one last time. Whether I live or die depends on fate. I hope we will have the chance to meet again. The girl's jade feet moved back. I hope you live, Li Nang said. When I leave, I have a gift for you. I hope it can protect you. What? The girl asked. At this moment, she noticed that Li Nang was holding a rose-red flower between his raised right fingers. The man let go, and the flower was blown away by the wind, landing in front of the girl. Lin Jiayue didn't pick it up. Who knew if it was a trap set by the man? However, the beautiful flower still attracted some of her attention. The bright petals had intricate textures, covered in a layer of shimmering brilliance, contrasting with the girl's stunning figure, which was as beautiful as white jade, reaching the pinnacle of beauty, just like her, who was withering at this moment. What a beautiful flower, what is it? The girl instinctively asked. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Jiyue was stunned. The vague yet familiar memory from the Red Rain dream surged like a tide, breaking through barriers and flooding into her mind, unveiling a series of high-definition memory scenes. Lin Jiyue was dazed for a moment, then suddenly raised her head. The erased face from the Red Rain dream gradually overlapped with the man's face before her. It's you. Unbeknownst to her, the man in front had already drawn a pistol, just like in the dream. Li Nang smiled slightly, your head's in the clouds. Bang! Flames burst from the gun's muzzle. With a spray of blood, the girl's slender body slowly fell, drifting into the furious river like a willow fluff in the wind. Chapter 33, the final act. Lin Jiyue was dead. This girl, who once thought she would soar to the branches and become a phoenix, ultimately walked step by step toward the abyss she had paved with her own hands. The government, which had originally given up hope, was surprisingly lucky enough to recover her body. Looking back at past cases of people who fell into the river, Lin Jiayue's body being pulled from the turbulent waters was undoubtedly more miraculous than winning a 5 million lottery. But this was somewhat ironic for the girl. In life, she hoped that heaven would favor her. Heaven indeed favored her, but only after her death. As for whether Lin Jiayue could be resurrected, no. The only possibility for Lin Jiayue to come back to life was to appear as a grave spirit. However, the prerequisite was that she must die at midnight. So Li Nang was not worried. But the problem was, Although the female demon Lin Jiyue was dead, Li Nang's troubles were truly just beginning. Because he had crossed the line, his identity did not allow him to handle criminals arbitrarily. He was not part of the night patrol, nor a special shadow guard, let alone an official. He was just a coroner. A coroner with only the power to examine corpses. Once the higher-ups investigated, even if Li Nang achieved great merit in this case, he would still face accountability and perhaps imprisonment. After all, this was not a chaotic time. The country had laws that must not be violated. Li Nang naturally thought of this, but he had no choice. Because only he was absolutely sure to have killed Lin Jiyue and completely eliminated this disaster. Others could not do it. If Lin Jiyue escaped from her near-death situation, who knew what kind of consequences this hidden danger would unleash? Li Nang had a wife and his own family. He did not dare to take risks. Lung Xinan also thought of this, so after seeing Lin Jiyue's body, she immediately gave Tianwu a letter, urging him to hurry and deliver it to the night patrol in Yunqing. The only way to avoid responsibility was to make Li Nang a member of the night patrol. This was the only solution. In Dongxi County, the night patrol's official residence was brightly lit. The case handlers were busy. Mei Xing'er was temporarily locked up in the prison. Due to her weak condition, Lung Xinan specially arranged for her to have a room with a good environment, supervised by Kai Yun and Kai Wei. Once the judgment from above came down, this woman's life would come to an end. Lin Yuanwei, who had experienced major changes that night, was also called to the night patrol for final questioning. After all, he was the family member of the murderer, and there were quite a few procedures. This well-known wealthy businessman from Dongxi County had now become dazed, like a walking corpse. The looks people cast at him were filled with sympathy. Meng Xiaodu sat at the desk munching on tender, juicy carrots, occasionally glancing at the man sitting diagonally opposite her, her eyes sparkling. Her slender calves, wrapped in tight pants, were very delicate and long, and the little deerskin boots on her jade-like feet had fluffy little balls that bounced like jumping snowballs. Even Li Nang, who was lost in thought, couldn't help but be drawn in. Don't worry, Nang. With me here, everything will go smoothly, Lung Xinan comforted, thinking the man was worried about being held accountable. No matter what, you have done a great service this time. They won't be unreasonable. Meng Xiaodu jumped down from the table, followed by two little rabbits, and came to the man, patting his shoulder and saying, "Big genius, how come you're so amazing? What did you do before?" "Helped clear the sewers," Li Nang replied with a shy smile. The girl looked confused. "What is a sewer?" Li Nang didn't explain, stretching lazily and saying, "You'll understand later." Noticing the deep fatigue in the man's brows, Lung Xinan gently suggested, "Moreover, it's getting late. Your wife will worry at home. Have a good sleep, and I'll come find you tomorrow." "Huh? Lung Jia, he is a married man," Meng Xiaodu exclaimed in surprise. Lung Xinan's expression was blank. "Nang indeed has a wife. You'll know when you meet her. She asked the physician you mentioned before." The girl's round face immediately fell. She had been thinking of nurturing feelings to become his wife, and that their future children would surely be brilliant, even having already thought of names. "Shut up." Lung Xinan's face darkened, giving her a fierce glare. Li Nang was also sweating profusely. Meng Xiaodu playfully stuck out her tongue, giggling. "I was just joking." On the other side, Tianwu had finished questioning Lin Yuanwei and handed a stack of records to Lung Jia. "Lung Jia, it's done. Should we let them copy a copy over at the county office?" Lung Xinan flipped through a few pages and said lightly, "Let us talk about it tomorrow." She turned to look at the utterly dejected Lin Yuanwei, unsure of what comforting words to say, and gently asked, "Do you want to see your wife one last time? You might not have the chance later." Lin Yuanwei instinctively looked up, his reddened eyes filled with sorrow. He opened his mouth to say something, but weakly lowered his head and said hoarsely, "No need." The man, as if aged considerably, dragged his heavy footsteps toward the door. His back was incredibly lonely and desolate. Li Nang crossed his legs and said casually, "The reason Lin Jiyue and Madame Lin ended up on the road to destruction is due to the accidental emergence of He Qingyu. Otherwise, Lin Jiyue's future would have been bright. The reason all of Lin Jiyue's meticulously designed plans suddenly collapsed was because of He Qingyu's unexpected resurrection. If it weren't for this accident, even I might not have been able to uncover the truth." It is these two seemingly easily overlooked, yet crucial factors that drive the gears of the entire event. The question arises, how did He Qingyu suddenly realize that he was Lin Jiyue's biological father? Did Madame Lin really accidentally revive her old lover He Qingyu by putting too much Hongluo medicine in the teacup? Li Nang's gaze deepened, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. He slowly stood up, looking at the man who had stopped at the door, and spoke each word clearly. "Lin Yuanwei, you are the true mastermind behind this grand play. My opponent has always been you." Chapter 34. I, Lin, am innocent. The once somewhat noisy hall gradually quieted down as Li Nang's words fell. Everyone's expressions were filled with astonishment and shock, standing frozen in place. Wasn't he the case over? How could there suddenly be a change, and such an absurd one at that? Big genius, what are you talking about? How could such a pitiful person as Lin Yuanwei be the mastermind? Meng Xiaodu couldn't understand. This is also the voice of others. After all, the one suffering the most right now is Lin Yuanwei, whose wife is longing for her old lover, and whose daughter isn't even his own. The grassland above his head has grown so lush that it stretches endlessly. How could such a pitiable person, who evokes sympathy, be the mastermind behind it all? Lung Xinan reacted the fastest, stepping in front of Lin Yuanwei to prevent him from escaping. Lin Yuanwei looked bewildered. He turned to Li Nank. His weary and despondent face filled with confusion. Sir Li, what are you talking about? What mastermind? I believe there are many coincidences in this world. Li Nank said lightly. But I never believed that a series of coincidences would converge at a single point, especially when such coincidences carry a strong sense of purpose. When did Madame Lin and Lin Jiayue's fate change? It was half a month ago, on the day you took them to pay respects. According to the monk Changming. At that time, your family was there with Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner to worship, while waiting in the Zen room to listen to the master preach. You found Wan Yingying and the others a bit noisy, so you sent Lin Jiayue and the other two to the adjacent room. Then you found an excuse to leave Madame Lin alone in the Zen room. It was at this moment that He Qingyu seized the opportunity to rush into the Zen room and question Madame Lin about whether Lin Jiayue was his daughter. Madame Lin was clearly caught off guard, forgetting that her daughter and her sisters were in the adjacent room, ultimately leading to this secret being leaked. Li Nank stared directly at Lin Yuanwei's face, his eyes shining with a cold light. Tell me, is all of this a coincidence? Or is someone doing this on purpose? Lin Yuanwei remained silent, the fist hidden in his sleeve tightening slightly. Did Madame Lin let something slip, which someone else overheard, and then told He Qingyu? Or did He Qingyu dream it? Come on, even if Madame Lin is foolish and brainless, she wouldn't tell such a deadly secret to anyone. This secret would never be known as long as she didn't speak of it, unless her husband discovered something unusual. For example, did Madame Lin mumble something in her sleep? Or did you, Lin Yuanwei, go to see a doctor and accidentally find out that you were actually infertile? Lin Yuanwei suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flickering with a chilling light. Li Nank, who had been staring at Lin Yuanwei's expression, smiled. Looks like it's the latter. Discovering that you are infertile, realizing that Madame Lin has put a hat on you, and made you a father, right? Lin Yuanwei closed his eyes, the expression on his face no longer one of sadness, desolation, and numbness. Instead, it was a gloomy one. It was at this moment that everyone slowly began to believe that Lin Yuanwei was not as honest and simple as he appeared. This person was truly a master of acting. I believe you have feelings for Madame Lin, but it is precisely because of these feelings that you are extremely angry. Before this, you must have known that Madame Lin and He Qingyu had a past, but you didn't care too much. After all, you rescued Madame Lin from a brothel, and expecting her to be pure is no different from expecting a madam to be a virgin. But to have to raise someone else's daughter is absolutely unacceptable to you. In your view, this is Madame Lin treating you like a fool, playing you for a monkey, and perhaps every time you go to bed, she mocks you in her heart. So, in your anger, you carefully devised a plan. But Madame Lin rarely goes out, and He Qingyu can't just come to the Lin residence to visit. Therefore, to create an opportunity for him, you took your family to Luqin Temple to pay respects. Furthermore, to prevent their family from covering this up, you even waited for Wan Yingying and the others to arrive, bringing them to the temple together to set up that trap. You made Lin Jiayue and the others learn the truth without any psychological preparation. At this point, Lin Yuanwei finally tore away the remaining facade of pain and desolation, a sinister smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Clap. Clap. Lin Yuanwei clapped his hands and gave Li Nank a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. If that brat were my own daughter, I would definitely make you my son-in-law. Seeing Lin Yuanwei admitted in person sent chills down everyone's spine. Just one Lin Jiayue was already a headache. Who would have thought that the cheap old man was an expert at setting traps? As for being a son-in-law, I'm not very interested in your daughter, Li Nank said with a smile. However, I still have some thoughts about your wife. She truly has a certain charm. Huh? Brother Li has quite a discerning taste. Lin Yuanwei laughed heartily. But soon, the smile on his face faded, and he looked at Li Nank with a sinister gaze. So, Brother Li, do you think my plan was right? I have no right to comment, Li Nank said. Lin Yuanwei's expression turned ferocious, his voice cold. Although I, Lin, am low-key and old, I am not someone who can be easily bullied. Does that cheap woman really think I, Lin, am a coward, willing to raise her lover's daughter? I would like to ask everyone, if you encountered such a situation, what would you do? Would you be willing to be that coward? Brother Li, if it were you, what would you do? Li Nank laughed. I haven't encountered it, but from a standpoint, I can understand you. Meng Xiaodu frowned. But why do you have to make it so complicated? After all, you will be laughed at anyway. It would be better to just expose this matter. By then, Madame Lin and Lin Jiayue will be disgraced. And you will have achieved your goal. Now that you've made it so complicated, so many people have died because of it, with monsters and grave people, almost throwing the entire Dongqi County into chaos. This statement echoed the doubts in others' hearts. Clearly a simple matter, yet it has become so complicated. Lin Yuanwei smiled and looked towards Li Nank. Brotherly, you're so clever. Why not guess why I did this? Killing is certainly satisfying, but destroying one's heart can truly relieve hatred. Li Nank accurately provided the answer. Lin Yuanwei's smile froze on his face, deeply staring at Li Nank, and said, Brotherly, I can now confirm that if it were you, you would do it even more ruthlessly than I did. Li Nank said, you want to see Madame Lin and Lin Jiayue live in constant fear and anxiety. You want to see Madame Lin put on a brave face every time she faces you while feeling terrified inside. You want to see Lin Jiayue struggle recklessly for the so-called princess dream. You want to see their family break apart because of this, even to the point of mutual destruction. The more you pretend to care and be ignorant, the more they will suffer. While it is certainly gratifying to boil a frog in hot oil, watching the frog slowly die in warm water allows your hatred to be fully released. This is the real effect you, Lin Yuanwei, want. Moreover, you have achieved it, even better than you imagined. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yuanwei with a mix of inexplicable fear. Once an honest person erupts, it can truly be deadly. Only you understand me, brotherly. Lin Yuanwei sighed deeply, the smile on his face particularly eerie. This is his heart-destroying move. He had been holding it in, not daring to tell anyone that all of this was his masterpiece. That feeling was too painful. Now that Li Nank had said it himself, the sense of relief was indescribable. There are still people in this world who understand me. Lung Xinan's expression was complex. Lin Yuanwei, I also understand your desire for revenge, but too many people have died because of it. Did I kill those people? Lin Yuanwei raised his voice, sneering. May I ask, Lord Lung, who did I, Lin, kill? Wan Yingying and Wen Jiner died, and I was also very pained. But did I kill them? He Qingyu died, and I was very happy, but did I kill him? Old Qin turned into a monster, and I sympathized, but did I? Lin caused the red rain. From beginning to end, my hands, Lin, are clean. Mr. Lin straightened his chest and said, I only revealed Lin Jiayue's true identity to He Qingyu, and I only took my wife and daughter to the temple to pray. Is there anything wrong with that? Which law of the great Zhen have I broken? You won't arrest me just based on this, right? Guo Gang said, your wife resurrected He Qingyu, and the red rain in her teacup was caused by you. You won't deny that, will you? Mr. Lin laughed. Of course I can deny it. After all, you have no actual evidence. Besides, you said it was my wife who resurrected He Qingyu. What does that have to do with me? However, I, Lin, do things openly and honestly. I admit that I put red spiral medicinal herbs in my wife's teacup, but that was only because I felt sorry for her being too tired and wanted to help her relax. Who knew she added it herself? It's just a misunderstanding. Lord Lung, you won't arrest me for this, right? After all, I only bought it, not sold it. The pharmacy you confiscated earlier has had 60 to 70 people buy red spirals from there in recent years. Are you going to arrest all of them? If you only arrest me and not them, then I, Lin, will be dissatisfied. Faced with Mr. Lin's clever arguments, everyone was angry but helpless. He indeed had not participated in the murder, and there was no evidence to directly convict him of He Qingyu's resurrection. If they wanted to force a conviction, they could. But Mr. Lin must have gained something in the official circles over the years. If they were to pin an unfounded crime on him, and something went wrong, no one could bear the consequences. Why resurrect He Qingyu? Lung Xinan asked. Mr. Lin shrugged, looking innocent. Lord Lung, it was my wife who resurrected him. Asking me is useless. The cunning old fox would never admit to this major crime. Moreover, once He Qingyu died, if the case were reopened, his suspicion would be the greatest. Therefore, He Qingyu must not die under any circumstances. More importantly, resurrecting He Qingyu could lead to more turmoil for Mrs. Lin and Lin Jiayue, driving them to a dead end. Mr. Lin once again gave a thumbs up, but did not speak. This gesture was enough to confirm that Li Nank's inference was correct. All right, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your work any longer. If you have any more questions, feel free to come to my Lin residence and ask slowly. I, Lin, will certainly treat you all well. Mr. Lin cupped his hands towards Lung Xinan and Li Nank, his smile particularly bright. Especially you, my brotherly. I really have to thank you this time, otherwise, things would be difficult to handle. After saying that, he turned and left. Kaiyun and Kaiwei instinctively wanted to stop him, but seeing Lung Xinan shake her head gently, they stepped aside. I have 2 more questions. Li Nank suddenly spoke up. Please ask, brotherly. Li Nank asked, when did you know you couldn't have children? It was in April. Because my performance in bed wasn't as good as before, I went to see a doctor. For a man, the worst thing is to be unable to perform. All right. Second question. Li Nank continued to ask, as a wealthy man with immense riches, Why would you marry a prostitute? Mr. Lin fell silent. A complex emotion that was hard to describe flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he turned to walk out the door, his voice drifting back. Because she resembles a woman I once liked in my youth. That made sense. Li Nank realized. The first love goddess is a sweet and painful memory that most men find hard to forget. Chapter 35. Advice from the Divine Doctor Wife. So is this the end? After Mr. Lin left, Meng Xiaotu approached Li Nank, her round face resembling a moon, filled with lingering fear. Big smart, please don't let another mastermind pop up. My head is about to explode. No more, Li Nank smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall relaxed. Even Lung Xinan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They indeed couldn't endure more turmoil right now. The demon had not yet been captured, and finding the grave robber was urgent. They were truly feeling exhausted. Thankfully, Li Nank was there. Is Mr. Lin just going to get away with this? Meng Xiaotu asked. Lung Xinan rubbed her slightly tired brow and said irritably, what else do you want? The only charge we can pin on him is that he bought the red spiral medicinal herbs. As for the resurrection of the grave robber, Mrs. Lin has already admitted it was her doing. If we were to arrest him under these circumstances, what do you think would happen? He definitely has connections in the official circles, which would be even more troublesome. Lung Xinan was right. Since ancient times, officials and businessmen have been entangled, and with Mr. Lin's cunning, it was hard to believe he had no connections. Sister Lung, although the case has been solved, we only have 2 days left. If we cannot find the grave robber He Qingyu quickly, there will definitely be accountability from above, Gua Gang said with concern. Meng Xiaotu exploded with anger upon hearing this. Her little face fuming. Accountability? For what? We came to clean up the mess for the White Tiger Department. Who knew such a thing would happen in Donchi County? Although Meng Xiaotu was speaking out of anger, apart from Lung Xinan, others indeed had the same thought. Any case of red rain was usually assigned by higher-ups. Their current task was to capture the escaped demon from Yun City and clean up the mess for the White Tiger Department. As for anything else, it was not within their responsibility, Kai Yun said softly. But the problem is, now that we've intervened in this case, according to the unwritten rules of the Night Patrol Division, we should be responsible for it. However, Meng Xiaotu was at a loss for words, angrily stamping her feet. The 2 little rabbits also jumped up in anger. The girl did not dare to complain to Lung Xinan, so she directed her anger toward Gua Gang, who often took the blame. It's all your fault, you big pothead. You didn't even try to persuade Sister Lung. Gua Gang's face darkened. What does this have to do with me? There's one thing I can't figure out at this moment. Li Nank suddenly spoke. According to the law of grave robbers, after resurrection, they do not know they have died. Then, after resurrecting, He Qingyu would not know he had actually been dead for 2 days. But since he went to the tavern, didn't anyone tell him what day it was? Didn't anyone talk about what happened in the last 2 days? Lung Xinan took out a stack of notes and explained, I also thought about this issue. But according to the notes provided by the tavern, that night, after grave robber He Qingyu ordered food and drinks. He sat alone in a corner drinking quietly and did not talk to anyone, so he did not notice anything unusual. So it seems to be a coincidence. Li Nank chuckled. Li Nank got up to stretch his stiff back and smiled. Stop analyzing. I said before, as long as this case is solved, we will most likely find the grave robber. So now I can say with 100% certainty that He Qingyu has been hidden away by Mr. Lin. What? The people in the room were once again taken aback. Wait. Lung Xinan quickly called out to the girls who were about to move, turning to Li Nank with bright eyes. Are you sure He Qingyu was hidden away by Mr. Lin? Li Nank said. Since he resurrected He Qingyu, he will ensure his safety. Otherwise, if Lin Jiyue killed him again, there would be no second chance for resurrection. Moreover, his purpose is to let Mrs. Lin and Lin Jiyue turn against each other. The resurrection of He Qingyu will cause Lin Jiyue to completely lose trust in her mother. You all saw that the mother and daughter indeed pushed each other to the brink. Although Mr. Lin's move was very clever, in my opinion, it was entirely driven by emotions. The risks involved with grave robbers are completely uncontrollable. Once something goes wrong, more people will die, and no matter how capable Mr. Lin is, he cannot control it. I even think he initially planned to wait for He Qingyu to resurrect at his home, but ended up empty-handed. Fortunately, this grave robber He Qingyu was so focused on drinking that it allowed Mr. Lin to succeed in his plan. They're all crazy. Lung Xinan was speechless. Gua Gang still didn't understand. Why didn't you let us capture Lin Yuanzai just now? Before Li Nank could explain, Lung Xinan gave her own opinion. A person as shrewd as Lin Yuanzai would never admit to harboring the grave man. Even if we tortured him, he wouldn't divulge a word, after all. This concerns his life and death. Moreover, this guy is a lunatic. If pushed too hard, who knows what he might do? Letting him go is actually the best solution. Meng Xiaotu's beautiful eyes lit up. I understand. Since Lin Yuanzai has come into contact with the grave man, if he wants to survive, he will definitely kill the grave man, He Qingyu, before the 10 days come. Lung Xinan nodded. Exactly, so right now? The grave man He Qingyu is actually the least of our worries. There's another reason why I let him go, Li Nang said faintly. It's just that I'm not very sure at the moment, especially since my intuition tells me not to interfere any further. You mean, there's something wrong with Lin Yu and Zai? Lung Xinan keenly picked out the key information from the other party's words. Li Nang smiled. Sorry, Lung Darren, my task is complete, and I've even exceeded expectations. From now on, it's your business. I'll accompany you. Seeing the man about to refuse, Lung Xinan immediately said, I still want to go to your house for a massage. Massage? In an instant, the expressions of everyone present changed. They became strange. Meng Xiaodu dug at her ears to make sure she hadn't heard wrong, then rushed up to hug Lung Xinan's arm. Sister Lung, please don't be impulsive, I can massage too. And I have a huge advantage. I can give you different styles of massage. Go away, Lung Xinan said with a dark face. I'm going to find his wife to treat my illness. Really? Little Rabbit still looked skeptical. Lung Xinan was too lazy to explain and left the official residence with Li Nang. She even prepared an extra set of chopsticks. This made Lung Xinan think she was going to mooch off another meal. At the dining table, Li Nang recounted what happened today, including the fact that he had killed Lin Jiaoyue without hiding anything. Originally, Lung Xinan intended to explain and comfort Luo Qianxiu so that she wouldn't feel estranged from her husband after hearing that he had killed someone, thus separating the two lovers. Strangely, the man spoke so casually. As a wife, Luo Qianxiu appeared calm and serene after hearing it, instead worrying whether her husband was hurt. The comforting words that Lung Xinan had prepared in advance could only rot in her stomach. Remembering what had happened today, Lung Xinan felt quite apologetic. I'm sorry, Dr. Luo. I originally wanted Li Nang to help, but I didn't expect to get him into trouble. It really is troublesome when your husband crosses the line in dealing with criminals. What does Lung Darren think we should do? Luo Qianxiu's pair of autumn water-like, bright eyes quietly looked at the other party. Lung Xinan offered her solution. I plan to let him join the night patrol division. With you? Lung Xinan nodded, then awkwardly made a joke. And with me around, I can help keep an eye on him. What does your husband think? Luo Qianxiu asked her husband for his opinion. Li Nang thought for a moment and helplessly said, It seems there is no other way for now. Indeed, there really is no other way. Luo Qianxiu sighed softly and said gently, From now on, you should just work well behind Sister Lung. Chapter 36. Don't mess with a wife who studies medicine. The night was hazy like gauze, and the surroundings were dim. The sky was filled with rolling black and gray clouds, occasionally blown apart by the night wind, revealing a deep and vast sky. Li Nang sat quietly by the pond, his figure resembling an ink silhouette. Grandpa Turtle on the shore shrank his head and remained motionless, like a rock. Originally accompanying the man to relieve his loneliness, Sister Goose had fallen asleep due to exhaustion, curled up in the man's arms, sleeping sweetly. The autumn wind blowing from south to north felt like a lover's hand, gently caressing Sister Goose's carefully tended snow-white feathers, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. The small house still glowed warmly. A faint steam trickled out through the window seams, as if carrying a hint of a young girl's body fragrance. The reason Li Nang was outside enjoying the cool breeze was that inside lay a nearly completely naked beauty, resting atop the special steam box made by Luo Qianxiu. Undergoing treatment for her internal injuries through massage. The man couldn't see the process, but just imagining it could unlock a paid side story. After a while, the door slowly opened. Luo Qianxiu poured a basin of water soaked in medicinal herbs into the flower bed, then turned to Li Nang and said, Husband, please come inside and move the charcoal basin. Oh, got it. Li Nang tossed the sleeping Sister Goose into the pond and went inside to help move things. As soon as he entered, a wave of steam mixed with the fragrance of medicinal herbs rushed at him, sticking to his skin and making Li Nang feel as if he had mistakenly entered a high-end sauna. The extinguished charcoal basin stood on one side of the curtain. On the other side of the fabric curtain, a graceful and beautiful figure sat quietly under the candlelight. Be careful not to burn yourself. Luo Qianxiu pulled back the curtain halfway and handed Li Nang two cold, damp thick cloths, signaling him to use them as a cover. Li Nang took the wet cloth, and his gaze swept to the half-drawn curtain. Inside, Lung Xinan sat on a stool wrapped in a loose robe, her eyes slightly closed. With several silver needles standing on her head, wisps of white mist rising along the needle tails. A pair of delicate little feet rested lightly on a round stool. Looking closely, the woman's foot was like jade, rounded and glistening with a few sparkling droplets of water on her smooth instep. In that moment, Lung Xinan appeared as if she had just emerged from a bath, her slightly damp black hair sticking messily to her snow-white cheeks, adding a touch of allure that contrasted sharply with her usual indifferent demeanor. Beneath her plain white robe, her slender calves were as straight as fresh lotus roots, particularly tempting in the backlight's silhouette. After Li Nang finished handling the charcoal basin, he followed Luo Qianxiu's instructions and brought in the boiled hot water. then very consciously exited the room. He had planned to continue finding Sister Goose to relieve his loneliness, but discovered she was nowhere to be found. So he had to sit on Grandpa Turtle's back and enjoy the breeze. Time flowed like rain, and the watchman's midnight gongs had long ended. Inside the house, after washing away the steam and sweat, Lung Xinan dressed in her clothes and felt the lightness and comfort of her body. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Dr. Luo, your medical skills are truly remarkable. May I ask, if it's not too presumptuous, which renowned doctor were you apprenticed to before? If there's a chance in the future, I will inform Lung Darren." Luo Qianxiu said softly. The implied meaning was clear. We are still not familiar, so don't randomly inquire about my background. Hearing the other party's polite refusal, Lung Xinan wisely decided not to press further. After a moment of silence, Luo Qianxiu smiled and said, "It's strange to say. Although Lung Darren is cold on the outside and warm on the inside, you seem to be used to maintaining a cold demeanor towards others. Yet in just a short time of interacting with my husband, you've become quite close. It seems there is indeed a fate between you." This statement sounded ordinary, but the underlying subtext made Lung Xinan's nerves suddenly tense. What does this mean? Is it warning me not to be too close to Li Nank? It shouldn't be, right? But this closeness does not equate to romantic feelings. Lung Xinan was a straightforward person. To avoid misunderstandings, she spoke her mind. "Dr. Luo, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that your husband is very capable. Furthermore, I don't fear your misunderstanding. After spending more time with him, I indeed have a strange sense of closeness. As if we've known each other for a long time. Of course, this is just the fondness between friends. If you find it inappropriate, I will keep my distance from your husband in the future, or he can go to another department in the night patrol division. I can have someone look after him." Faced with Lung Xinan's frankness, Luo Qianxiu was a bit taken aback, then smiled. "Lung Darren still hasn't understood my words. Then what do you mean?" Seeing the other party not explaining, Lung Xinan could only helplessly give up, nodding her head. "All right, then I won't disturb you as a couple. Did Lung Darren used to be injured?" As the other party was about to leave, Luo Qianxiu suddenly asked, pointing to her head. "I mean here." Lung Xinan widened her almond-shaped eyes, looking surprised. "You can tell this too?" Luo Qianxiu smiled. "There's an old scar on the back of your head." Lung Xinan responded with an "oh," nodding and saying, "I was playing around and climbed onto the roof when I was 9 and accidentally fell down and hit my head. I was unconscious for several days before waking up. Is there any after effect?" Luo Qianxiu asked. "There aren't any after effects. But my memories from before I was 9 are a bit fuzzy. But that's okay. I didn't remember much from my childhood anyway. Dr. Luo, there shouldn't be any problems. Right?" The woman immediately became nervous. Luo Qianxiu shook her head. "There are no problems, just curious." "That's good." Lung Xinan felt relieved. Outside, Li Nank was yawning when a faint fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. He looked up to see Lung Xinan staring at him. The dark long dress swayed in the night breeze, revealing the woman's proud figure, like the brightest moonlight in the night. "Are you ready?" Li Nank stood up. Lung Xinan lightly nodded her head, apologizing. "I'm really sorry for troubling you with the case and also for having your wife treat me." Li Nank smiled. "It's nothing. It's my duty." The two fell into silence. Recalling what Luo Qianxiu had just said, Lung Xinan instinctively took a step back, creating distance from the man, and said softly, "Although I have already written a letter to the higher-ups, hoping to get you into the night patrol division, it's hard to say whether it will be successful. It needs to be reviewed by them. But don't worry, I will protect you. Once you enter the night patrol division, with your abilities, you might even enter the Qinglong division. No, just following you is enough." Li Nank firmly refused. "This time, I got a bit carried away. I still hope to keep a low profile and develop quietly for a while. Besides," the man's mind flashed with the image of Meng Xiaotu. And he said seriously, "I want to play basketball." "What?" Lung Xinan didn't understand. Li Nank didn't delve into it further and changed the subject. "We still need to keep an eye on Lin Yuanwei. Does he really have a problem?" "I don't know. Just guessing." Li Nank hesitated for a moment, but still shared his deduction. "Do you remember the first question I asked him?" Li Nank's gaze was deep. Why did he wait so long? From April when he learned he had become a father to August when he started planning his revenge? Because he has feelings for Madame Lin and has been conflicted. Lung Xinan pointed out. "Exactly. He has feelings for Madame Lin, so he has been conflicted." Li Nank's smile contained a hint of cold sarcasm. But he chose to act in August, after the little prince publicly declared his love for Lin Jieyue. That timing is a bit clever. Lung Xinan raised her brows slightly. Is he afraid that once Lin Jieyue becomes a princess, it would be difficult to take revenge? Li Nank shook his head. If she really becomes a princess, taking revenge would actually be more satisfying. After all, Lin Yuanwei is the victim. The royal family wouldn't direct their anger at him, and Lin Jieyue would fall from heaven straight to hell. That blow would be enough to drive her mad. Then why? Li Nank said lightly. It's simple. He doesn't want to be connected to the royal family. The woman was stunned. With the power of the Omping prince, Many people would try every means to curry favor, to befriend, to climb the social ladder. Yet, few would actively avoid him. Why is that? There is only one reason. Because the Omping Prince is too dazzling. Being too dazzling means that countless people, both openly and covertly, are watching him. Once Lin Yuanwei becomes related to the royal family, there would definitely be countless eyes on him, even digging into his family background. At that time, all of Lin Yuanwei's secrets would be exposed. It seems Lin Yuanwei has secrets he doesn't want others to know, which is why he chose this time to act. Lung Xinan murmured. Moreover, there are many ways to refuse a marriage alliance, but this method is undoubtedly the safest. No one would suspect its purpose. Li Nank sighed. Regardless, Lin Yuanwei's revenge plan born from love and hate must exist. One can only say that the royal family has made his resolve for revenge even stronger. Of course, it could also be that I'm overthinking it. Anyway, I don't want to get too deeply involved. I understand. Lung Xinan looked at the man in front of her with a complex expression. Li Nank, you are too smart. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. You are gold and will never be buried. Li Nank replied seriously. I think so too. The corners of Lung Xinan's lips slightly lifted. But then she thought of something and looked at him with a teasing glint. Li Nank, I can't help but notice that you seem a bit afraid of your wife. Are you naturally fearful of women? Of course I'm afraid. So, never provoke a wife who studies medicine. Chapter 37. No, Goose Sister. After sending off his beautiful superior, a tired Li Nank almost fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. He slept until the sun filled the room and the sound of water dripping was gone before finally opening his eyes. Pushing open the door, Li Nank walked into the yard, greedily breathing in the fresh, clean air. The faint fragrance of grass and trees drove away his remaining fatigue, and his mind gradually cleared. The slender figure of his doctor wife appeared in his view, as usual. The woman had her hair cascading over her shoulders, resting on her fragrant shoulders and jade back. At this moment, she was facing the early morning sun, hanging out freshly washed clothes, both men's and women's garments on the bamboo pole, exuding a sense of tranquility and peace hidden from the world. Darling, you're up. Li Nank responded with a hum and noticed a bamboo basket placed at the door. Frowning as he asked, Are you going to the mountains to collect herbs today? Luo Qianxiu explained, Some herbs are missing, before the man could persuade her. The woman smiled and said, I know it's been a bit unsafe these days, so I'll just collect herbs nearby. This time, I'll have Goose Sister accompany me. Nothing will happen. Goose Sister? What can Goose Sister do? Are we going to let her tackle any monsters or beasts we encounter? Li Nank internally scoffed. But knowing she wouldn't listen to his advice, he said, Since I have nothing to do today, I'll accompany you to the mountains to collect herbs. No need, It's settled then, the man declared decisively. Luo Qianxiu blinked, a bit taken aback. Then the corners of her nicely shaped lips curved up like a crescent moon. All right then. After washing her face with cold water and eating the kidney-nourishing porridge prepared earlier, Li Nank picked up the bamboo basket and set off with his wife to collect herbs, casually carrying the fire gun that Kaiyun had given him. Now, he had 3 guns on him. One was the fire gun from the Red Rain Dreamland, one was the ordinary fire gun given by Kaiyun, and one was the super invincible big fire gun that theoretically had infinite bullets. Each had its own power. However, even with Li Nank, who was fully armed with guns, Luo Qianxiu still insisted on having Goose Sister follow behind. Li Nank was somewhat dissatisfied. Am I really not as capable as a goose? The mountain peaks were layered, appearing to be painted with vibrant colors. Luo Qianxiu did not venture into the deeper mountains, as she had said before. She only chose a nearby forest to dig for herbs. The trees were lush, and the soft grass was like a carpet, quite pleasant. Li Nank initially wanted to help dig, but after breaking 5 herbs in a row, he ended up sitting under a tree with Goose Sister, looking dejected under his wife's displeased gaze. I guess I'll continue to play the bodyguard role, Li Nank thought to himself. Luo Qianxiu didn't pay him any more mind, shouldering the bamboo basket herself and carefully digging up the discovered herbs with a small shovel. The mountain breeze gently blew, fluttering the woman's plain white skirt. From Li Nank's perspective, it seemed like a scene painted in mountain and water, elegant and fresh. Staring at this scene, the man suddenly thought, if the days in the future were this leisurely and pleasant, that wouldn't be bad at all. Even if his wife wasn't beautiful, as long as feelings were cultivated, life would still be filled with color. The clouds dissipated, and the sun rose high. Unbeknownst to them, it was almost noon. Luo Qianxiu had already collected about half a basket of herbs, and her brows gradually showed signs of fatigue. Let's take a break. Li Nank handed her the prepared water bag. Thank you. Luo Qianxiu wiped the sweat from her neck with the back of her hand, took the water pouch, and sipped a few times before softly saying, if my husband is bored, he can walk around. It's nothing. Since I'm acting as a bodyguard, I need to have a serious attitude. One moment of relaxation could lead to dangerous situations suddenly arising, and that would be bad. Does my husband like being an official? Luo Qianxiu suddenly asked, sitting beside the man, their shoulders touching. Li Neng shook his head. I don't know. I want to achieve something. But I also feel it's too tiring. For now, let's just see how it goes. Sometimes, being in the world is beyond one's control. Yes, being in the world is beyond one's control, Luo Qianxiao murmured, a hint of deep confusion rippling in her clear, ice-like eyes. The gentle mountain breeze blew, causing the woman's hair to fall on the man's cheek, its subtle fragrance enticing. But Li Neng found it hard to be distracted because he saw a person, a woman. The woman wore a fitted green outfit, a bamboo hat on her head, and a white veil covering her face. Her figure was well-proportioned, with a slim waist. What was most striking were the two silver short guns on her back, which seemed to be split from a long gun, with a knobbed thread at the joint for easy carrying. Excuse me, may I interrupt? The woman in the bamboo hat stepped forward, her voice clear and pleasant. Are you lost, miss? A faint smile appeared on Li Neng's handsome face, his right hand resting on the firearm at his waist. However, Luo Qianxiao slightly lowered her face, staring blankly at the herbs in the bamboo basket. The woman in the bamboo hat noticed the man's action but paid it no mind, saying, May I ask if you two have seen a caterpillar? About this big, very beautiful, with colorful stripes. She gestured with her hand, roughly the size of her thumb. A caterpillar? Li Neng was puzzled. Miss, if you want to catch a caterpillar, you can go south. There should be plenty there. I'm not trying to catch a caterpillar. The woman in the bamboo hat patiently explained. It's a pet of mine. I had it in a brocade box, but I accidentally let it escape. If you happen to see it, please let me know, and I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wow, so there are people who keep caterpillars as pets. Li Neng had gained some knowledge and apologized. I'm sorry, we haven't seen any caterpillars. All right then, sorry for the interruption. The woman in the bamboo hat spoke with a hint of disappointment and turned to leave. But just as she turned, she suddenly froze. Her eyes behind the veil falling on Luo Qianxiao. Have we met somewhere before? The woman in the bamboo hat asked. Luo Qianxiao smiled gently. No? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Maybe. The woman in the bamboo hat stared for a moment and then said nothing more before turning to leave. Watching the woman's figure disappear, Li Neng slowly relaxed his tense heart and released his grip on the firearm. Husband, there's no need to be nervous. She meant no harm. Luo Qianxiao found the man's reaction somewhat amusing and a little touching. After all, his nervousness was a sign of concern for her. In places like this, we should be extra cautious when encountering mysterious people with weapons. Let's leave quickly. Li Neng took his wife's delicate hand. Besides, a girl who keeps a caterpillar as a pet probably isn't quite right in the head. All right. The moment her hand was held by the man, Luo Qianxiao instinctively wanted to pull away, but seeing the man's anxious expression, she hesitated and didn't struggle, gently nodding instead. Gidge, let's go. Li Neng called to the nearby Gidge. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Gidge stretching her neck, seemingly staring at something, with drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. What are you looking at? Li Neng felt curious and walked over. He saw a colorful caterpillar resting on a leaf, looking like a toy and exuding an enticing fragrance. Li Neng realized something was wrong and shouted urgently, Gidge. No, but it was too late. Gidge swallowed the caterpillar in one bite. Chapter 38. This thing really can nourish the body. Looking at Gidge, who was blissfully enjoying her meal, Li Neng felt completely numb, especially when he saw the woman in the bamboo hat returning. Fortunately, she was far away and probably hadn't seen Gidge's crime. Miss, do you still have something to discuss? Li Neng coughed lightly, positioning himself in front of Gidge to prevent her from being seen. The woman in the bamboo hat asked in confusion. What was the young master shouting just now? Oh, it was nothing, just practicing my voice. Li Neng forced a sincere smile. What a good person. Facing the woman's kind reminder, Li Neng felt deeply ashamed. With more reminders from the young lady, we will head down the mountain now. Li Neng's expression turned serious. The woman in the bamboo hat replied with an and after a moment of silence, she continued, additionally, I need to remind you both that my pet caterpillar is highly toxic and there is no antidote. If you see it, please do not touch it. Toxic? Li Neng instantly became uneasy. He glanced at Gidge, who was still lively, and couldn't help but suspect that the woman was trying to scare them. She must be afraid of someone taking it, so she's deliberately trying to frighten us. The woman in the bamboo hat continued, if you accidentally touch it or swallow it, it will initially cause full-body convulsions. Seeing the woman spinning a convincing tale, Li Neng smiled. He turned to look back, only to find that Gidge, who had been lively just moments ago, was now lying on the ground, convulsing. The smile on the man's face froze as he blocked Gidge's body a bit more. The woman in the bamboo hat said, then she will foam at the mouth. Gidge was already foaming at the mouth. And finally, she will die without treatment. The woman in the bamboo hat finished her last sentence, and Gidge behind Li Neng stiffened, motionless. Li Neng forced a smile, waving his arms awkwardly. This is indeed quite scary. Yes, quite scary, right, my lady? If we see it, we must quickly avoid it. So you all should be careful. The woman in the bamboo hat paused and looked at Li Neng. Young master, that goose behind you seems to be sick. Ah! Li Nank was stunned for a moment, then immediately grabbed Gij's long neck and shook her a few times. This is the wild game I caught just now. Would the young lady like to try it with us? The taste is very delicious. We could also make some soup. That would definitely be a great delicacy. No, thank you. The woman in the bamboo had expressed her gratitude and then left the mountain forest. Watching her walk far away, Li Nank hurriedly shook Gij. Gij, you didn't die, did you? Gij? Seeing the big white goose lying there lifeless, Li Nank helplessly tossed her onto the ground. See, this is the consequence of being greedy. The man was still thinking about that old turtle soup. Let's go. Luo Qianxiu looked in the direction where the woman in the bamboo hat had left, her gaze distant, and let out a slight sigh as she picked up the bamboo basket and walked down the mountain. And the Gij, which had just been like a corpse, was now following behind the woman, holding her long neck high and marching proudly. Li Nank had a look of as expected on his face and gave a thumbs up. Great acting, Audi's best leading actress. It seemed that they were out of luck. Halfway down the mountain, they suddenly heard a deafening tiger roar. Immediately after, a huge tiger with glaring eyes and white fur leapt out from the wilderness. The tiger was massive, its fierce eyes glaring, claws extended, and its long tail with black rings flicked like a steel whip, exuding a terrifying and violent aura. Damn, this is bad. Li Nank cursed inwardly, standing in front of Luo Qianxiu, gripping the finely crafted firearm tightly and aiming at the tiger. Although the firearm in his hand had considerable power, facing such a fierce and agile beast, it was unrealistic to take it down with a single shot, especially since this firearm could only fire one bullet at a time. If the tiger pounced, he wouldn't have time to reload. Fortunately, Li Nank had the magical artifact, the brick, on him. The tiger clearly sensed that the weapon in the man's hand was a bit dangerous, standing in place with its massive mouth wide open, growling. My lady, observe the surroundings. Are there any other tigers? Li Nank tried to protect Luo Qianxiu as much as possible and whispered, now I'm afraid there might still be accomplices. I didn't see anyone. Luo Qianxiu shook her head gently and said softly, let Gij go. Let Gij go for food. Should we use that chance to escape? Li Nank thought this suggestion from his wife was quite good. While he was thinking, Gij had already rushed towards the tiger without hesitation, flapping her wings and honking loudly. This scene left the tiger a bit confused. Having hunted countless times, it had never seen such a bold goose. The tiger licked its sharp, knife-like teeth and let out a roar, pouncing towards Gij like lightning, determined to swallow her whole. However, just as it lunged forward, the white goose skillfully dodged and jumped onto the tiger's head, pecking fiercely at the character on the tiger's forehead. The sharp pain on its forehead made the tiger extremely furious. It began to jump around and shake its head, even rolling over, trying to throw Gij off. But the goose's wings seemed to be glued to the tiger's head. No matter how it shook, it couldn't get rid of her. After struggling for a long time, the tiger began to feel hopeless and found it hard to escape. Gritting its teeth, it forcefully charged into a nearby large tree. Bang! The tree, which was as thick as a bowl, was nearly toppled over, with leaves falling all around. However, this time, Gij was indeed thrown off. Seizing this opportunity, the tiger dashed away, running up the mountain. This goose was not to be trifled with. But who knew Gij was even faster? Her feet seemed to be equipped with electric motors, and in just a blink, she caught up with the tiger, pecking wildly at its tail. At this moment, the tiger completely broke down, filled with regret. It shouldn't have been so idle and gone out to hunt. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. A huge, fierce tiger was running wildly up the mountain, with a large white goose chasing after it. Li Nank stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. His expression was akin to that of Wu Mengda in a Chinese Odyssey. My lady, I brought the bull demon king to see God. Luo Qianxiu, however, was unfazed. She actually became interested in the tiger and said softly, this big tiger has a medicinal herb on it, which can be used to supplement my husband. Medicinal herb? Li Nank was taken aback, quickly understanding, his expression becoming strange. It really was a big supplement. Looking at the tiger that was fleeing in embarrassment, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, fearing the tiger would escape, and hurriedly took out a brick, saying, I'll help Gij a bit. It's just right to try some wild game these days. Li Nank seized the opportunity and threw the brick. The brick flew through the air, creating a flash of light towards the tiger. Then, it knocked down Gij, who was chasing behind. But fortunately, heaven favored her. In her moment of daze, she forgot to look ahead and directly crashed into a hard, large rock. Plop. Hey, she's down too. Li Nank saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Quickly stepping forward to take 2 shots at the tiger, clapping his hands and saying, how about it, my lady? This is the technique I've been practicing for 30 years, hitting a cow from a mountain away. Although I hit Gij, the one actually injured is the enemy. Impressive, right? Luo Qianxiu held her forehead, speechless. Although they successfully captured a large white tiger that could be used for nourishment, due to its heavy size, it was impossible for just Li Nank and Luo Qianxiu to carry it down the mountain. Luo Qianxiu then sent Good Jie to call Old Turtle. Thus, Old Turtle carried the enormous tiger's corpse and diligently transported it home. Awesome, really awesome. Li Nank patted Old Turtle's head, having thoroughly witnessed the capabilities of these two divine beasts. Just as he was about to help his wife deal with the tiger's corpse and prepare a feast of mountain delicacies, the round-faced beauty Meng Xiaodu suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Following her were Bear Big and Bear 2. Big deal. Meng Xiaodu gasped, holding her knees and panting. Something happened. Hurry and follow me. Li Nank's expression remained unchanged. Don't tell me it's the Lin family that's in trouble. Chapter 39. The Celestial Dome Sect. Lin Mansion. The dark-colored tables and chairs were heavy and square, adding a chilling atmosphere to the already cold room. Li Nank leaned against the rosewood armchair, arms crossed over his chest, eyes slightly closed. Behind him, a noose hung from the ceiling, and below lay a corpse. This corpse was none other than Lin Yuanwei. In the room, Lung Xinan and Guo Gang were investigating the scene, while the maid Xianger narrated the situation. Last night, the master seemed perfectly fine. Before going to bed, he specifically instructed the maid not to disturb him, regardless of any noise. Xianger, unable to look at the corpse on the ground, said with a pale face, "This morning, I saw the master hadn't come out of his room. Although I was suspicious, I dared not knock on the door due to the master's instructions. We were terrified and quickly brought the master down, but he..." Xianger's eyes filled with tears, her voice choking. Regardless, Lin Yuanwei had always treated them well. Now, experiencing the tragedy of losing his wife and children, it was even more pitiful that such a thing happened. The strangulation marks extended to both ears. Deep purple in color, the eyes were closed, lips parted, and there were drool and foam on the chest, indicating it was consistent with hanging. Guo Gang said solemnly, "Suicide?" Lung Xinan frowned, her beautiful eyes looking at Li Nank, as he was the professional when it came to examining corpses. Unfortunately, Li Nank's answer was the same. "It's definitely suicide, but I don't know if it was forced or if he was under the influence of drugs or some kind of technique." Lung Xinan walked to the corpse, opened the eyelids to take a look, and then had Guo Gang use tools to test the blood. After getting the results, she said to Li Nank, "There are no traces of techniques or drug harm." "Then it means he was coerced," Li Nank said, glancing at the 2 teacups on the table. "Someone else was here last night, and it was someone Lin Yuanwei was familiar with." Lung Xinan asked in confusion, "Someone familiar? Who could it be?" "I don't know who this mysterious person is, but I can be sure it was a woman." Li Nank stood up, walked to the wall table, picked up a teacup, and pointed at the remnants of lip marks on the rim. He then gently scraped the imprint with his finger and smelled it for a while, saying lightly, "In addition to purple grass and Luotian flower, there are also rose gold powder and winter sweet grass. If I remember correctly, winter sweet grass is generally produced in the Tianshan Mountains of the western regions." "That's right," Lung Xinan nodded. From the position of the teacup and the placement of the teapot, it's highly likely she was left-handed. Li Nank walked to the wall and gazed at a landscape painting in front of him. "Do you recognize the imprint pattern on this?" "Pattern?" Lung Xinan and the others looked closely. Indeed, there was a noticeable red imprint on the painting, about the size of a fist, which looked like a firebird from a distance. "Celestial Dome Sect." Lung Xinan's face changed dramatically. The expressions of the others similarly shifted. "What is the Celestial Dome Sect?" Li Nank asked in confusion. Lung Xinan patiently explained, "The Celestial Dome Sect is a mysterious organization that opposes the court. Their doctrine is above the sky. Red rain is heaven. They believe that red rain is a gift from heaven to humanity and should not be prohibited, but should bless the people. This sect has many members scattered in various places, and some have even infiltrated government officials. Sometimes they conduct organized activities, deliberately distributing red rain herbs to create incidents." Li Nank understood. In simple terms, it was a group of highly visible troublemakers. It seems the Celestial Dome Sect forced Lin Yuanwei to hang himself. Thus, the previous doubts make sense. Lin Yuanwei himself was an undercover member of the Celestial Dome Sect. Upon hearing this, Guo Gang immediately rushed to Lin Yuanwei's corpse and took off his shoes. To his surprise, on the sole of the left foot, there was a distinct pattern, identical to the imprint in the painting, but much smaller, about the size of a coin. No wonder he didn't want to be associated with the Wangfu. This was his secret. Lung Xinan suddenly understood. Li Nank sighed softly. "That's why I said reviving He Qingyu was a very unwise choice. He was too emotional in his desire for revenge against that woman and ended up putting himself in danger." Lung Xinan's feelings were complicated. Once involved with the Hongyu case, they would be targeted by the authorities. Clearly, the members of the Tianqiong sect believed that Lin Yuanwei had the potential to expose his identity, so they eliminated him. Moreover, judging from Lin Yuanwei's instructions to Xianger last night, he likely realized his precarious situation. Li Nank gently stroked the Tianqiong sect pattern on the painting. "Generally, when we write on walls, we naturally write at eye level, coupled with the size and depth of the footprints left here. We can deduce that the killer is approximately 5 feet tall and has a relatively light build. Through Li Nang's analysis, Lung Xinan gained a rough understanding of the killer's characteristics. A woman, about 5 feet tall, slender, left-handed, with lipstick containing rare Tianshan winter grass ingredients. Most importantly, this woman was a member of the Tianxiang sect. Guogang, take your team to patrol Dongqi County immediately, Lung Xinan ordered Guogang. Guogang looked troubled, but Sister Lung, right now, both the county office and the night patrol are short-staffed. Some are still searching for the demon in Yunqing, while others are chasing the old demon Qin. Haven't you caught old Qin yet? Li Nank raised his eyebrows and looked at Lung Xinan. Lung Xinan sighed. We almost killed him last night, but due to a mistake by one of our personnel, he escaped. However, old Qin has sustained serious injuries and fled into the northern mountains. I've dispatched many personnel for a large-scale search. We should be able to find him in 3 to 5 days. No need to waste time on a large-scale search. The demon Old Qin is in the deep forest near Wenyanshan. A small-scale search will suffice. Upon hearing the words northern mountains, Li Nank immediately made his judgment. Everyone looked doubtful. Is that really guessable? Even Lung Xinan, who had immense trust in Li Nank, found it somewhat absurd and curiously asked, "How do you know?" Li Nank replied, "Today, I accompanied my wife to the mountain to gather herbs. On the way down, I encountered a tiger, which is exceedingly rare." A tiger? Lung Xinan immediately became anxious. "Are you okay? If something had happened, could I still be here talking to you?" Li Nank smiled and said, "It's just a tiger. I didn't plan to bother with it, but it bullied my pet goose, so I couldn't help but beat it up, ended up killing it." Listening to the man's words, the expressions of those present were somewhat skeptical. Of course, that wasn't the point. Li Nank continued, "The key is, when I handled the corpse, I found a layer of red-black soil on its claws. My wife used to gather herbs in the deep forest near Wenyanshan, and only there would such difficult-to-clean soil stains be found. Therefore, this tiger must have lived there for a long time. After all, tigers have a strong sense of territory. But why did it suddenly leave its territory and run halfway up the mountain? Clearly, something that terrified it intruded into its territory, forcing it to wander outside." After hearing Li Nank's analysis, everyone couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, having a smart person in the team made things more efficient. Of course, speculation is just speculation. The real situation can only be proven by seeing it with our own eyes. But I've given my suggestion. As for what to do, that's your business. Li Nank distanced himself from responsibility. Without hesitation, Lung Xinan said to Guogang, "Notify the search team to conduct a small-scale search in the deep forest near Wenyanshan." Understood. Guogang quickly left the room. "Sister Lung, there is still one very serious problem." Guogang's expression was grave. "Lin Yuanwei is dead. What about the gravekeeper He Qingyu? Today is the last day." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Li Nank. "Why are you all looking at me?" Li Nank was speechless. Chapter 40. Provocation from a new opponent. Just as Guogang had reminded, with Lin Yuanwei's death, the most concerning issue now is the gravekeeper. This was the urgent problem that needed to be solved, especially since today was the last day. If they missed the 10-day deadline, although the gravekeeper would disappear on his own, those who had come into contact with him, such as the tavern workers, would also be buried with him. "Sister Lung, is it possible that the gravekeeper He Qingyu has already been killed by Lin Yuanwei?" Meng Xiaodu speculated. Lung Xinan tried to remain calm, rubbing her temples as she said, "If he is dead, that's a good thing. I'm just afraid he is still alive. I'm afraid he hasn't been killed yet, and now we're in trouble. Smart one. Think of a way." Meng Xiaodu shook the man's arm, seeking help. Faced with the eager eyes of the crowd, Li Nank helplessly said, "I'm just thinking. If it weren't for me, would you really have no way out? Would you just have to wait for the gravekeeper to disappear on his own?" Lung Xinan felt a bit embarrassed and admitted, although the night patrol has significantly improved over the years in terms of overall strength and experience, not every case can be solved. Even the night patrol in the capital is the same, especially regarding the gravekeeper. Maintaining a 50% success rate is already quite good. Our Zhuke division has handled 19 cases involving gravekeepers, but we only successfully completed 8. This is the common sentiment among all night patrol members. We are not afraid of demons or nightmares, but we are worried about the emergence of a gravekeeper. People are the hardest to deal with. Li Nank was silent for a moment before turning to look at the woman's delicate and soft profile and asked, "Lord Lung, if the gravekeeper is killed, will his body still be here?" Lung Xinan shook her head. "No, once the gravekeeper dies, his body will vanish. However, a special odor of decay will remain, which cannot be eliminated, and it will dissipate after about 7 days." Li Nank said nothing and directly walked towards the master bedroom where Lin Yuanwei and Mei Xing'er had previously stayed. He then opened the familiar hidden door on the bed and leaned in to sniff. "He should still be alive," the man said. Lung Xinan was astonished. "The gravekeeper He Qingyu is hiding here?" Li Nank shrugged. It seems this is the only place in the Lin residence where someone could be hidden. Remember, when I suggested there might be a tunnel in the room, Lin Yuanwei didn't hide anything, but his reaction was a bit exaggerated. Remember, he jumped straight down without using the ladder. You could say he was worried about his wife, but at that time, there was no guarantee that she was definitely down there. Another point is, after Lin Yuanwei jumped down, the secret room was actually very quiet. But when we went down, we heard the sound of a water wheel-driven fan from outside, which is clearly suspicious. Lung Xinan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Lin Yuanwei's eagerness to go down was not because of his wife, but to hide something else. Exactly, Li Nank nodded with a smile. Moreover, after Lin's wife was rescued, she said she vaguely heard an old lover calling for help. She thought it was just her imagination and didn't pay attention. But the question is, was she really imagining things? Without hesitation, Lung Xinan led her team into the tunnel. Just as Li Nank had said, this time, when everyone entered the secret room, they didn't hear the sound of the fan. However, all around were walls, making it difficult to find a hiding place. There should be another hidden door. Search. Before Li Nank finished speaking, Meng Xiaodu swung her meteor hammers at the adjacent wall, and with a loud bang, the hard wall was smashed open, creating a large hole. Through the gap in the rubble, they could see a man tied to a chair. The man was wearing a pale blue long gown, had a scholarly appearance, a pale face, and looked sickly. It was indeed the revived gravekeeper He Qingyu. Li Nank gave a thumbs up to Meng Xiaodu and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, there are benefits to being brainless. Although it's a bit violent, it saves a lot of time. Brainless? What makes you say I'm brainless? Meng Xiaodu put her hands on her hips, pouting angrily. Lung Xinan stared at the man. You knew all along that the gravekeeper He Qingyu was here. Why didn't you tell us? I just wanted these two men to solve it themselves. Li Nank offered a reason that wasn't really a reason, then turned sideways and entered the inner room through the gap, standing in front of the gravekeeper He Qingyu. The latter appeared quite dispirited, looking utterly exhausted. Upon noticing the visitor, he barely opened his eyelids. Let me introduce myself. Li Nank drew out a firearm and pointed it at his forehead. My name is Li Nank. Not only have I captured your wife, but I've also killed your daughter. But I'm a good person. Can you introduce yourself? The gravekeeper He Qingyu slowly closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. I am a dead man. From this statement, it was clear that Lin Yuanwei had already told him everything. Congratulations, you got it right. Li Nank pulled the trigger. But strangely, the gunshot did not sound. Even the gravekeeper He Qingyu, who was waiting to die, opened his eyes in confusion. Go say your final goodbye to Mei Xing. Li Nank sighed and turned to Lung Xinan, saying, can you do me a favor? Lung Xinan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Okay. The rose-tinted slanting light enveloped the night patrol prison, casting a layer of tragic blood red over this gloomy mansion. Leaning against the wall, Li Nank gazed at the setting sun in a daze. Gua Gang and others cautiously guarded the only exit of the prison, preventing the gravekeeper He Qingyu from escaping. Sometimes I wonder, why does the gravekeeper exist? Lung Xinan's long, onion-like fingers caressed a fallen leaf she picked up, her gaze distant like smoke. Maybe it's to say goodbye again to those relatives, lovers, or friends who didn't have the chance to say farewell and were separated by the afterlife. Unfortunately, human emotions are always selfish. No one is willing to die. No one wants to leave their loved ones and relatives forever. Being dead and then coming back to life makes one cherish their life more and value what they once overlooked. Lung Xinan sighed, turning her gaze to the man's handsome profile, and asked, what do you think? Li Nank remained silent, looking at the distant red sun. After a long while, he finally spoke. We've gotten into trouble. What? Lung Xinan looked stunned, as if sensing something. She asked, is it the Tianxiang sect? Yes. The man nodded, his expression unusually grave. Lung Xinan said, I've already reported this matter, and the Shadow Guards will handle it. Anything involving the Tianxiang sect must be investigated by the Shadow Guards. We are just assisting. The murderer is provoking us, coming straight for us. Li Nank stated his judgment. They boldly displayed the emblem pattern on the painting, without erasing any traces at the scene. She is provoking us. Believe me, something will happen soon. Then what should we do? Should we redeploy personnel from Yun City for a more thorough search? Lung Xinan immediately suggested, just as Li Nank was about to speak. A little boy holding a candied hawthorn suddenly ran over, lifting the envelope in his hand high and saying in a childish voice, Big brother, someone has a letter for you. A letter. Li Nank's eyes flickered as he took the envelope. Lung Xinan quickly asked the boy, who gave you the letter? Where did you get it? No need to ask, it's that mysterious woman. Li Nank gestured for the frightened little boy to leave and opened the envelope. There were 3 letters inside, still carrying a faint scent of rouge. After reading the first letter, Li Nank curled his lips and handed the paper to the woman, saying, it's a letter from Lin Yuanwei, informing me of the gravekeeper He Qingyu's whereabouts. Lung Xinan was astonished. The mysterious woman took the letter from Lin Yuanwei? No. In that case, it should be Lin Yuanwei who gave it to that mysterious woman, asking her to pass it on to me. Li Nank thought for a moment and then denied Leng Xinan's speculation. This confirmed that Lin Yuanwei was indeed acquainted with that mysterious woman, and they had a good relationship. Leng Xinan was puzzled. Are you sure? Then why did the mysterious woman only give it to you now? Li Nank shook his head and smiled. She was observing from the shadows to see if I could find the grave keeper Xianxiaaudiobooks. If I couldn't find him, she would pass the letter to me. As Li Nank spoke, he opened the second letter. She heard Lin Yuanwei praise me as a talent and recommended me to join the Tianxiong sect. But before that, she wants to test me to see if I qualify to enter the Tianxiong sect. Is she crazy? Upon hearing this, Leng Xinan raised her eyebrows. Li Nank opened the third letter and, after reading it, she said that in 5 days, a major case would occur in Dongqi County and hopes I can participate actively. Additionally, she will deliver a case to me as a meeting gift tomorrow evening and will meet with me. Leng Xinan took the letter from the man's hand, reading it carefully several times, her pretty face growing increasingly cold. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Leng Xinan clenched her delicate fists and said coldly, I'll immediately notify Yun City to send more experts over. I want to see how capable this woman is to dare challenge the court. Li Nank put away the letter, feeling heavy-hearted. It's not the hidden enemies in the shadows that are frightening. It's those who hide in the shadows while openly provoking. At that moment, the grave keeper, Xianxiaaudiobooks, came out of the prison. Everyone quickly surrounded him. Many people had already come into contact with him, and if he were to escape, everyone would be in trouble. Have you said your goodbyes? Li Nank asked as he walked up to the grave keeper Xianxiaaudiobooks. The latter's pale face showed a look of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li, for giving me the opportunity to make amends. Are you ready? Li Nank picked up the firearm. This time the one gifted to him by Kaiyun, which was capable of firing. Let Gua Gang and the others come. Leng Xinan didn't want Li Nank's hands to be stained with too much blood. However, the man firmly shook his head. I'll do it. The woman had no choice but to relent. The grave keeper Xianxiaaudiobooks took a deep breath. Facing the dark muzzle of the gun, his expression showed no fear. Only a calm smile. I'm ready. Do you have any last words? I've already told Xinger. The grave keeper Xianxiaaudiobooks paused, looking at Li Nank with a complicated expression and said, It's a pity we didn't meet earlier. Otherwise, I would really like to be friends with you. Thank you. But I'm not interested. Li Nank prepared to fire. No farewell words for me. The grave keeper Xianxiaaudiobooks asked with a smile. Li Nank tilted his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any suitable farewell words. A scene flashed through his mind of Lin Juet negotiating with him while undressing on the cliff. He said lightly, Your daughter has a nice figure. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The person in front shattered like glass shards and then vanished into the air. At the same time, a white bead silently sank into the position of Li Nank's heart. No one else noticed it except for him. Chapter 41. Nank's first exception. Xianxiaaudiobooks could not be considered a good official. As the local magistrate of Dongqi County, he had been in office for 13 years. From the thin youth he was when he first arrived, to his now round belly like a ball and the 5 beautiful concubines in his backyard. It was enough to show that he had eaten quite well in his daily life. However, his reputation in the eyes of the common people was not too bad. The reason was simple. Xianxiaaudiobooks always adhered to a principle: to do everything possible to ensure that the common people do not go hungry and do not freeze. Because when people are hungry and cold, they become bloodthirsty and unruly, which can lead to disturbances. Then his official position would be in jeopardy. Without an official position, let alone enjoying the benefits of wealth and women, he would not even be able to scoop up a bit of slop from the pig trough. However, he also could not let them eat too much or wear too warm clothes. Sometimes people cause trouble when they eat too much. So, a bit of appropriate exploitation and taking advantage benefits both you and me, allowing everyone to live in harmony. Inside the county office, there was no one else in the living room besides him. Li Nank kept wondering why the county magistrate suddenly summoned him. Was it to inquire about the Lin family case? Or had he heard the rumors that he might enter the night patrol department? Regardless of the reason, he had to maintain enough respect. In front of people like Leng Xinan, he could act casually because they carried a strong aura of the martial world and didn't require too much hypocrisy. It was natural to get along. But not here, even though the other party was just a county magistrate. Oh, Nank has arrived, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, waddling in with a belly as if 9 months pregnant. Upon seeing Li Nank, a smile appeared on his greasy, plump face as he waved, Sit. Li Nank remained standing and clasped his hands in salute. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Xianxiaaudiobooks squeezed his chubby body into a chair, took the tea handed to him by a delicate maid, gently removed the froth with the cup lid, sipped the fine tea, and slowly sighed. Nank, you've really worked hard these days, investigating cases and helping to catch demons. I feel quite guilty. I haven't been able to help you much. Calling him Nank indicated his attitude. Faced with the county magistrate's polite closeness, Li Nank couldn't assume too much, so he respectfully replied, Your Excellency is busy with official duties, laboring for the people. It's already rare to think of my hardships. Moreover, as the county office's coroner, it is my duty to cooperate with your arrangements and assist the Night Patrol Department in investigating cases. The Lin family case being lucky enough to be cracked is also due to your Excellency and the county office's blessings. Otherwise, whether this case could be solved is uncertain. Was Li Nank assisting in the case because Shun Chuanhe arranged it? Of course not. It was Lung Xinan who invited him. Was the case really cracked due to the blessings of Shun and the county office? Of course not. This was the result of Li Nank using his intelligence. But knowing how to advance and retreat, understanding affairs, is an essential survival skill in the workplace and officialdom. In his words, Li Nank made every effort to tie himself to the county office and Shun Chuanhe, distributing the credit for solving the case and even giving up the major share, simply because he was still part of the county office. Even if he would enter the Night Patrol Department in the future, he must not abandon the proper etiquette. No matter the environment, one must learn to conduct oneself properly. In interpersonal relationships, the most taboo thing is to suddenly turn cold towards former superiors after a promotion, or even deliberately humiliate them. Leave a line when dealing with people, so that you may meet again in the future. Can you guarantee that you 1T fall someday? Can you guarantee that your superior 1T rise someday? Moreover, how many connections does your superior have behind them? Do you know them all? 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Always leave room for maneuver. Only then can you advance and retreat. Especially now that Li Nank's appointment to the Night Patrol Department has not yet been announced. If something goes wrong, he would have to continue mingling in the county office. Seeing Li Nank still standing, Shun Chuanhe frowned. What are you standing for? Sit, quickly sit. Then he instructed the maid, serve tea to Nank. And bring over the Yun Xiang that old lady Yuan gifted me a while ago. Sitting must consider the occasion, identity, time, atmosphere, and the importance of the matter. In this kind of setting with opposing identities, Shun Chuanhe's first invitation to sit was merely a formality. If Li Nank had boldly taken a seat, although his superior wouldn't say anything, he would certainly feel dissatisfaction inside. Only by continuing to stand could he allow the magistrate to experience the superiority of his position and feel the awe from his subordinate. But the second invitation to sit was genuine. If he still stood stupidly without sitting, the superior would inevitably feel displeased, and his impression points would drop significantly. Didn't he see that tea was only being served now? Fortunately, Li Nank was a clever man. After expressing his gratitude with a clasped hand, he sat down in the lower seat, still maintaining a respectful demeanor. The maid served the tea and retreated lightly at Shun Chuanhe's gesture. Try this. The tea was picked from Yunhai, and many dignitaries love it. It's very precious, Shun Chuanhe said with a smile. Last time I went to congratulate old lady Yuan. You should know, her father-in-law is the governor of Longjiang. After the birthday banquet, old lady Yuan specially gifted me this canister. I usually wouldn't take it out. In just a few sentences, he revealed a lot of information. First, although this tea is precious, it's not something I embezzled. I, Shun Chuanhe, am an honest official. So don't think too much. As for the depth of our relationship, think for yourself. Thirdly, such precious tea, I usually wouldn't dare to drink. Yet I brought it out for you, indicating that I truly value you. Therefore, the matters we discuss next will be quite important. Thank you, my lord. Li Nank pretended to be pleasantly surprised, picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and then exclaimed, "It smells like orchids and osmanthus, and tastes like sweet rain. It's excellent tea. No wonder old lady Yuan would gift it to you, my lord." What does that mean? Good tea deserves a good official. Since old lady Yuan gifted such fine tea, it indicates that you, Lord Shun, are a good official. You are favored by Lord Yuan. Faced with Li Nank's naturally flattering remarks, Shun Chuanhe's smile grew even wider, and his gaze towards Li Nank became particularly affectionate. Why didn't I notice this likable young man before? I can only blame being too immersed in the courtyard with the concubines, filled with nonsense. After the pleasantries, their relationship was smoothly brought closer, and Shun Chuanhe revealed his ultimate purpose. Nank, I've had an idea for a long time. Intending to break the norm and make you my assistant, but I've always been too busy with official duties, which kept delaying it. Shun Chuanhe sighed, his tone genuine and sincere. Now that the Lin family case has concluded, I've decided to formally invite you to be my assistant. Of course, if Nank is unwilling. I won't force you. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Assistant? Li Nank was taken aback, his mind racing. In just a few seconds, he understood the purpose and reason behind the other party's actions. Shun Chuanhe clearly knew that Li Nank was about to enter the Night Patrol Department, and that he had a promising future ahead. But the problem was, Li Nank was just a small coroner in Donchi County. How would others think if a small coroner suddenly became a rising star in the Night Patrol Department? Wouldn't they say that as a county official? Shun Chuanhe didn't even recognize such a talent under his nose? That he couldn't identify talent? They might call Shun Chuanhe a big fool. questioning whether such a county magistrate could govern well. Rumors can be frightening, and human hearts are difficult to gauge. That is how flaws and stains come about. So what to do at this moment? He must elevate Li Nang's status before the other party takes office, recommending Li Nang as the chief clerk or county deputy. That would be a formal public servant with a position. How could that be arranged in a short time? After considering it, the only best option was to break the norm and make Li Nang an assistant. Although it also lacked a formal position, it was 100 times better than being a coroner. Moreover, what is an assistant? That is the brain. Now that I value this brain, if it rises to prominence and is valued by the night patrol department, what does that indicate? It shows that I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, have an eye for talent. It shows that I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, have vision. I discovered such a talent. Otherwise, how could he be my assistant? So this was Xianxiaaudiobooks' ultimate goal. If Li Nang gets promoted, he also shares the glory. A win-win situation. Isn't that wonderful? Of course. Xianxiaaudiobooks also knew that the other party currently looked down on this assistant position, so he had to persuade him while adding some incentives. Nang. This officialdom actually emphasizes human relationships and the knowledge of the world. Big nets catch small nets, Xianxiaaudiobooks said with a smile. Whether it's the night patrol or the shadow guards, they are all part of the same lineage. If you have the opportunity to go to Yunqing in the future, I can ask Lord Yuan to take care of you. Xianxiaaudiobooks' subtext was clear. If you enter the night patrol as a coroner, you will definitely face exclusion and ridicule. But if you enter as a clerk, the situation will change somewhat. At that time, I can also ask Lord Yuan to give you some consideration. Moreover, the consideration here has two meanings. If you are on the right path, then it is genuine care. If you are not, then don't blame me for causing trouble behind your back. I may not dare to make things difficult for you, but I still have the ability to spit some disdain. Li Nang understood Xianxiaaudiobooks' intentions, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, "It is a great honor for me to be appreciated by you, my lord. With such kindness from you, how could I refuse? I am willing to share the worries for the emperor, the court, and you, my lord. Still, there's one thing. Once you step into this big dive vat, you have to build connections and understand the world." Li Nang was not a fool. Reaching an agreement with an old hand like Xianxiaaudiobooks would not harm him. Since it was a win-win situation, why refuse? Good. Li Nang politely expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After a warm conversation, Xianxiaaudiobooks signaled to the maid to bring over a jar of tea leaves and sighed. "This jar of tea leaves was sent to me by old lady Yuan. You should take it, sir. Such a precious gift. How could I dare to accept it?" Li Nang pretended to refuse. Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand. "Please accept it, sir. Who in Dongxi County doesn't know that I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, am an honest official with clean sleeves? Besides this jar of tea leaves, I really have no other precious gifts to offer." Li Nang's face twitched a few times. Damn it, this bastard is getting addicted to acting. Looking at the poised and extraordinary Li Nang before him, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Youth is indeed good. Li Nang smiled and said, "My lord, you still look quite healthy." "No more." Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not as good as when I was young. Not to mention, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. A few days ago, after having dinner, I felt bored and decided to stretch my legs, wandering into a small quiet alley. I saw a small red door surrounded by a cluster of pine trees, and the scenery was quite pleasant. I was in high spirits and intended to explore a bit, but who would have thought that after just a few steps inside, I would feel unwell and utterly exhausted, ultimately having to leave in disappointment. I've seen many doctors, but my body is still as useless as ever. So, Nang, take advantage of your youth and go out more. There are countless paths in the world. Leaving some footprints isn't a bad thing." Chapter 42. Empress Lin Weiyang. The night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, bathing the prosperous capital city in its silvery glow. The night market was filled with countless lights, and the tall buildings were adorned with red sleeves. The streets were bustling with people, and the buildings towered under the colorful lanterns, countless luxurious structures standing tall, complementing the solemn and majestic imperial palace. Compared to the lively hustle and bustle outside the palace, the inside was quiet and still. Under the light of the top-grade night pearl tribute from the western regions, the Empress Lin Weiyang's residence in the Pepper Hall appeared somewhat bright, with various colored silks made into small lanterns wrapping around the eaves and columns. After her bath, Empress Lin Weiyang dismissed her maid and leaned back on the soft couch, reading the intelligence she had just received. The young girl had her hair styled in a palace bun, her nose was high, her chin was pointed and rounded. Her dark eyebrows were delicately arched like a new crescent moon, and her lashes fluttered beautifully. Her slightly curled jade feet were crystalline and round, with tender pink soles resembling crystal sugar plums, evoking thoughts. Because she was only wearing a thin gauze shirt dyed with a hint of safflower and an inner garment, her perfect figure was outlined perfectly, revealing astonishing curves under the light of the night pearl. Although there was still a hint of childishness between her brows, Her elegant and noble demeanor gave an indescribable sharp beauty. The sharp spirit of this young empress could be glimpsed. "Your Majesty, the Grand Princess seeks an audience." A lady-in-waiting carefully stood outside the curtain, reporting softly. "You well?" Lin Weiyang's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. She stood up and put on an outer garment. Her red lips slightly parted. "Let her in." Soon, a beautiful figure entered the chamber. "Your Majesty hasn't tea rested yet?" Upon seeing this face, one couldn't help but associate it with a seductress, and then think of the bed, imagining how enchanting and tender she could be. Yet compared to her alluring appearance, the girl's dress was very conservative, revealing only a pair of jade hands and half of her pink neck, translucent enough to vaguely see the blue veins beneath. Even so, one could still glimpse her proud figure from her small and delicate curves. "You little girl, you must have caught wind of the news and come over smelling the scent, pretending in front of me," Lin Weiyang teased, looking at the charming beauty before her. This woman with enchanting features was Bai Riyue, the Grand Princess of the Great Jin Dynasty, nicknamed the Little Demon Empress. Not only because of her naturally alluring beauty, but also because she inherited her father by Yao Chuan's keen calculations and was quite intelligent. Some of the decisions behind Lin Weiyang were also planned with her help. In fact, she even served as a military strategist during the battle against the Yi. Highly intelligent and somewhat demonic, she made many feel apprehensive. Because of their similar ages and compatible personalities, she and Lin Weiyang had played together since childhood and were the best of friends. However, later on, when Lin Weiyang became empress, the world became unpredictable. Yet this did not affect their friendship. Instead, they worked hand in hand to fight against various factions in the court. Bai Riyue pouted slightly, her teasing smile carrying a hint of elegance. "What scent? Could it be that the empress is having an affair? Oh dear, our little emperor is so pitiful. Are you asking for a beating?" Lin Weiyang raised her delicate fist, ready to teach her a lesson, but Bai Riyue quickly dodged, teasing with her words. After a playful scuffle, the two finally stopped, panting. Lin Weiyang, who was already dressed lightly, had her clothes pulled apart during the playful tussle, exposing a large area of beautiful scenery to the air, her skin as flawless as beautiful jade, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. On the other hand, Bai Riyue's clothing was only slightly wrinkled, without revealing any side of her figure. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Noticing that her appearance was somewhat disheveled, Lin Weiyang's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly straightened her dress. She handed the intelligence she had just received to Bai Riyue. "Oh, the Princess of Xianyan has news?" After scanning the first line, Bai Riyue's delicate mouth curled into a slight smile, her charm radiating. "Read further down." Lin Weiyang picked up a delicate ivory comb and began to tidy her somewhat messy hair, speaking lightly. Bai Riyue's gaze shifted down, and her smile gradually faded. How could this be? The alluring girl turned to look at Lin Weiyang, her slender brows slightly furrowing. Is this true or false? Bai Riyue gently touched her chin with her slender fingers, pondering for a while before shaking her head lightly. "No. We can't wait for the shadow guards to escort it over. Not to mention the many changes along the way. Even if it safely reaches the capital, we probably wouldn't get to see it." As she spoke, Bai Riyue took out a map from the desk and studied it carefully. Bang! Her slender finger pointed to a spot on the map. "According to the intelligence from the secret letter, in 5 days, that shadow guard team will stop in Dongqi County, and I will go see it in person." "You? Go in person?" Lin Weiyang was taken aback and worriedly said, "Isn't that dangerous?" Bai Riyue squinted her charming almond eyes, smiling playfully. "Is your Majesty worried about me? Oh dear, I'm so touched. How about your Majesty rewards me with something tonight? By the way, I recently read a book on how to make tofu. Get out of here, I'm not joking with you." Lin Weiyang let down her flowing hair, her expression displeased. Bai Riyue withdrew her smile and stopped teasing, saying seriously, "The matter concerning the Princess of Xianyan is significant. We can't just wait here. I must go see it in person. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. But get out of the way, I'm looking for Xiao Weiyang." Just as Lin Weiyang was about to say something, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Hearing the noise, Lin Weiyang and Bai Riyue exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. "Xiao Weiyang." A petite woman burst in, breaking through the maid's obstruction. The woman had a pure and charming appearance. Her delicate doll-like face looked smaller than a palm, and her porcelain-like smooth skin had a hint of a light orange hue, resembling a figurine made of the cleanest porcelain in the world, making one want to hold her lovingly. Especially in her pink palace skirt, she appeared even more petite, her slender calves curving gracefully under the hem of her dress, making those who didn't know her think she was a little princess. "Go down first." Lin Weiyang waved her hand, dismissing the maids who had followed closely behind. The previously anxious maids breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. Weiyang pays respects to the Empress Dowager. Ryu pays respects to the Empress Dowager. The two women bowed in unison to the pink-dressed woman, who had a frown on her face. Yes, that's right. This woman, with a doll-like face, appears very young just by looks, is actually the Empress Dowager of the Great Jin Dynasty, Xianxiao. How did it come to this? It all goes back to the chaotic struggle for the throne before the Tianwu Emperor by Yaoquan. Chapter 43. Leaving the palace, giving away. The Great Jin Dynasty has had its 8th emperor since its establishment. By the time of the 4th emperor, the national fortune of the Great Jin began to show signs of decline, no longer shining as brightly as before. At this time, the emperor was indulged in wine and pleasure, only seeking enjoyment, while the factions among the ministers were constantly in conflict, mostly caring only for their own interests. Coupled with external troubles and natural disasters that were more rampant than in previous years, the national power was greatly diminished. The disheartened Ming emperor gradually began to neglect his duties, attending court as if he was fishing 3 days and drying nets for 2 days. Later, he received a stunning beauty from the Gulen kingdom, whom he favored greatly, and in just a year, he made her a noble consort, indulging in a world of tenderness. The Ming emperor had a total of 9 sons, but after various untimely deaths and schemes, only 3 remained. Among these 3 sons, the second prince by Yaoquan was the most valiant. Everyone believed that by Yaoquan would become the 6th emperor of Great Jin. However, little did they know that before his death, the Ming emperor, for reasons unknown, changed his will and designated the youngest prince by Yaojun, born of the most favored noble consort, as the next ruler of Great Jin. Thus, the 11-year-old Bai Yaojun became the new emperor. However, before Bai Yaojun ascended to the throne, his mother secretly allied with powerful ministers to gain political resources, persuading the emperor to arrange a marriage alliance with the Gulen kingdom. The 4-year-old princess Xianxiao was betrothed to the Great Jin Dynasty, destined to be the little empress. Yet, just 27 days later, the 11-year-old emperor Bai Yaojun suddenly died in the palace. At the same time, the second prince Bai Yaoquan, with the help of another powerful minister, staged a coup and took control of the Empress Dowager who attempted to change the dynasty. He ultimately became the 7th emperor of Great Jin, known as the Tianwu Emperor. The death of Bai Yaojun remains a mystery to this day, unable to be verified. His mother also hanged herself in the palace. However, this Gulen princess Xianxiao, after becoming empress, was confusedly revered as the Empress Dowager in less than a month. Now, with the Tianwu Emperor retreating behind the scenes and the Yuan Feng Emperor ascending the throne, 31-year-old Xiao's identity has changed from Empress Dowager to Empress Dowager, and her life experience can be described as legendary. Empress Dowager, why are you still not resting so late? Looking at the fierce-looking woman in front of her, who had a doll-like face yet an inexplicably naive demeanor, Lin Weiyong felt quite a headache. Although this Empress Dowager was over 30, her temperament was like that of a young girl. In short, she had the age of a young woman, the appearance of a child, the figure of a girl, a child's heart, and that naturally soft and sweet doll-like voice. It was hard to reconcile all these aspects with her identity. Xiao Weiyong, you're lying to me again. Xiao angrily rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 pale, delicate arms, and put her hands on her hips. You said you would take me out of the palace to play, and you've lied to me several times already. Although she was the Empress Dowager, Xiao rarely referred to herself as this humble one, except in front of Bai Yaoquan and on formal occasions. Lin Weiyong forced a smile. Empress Dowager, the state affairs have been busy lately. Please wait a bit longer. I won't wait. I want to sneak out of the palace tonight. And if the guards catch me, it's my bad luck. Xiao puffed out her chest, starting to threaten. Bai Ruyu beside her bit her lip and chuckled. Empress Dowager, can you sneak out? If Ruyu remembers correctly, you've tried to sneak out of the palace 89 times this year, and none of them succeeded. Mind your own business. Anyway, I won't give up. Xiao waved her small fist. Such childish behavior made Lin Weiyong both amused and a bit sympathetic. This Gulen princess had been locked in this grand cage since she was 4, never having been outside. Even after Bai Yaojun's death, she was confined to Lianlan residence and hadn't stepped out of the courtyard for 5 whole years. However, such a lonely and boring life had not dulled her lively nature. She remained curious and optimistic about new things, like a child. The palace maids and eunuchs also took good care of this porcelain doll-like foreign princess. Later, when Bai Yaoquan allowed her to move around the palace, Xiao met the eldest princess and Lin Weiyong, becoming good friends and often pestering them to play. But she had never been able to leave the palace. Last month, after doing a favor for Lin Weiyong, the latter promised to take her out of the palace to see the world, but it had been delayed until now, prompting her to come in a huff to question Lin Weiyong. Lin Weiyong began to sweet-talk her like a child. Empress Dowager, although the retired emperor doesn't mind you going out now, you have a noble status. What if something happens to you? How about this, in a few days? I will take you out of the palace, show you a circus performance, buy you some really fun toys, and get you lots of delicious food. However, having been promised too many times, Helan Xiao no longer believed her, shaking her head like a rattled drum. No, you must be fooling me again. I won't fall for it again. She stepped forward, hugged Lin Weiyang, and pleaded, Xiao Weiyang, you treat me the best. Please let me out of the palace just this once. Helan Xiao raised a finger in a pitiful manner, and with her naturally soft and sweet doll-like voice. Bai Ruyu nearby felt her heart almost melt. Seeing Lin Weiyang remain silent, Helan Xiao puffed out her cheeks, angrily saying, Lin Weiyang, I am the Empress Dowager. I order you to take me out of the palace immediately. However, the pressure of her identity still couldn't make Lin Weiyang compromise. Instead, the girl raised her delicate eyebrows and sneered, Empress Dowager, I am least afraid of threats. Why don't you try using a knife to force me to comply? Helan Xiao stared at her with her gem-like blue eyes. Gradually, her eyes turned red, and disobedient tears began to fall like pearls from her doll-like face. Seeing this, Lin Weiyang felt a headache coming on. She quickly withdrew her authority and compromised. All right. Tomorrow night, I will let the guards take you out of the palace, okay? But Helan Xiao still tilted her little face, glaring at her. Clearly, she didn't believe it. Bai Ruyu's eyes turned, and suddenly thought of something, pulling Lin Weiyang to the corner and whispering, How about I take her to Dongqi County in Yinqing? What? Lin Weiyang raised her voice, looking at Helan Xiao. She shook her head in a low voice. No, we can't go that far. Oh, come on, just listen to me. Bai Ruyu wrapped her arms around Lin Weiyang's neck, whispering in her ear. Lin Weiyang's delicate brows furrowed and then relaxed, her expression changing. Don't worry, handing her over to me is fine. Bai Ruyu patted her proud chest. Lin Weiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at xianxiaaudiobooks not far away, who was still shedding tears, but her enchanting eyes occasionally peeked over, straining to listen. Well, I really don't have time to take her out of the palace. Lin Weiyang sighed, but her expression soon turned serious. You must take good care of her and make sure nothing happens. Yes, I understand, Bai Ruyu nodded vigorously. Also, although the Empress Dowager is an adult now, she has been locked in the palace since childhood and has never experienced the competition for favor among concubines. Her nature is very simple, Lin Weiyang solemnly advised. Moreover, she is naturally like a child, both in emotions and relationships, like a blank slate. After all, the rules in the palace are different from those outside. So remember not to let her come into contact with those young masters from outside. Those people are used to sweet talking. Although the Empress Dowager is clever, she may still struggle to discern right from wrong. I don't care if she brings shame to the royal family. I just don't want her to experience the painful emotions between men and women in this world. The Empress Dowager has already suffered a lot in her life, wasting the best years of her youth. I hope she can live a carefree life forever, without being tainted by the dust of the world. Lin Weiyang's heartfelt words moved Bai Ruyue. Bai Ruyue looked at the delicate and charming xianxiaaudiobooks with infinite sadness and compassion in her eyes, and said softly, Don't worry, with me here. The Empress Dowager won't fall for any man, unless I sacrifice myself. This last joking remark made Lin Weiyang laugh, and she chuckled. There probably isn't a man in this world who can tame you, little demon queen. The tiger whip is indeed a good thing. First, it has the effect of tonifying the kidney and boosting yang, as well as nourishing essence and marrow. Second, the calcium phosphate and protein components contained in the tiger whip have anti-aging effects. Third, it can dispel wind and relieve pain, calm the nerves, and strengthen muscles and bones. With the medicinal herbs picked by the lady, Li Neng prepared a fine tiger whip medicinal wine without needing special guidance. Madam, having this is enough. Don't make me those kidney tonifying dishes anymore. They can easily cause heat, Li Neng suggested. Actually, that's not necessary. Li Neng seemed to want to express the grievances he had accumulated in recent days, slamming the table and saying in a deep voice, I used to be known as Zhao Zilong, going in and out of enemy lines 7 times, making the enemy flee in chaos, still fierce and unmatched. Such a mighty man, what do I need to tonify? That's an insult to me. Seeing the man still wanting to slam the table and complain, Luo Qianxiu squinted her beautiful eyes, a dangerous glint like a cat licking its paw flickering in her gaze. Is my husband dissatisfied with me? Li Neng slowly lowered his raised hand, looking around. Actually, I could still use some tonifying. After all, the more vigorous the better. Madam's good intentions, I can understand. Yes, I can understand. Luo Qianxiu's lips curled up slightly. Then she sighed and said, Husband will understand the reason later. No need for a reason. Madam is a divine doctor. Everything you do is right. Li Neng flattered her as usual. Even Lord Long, with such a serious injury, can be healed. What reason do I have not to believe that my own body is actually very weak? Lord Long. Luo Qianxiu lowered her eyes, silent for a long time. Murmuring sadly, I lied to her. Those recuperative treatments are just superficial. Her real injury is incurable. What? The lady's voice was too soft, Li Neng, who was holding the medicinal wine, didn't hear her. Luo Qianxiu shook her head and smiled, softly saying, "It's nothing, husband. You should rest early." Chapter 44. Your husband is really taking advantage of his wife's time to prepare medicinal herbs. Li Neng found an excuse to lock himself in the partition and entered the Red Rain Dream. After killing the gravekeeper Qingyu, a white pearl clearly entered his body. At that time, no one else noticed, but he could perceive it clearly. He remembered that after defeating the nightmare before, a white pearl also appeared. Later, he even received a reward, a brick specifically for betraying teammates. Obviously, this mysterious white pearl could not only be obtained by killing nightmares in the Red Rain Dream, but could also be acquired by killing gravekeepers or even monsters in reality. However, it could only be used in the Red Rain Dream. The red candle on the table burned halfway down. The vibrant candlelight added an inexplicable eerie chill to the already dark atmosphere of the small room. The girl who had been tied up on the bed was no longer there. This made Li Neng feel a bit melancholic. Thinking about the next opportunity to tie up a girl again and play out some restricted paid scenarios in the dream. After all, only in dreams can one truly release the desires hidden deep within. Outside the window, the sky was dark and gloomy. The heavy layers of red rain curtains painted the entire world in a blood-red hue. Li Neng tried to open the door, and sure enough, it was still firmly sealed. No matter what method he used, it wouldn't budge. Damn thing. He casually touched his chest, and the previously vanished white pearl reappeared in his hand. However, the next moment, just like before, the white pearl flew toward Li Neng's opposite side, and then instantly disappeared, as if swallowed by some mysterious force. Li Neng focused and observed. Compared to the last time, this time, after the white pearl disappeared, he clearly felt a ripple in the air. It seemed that there was another person in this room. Is anyone there? Li Neng tried calling out. Li Neng pouted, too lazy to think about the room's strangeness. He placed the fire gun on the table and began to wait for the reward to arrive. What would this reward be? A brick? Forget it. It would be best to get a big sword. If that didn't work, a silicone doll wouldn't be unacceptable either. However, awkwardly, after waiting for a while, no reward appeared. The table had nothing but the red candle and fire gun. Li Neng frowned and knocked on the table. Big brother? Big sister? Hurry up and settle the bill. My wife is still waiting for me to sleep. The room was silent, only the red rain falling outside. The candlelight flickered like the red skirt of a dancer. What's going on? Are they starting to freeload? Li Neng slammed the table and cursed. Can you have some self-respect? Is it glorious to steal the fruits of others' labor? The ugly face of capitalists is showing? Can you not put your conscience on your backside? Can there be more trust between people? The more Li Neng cursed, the more vigorous he became, rolling up his sleeves as if he was about to flip the table. Suddenly, the fire gun on the table floated up by itself. Its muzzle aimed at Li Neng. Actually, that brick was quite good. Li Neng showed a radiant smile, his teeth particularly white. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Li Neng straightened up, gasping for breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. He grabbed the cold tea beside him and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Once his emotions calmed down, he gasped and cursed. What the hell? Who cares about your broken reward? Although he was unhappy, it also proved that there was indeed another mysterious entity in the room. It could be a person or a nightmare. Li Neng gazed out the window, his gaze momentarily unfocused as he pondered for a moment, murmuring, I hope it's a girl I can have fun with. In the usual kidney-tonifying breakfast prepared by his wife, Li Neng welcomed a new day. Perhaps because he drank the Tiger Whip medicinal wine, the man clearly felt his vitality was much stronger, walking with vigor and swagger. He almost wanted to take off his shirt and dive into an oil well to extract oil, showcasing his manly demeanor. He initially intended to find Gujie to relieve his loneliness, but seeing her enjoying the morning sunlight on the back of Old Turtle, he decided not to disturb the cross-species couple. At noon, 3 little rabbits bounced over. Big Smart. The melodious voice like a gentle spring accompanied by the fragrance of the girl rushed over. Meng Xiaotu's eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, saying, I have good news for you. The appointment of the Night Patrol Division has come down? Li Neng raised an eyebrow. Not so soon. Meng Xiaotu waved her fair little hand, jumped onto the high stool at the door, and gently swung her delicate, rounded little legs. Appointments require evaluations from above and typically take a long time, ranging from at least a month to as much as 3 to 5 months. Oh, Li Neng responded. However, your appointment is relatively quick, probably coming down in about 5 or 6 days. The girl blinked and said with a smile. After all, you did go through Sister Lung's back door. Li Neng nodded and asked, so what is the good news? Guess? The girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, pretending to be mysterious. Her every frown and smile seemed to exude charm. Li Neng thought for a moment and said seriously, I can play basketball now? What? What's basketball? Meng Xiaotu didn't understand. And seeing that he couldn't guess, she said somewhat disappointedly. Never mind. I'll tell you. We have eliminated the monster old Qin. Li Neng provided the answer. Meng Xiaodu was taken aback and clapped her little hands, laughing. I knew you could guess it, based on the clues you provided. We actually found the monster Old Qin in the depths of Wenyanshan, but, upon hearing the word but, Li Nank understood that there was a new development. The girl said, but it is already on the verge of death, with a fatal injury on its body, which, according to our judgment, was inflicted by another monster. The monster from Yin City? Li Nank finally understood what the good news the girl was talking about. Lung Xinan's purpose in coming to Dongxi County was to capture the monster that had caused a lot of trouble in Yin City, but unfortunately, there had been no leads until now. Now, finally having a clue means that the monster is indeed hiding in this place. Next, they just need to narrow down the search range and conduct a thorough search. So you guys killed the monster Old Qin? Li Nank asked. Not yet. Meng Xiaodu shook her head. Monsters regain some rationality before dying and become more conscious. Sister Lung plans to extract information about the Yun City monster from it. So it was first captured in the Night Patrol's prison. Unfortunately, Old Qin refuses to say anything and is just waiting to die. It refuses to speak because it still has a lingering attachment. Li Nank attached his firearm to his waist and said calmly, Let's go. Let me escort it a bit and earn some experience points. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the man walk towards the county town without saying a word, Meng Xiaodu quickly jumped down from the high stool to follow. Just then, Luo Qinxiu was carrying a tray of sorted medicinal materials to dry them. Meng Xiaodu saw her and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, Dr. Luo, your man is really amazing, let us borrow him. Chapter 45, Nightmare. The damp and dark enclosed dungeon was filled with a strong smell of decay. Although the few flickers of firelight on the walls of the corridor tried hard to emit brightness, it was difficult to stir up much ripple in the dense darkness. Li Nank stood in front of the cage, looking at the monster Old Qin, which was locked by chains. Compared to the fierce and violent demeanor he had during their first meeting, the monster Old Qin now, although still the size of a giant bear, clearly showed signs of its life gradually fading away. Its bloodthirsty eyes were also dull and lifeless, staring blankly at the wall. There was a seeping wound on its abdomen, with flesh torn apart, almost exposing its intestines, looking as if it had been brutally ripped open by sharp claws, sending a chill down one's spine. The wound on its abdomen was inflicted by another monster. Lung Xinan took out a fragment of a wooden token and said softly, We found this in the hands of the monster Old Qin. It should have been left behind during the struggle between the two. Li Nank took the fragment and examined it closely. It only had a small pattern on it. This pattern looked very familiar, and upon careful thought, it seemed to resemble the familiar markings on Lung Xinan's Night Patrol identity token. It couldn't be. Li Nank's eyelids twitched, and a guess formed in his mind. Lung Xinan smiled bitterly. That's right. The monster from Yin City is a member of our Night Patrol who has undergone a mutation. The specific reason, I will tell you later. For now, we need to find a way to extract some information from the monster Old Qin. Unfortunately, this old fellow won't say anything. At this rate, it won't last much longer. It harbors attachments, so naturally, it is unwilling to cooperate with you. I know it hates Mei Xing, so I have already told it about the Lin family situation, but it still doesn't help. Lung Xinan said helplessly. Li Nank walked up to the cage and stared at the monster Old Qin, saying, Lin Jieyue was killed by me, Lin Madam was captured by me, and Lin Yuanwei is dead. I think I deserve your trust. The monster Old Qin remained unresponsive, staring blankly. Since I deserve your trust, then please believe me. I will clear your name. Li Nank said in a deep voice. The monster Old Qin's eyes moved slightly, finally showing some reaction. Li Nank continued. I know what you care about is the stigma of teasing Wenjiner. I will clarify this to the government, tell the world the truth, and restore your reputation. Old Qin. Listening to Li Nank's words, Lung Xinan finally understood. It turned out that what Old Qin was attached to was actually this. This old fellow had a straightforward personality, and despite the financial temptations from the Lin and Wan families and the pressure from the government, he was unwilling to admit his crimes, all for the sake of a clear name. A person must act correctly and sit properly. Even if his identity was just a servant, he did not want to be pointed at and have his backbone poked at behind his back. Even in the underworld, he would not be willing to accept it. After a long silence, the monster Old Qin finally spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. Li Nank raised his chin slightly and said to Lung Xinan. The girl gave him a grateful look and stepped forward to ask, What kind of monster injured you? It has a pair of very large hands, shaped like tiger claws. A face like a vajra, with exposed fangs, extremely fierce, the monster Old Qin said slowly. However, one of its feet seems to have been seriously injured and cannot move well. It's it. Guigang's eyes sparkled. Although it was previously said to be the Yun City monster, it was still a guess. Now, with Old Qin confirming it in person, everyone had no doubts. And their spirits were lifted. Lung Xinan continued to ask, Which direction did it escape? North of Wenyanshan, in that canyon. One last question. Did you see if it carried a wooden box that is about 2 feet long and half a foot wide? Li Neng glanced at the woman. It seemed this was the key point. Lung Xinan insisted on asking the monster old Qin. The monster old Qin thought for a moment and said, yes, it has one, carrying it on its back. Upon hearing this, Lung Xinan let out a slight sigh of relief. Next, she asked some more information, as well as about old Qin's physical changes after mutating into a monster, etc. Meanwhile, Kaiyun and Kaiwei were taking detailed notes. This was the rule of the night patrol. If given the chance, every monster needed to be analyzed in detail to determine the degree of mutation caused by the red rain, the time taken, and the effects, etc. After the questioning was over, Lung Xinan looked at the monster old Qin, who was nearing the end of its life, and gently asked, at the last moment, "It will be painful. Do you need our help?" "Thank you." The monster old Qin nodded. "Let me do it." Lung Xinan initially intended to let Kaiwei take action, but Li Neng unexpectedly stepped in and volunteered with his firearm. The girl looked at the man with somewhat strange eyes. "Why does it feel like this guy enjoys executions? I hope you keep your promise." The monster old Qin did not mind who executed it, tiredly said to Li Neng, "I will." Li Neng aimed at the monster's head. The body of the dying monster was no longer as thick and tough as before. With the sound of a gunshot, the head of the monster old Qin was blown apart. The red mist dispersed, leaving only a pile of meat paste on the ground. At the same time, as Li Neng had guessed, a white pearl appeared out of nowhere and entered his chest. Exiting the prison, everyone greedily breathed in the fresh air outside. After all, the smell inside was indeed unbearable. "Sister Lung, this time we dealt with an extra incident, so we should add a note to the merit book, right? You should ask Lord Jiangxi if he will give it to us," Lung Xinan said. "Then forget it." The girl hugged the plump melon and pouted her red lips slightly. There's no one more stingy than him in the world. He even cheats his own sister. It's better to ask Lord Jiangxi than him. Lung Xinan didn't comment and saw Li Neng about to leave, so she asked, "Aren't you going to learn about the situation with the magical creatures in Yunqing?" "All right." The girl didn't refuse. The case Li Neng mentioned was the reminder from the mysterious woman in the letter she had sent him yesterday. This was a very arrogant opponent, also very conceited. When dealing with such an enemy, one cannot be the slightest bit careless. Since the opponent had stated that they would give him a case tonight, it must not be a joke, so Li Neng had to be in good spirits. As night fell, the stars twinkled. A crescent moon hung high in the sky like a May mountain. Li Neng had just finished dinner when Meng Xiaodu rushed over. Looking extremely serious. "Big genius, something has happened. Here it comes." Li Neng raised his thick eyebrows. Although he felt helpless about the mysterious woman's provocation, it also rarely ignited his fighting spirit. "We were discussing how to capture the magical creatures when suddenly a constable came and said that the 8-year-old daughter of Butcher Zhang at the end of West Street started having nightmares and couldn't be awakened no matter how they called her," Meng Xiaodu said while tugging at Li Neng's arm to pull him outside. "Sister Lung and I went to take a look and found that the little girl was trapped in a crimson rain dream. Originally, we planned to enter the dream directly to eliminate the nightmare, but Sister Lung suspected that it was the mysterious woman's doing, so she sent me to call you." "An 8-year-old girl?" Li Neng's face suddenly turned cold. He had thought that the other party might create a case related to the crimson rain, but he didn't expect them to target a little girl. The two quickly arrived at the victim's home. Guogang and others were already guarding outside the door. Butcher Zhang, his wife, and Zheng Laomu were nervously standing in the yard. Li Neng had seen Butcher Zhang when he helped his wife buy meat at the butcher shop before. He was not the kind of burly man, but rather a bit thin and looked cultured. This person had a relatively cheerful personality and got along well with the neighbors. "Neng, come in quickly." When Lung Xinan saw Li Neng, she signaled him to enter the house. Inside, a delicate-looking little girl was lying on the bed. The girl's face was pale without a trace of blood, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, her little head swaying from time to time. And she seemed to be mumbling something, looking very painful. Listening to Mrs. Zhang calling her name, the girl was named Qin Qin. "It's confirmed that it's a nightmare invasion." Lung Xinan signaled Guogang to close the door and said to Li Neng, "I don't know if it's the mysterious woman's doing, but I'm afraid that after Xiaodu and I enter the dream, something unexpected will happen." "You want me to enter this girl's crimson rain dream?" Li Neng asked. Lung Xinan nodded. "That's the safest way. Don't worry. Even though you're not a dream master, Xiaodu can take you in. She is the strongest dream master in Yunqing. Once we're in, we can protect you." "The strongest dream master?" Li Neng glanced at the cute girl beside him, somewhat surprised. Although he had heard from Tianwu that this girl was a dream master, he didn't expect her to be the strongest in Yunqing. This girl has a wealth of skills. He originally planned to enter the dream himself, but this way, it would be difficult to analyze why the little girl was suffering from nightmares. "How many people did you usually have when you eliminated the nightmares?" Li Neng asked curiously. "Usually it's just Xiaodu and me. If the situation is tricky, we'll bring Kaiyun or ask the Qinglong department for help." Other people's mental strength is too weak and it's hard for them to play a role in the Crimson Rain dream. Alright, let us get started. Li Nank had no objections. Long Xinan found a recliner and pulled it to the side of the bed, letting Chunmu lie on one side of the bed, closer to the little girl, ensuring that nothing unexpected would happen during the dream entry. Meng Xiaodu sat on a slightly distant chair. The girl extended her slender white finger, lightly pointing at the little girl's brow before pressing it between her own brows. A purple thread appeared out of nowhere, connecting the two. Then, two more purple light beams branched off and fell on Li Nank and Lung Xinan's foreheads. Immediately, a light curtain enveloped the three of them. Are you ready? I'm going to start. All right. Lung Xinan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and gently held Li Nank's hand, causing a warm current to rush through the man's body. Clearly, she was afraid that Li Nank would be too nervous and used her spiritual power to soothe his emotions. Don't worry, I will protect you. The girl reassured him again. Before the man could speak, she turned to the Kaiwe sisters at the door and said, Kaiyun, Kaiwe, protect us. And don't let anyone disturb us. Understood. The twins guarding the door replied in unison. Meng Xiaodu looked at Li Nank with her beautiful eyes, blinked, and smiled reassuringly. Big genius. I will also protect you. See you in the dream. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes. A wave of drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and Li Nank instantly felt his eyelids weigh 1,000 pounds, uncontrollably closing slowly. Chapter 46, Heart Supplement. Li Nank opened his eyes, curiously observing the unfamiliar environment around him. Strange trees towered on all sides, and ancient vines blocked the sunlight. The ground was densely covered with bracken and ferns. The moonlight filtering through thick clouds cast a dim and eerie glow, exuding a terrifying deathly aura. Clearly, he was in a deep forest. Also, in the Crimson Rain dream of the little girl named Xianxia. According to analysis, when a person falls into a Crimson Rain dream, the environment they find themselves in is one of the scenes they have deep memories of in their daily life. It is highly likely to be a place where they have suffered psychological trauma. In other words, it is very likely that something happened to Xianxia in this deep forest, leaving her with psychological scars. Hey, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Li Nank turned around. A lively girl stood in front of him, her front rising and falling. It was Meng Xiaodu. Your psychological quality is good. I thought you would be very nervous the first time you entered the Crimson Rain dream. Meng Xiaodu was somewhat disappointed with the man's reaction. Li Nank glanced behind her and saw no one else, frowning and asking, Where's Lord Long? I don't know. I'm also looking for her. Meng Xiaodu shook her head and smiled. But it's okay. She should be in another place and will join us. This kind of thing happens often. Li Nank responded with an "oh," looking around the dense forest, and said, It's strange. Why would that little girl's Crimson Rain dream be in a place like this? It's not strange. Butcher Zheng often takes his daughter to hunt in the mountains and forests. Hunt. Yes. Meng Xiaodu took out a carrot from under her skirt and said while eating. We have already investigated. Butcher Zheng likes to hunt and often takes Xianxia with him. Tell me about their family situation. While waiting for Lung Xinan to join them, Li Nank planned to learn more about the little girl. Also, do the carrots in the Crimson Rain dream taste salty? I really want to try them. Meng Xiaodu said. Butcher Zheng has 2 wives. Xianxia is the daughter of his first wife. When Xianxia was 5 years old, Mrs. Zheng became pregnant again. But unfortunately, she died in childbirth, and neither the child nor the mother survived. A year later, Butcher Zheng married a new wife, who is now Mrs. Zheng. Although her personality is a bit fiery, she can manage the household, but her attitude towards Xianxia is not very good. In early spring of the following year, Mrs. Zheng gave birth to a chubby boy, and the whole family was very happy. But unexpectedly, just 2 months later, this baby boy died unexpectedly. At that time, only Xianxia was in the house. Up to now, Butcher Zheng only has Xianxia as his daughter, so he loves her very much. But 6 days ago, Butcher Zheng took Xianxia hunting, and the little girl accidentally got lost. Who would have thought she couldn't be awakened no matter how they called her? Later, it alarmed the patrolling constables, which is how they found us. After listening to Meng Xiaodu's narration, Li Nank fell into deep thought. This information is quite substantial. It seems that the reason Xianxia fell into the Red Rain Dreamland is that she went missing in the mountains for a night 6 days ago. What happened that night? Was it the psychological trauma from being alone in a terrifying forest? Or was she almost attacked by a wild beast? Or perhaps she accidentally saw that monster in Cloud City. All of these possibilities exist. After all, there are too many things that could cause nightmares for an 8-year-old girl. Why hasn't Sister Lung arrived yet? Meng Xiaodu wondered, throwing away the half-carrot in her hand and clapping her hands. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. Based on the time, the nightmare is about to appear soon. That little girl must be hiding. Let's go find her. Maybe we will run into Sister Lung. Saying this, she slipped a ring onto Li Nank's ring finger. We'll split up to look for her. You don't need to be afraid. If you encounter danger or meet Sister Lung and Xianxia, just rub this ring 3 times, and I'll appear by your side immediately. Also, don't be fooled by how large this place seems. The scenes in the Red Rain Dreamland are actually limited to a small area. Once you reach the boundaries, you'll be blocked, so you don't have to worry about getting lost. Li Nank understood. In simple terms, it means that the Red Rain Dreamland has air walls. Let's go. Meng Xiaodu twisted her sturdy yet curvy waist and waved at Li Nank. See you soon, smart one. Li Nank looked down at the ring on her ring finger and murmured, is this a proposal? The dense forest was so quiet it seemed to be sleeping in fear of death. The scent emanating from the decayed wood made Lung Xiaonan, who was alone in the woods, feel inexplicably nauseous. Little rabbit. Li Nank. Strange, where are these two? Lung Xiaonan thought suspiciously as she cautiously moved through the forest. The dull creaking sound occasionally ringing under her feet. Suddenly, a cold touch brushed against her fair cheek. Lung Xiaonan instinctively touched her face, her fingertips damp, and looked up to see snowflakes falling from the sky. The snowflakes fell from slow to fast, fluttering down silently and quietly. Soon, a hazy curtain of snow interwove in front of Lung Xiaonan's vision, and a thick layer of snow had already piled up on the ground. The forest turned completely white, as if it had changed worlds. An illusion? Seeing illusions in the Red Rain Dreamland is not common, especially considering this is just a little girl's dream. Lung Xiaonan felt inexplicably cold and sensed that something was off. At that moment, she suddenly saw a figure. In the wind and snow, a small figure was struggling to walk through the forest, its thin body seeming ready to be blown over by the wind at any moment. Xianxia. Lung Xiaonan hurriedly chased after her. How can there be a barrier? Lung Xiaonan was stunned as she was knocked into the snow. Seeing the little girl continue to move forward, she quickly got up and shouted, Xianxia, stop. It was unclear whether it was due to the barrier or the loud sound of the wind and snow, but the little girl did not hear her at all and continued to move forward with difficulty, seemingly holding something in her arms. As Lung Xiaonan got closer through the barrier, she faintly recognized that what the little girl was holding was a baby. The little girl was not wearing thick clothes, but still tried to press the baby close to her frail body, wrapping it in her outer garment. Could it be her brother who died 2 months after birth? Reflecting on the butcher Zhang's family situation, Lung Xiaonan gradually found an answer in her heart. Perhaps this is a nod in Xianxia's heart. After all, that baby died under suspicious circumstances. Watching the little girl walk farther away, Lung Xiaonan hurriedly chased after her. But no matter how close she got, the barrier seemed endless, separating her from the little girl. Just then, a howling sound emerged from the wind and snow. Lung Xiaonan abruptly looked up toward the little girl's front, where several dark shadows were moving among the white snow and black night. Wolves. No, it's a nightmare. Because those wolf packs were all transformed from black mist. Lung Xiaonan's expression changed drastically, shouting at the little girl, Xianxia, don't go over there. Hurry and hide. Xianxia. But the little girl was focused on moving forward, entirely unaware that she was getting closer to the nightmare. Lung Xiaonan cursed under her breath and desperately used her spiritual energy to strike the barrier with her fist. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break the barrier. Little rabbit. Lung Xiaonan called out several times, hoping Meng Xiaodu would appear in time. That girl is a high-level dreamwalker. Her strength in the Red Rain Dreamland is somewhat higher than hers, and perhaps she could break the barrier. The wolf pack formed from black mist had already surrounded the little girl. The little girl was scared and huddled against a rock, her frail body trembling. Yet she still tightly protected the baby in her arms. Damn it! Lung Xiaonan frantically pounded on the barrier, trying to draw the nightmare's attention, but it was futile. Now she suspected that the mysterious woman was behind this, giving Li Nank a test. Otherwise, a little girl's Red Rain Dreamland would not have a barrier. While Lung Xiaonan was racking her brain for a way to save her, the whirlwind of snow and wind inexplicably distorted in midair. And then a figure resembling a person suddenly appeared above the little girl and the wolf pack. The shadow was as tall as death itself, enveloping half of the area. The black mist wolf pack instantly transformed into blue smoke and disappeared into the snow. How could this be? Lung Xiaonan was stunned by this scene. At this moment, she realized that perhaps Xianxia's nightmare was not the wolf pack, but this mysterious shadow. The barrier also existed because of the shadow. What did Xianxia see that night in the deep forest? As Lung Xiaonan pondered, the shadow actually spoke, its voice cold and emotionless, as chilling as dry bamboo scraping against the ground, swaying in the wind through the forest. The baby boy in your arms, who is he to you? The little girl curled up like a kitten, scared to speak. He is already dead. You killed him. No. The little girl seemed to be stimulated, her delicate voice becoming sharp as she shook her head desperately. He fell from the sky and got hurt. The shadow let out a mocking laugh, filled with derision. The eerie shadow slowly stretched out its hand. That hand resembled a dry branch from a shadow puppet play, or a bone claw stripped of flesh. looking particularly terrifying in the white snow. Not good, it's attacking her mind. It's tormenting this girl's heart. Long Xianxia's face turned pale, disregarding her internal injuries. She exerted all her spiritual energy, and layers of solid ice transformed into sharp spikes, piercing toward the barrier in front of her. Boom. The solid ice shattered instantly. The barrier only trembled like jelly for a moment, but still did not break. Long Xian was thrown back, crashing into a tree, her whole body feeling as if it had been pierced by sharp spikes, causing her great pain. Ignoring the pain, she got up and rushed toward the barrier. Xianxia, close your eyes and don't look at it. Although she knew shouting was useless, at this moment, Long Xian could only do this, her heart filled with anxiety. Go away. The little girl cried out in fear, shrinking her already frail body even more, almost trying to squeeze into the cold crevices of the rock. But even in this situation, she still tightly held the baby, using her body to protect it, afraid of being harmed. The shadow coldly said, "This baby's heart is broken. Since you want to save him, then take a piece of your own heart to mend it." The black claw dancing in the air ruthlessly stabbed toward the little girl. "Bastard, I know you can sense me. If you have the guts, come at me." Long Xian's eyes turned red, her pupils terrifyingly constricted, wishing she could rush in and smash the nightmare to pieces. She knew the nightmare could sense her presence, but it deliberately ignored her. It was even provoking her. PFF. The sharp claw stabbed into the little girl's heart. Long Xian angrily pounded on the barrier. Perhaps her internal injuries had flared up, the familiar pain in her chest returned, almost tearing her chest apart, her heart beating intermittently. "Little girl, do you still remember your name?" The shadow's indifferent voice fell. Boom. The originally snow-white sky was suddenly tinted with a layer of red light, shimmering on the woman's astonished and beautiful cheeks. It turned out that this was my nightmare. Chapter 47. This gun is really nice. The forest remained eerily silent. At some point, faint moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, falling onto the grass beneath Li Nang's feet, as if sprinkled with a layer of white salt. The ring on the man's hand also kept emitting light. This ring could not only summon companions, but also serve some illumination purposes. As Meng Xiaodu had said, there was indeed an air wall in this area, preventing anyone from getting lost. However, after searching around, Li Nang did not find any trace of the little girl, Xianxia. Even the nightmare seemed to have forgotten to appear. Where on earth was that girl hiding? Li Nang was puzzled and speculated silently. Was she hiding in a tree hole, a rock crevice, or in a bush? Unconsciously, he looked up. He was surprised to see a wisp of black mist floating in the air, twisting like a dancer's black skirt, heading deeper into the forest. The trace of the nightmare. Li Nang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly followed the direction of the spreading black mist. Moments later, Li Nang arrived at a relatively open area where the trees were sparser, but the trace of black mist stopped here, floating in the air. Where is everyone? Where is the nightmare? Looking at the empty scene, Li Nang felt a bit confused. His gaze suddenly fell on the grass beneath the black mist, discovering that it was covered with some branches and weeds, concealed by leaves. A trap. Li Nang's eyes lit up. This place belonged to a hunting area, and it was highly likely that hunters had dug a trap pit. Could it be that the little girl fell into the trap? Without hesitation, Li Nang pushed aside the branches and indeed found an opening to a pit. However, strangely, the trap in the pit had already been destroyed, and the ground on the other side had collapsed, making it impossible to see the situation inside. If one listened closely, they could faintly hear a weak, crying sound. "Xianxia," Li Nang called out. The crying stopped. Without hesitation, Li Nang jumped into the pit. Under the faint illumination of the ring, he slid down the collapsed hole, and indeed saw a small figure curled up in the corner, shivering. From her clothing, it was indeed Zheng, the butcher's daughter, Xianxia. Understood. At this moment, Li Nang's confusion was mostly resolved. Xianxia must have gotten lost and accidentally fallen into this trap. Fortunately, the pit had been destroyed due to the collapse of the ground, allowing her to survive. But how did she get back up? Did she climb up by herself? If it were daytime, one could vaguely see the environment, and this collapsed trap should be climbable. While Li Nang was pondering, he approached the little girl. The girl buried her small head in her thighs, hugging her knees with both hands, afraid to look up, only emitting soft sobs. "I am your father Zheng, the butcher's friend. We have been searching for you everywhere." Li Nang comforted the girl gently. Upon hearing her father Zheng, the butcher's name, the little girl's body trembled slightly, and she cautiously raised her tear-streaked face. Her delicate features were pale with fear, her eyes filled with panic. However, the next moment, she looked in horror at something behind Li Nang, let out a scream, and buried her head again. A chill ran down Li Nang's back, and he quickly drew his gun, pointing it behind him. A wave of coldness surged into his heart. He saw a person covered in blood standing in front of him, as if they had crawled out of hell, with even their eyes a terrifying blood red. Bang! Without hesitation, Li Nang pulled the trigger. The bloodied figure instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, but the next moment, it reappeared on the other side, and the cold aura became even denser. Indeed, it was hard to deal with enemies on their own turf. Li Nank held the little girl tightly in his arms and retreated towards the pit opening, keeping the gun trained on the nightmare. Big smart one. Meng Xiaodu's voice rang out from above. Down here, Li Nank shouted, noticing the girl's figure appear outside the pit, pushing the little girl out forcefully. Protect this girl. Seeing this scene, Meng Xiaodu became anxious. Big smart one. Don't do anything foolish. You can't kill the nightmare. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave filled with a sinister aura surged out, directly knocking Li Nank away, and even Meng Xiaodu, who had just held the little girl, fell to the ground. Damn, why is it so fierce? Li Nank got up, shook his head, and cursed softly, finally realizing how difficult it was to face enemies on their own turf. At this moment, the shadow that appeared was no longer just one person. Dozens of them floated densely around, like a black cloud wave, giving an indescribable heavy pressure. Big smart one, you protect Qin. I'll deal with this. Meng Xiaodu threw out her meteor hammers, striking at the shadows, but each hit struck only the illusions. The dense black shadows pressed closer like waves, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Li Nank reloaded his gun, gripped it tightly, and said in a deep voice, "The nightmare is creating illusions to confuse us. We must find the real body to eliminate it." Meng Xiaodu naturally saw this point as well, stamping her feet anxiously. Why hasn't Sister Lung appeared yet? I have a way to find the nightmare, but I can't split my focus to deal with the real body. You find it, I'll handle the real body. You? Seeing the gun in Li Nank's hand, Meng Xiaodu exclaimed in surprise. Where did you get this gun? It doesn't look like it was given to you by Kaiyun. And a mere gun, can it really kill the nightmare? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Li Nank casually fired 2 shots at the shadows, creating an opportunity for Meng Xiaodu. The girl had no other choice at this moment, gritted her silver teeth, and had to take a risk. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her index fingers interlocked, and an eye surprisingly bloomed at her brow, emitting a purple glow. As Meng Xiaodu focused her mind, the purple light spread out into a large purple net, enveloping all the surrounding shadows. Countless eyes floated in midair, scanning the shadows. Found it. In an instant, Meng Xiaodu's fair round face lit up with joy, and a beam of purple light shot directly at one of the black shadows. Li Nank did not hesitate and fired his gun. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the surrounding illusions instantly dissipated into smoke. Only the black shadow that had just been hit fell to the ground. The black shadow attempted to flee, but Li Nank, having reloaded, fired 3 more shots. The chilling shriek instantly pierced everyone's ears, as if transforming into sharp knives stirring in their brains. Meng Xiaodu hurriedly rushed over to cover the little girl's ears, while she herself displayed a look of pain. As she struggled to endure, a warm pair of hands pressed against the girl's ears. Meng Xiaodu was taken aback, looking up at the man before her. The latter had his eyes slightly closed, also enduring the nightmare's chilling screams with great difficulty, his handsome face showing signs of paleness and distortion. The girl bit her soft, red lips, her lively eyes sparkling like spring breezes. Fortunately, the shrieking did not last long and gradually weakened. Li Nank breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the nightmare still struggling on the ground, reverting to its previous blood-soaked appearance, like a blood sausage coated in chili powder writhing on the ground. Goodbye. Bang bang bang. Li Nank fired 3 shots in quick succession. The nightmare transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating in the forest, and a white pearl drilled into the man's chest. At this point, the crisis was completely resolved. The 2 exhaled the stagnant air in their chests. Big smart one, you're amazing. Meng Xiaodu smiled brightly, snatching the gun from Li Nank's hand. Is this a magical weapon? It's my first time seeing a gun that can kill nightmares. This is my gun, please don't touch it carelessly. Li Nank frowned. Oh come on, touching it won't kill anyone. Meng Xiaodu pouted, unable to put it down. What material is this gun made of? It's so hard. And the barrel is so thick, it feels a bit hot. Hurry and hand it over. Meng Xiaodu let out a sound and looked up at the sky. The originally ink-black sky was now dotted with white light, and the surrounding trees began to blur. Even the little girl, Qin's body, appeared transparent. Is Cold Lady okay? Li Nank asked worriedly. Meng Xiaodu sighed. It seems that something went wrong during the process of entering the dream, causing Sister Cold not to enter the dream. This has happened before, so don't worry, I will handle it. Oh, huh. The girl was startled and quickly pressed down on the other person's arm, saying irritably, I'm a senior dream weaver, I don't need this method. Use it on yourself. Or you can wait for the red rain dream to disappear on its own. But it will take longer. After saying this, the girl blinked and her figure disappeared from the spot. Li Nank scratched his head, looking quite frustrated. Why do I have to use this stupid method? The man helplessly picked up a fire gun and aimed it at his own head. Bang, bang. A sudden sound of applause came from nowhere. Li Nang turned around to see a woman's blurry silhouette appearing in the nearby woods. Brotherly, how do you like this meeting gift? The woman asked with a smile. Chapter 48, The Long Princess. Although the woman who suddenly appeared was just a phantom, one could still vaguely see her alluring figure. So this is the meeting gift you mentioned, Li Nang realized. He didn't expect this mysterious woman to be a dream weaver as well. Her identity was indeed extraordinary. How do you like this meeting gift? The woman asked again. Li Nang shrugged. To be honest, it's quite ordinary, with no challenge at all. But isn't it a bit too much to send red rain on an 8-year-old girl? That's why I'm here, the mysterious woman said with a hint of amusement in her tone. If you can't deal with the nightmare, then I will have to step in to save that little girl. Fortunately, your performance has been decent. Li Nang's gaze deepened. Let's talk business. Was Lin Yuanhui's death a suicide, or were you behind it? At this point, the sky had started to brighten. The surrounding grass, trees, and rocks seemed to have been pixelated, shifting from blue light to standard clarity, ready to vanish at any moment. I never force others, the mysterious woman said, her figure swaying like a candle flickering in the wind. Li Nang raised an eyebrow. So he committed suicide? But I don't understand. What don't you understand? The woman replied. Although Lin Yuanhui faced a change in circumstances, he definitely wanted to live. I only told him one piece of news, the mysterious woman said after a moment of silence. I told him that my mother passed away earlier this year. Your mother is his first love? Li Nang was taken aback. It all made sense now. Because he had previously asked Lin Yuanhui why he married a courtesan, the latter said that Mei Xing'er resembled a woman he liked in his youth. So it was clear how significant that first love had been to him. The mysterious woman said softly, Uncle Lin used to be my mother's accountant. After my mother married the cult leader, he voluntarily went out to carry out tasks. Later, he settled in this small town. In fact, we all know he was already tired of it, especially after marrying a woman who resembled my mother. It was obvious he intended to spend the rest of his life here. He projected his feelings for my mother onto Mei Xing'er, but unfortunately, Mei Xing'er ultimately betrayed him. However, he was quite ruthless, forcing that mother and daughter into a dead end. Li Nang remained silent. He could hear no lies in the woman's words. So he confirmed that Lin Yuanhui had indeed committed suicide. The woman he had entrusted his emotions to betrayed him, and the woman he loved most had passed away. Coupled with the fact that he was indeed being targeted by the night patrol, it was likely that his first love's daughter would be implicated, causing Lin Yuanhui to lose the motivation to live. Suicide might have seemed like a form of relief. If he hadn't committed suicide, would you have taken action? Li Nang asked the key question. The major case 3 days later? Li Nang recalled the letter the woman had given him. That's right, the mysterious woman affirmed. A major case will occur 3 days later. This may not fall within your responsibilities, but I hope you can participate. Uncle Lin said you are very smart. And perhaps you can help me, so I want to see how capable you really are. Li Nang looked at the grass and trees around him beginning to disappear, and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. It seems I've never said I would help you. That's not important. What's important is... The woman's figure gradually dissipated with the trees, and a half-sentence floated in the air. I have enough chips to make you interested. That didn't sound right. On a bumpy mountain road, a double-horse carriage was moving forward under the night sky. The carriage was particularly grand and luxurious, with the yoke, the seat, and other parts coated in shiny black lacquer, constructed of iron and wood on the outside, with mechanisms that could effectively resist arrows and stones. Surrounding the carriage were elite guards dressed in dark outfits, holding torches made from pine oil, always vigilant. Inside the carriage, a heater warded off the cold of the night. Helan Xiao, like a little cat, had her hands on the small window, curiously watching the rows of elm trees, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Your Majesty, you've been watching all day. Don't you feel tired? Bai Riyue, with a fox-like charming face, smiled. How could I be tired? The outside world is so interesting. Do you know what I just saw? I saw a fox, or maybe it was a fox. Anyway, it was particularly interesting. All right, keep watching then. If you get tired, just take a nap, Bai Riyue said affectionately, brushing aside the bangs that hung over her forehead. We have to hurry these next 2 days, so we won't be able to sleep as soundly as in the palace. MMHM. Helan Xiao nodded vigorously, continuing to admire the night scenery outside. Bai Riyue smiled, picked up a piece of information that had been delivered earlier, and began to read it again, her finely arched eyebrows slightly furrowing. 3 days later, the shadow guard escorting Princess Shanyun will rest temporarily in Dongqi County of Yunqing. Why would Long Tianhe, as the shadow guard captain, choose to stay in this place? Bai Riyue's long, slender fingers lightly tapped her leg. Could it be a secret order from father? The woman leaned against the carriage, deep in thought. If it is indeed a secret order from father, then it would be somewhat tricky. It indicates that father still cares a lot about that rumor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to find Princess Shanyun. Other forces are also watching in the dark, whether in the court or the martial world. This Princess Shanyun is quite the catch. Just then, the woman, lost in thought, suddenly furrowed her brow, her hands subconsciously tightening around her skirt, and her delicate face gradually flushed with color. Damn, this strange illness is acting up again. Bai Ryue cursed herself for being careless, completely forgetting the timing of her illness, and quickly locked the carriage door. Turn around and don't look. The woman was sweating at her temples, reaching into her skirt, her tone stern. Helan Xiaoxiao was startled, never having been scolded like that before. Feeling a bit wronged, she obediently turned her head away, looking at the scenery outside. The woman was captivated. The towering mountains, the lush elm forest, and she even saw a small river winding like a ribbon, something she had never seen in the palace, making her heart feel like it was flying away. She imagined herself turning into a little bird, soaring freely. After an unknown amount of time, a sigh came from the carriage. Helan Xiaoxiao turned her head to look, puzzled to find Bai Ryue leaning wearily against the wall of the carriage. Her almond eyes slightly squinted, her disheveled hair sticking to her cheeks from sweat, radiating an indescribable charm. Little Ryue, are you really tired? Why don't you lean on my lap and take a nap? Helan Xiaoxiao asked with concern. It's nothing. Bai Ryue forced a smile and slowly opened her eyes. In those sparkling eyes, a misty water-like haze rippled. At that moment, Helan Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth in shock. Little Ryue, you've spilled the tea on the floor. Chapter 49, Family Crime. Li Nank opened his eyes. What came into view was a pale, round face with long eyelashes and big eyes, almost close to his face, staring straight at him. He could even clearly feel the warm breath coming from the girl's nose. Oh, you scare me to death. The little girl, Xin, was still asleep, but was no longer having nightmares. Where's cold adult? Li Nank instinctively asked. Meng Xiaodu pointed her chin toward the corner. I woke up and saw her there. I don't know what's wrong, but she seems to be in a bad mood. Maybe it's because her internal injury is too severe, which prevented her from entering the dream smoothly, and she's feeling quite frustrated. Li Nank turned to look at the woman in the corner. The lady sat quietly on a low round stool, her gaze lowered, staring blankly at the ground. Her slender and graceful figure cast a lonely silhouette on the wall as the light dimmed. It wasn't until the man walked over that she became alert. When she looked up and saw it was Li Nank, a faint smile appeared on her somewhat pale face. Are you okay? Li Nank sat beside her. This is something I should be asking you. Lung Xinan shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I'm fine, but I made a fool of myself. I promised to protect you, but I couldn't do it. First, heal your wounds. Don't push yourself. Clearly, Li Nank also thought that the other party was feeling down because of her internal injuries, unable to enter the Red Rain dream. Although the nightmare had been eliminated, the secrets about this girl had yet to be unraveled. A glimmer of light flickered in Li Nank's eyes. What exactly did he see that night in the valley? Also, did she accidentally get lost? Or was she deliberately left there? Do you think there's something wrong with this family? Lung Xinan picked up on the issue. Li Nank nodded and stepped out of the room. In the yard, Butcher Zheng, Mrs. Zheng, and Old Lady Zheng were anxiously waiting. When they saw Li Nank come out, Old Lady Zheng hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Sir, how is my granddaughter? Is she going to be all right? Don't worry, she's fine now, Lung Xinan comforted. Upon hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Old Lady Zheng was so overjoyed that she cried, pulling her daughter-in-law to kneel on the ground, bowing in gratitude to Lung Xinan and the others. Lung Xinan helped them up and said lightly, This is what we should do, but you should keep an eye on the children in the future. How could you leave them outside so carelessly? Yes, it's all our fault for being careless. Old Lady Zheng wiped her tears and scolded her son. You are not allowed to take Xin to the mountains to hunt anymore. If anything happens to my granddaughter, you little rascal will die outside. Butcher Zheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Mrs. Zheng, however, lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. After the three of them expressed their gratitude, they wanted to go inside to check on Xin, but were stopped by Li Nank. Wait, I have some questions for you. Mrs. Zheng forced a smile. Sir, what do you wish to ask? Li Nank walked up to Butcher Zheng and asked, Can you tell me the specific situation from 6 days ago? How did your daughter get lost? Li Nank asked again. Did you often take Xin hunting before? Yes, this girl has a personality like mine, quite outgoing and lively, and enjoys hunting, Butcher Zheng said, revealing a hint of affection on his face when talking about his daughter. Sometimes I also teach her some hunting skills. Li Nank raised an eyebrow. So, you often had Xin wait in place while you pursued the game? Butcher Zheng nodded. This girl listens well. And the places I take her to hunt are familiar areas. In deeper woods, it's easy to get lost, so I didn't dare take her there. Perhaps Xin saw a wild rabbit she liked and curiously chased after it, only to get lost in the deep forest. By the end of his explanation, Butcher Zheng couldn't help but slap himself hard. It was clear he felt very guilty. After pondering for a while, Li Nank asked, Have you ever hunted in the deep forest? Of course, I have, Butcher Zheng said without any concealment. I am quite familiar with the deep mountain forests in this area. I started hunting because my father taught me when I was a child. Back then, he often took me hunting in the deep mountains, and sometimes my mother would go along to gather wild ingredients. When I didn't take Xianxia, I would go to the deep forest. My wife would sometimes come along, but she's a bit directionally challenged and has almost gotten lost several times. Directionally challenged? Li Nank glanced at Mrs. Zhang, deep in thought. He let Lung Xinan continue to interrogate while he slowly wandered around the courtyard and other rooms. His instincts told him that there was definitely something going on here. In the courtyard, there were some hunting tools, animal skins, and smoked meat. With no other flowers or plants except for a tree, Li Nank entered the house to check one by one. He found that the main house had a statue of a deity facing the door, and strange symbols were painted on the columns. In old lady Zhang's room, there were also various statues of deities. It was clear that this old lady had strong beliefs. After wandering for a while, when Li Nank reached the front of a side room, his attention was suddenly caught by a few pairs of shoes prepared for washing in a bamboo basket. The shoes were a bit dirty, both for children and adults. Perhaps they were too busy and hadn't had time to wash them. Li Nank picked up the shoes one by one to examine them, and gradually, a cold smile curved his lips. Indeed, there's something wrong. I heard your child died 2 months after birth? Mrs. Zhang was taken aback, showing a look of sorrow, and nodded slightly. Yes. What was the reason? Caught a cold. And I also took him to see a doctor, who said he had a lung infection. Although medicine was prescribed, it didn't improve, and then Mrs. Zhang broke into tears. Caught a cold? Li Nank was taken aback, filled with suspicion. Are you sure he died from catching a cold? Can you tell me the situation at that time? Who else was at home when you left? Just Xianxia was there. She was sleeping in another room at the time. Do you remember the situation when your child died? This was originally just a casual question from Li Nank, as it was unlikely anyone would remember after such a long time. But Mrs. Zhang, with tears in her eyes, said sadly, Of course, I remember, even now. I occasionally dream of my child's appearance when he passed away. Li Nank's eyes narrowed. Can you describe it in detail? This is clearly a drowning death. How could he have died from a lung infection due to catching a cold? Didn't you report to the authorities to have an autopsy performed? Hearing the woman's account, Li Nank's expression turned cold as he questioned sharply. Drowning? The Zhang family was stunned. From their reaction, it was evident that the family had not reported to the authorities at that time. Sir, how could my son have drowned? He was lying in bed the whole time. Where would the water come from on that bed? Butcher Zhang's face turned red, unable to understand. After all this time, he had always thought his son died from a cold, but now it turned out to be drowning. How could he accept that? Li Nank asked Mrs. Zhang. I want to know, did the baby have any other injuries? Besides a bruise on the ankle, there were no other injuries, Mrs. Zhang replied. Upon hearing this, Li Nank had already formed a judgment. He walked to the kitchen and patted an old large water vat standing at the door, calmly saying, the baby was held upside down in the water, which ultimately led to drowning. And from the timing, it definitely wasn't an outsider's doing. In other words, Li Nank's gaze turned to old lady Zhang. It was someone from your family. Chapter 50. Can a heart still live if a piece is missing? The expressions of everyone were filled with shock, as if they had heard some absurd story, their eyes full of confusion and doubt. Meanwhile, old lady Zhang trembled, her gaze evasive. Let me first talk about the matter regarding Xianxia. Li Nank, however, at that moment shifted the topic, no longer mentioning the details of the baby's drowning. He walked up to old lady Zhang and asked, 6 days ago, your son took your granddaughter to the mountains to hunt, and your daughter-in-law was at home doing housework. So where were you? She went to the Lichuan temple to burn incense, Mrs. Shun replied. I am asking you. Li Nank's sharp, slightly cold gaze fixed on Mrs. Zhang, whose face turned pale as she was frightened into lowering her head. Tell me the time you went to the temple. Li Nank interrupted old lady Zhang. Old lady Zhang didn't dare to hide the time, especially with her daughter-in-law present. It was almost 2.5 hours. Does it even need thinking? It's not like I'm asking how many times you went to the bathroom in a year. She even took a step forward deliberately, as if she were going to press down on old lady Zhang, making her feel breathless. No extra time for her to think. Old lady Zhang suddenly slapped her thigh and nodded, saying, At that time, I indeed listened for a long time, but didn't quite understand. Damn it. Who knew that in the next second, Li Nank directly exploded with profanity. My wife didn't go to that place at all. I was just making it up. Old lady Zhang's smile froze, stunned in place, one hand trembling involuntarily. The tone of her speech carried a hint of laziness. Li Nank said calmly, although Xianxia is only 8 years old, she often follows her father to learn hunting and is particularly cautious about the terrain of the mountains and forests. The possibility of her wandering off on her own is extremely low. There is only one possibility. When Butcher Zhang was hunting, someone deliberately took Xianxia to an unfamiliar environment. This person is definitely not an outsider. Xianxia isn't that foolish. So the person who took her away must be someone Xianxia knows and trusts completely. There are only 2 possibilities. One is old lady Zhang, and the other is Madame Zhang. Li Nank placed the 2 pairs of shoes he had picked out in front of Butcher Zhang's family and said coldly, "One pair is Qinxin's, and the other is Old Lady Zhang's. Only their shoes have the same animal dung and pollen on them. Butcher Zhang, you also said that Madame Zhang is directionally challenged and often gets lost. And Old Lady Zhang, when you were a child, followed your father to the deep mountains to forage for wild ingredients, so she is very familiar with the terrain of the deep mountains. From this, it can be confirmed that it was Old Lady Zhang who deliberately abandoned Qinxin in the deep mountains that day. This also explains why Qinxin has been unwilling to speak after being frightened. Because in the heart of an 8-year-old girl, her grandmother went from being the closest person to a demon. The courtyard was as quiet as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone looked at Old Lady Zhang with shocked expressions. No one expected that this seemingly kind old lady would abandon her own granddaughter in the wilderness. Mother, you. Butcher Zhang couldn't believe his ears, stuttering. Did you really deliberately lose Qinxin? Seeing Old Lady Zhang's resigned silence, Butcher Zhang was almost going mad, red-eyed and questioning. Why, mother? She's your own granddaughter. Why are you doing this? At this moment, Old Lady Zhang finally tore off her hypocritical mask. She stomped her foot and said hoarsely, Son, that girl is the bane of our Zhang family's lineage. The reason you still don't have a son to continue the family line is because of that girl. Butcher Zhang's face was full of anger. Mother, do you still believe in those ghostly words from shamans and celestial masters? Old Lady Zhang insisted. Mother doesn't want to believe it either, but the facts are right in front of us. Ever since that girl was born, your 2 sons have died, and there hasn't been another child since. It's because that girl is the bane of our Zhang family's lineage. Son, I had a dream a few days ago. I dreamed of a celestial master, and he told me that as long as that girl leaves the Zhang family, your wife will definitely give birth to a big fat boy to continue the lineage, and your father can die in peace. Are you crazy? Even Lung Xinan couldn't help but curse. Just for those baseless, ghostly words, to harm your own granddaughter? Old Lady Zhang's face was twisted, somewhat frenzied. What do you understand? If my old Zhang family's lineage ends with my son, how can this old woman face his father and our ancestors? I'm doing this for my son's good. I'm doing this for our Zhang family. Lung Xinan could no longer bear it and shouted, Arrest her and take her to the county office. 2 night patrol officers stepped forward and restrained Old Lady Zhang's arms. Son, Qinxin must be driven away. Old Lady Zhang struggled desperately, still trying to persuade Butcher Zhang. This is the Celestial Master's guidance. He wouldn't lie to us. Son, I don't want anything to happen to Qinxin, but there is no other way. Saying this, she shouted into the room. Qinxin, Grandma doesn't want to harm you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now to act. But you must leave this home. If you leave, your father can have a son. Our Zhang family can continue the lineage. Qinxin. Li Nank shook his head in silence and asked, That baby was the one you drowned, right? I wanted to treat my grandson. Old Lady Zhang was unwilling to admit that she had harmed her grandson. If that child wasn't helped, he might really have died. That day I went to seek the Celestial Master, and he said my son, being a butcher, has bloodshed karma, which made my grandson become contaminated with evil spirits. I must use a cleansing method to soak my grandson in water, so the contamination would be gone. I was saving my grandson. Back then, my son caught a cold. And I also used this method to cure him. Not saving my grandson is because that girl is the bane of our family. Son, you must drive that girl away. Hurry and drag her out. Lung Xinan's eyes burned with anger, not wanting to look at her again. Amid the constant cries, Old Lady Zhang was forcibly dragged out of the courtyard. Butcher Zhang wanted to chase after her, but didn't know what to do, standing there in confusion. After a while, he slumped onto the bench at the door, holding his head in his hands, repeatedly pounding his forehead. One is his daughter, and the other is his mother, plunging him into deep suffering. Lungjia. At this moment, Meng Xiaodu suddenly called out. It turned out that Qinxin had woken up, but seeing so many people in the room, the little girl was frightened and curled up, reacting intensely. Little sister, don't be afraid. Meng Xiaodu hurriedly stepped forward to hug her and comfort her warmly, perhaps recognizing this lovely sister. Or maybe it was because Meng Xiaotu's embrace was warm enough. The little girl's emotions gradually stabilized, and she no longer resisted as much. Can I ask what this girl saw that night? Li Nank said, analyzing from the dream. When Qinxin got lost, she fell into an abandoned pit and stayed there for the whole night. And that night, what she saw in the pit left a psychological shadow. So the only confusing thing now is, what exactly did she see? Let Little Rabbit ask. Lung Xinan suggested. After all, Meng Xiaodu's cute appearance and lively personality are a natural advantage for questioning children. Li Nank nodded, signaling others to leave the room, leaving only Little Rabbit and Qinxin inside. Li Nank looked at Madame Zhang, who was in tears, and said lightly, Actually, you might have guessed that it was Old Lady Zhang who lost Qinxin. But you didn't tell your husband. Is it that after listening to Old Lady Zhang's nagging for a long time, you gradually also believe that your son's death was caused by Qinxin? Madame Zheng remained silent, her face full of sorrow and shame. Butcher Zheng rushed over and gave the woman a hard slap, but the next moment he hugged her and couldn't help but cry. The others in the courtyard watched this scene with complicated expressions. Li Nank sighed. Superstition kills people. For him, this case was not difficult at all. Far less complex than the Lin family case, but it was even more chilling. Lin Jiayue was purely harming others. But old lady Zheng was wholeheartedly thinking about saving her grandson and her family. It was this foolish attempt to save that was the most heartbreaking. Need to go outside for some fresh air? Perhaps seeing the man's gloomy mood, Lung Xinan lifted her chin and pointed to the courtyard door. Li Nank nodded, and the two walked out of the courtyard. The moonlight was clear, enveloping the outside alley in a layer of silver mist, quiet and still. Feeling the night breeze on his face, Li Nank felt much calmer. Are you tired? Lung Xinan, not caring about getting her clothes dirty, leaned against the doorpost and crossed her arms, asking softly. Not at all. Li Nank shook his head. Lung Xinan said softly, once you enter the night patrol division, you will experience many unforgettable things, witness many aspects of human nature, and feel a lot of helplessness. Are you preparing to give me psychological counseling in advance? Li Nank found it somewhat amusing as he gazed at the side profile of the woman beside him, her delicate features illuminated by the moonlight. Imbued with a hint of sadness that inexplicably stirred his heart, Li Nank composed himself and said with a smile, I'm just a bit confused. Confused about what? I don't want to say. Understood. Lung Xinan's lips curved slightly, but there was a trace of melancholy. I'm also quite confused right now, and I don't want to say either. All right, I'm listening. Li Nank leaned against the doorpost beside the woman, becoming a listener. I don't want to say. Go on. If you don't, I'm really leaving. Caught off guard by the revelation of her thoughts, Lung Xinan's cheeks flushed, but fortunately, the night concealed her embarrassment. The woman felt inexplicably irritated, sensing that the other person could easily read her. She asked in a tone laced with defiance, since you're so smart. Guess why I'm confused? Is your family urging you to get married? Get lost. Then that's it. Lung Xinan took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said lightly, yes, but that's not what I'm confused about right now. Oh, then I can't guess. The man conceded. I thought you were really a genius. The woman's lips curled slightly, showing a hint of pride, but then her expression darkened again. After a long silence, she asked, do you think if a heart is missing a piece, it can still live? Missing a heart. Li Nank frowned. Are you sure you don't want to add I at the end? Chapter 51. The lady doesn't love me. The woman didn't seem to be joking, and Li Nank put away his teasing thoughts, asking, why do you suddenly think like this? That depends on whether it's congenital or acquired. Li Nank couldn't provide a definite answer. In modern medicine, there are such cases, generally involving ventricular or atrial septal defects, which are common congenital heart diseases. Lung Xinan gestured, like taking a piece out of a person's heart and then giving it to others with damaged hearts. Li Nank instinctively reached for her forehead, felt it was inappropriate, and then touched his nose, saying, do you have a fever? Lung Xinan said unhappily, I'm not sick, and I'm not talking nonsense. I don't know. Li Nank honestly shook his head. As a cultivator, you should know better than I do if such secret arts exist. In a daze, she placed her hand over her heart and murmured, if a heart is missing a piece, will it beat slower than others? Think less? It won't. That's true. Lung Xinan chuckled softly. But gradually, it seems like my heartbeat is irregular, sometimes fast, and sometimes slow. Impossible. Really, that's just your psychological effect. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Lung Xinan, somewhat angry that he didn't believe her, thoughtlessly pulled his hand and pressed it against her chest. In the next moment, both of them were stunned. Time seemed to freeze. I won't lie to you. Lung Xinan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and pretended to act natural as she said. To quickly dispel the awkward atmosphere, the woman changed the subject. The moon is very round tonight. Yes, very soft and round. The man quickly corrected her. He looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, then turned and said, I'll go check on the little rabbit. Lung Xinan didn't move, just responded softly with an mm. After the man walked away, she covered her forehead and cursed softly. Under the night sky, the woman's ears felt a bit warm, the delicate and tender earlobes flushed with a hint of red, resembling cherries. The little rabbit was very efficient. She quickly learned from Qin what had happened that night, just as Li Nank had anticipated. After being abandoned by old lady Zhang, the little girl accidentally fell into a collapsed pit and was trapped there for a night. During that time, she saw a man covered in blood. The figure was indistinct, as if pulled out of a blood pool. The man didn't harm her and staggered away the next morning. Nevertheless, in such an environment, it was undoubtedly the most terrifying experience for an 8-year-old girl. This left her with psychological trauma. Even if it were an adult, they would probably be scared silly. Let the authorities investigate. With her expression returning to normal, Lung Xinan suggested. After all, it didn't fall under the category of the Hongyu case, and their current task was to capture the monsters in Yunxing. It was best to avoid getting involved in other matters as much as possible. Does my husband have something on his mind? Luo Qianxiu asked curiously as she looked at the man dazedly sitting at the door. Usually, at this time, he would be cuddling with Goose Sister to alleviate his loneliness. But tonight was quite the opposite. It seemed as if he had just fallen in love and then lost it. Li Neng gazed at the stars in the sky and said with a sigh, I'm very confused, but I don't want to talk about it. Well, then don't. The man's expression turned into this. Luo Qianxiu carefully crushed the dried herbs, placed them into the boiling soup, wiped her hands, and sat beside the man, softly saying, Go on, I'm listening. I want to achieve something. Li Neng said seriously as he stared at the woman. Luo Qianxiu's eyes sparkled. That's great. Cold Sister said you're very smart, and you will surely achieve great things in the Night Patrol Division. If my husband wants to make a career, go ahead and do it. Li Neng sighed helplessly, but I also want to live a simple life. Luo Qianxiu was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Li Neng sighed. You don't understand. My existence in this world is a miracle. If I don't achieve something, I always feel like I'm letting down my identity. But if I take it seriously, it's really troublesome. I'll face many obstacles that will exhaust me physically and mentally. This had been a dilemma for the man since he crossed over. On one hand, he wanted to take it easy and live his days. On the other hand, he was unwilling to lead a meaningless life, especially with the restless factor inside him driving him to perform. After all, he was a transmigrator. On one hand, he thought of spending his life with this not-so-pretty but gentle wife, and on the other hand, he hoped to embrace beautiful women and have them all in his bed. After all, he had a great potential. It would be a waste otherwise. Moreover, with the lady's delicate constitution, she definitely couldn't handle it. It was either to lie back and live life or to achieve great things. I understand my husband's thoughts, Luo Qianxiu said softly. I can't make choices for my husband or even offer any suggestions. I just want my husband to know that whatever you want to do, I will support you from behind. This was purely a comforting platitude, but it brought a warmth to the man's heart. The woman knew that the man just needed someone to listen to his thoughts. That was enough. Li Neng remained silent for a long time and suddenly stared into his wife's clear eyes, saying, Actually, you don't like me. Yes. This made the man feel somewhat hurt. Luo Qianxiu smoothed her skirt, the outline of her long legs becoming visible through the fabric, and smiled. You don't have to mind. I'm just paying off a debt, and will try to suppress my feelings. Debt? I owe 2 debts. The first is to my master, and I'm currently repaying it. The second? The man curiously asked. It's coming. My good person card is about to arrive. Good person card? The woman tilted her head in confusion. Li Neng waved his hand. It's nothing, just continue. After the man's interruption, Luo Qianxiu lost interest in continuing to express her thoughts. Seeing the lingering sadness on the man's brow, she straightened herself and smiled. Husband, if you have any worries in the future, you can try meditating like I do, and perhaps you will find the answer. Meditating? How? Li Neng pretended not to understand. First, relax your body and place your hands on your thighs. Oh, and then, Li Neng placed his hands on his thighs. After a brief silence, Luo Qianxiu said helplessly, On your own thighs. Oh, then the woman told me to close my eyes. Close your eyes. She repeated. But madam, how do you know I haven't closed them? Seeing the hint of danger in her eyes, Li Neng dared not tease her further and lowered his eyelids. He imagined the stars and the bright moon in the sky, picturing them surrounding his body. Deep breath, another deep breath. The man followed her instructions one by one. After a long while, both of them opened their eyes at the same time as if they were in sync. Luo Qianxiu, with her beautiful lip line pressed into a gentle smile, softly asked, So what did my husband think of? Chapter 52, The Reward Returns. Ultimately, Li Neng's dream of dual cultivation was shattered by a sharp knock on the head from the woman. Watching Li Neng flee with his hands on his head, the elegant Goose Sister standing by the pond let out a triumphant honk. But before her honks could last 10 seconds, she saw the man charging at her with a brick in hand, startling her into jumping into the pond, her red-webbed feet paddling furiously towards the center. Looking back, she found the old turtle that had shielded her earlier being pressed down and rubbed into the ground by a villain. Goose Sister stared blankly, her gaze slowly softening. That dead turtle is quite righteous. After dealing with the old turtle, Li Neng said seriously to his wife, I'm not joking. If I want to achieve great things, not only must my looks and intelligence be excellent, but my cultivation must also be remarkable to have the ability to protect myself. But now that I'm this old, I have long missed the best time for cultivation, so dual cultivation is the way to go. Luo Qianxiu shook her head. My husband should be more realistic. There aren't too many shortcuts in cultivation. Even the best talents must work hard to achieve results. Perhaps not wanting her husband to be too disappointed, the woman added. There are indeed methods for dual cultivation, such as some rather sinister supplementary techniques, but such practices harm others and will also backfire on oneself. The conditions for orthodox dual cultivation are also extremely harsh. First, it requires the highest quality techniques as support. Second, the partner must possess a rare physique. It's not as simple as just cultivating with any woman to gain benefits. Even though Lord Lung has a very special physique, it only allows her to enjoy pleasure during marital relations and improve her own condition. The greatest benefits go to her, not you. Hearing his wife mention Lung Xinan, Li Neng quickly waved his hand to stop her. All right, I understand. So this method of cultivation isn't feasible, right? It's not that it's unfeasible, it's just very difficult. Luo Qianxiao sat upright, her tone serious. If even his medical wife said it was difficult, then it was basically impossible. Li Neng gave up on that thought and asked, is there any technique that is relatively fast and easy to practice? The woman thought for a moment, then got up and went inside. After a short while, she returned with several books and handed them to Li Neng. These are some techniques left by my master. Their difficulty is about the same. You can choose whichever you like to practice. Li Neng's eyes lit up as he quickly accepted them. After flipping to a page, he suddenly looked up and asked, Madam, isn't your cultivation also quite impressive? I cannot cultivate due to my physical limitations, Luo Qianxiao said sadly. However, Li Neng showed a skeptical expression. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Luo Qianxiao smiled elegantly. So I am not lying. Looking at the woman's plain features that had little to do with beauty, Li Neng shrugged and said, but in my eyes, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Luo Qianxiao fell silent, looking at him with a meaningful gaze, her pearly teeth lightly biting her full lips. Her expression seeming to smile, yet not smile. My husband is very good at pleasing women. Really? I'm just speaking my heart honestly. Li Neng said with a naive and confused look. Before the woman could continue her probing, Li Neng flipped through the pages of the book carefully. Luo Qianxiao opened her mouth, but decided not to interrupt. These techniques were quite basic, such as the twin saint finger, the gale leg, and the Xuanfeng sword classic. After looking for a long time, he found nothing to his liking. Is there anything else? No, Luo Qianxiao shook her head. Seeing her husband troubled, the woman gently said, why not just forget it? Although these techniques are easy to learn, they also require years of hard practice, which is quite tough. Li Neng patted his legs heavily and stood up, saying, a great man must first endure hardship in heart and body, and suffer hunger. What is this little hardship compared to that? I, Li Neng, may not be good at other things, but I can endure hardship. Hearing her husband say this, Luo Qianxiao's expression remained calm, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. That is the spirit. Li Neng pulled out a book titled Hunyuan Pai Lai Hand and walked out to the courtyard, speaking in a deep voice. From today on, no more distractions. Practice. A minute later, the exhausted man collapsed on a lounge chair, gently stroking Goo's sister. The sky was clear, and the mountains were high with a small moon. While his wife was bathing, Li Neng once again entered his unique red rain dream. This time he brought 2 white pearls. One was obtained from executing the demon Qin Laotu, and the other was from Qin Qin's nightmare tonight. As soon as Li Neng sat at the table, the 2 pearls on him flew up into the air and disappeared before him. This time, a shadow faintly appeared in the air. However, before Li Neng could focus on it, the shadow vanished. Let us make it clear, I want both pearls at once. If you don't reward me this time, I won't give you anything in the future, Li Neng quickly stated to prevent the other party from taking advantage of him again. Fortunately, this time the other party indeed had no intention of taking advantage of him. A familiar iron box clanged onto the table, making a loud noise. As if a wealthy woman casually tossed a stack of cash to a toy boy, with both disdain and a hint of affection. Li Neng couldn't help but smile. That's right, we both have our needs. I'll do my best to satisfy you, and you shouldn't take advantage of me. Let us cooperate sincerely for a lasting relationship. As Li Neng spoke, he opened the iron box. Inside were 3 talismans, which were pale white with numerous small characters written all over them, resembling ants crawling over the surface, and they were extremely thin. Holding them in his hand, he couldn't sense any information about the talismans. Are these protective talismans? Li Neng wondered. Back in his real room, Li Neng took out the 3 talismans to continue his research. If they really were protective talismans, he felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he currently had a brick for protection and didn't need overlapping magical tools. It would be better to have something with strong offensive power, like a Thunderbolt talisman, Fireball talisman, Invisibility talisman, or Time Stop talisman. To avoid causing a commotion in the room, Li Neng picked up 1 talisman and went outside to an open area for experimentation. Whoosh! The talisman was thrown out. There was no response. Li Neng scratched his head, picked up the talisman, and rubbed it between his fingers, but it still showed no reaction. How do you use this thing? It can't be fake, right? Li Neng gritted his teeth, preparing to tear it apart. However, this seemingly thin layer of talisman was surprisingly resilient, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't tear it. A bad premonition arose in his heart. It can't be that you need to use spiritual power to activate it. and ordinary people can't use it? If that's the case, that would be too much of a scam. Unwilling to give up, Li Nank continued to try other methods until he inexplicably crumpled the talisman into a ball and put it in his mouth, causing a mysterious aura to suddenly erupt. What the? You have to use your mouth. Before the man could complain, his body suddenly vanished from the spot. In the backyard of the Night Patrol Department's official residence, the room where Meng Xiaodu lived was filled with heat. Thick white mist rose from the bathing tub, and a layer of colorful flower petals on the water's surface added a sweet fragrance to the mist. The round-faced girl comfortably soaked in the tub, enjoying the feeling of relaxation throughout her body while humming a little tune. Amidst the steaming mist, the delicate figure of the girl was faintly revealed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the window screen. The candlelight flickered unpredictably. Perhaps due to a long day of fatigue, the highly skilled girl didn't pay much attention. However, Li Nank, who appeared in the room, was completely stunned. He pinched his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. It was actually a teleportation talisman, a divine artifact. This would definitely be a lifesaver in case of danger in the future. However, the man quickly cooled down from his extreme excitement, especially when he looked at the girl in front of him who was bathing with her back to him. His handsome face gradually darkened. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Li Nank felt like he could hit someone. Taking advantage of the girl not noticing, the man decided to sneak away quietly, regretting not having brought those 2 teleportation talismans with him. Otherwise, he could have disappeared without a trace. Splash. Coincidentally, just then, the girl finished her bath, stood up, and turned around to grab a towel, only to see Li Nank, who had just lifted his foot. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, equally stunned. Time silently passed, as if it had traversed through the vastness of time. Eventually, it was Li Nank who broke the silence, wearing a smug expression, and asked, I just want to know, is this watermelon ripe? Chapter 53. Heart yearning for you, awaiting your return. As expected, amidst the girl's almost deafening scream, Li Nank, the flower thief, was put on trial in the hall as a criminal. Everyone's gaze was particularly strange, as if they had discovered that Ultraman was actually disguised as a little monster. If that guy Tianwu were here, he would definitely cluck his tongue and say, who would have thought, even you, with those thick brows and big eyes, turned out to be a flower thief. I can explain. Li Nank calmly faced Leng Xinan's cold and frosty gaze. I didn't mean to. I originally intended to find you, but I got too anxious. Well, this reason full of loopholes was hard for the man to continue. I believe you. However, the next moment, someone supported Li Nank. It was actually the taciturn Gua gang. Li Nank was immediately moved to tears inside. Our gang Gu really understands me. Gua gang speculated with a mind he believed was on par with Li Nank's. Brother Li must have intended to sneak a peek at Sister Leng bathing, but ended up in the wrong room, leading to a misunderstanding. Li Nank. No wonder you, with the same surname Gua, can't do crosstalk. Turns out you're a scoundrel. Fortunately, Kai Yun, Kai Wei, and others expressed their support for Li Nank, believing he wasn't the kind of thief who steals flowers and jade. This finally allowed Li Nank's anxious heart to relax. You see, this is the benefit of making a good impression. The man's tall and imposing figure had long taken root in everyone's hearts, which naturally helped prove his innocence. You all leave first. Leng Xinan raised her hand to signal the others to leave, then asked Li Nank, I believe you. But I need to confirm one thing. Did you see the little rabbit's body? The woman's expression was serious, her sharp apricot eyes fixed intently on his. This concerned the dignity of a young lady and was not to be taken lightly. Li Nank did not shy away from her gaze, raising 2 fingers. I swear, besides her hair and eyebrows, I didn't see a single hair. The woman stared at him without speaking, trying to discern the truth. Eyes can't lie. Leng Xinan indeed saw honesty and calmness in the man's eyes. Since he said he hadn't seen a single hair, then he really hadn't. The woman's gaze softened considerably. What do you want to see me about? I encountered that mysterious woman in Xianxia's Red Rain dream today. Li Nank wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, Cold Xinan, who was about to pour tea for him, suddenly froze, turned to look at him, and frowned. So, she is also a dream master? Yes, very impressive. Li Nank's expression was quite serious, although he didn't know her cultivation level in reality. Such arrogance shouldn't be too lacking. Plus, being a high-level dream master, this woman was indeed not to be underestimated. Why did you only tell me now? The woman was dissatisfied. Li Nank explained, I just had many doubts I didn't understand and planned to think it through by myself. This aligned with the man's character. He had previously also intentionally kept silent during the Lin Mansion case. If she is a dream master, I can check the archives. Perhaps I can narrow down her identity. She did not conceal her identity either, Li Nank said. She is the daughter of the Tianxiang sect's leader. The leader's daughter? Leng Xinan did not hide her surprise. Tell me about this Tianxiang sect. Li Nank became interested. Leng Xinan stood still for a long time, then slowly said, the leader of the Tianxiang sect is named Henan Tian, with extremely high cultivation. He has two good brothers, Wan Wuyo and Nan Gonggo, who are also quite capable. 9 years ago, He Nantian died in seclusion due to a cultivation accident, leaving his wife and a pair of 10-year-old twin daughters. The eldest daughter is named He Panjun, and the younger daughter is He Xinyue. Because Mrs. He is from the ancient country of Gulen, both girls are mixed blood. Originally, Wan Wuyo suggested that the eldest daughter He Panjun inherit her father's position as leader, but was opposed by Nan Gonggo. Thus, amidst constant disputes, the Tianxiang sect gradually split into two factions, the Protect He faction led by Wan Wuyo, and the new faction led by Nan Gonggo. As a result, the Tianxiang sect has yet to appoint a new leader even now. Lung Xinan paused, waiting for Li Nank to digest the information before continuing. Although Wan Wuyo is part of the Protect He faction, this person has considerable ambition and only wants to use the He family as a bargaining chip for power. In such an environment, Mrs. He and her two daughters have a hard time gaining core power within the sect. However, the eldest daughter He Panjun has inherited her father's talent and went to the Tianshan Mountains for cultivation at the age of 13, having some connections with my master's sect. Later, she went to the border areas and developed impressive skills. Through Lung Xinan's narration, Li Nank roughly understood the current situation of the Tianxiang sect. It was evidently not as united as it seemed. The power struggle had reached a fever pitch. It seemed that the mysterious woman testing me was indeed He Panjun. Li Nank murmured while stroking his chin. Now I understand why she wanted to recruit me into the Tianxiang sect. What do you think will happen 3 days from now? Lung Xinan showed concern. Li Nank chuckled. Who cares? When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll dam it. If it doesn't involve me, I can't be bothered. 3 days is neither short nor long. If I don't open a membership, a session will be over in no time. In these 3 days, besides seeking massages from Luo Qianxiao, Lung Xinan spent the rest of her time leading people to track down the whereabouts of the monsters in Yun City. And they indeed found some clues. However, during the capture, unexpected events occurred, causing the monsters to escape. Li Nank had grown accustomed to this. He had noticed earlier, while dealing with the monsters led by Old Qin, that apart from Lung Xinan and Meng Xiaodu, the others were all useless, lacking any real skills. Now that Lung Xinan was severely injured, and Xiaodu's true abilities could only be displayed in the Red Rain Dream, it was a miracle if they could catch anything. It seems that the previous achievements of the Zhuke division were basically all accomplished by Lung Xinan, this workaholic. Sister Lung is too tired, it's heart-wrenching. Before the appointment came through, Li Nank didn't plan to help much. He mostly stayed at home to cultivate his relationship with his wife. For example, playing a game of Go, accompanying his wife to gather herbs in the mountains, teasing Sister Goose, beating Old Tortoise, and then practicing cultivation. Although the total time spent on cultivation didn't exceed 10 minutes. But what saddened him was that Xiaodu was ignoring him. Whenever they met, she turned her head to choose to ignore him. He even thought about cooking Sister Goose to apologize to the little girl. But then he remembered that Sister Goose was family, and couldn't he do that? If he were to stew something, it should be Old Tortoise. On that day, County Magistrate Shun Chuanha suddenly summoned Li Nank to the county office. Ever since Li Nank was appointed as the clerk, Shun Chuanha immediately began a publicity campaign throughout the county. Now even the dogs by the roadside know that Li Nank has become the doghead clerk. Nank is here, sit. Sit, sit. With 3 continuous calls to sit, the county magistrate kindly invited Li Nank to take a seat on the chair, all smiles. Li Nank was flattered and repeatedly expressed his thanks. I thought there would be many objections to my decision to promote you to the clerk, but it turns out everyone is quite pleased. It seems that everyone recognizes your workability. Shin Chuanha signaled the maid to bring tea and said with a smile. This also shows that my judgment is not bad. Work? I've been working my ass off, Li Nank thought to himself, but maintained a respectful demeanor. It's all thanks to your guidance, my lord. Shin Chuanha smiled, and then asked, I see that Lord Lung and the others have been very busy these past few days. I wonder how their capture of the monsters is going. Do they need our county office's assistance? Clearly, he was inquiring about the inside story. Li Nank apologized, saying, These past few days, I've been at home accompanying my wife, so I'm not very clear about the details. Oh, accompanying your wife at home. Shin Chuanha was taken aback, then said with a smile, Nank is indeed a good husband, with a virtuous wife. Such a loving couple, it's enviable. This was purely a polite remark. Shin Chuanha had seen Luo Qianxiao and knew that she was plain-looking. Li Nank humbly replied, Your Excellency flatters me. My wife is just an ordinary doctor and cannot compare to the county ladies in appearance. This remark seemed a bit shallow. One should not judge a person solely by their appearance. Shin Chuanha sighed, saying, For example, my third wife is petite and delicate. But that little cherry mouth can eat half a gene of peaches. How should I put it? Shin Chuanha lifted his teacup and blew on it, speaking slowly. It's like a coffin shop sign. The little coffin outside is just for show, but the ones inside are much larger. Li Nang cleared his throat and maintained silence. There was no way to continue on that topic. After some small talk, Shen Xuanhe finally brought up the main issue. I just received word that a team of shadow guards will arrive in our Dongqi County tomorrow. I don't know what they will be doing. Shen Xuanhe looked at Li Nang, a hint of an inscrutable meaning in his eyes, and smiled. But unfortunately, I am ill, so you will have to host them. Consider it an opportunity for you to climb to a higher branch. Chapter 54, The Ghostly Gun. The next morning, Shen Darren was indeed sick, and quite seriously so. When Li Nang came to visit, he found Shen Xuanhe lying on the bed, looking utterly depleted, as if all his spirit had been drained away. His face pale and haggard, even struggling to open his mouth to take medicine. Several concubines were gathered around the sickbed, crying and sobbing. Those who didn't know might think that the county magistrate was about to pass away. Taking this opportunity, Li Nang glanced at Shen Xuanhe's third wife. She was indeed petite and delicate, with a mouth like a cherry, and he wondered if she could really fit half a gene of peaches in there. Nang. Shen Xuanhe gestured for the steward to take the concubines out, waved for Li Nang to come to the bedside, and said tiredly, "The work of receiving the shadow guards will be entrusted to you. You must perform well and not let down my trust in you. Rest assured, my lord. I will host them well." With the situation being what it was, Li Nang truly had no way to refuse this commission. Through his understanding of this magistrate, Li Nang had roughly grasped the intention behind Shen Xuanhe's feigning of illness. In his youth, Shen Xuanhe, like others, harbored grand ambitions. Although he had developed capabilities through numerous setbacks, he had never been able to realize his aspirations due to various reasons. Either opportunities were snatched away, or he was involved in struggles that led to his downfall, or he was inexplicably demoted. Various misfortunes came knocking at his door. Eventually, exhausted in body and mind, he simply learned to let go, content to drift through life as a small county magistrate. I do not seek advancement, but I cannot lose this iron rice bowl. Facing the shadow guards, who were akin to the emperor's personal guards, others might see it as an opportunity, but Shen Xuanhe, who had decided to lay low, would rather avoid it. After all, the shadow guards were notoriously difficult to serve. An opportunity also meant risks. He didn't want to lose his official hat over a bit of risk. But feigning illness was fine. Someone had to host them. Li Nang was the best choice. Although on the surface he was the county office's clerk, in reality, he was part of the night patrol division, and even if he offended the shadow guards, it would be a conflict between their two departments. Moreover, for the young Li Nang, it was indeed an opportunity. If he truly had the capability to climb up the ranks, the favor would still be his. Around noon, a group quietly approached. This group consisted of about 30 people. Apart from the two leading figures, the rest were clad in soft black armor adorned with fish-scale iron plates, their temples bulging, exuding an air of intimidation. Even their mounts were significantly larger and more robust than ordinary horses. From the imposing aura emanating from these shadow guards, it was evident they were top-tier experts. Even the dogs they passed by kept their distance, afraid of being slapped. However, the most attention-grabbing was the carriage they were escorting. The carriage was much larger than usual, drawn by 4 horses, with an extensive and wide cabin. The central axle was inlaid with copper runes, and it was tightly covered all around, making it unclear what was inside. Upon entering the large estate that Shen Xuanhe had already arranged, the two leading figures dismounted. One was a man, muscular with leather arm wraps, sporting a coarse beard, his black cloak billowing behind him, exuding a solid presence that could not be underestimated. The woman beside him wore dark green armor, wrapped in soft leather around her waist, her hair tied back, her slightly pointed chin and cold eyes giving off a sharp, intimidating aura. Half of her left face was covered by a silvery white mask, with a scar extending from the corner of her lips. Unlike Leng Xinan, who was merely habitually cold but still approachable, this woman gave off a completely different vibe, like a cold blade unsheathed, as if her entire being was frozen. Li Nang, the county office clerk of Dongqi County, had met these 2,000 households before. He stepped forward to pay his respects. From the limited information provided by Shen Xuanhe, he knew that the 2,000 households who had come were named Dong Wanquan and Yang. Both were from the Northern Town Pacification Division. Dong Wanquan had been promoted from 100 households to 1,000 households last year, while Yang had originally been with the Longjiang Command of the Left Army, later transferred to the Northern Town Pacification Division to handle tasks for the Emperor. The woman ignored him and brushed past him into the hall. In that fleeting moment, a heavy scent of blood hit Li Nang's nose, sending a chill down his spine. Li Nang realized that this woman was on her period. Where is Shen Xuanhe? Dong Wanquan scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, frowning. Li Nang cupped his hands and said, "Lord Shen is ill and bedridden, so he specially sent me to host the two of you." Humph. The corner of Dong Wanquan's mouth curled into a cold smile as he stepped into the hall. After serving tea, Li Nang respectfully said, "Lord Shen has already arranged everything. This residence is for both of you to rest. If you need anything, just let me know. Also, Are there any suspicious individuals appearing in Dongxi County recently? Dong Wankuan interrupted him, asking, has there been a monster sighting in Dongxi County? Li Nank thought for a moment and replied, a monster that escaped from Cloud City has been spotted in Dongxi County, and the Night Patrol Division is currently pursuing it. He did not mention the matter of the Tianxiong sect. A monster? Dong Wankuan frowned and glanced at the woman. Nia Ying remained silent, taking out two Amei daggers from her sleeve and gently wiping the still-drying blood off them. All right, you can leave now, Dong Wankuan waved, signaling for Li Nank to withdraw. Yes. Li Nank expressionlessly cupped his hands in salute and exited the hall. Seeing the woman still cold and silent, Dong Wankuan said lightly, the task of escorting Princess Xianyun has changed from a secret operation to an open one, and too many eyes are watching us. I don't understand why the higher-ups want us to stay here. Every additional day we delay increases the risk. Now, this small Dongxi County has even attracted monsters causing trouble, and I don't know if it's targeting us, so we must be careful. Moreover, I've heard that people from the Tianxiong sect have been very active lately. That He Panjun has already caused us a loss once, and I'm afraid this woman will persistently cling to us. There's also another person we need to watch out for. Dong Wankuan paused, a hint of wariness appearing in his eyes. That is the ghost god Spear. I heard that a few days ago. Someone saw her lurking around Turtle Spirit Island. Perhaps she is secretly following us, so we cannot let our guard down. Back in the Northern General's residence. This person was quite famous, being Princess Xianyun's personal attendant. Later, she defeated the demon blade Xiaoko with 3 shots, making a name for herself in the martial world. Among female cultivators, her strength is second only to the sword immortal Yi Yao Yao. If she comes to seize Princess Xianyun, it will be even more troublesome. The woman, with a cold expression, meticulously wiped her weapons clean with tea, her slender fingers slipping into the central ring as the Amei spike spun swiftly. I hope everything goes smoothly. Dong Wankuan sighed softly, casting a glance at the woman with a hint of disdain in his eyes. After Li Nank left the hall, he prepared to report to Shinshuanha. Upon reaching the spacious square outside the courtyard, he saw the shadow guards organizing themselves, and the long horse-drawn carriage had been moved to a corner that was easier to protect. What on earth are they pulling? Li Nank wondered. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, lifting a corner of the black hard cloth covering the carriage, revealing an ice coffin that abruptly caught Li Nank's eye. Under the blazing sun, an inexplicable chill swept through. Chapter 55, Little Bunny, Be Good. After reporting the situation to the county magistrate, Li Nank went to the night patrol office next door. Since he was already familiar, the guards at the door did not stop him, and Li Nank smoothly entered the inner courtyard. Unfortunately, Lung Xinan was not there. She had taken the mischievous Gui Gang and the Kai sisters to investigate the monsters. However, Meng Xiaotu, for some unknown reason, did not go with them and was holding a wooden basin, looking like she had just washed her face. Her delicate face was as tender as snow, almost breakable. Just woke up? Li Nank glanced at the midday sun, his expression strange. The girl ignored him, entered the room, threw down the wooden basin, and started to comb her hair. Li Nank followed her into the room. Lung Jia is not here, the girl tossed out. Li Nank, completely unconcerned with the girl's displeasure, said to himself, people from the Shadow Guard came today, and it seems they brought an ice coffin. Do you know what it is? Princess Xianyun. After a long while, the girl provided an answer. Li Nank was puzzled. Which Princess Xianyun? Princess Xianyun is the daughter of Duke Anping, Bei Wenliang. In the 23rd year of Tianwu, due to being involved in treason, the entire Bei family was executed. And only Princess Xianyun managed to escape. Meng Xiaodu continued while combing her glossy hair in front of the bronze mirror. Later, Bei Wenliang was rehabilitated. But Princess Xianyun was nowhere to be found. Li Nank frowned. Could it be that the one lying in the ice coffin is Princess Xianyun? Meng Xiaodu replied. I only found out last night that the Shadow Guards have been secretly searching for Princess Xianyun, but unfortunately, by the time they found her, she was already lying in the ice coffin, a corpse, and they escorted her to the capital. Oh, I see. Li Nank realized. Seeing that the girl was dissatisfied with her hairstyle and was redoing it, Li Nank volunteered, stepping forward. Let me do it. I often do my wife's hair. I guarantee I can design a hairstyle you will be satisfied with. If you're not satisfied, you can hit me. Originally, Meng Xiaodu wanted to refuse. But upon hearing the last sentence, she hesitated. In a moment of distraction, the comb in her hand was taken away by the man. After thinking it over, she decided to let it go, thinking, no matter how he styles it later, I will be dissatisfied and take this opportunity to beat him up, avenging the earlier embarrassment. With this thought, the girl's heart let out a gleeful chuckle. Li Nank held her soft long hair and traced a heart shape at the roots. Continuing to ask, why are they stopping in Dongxi County to rest? How would I know? Perhaps sensing the grim fate awaiting Li Nank, Meng Xiaodu's mood improved significantly, her beautiful lips slightly curving. But it might be related to that rumor. Rumor? Li Nank became interested. through the bronze mirror. He saw the man tying a small bun on top of her head, which left Meng Xiaodu somewhat puzzled. But she didn't think much of it, and continued. It is said that Princess Xianyun was born in this place, and it was during the Red Rain at midnight. There can't be just one child born during the Red Rain at midnight. What's so strange about it? Li Nank was confused. Meng Xiaodu explained. The story goes like this. When Princess Xianyun was born, she was on the verge of death, and many renowned doctors and cultivators couldn't help her. I don't know which Taoist doctor Lady Omping heard, but they said to find a male infant to ward off evil spirits. Out of desperation, Lady Omping treated the death of the horse as if it were alive and managed to find a male infant for good luck. Not only did they arrange a betrothal, tying their fates, but they also held a wedding ceremony. Who would have thought that this good luck charm would actually revive Princess Xianyun, making her extremely healthy? However, that male infant mysteriously disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared? Upon hearing this, Li Nank couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Accustomed to conspiracy theories, his first thought was that Duke Onping had killed the male infant and falsely claimed he was missing to avoid delaying his daughter. Exactly, the rumor says he disappeared. Meng Xiaodu said. Later, there was another rumor that the male infant who brought good luck to Princess Xianyun was a grave dweller. But this grave dweller was different from others. Other grave dwellers could only be revived once, but this male infant could be revived indefinitely. When Princess Xianyun came of age, this male infant would wait for her at her wedding location. Moreover, it is said that this male infant could unlock the secret of the Red Rain. Unfortunately, later, the Bei family encountered misfortunes, and this rumor faded away. It seems that someone still cares about it now. After listening to Xiaodu's account, Li Nank finally understood why the shadow guards would linger here. Obviously, the higher-ups issued an order to see if they could lure out the male husband of Princess Xianyun. Could it be that the big case Panjun mentioned is this? Li Nank pondered quietly, as the young lady of the Tianxiang sect. Suddenly appearing here and having obtained information in advance is clearly meant for Princess Xianyun. Everyone wants to snatch this sweet cake. As long as they unlock the secret of the Red Rain, they might be able to change the world. Do you think these people can protect Princess Xianyun's corpse? Li Nank asked. Meng Xiaodu seemed to have heard a great joke. Big clever, they are not ordinary shadow guards, apart from Dong Wanquan and Niaing, the two experts from the Northern Pacification Office. The others are elite experts of Tianzi level. Even if Sword Immortal Yi Yao came, she might not be able to take it away, and besides, with such a large coffin, how would you steal it? However, Li Nank felt inexplicably uneasy. But Xiaodu was right. Trying to steal the ice coffin under the eyes of so many experts would be too difficult. Meng Xiaodu leaned closer to the bronze mirror to have a good look. Her eyes sparkled. Originally cute and beautiful, she appeared even sweeter and more playful with this relatively modern hairstyle. Not bad. Big clever. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Are you satisfied? Yes, yes. Satisfied, satisfied. The girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her face filled with a happy smile. But gradually, she began to feel something was off. Wasn't her original intention to take this opportunity to beat the man up? Wasn't this slapping herself in the face? The girl was in a dilemma. All right, to show my apology, let me treat you to a big meal, anything you want. Li Nank suddenly said. Meng Xiaodu, upon hearing this, coldly laughed. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be satisfied with just a big meal? Half an hour later, at the Baihe restaurant. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Meng Xiaodu held her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with heart shapes. That Songming, seeing how sincere you are, I'll be merciful and let it go for now. Meng Xiaodu eagerly picked up her chopsticks, eating while mumbling. But Sister Lung also said that you didn't really see clearly at the time, so it's not a big deal. Of course, the mist was too thick then. I couldn't see even if I wanted to, Li Nank replied calmly. Just then, a waiter brought a plate of freshly steamed buns, thoughtfully cutting one in half. Li Nank was taken aback, murmuring, it looks too much like. What? The girl didn't hear clearly, looking at him with sparkling eyes full of confusion. Li Nank immediately smiled broadly. Nothing, I just think these dishes look really delicious. You should eat more. The girl puffed her cheeks, enjoying her meal. Just as Li Nank was about to chat about something, his eyes caught a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. He turned to look, only to see a woman sitting on the second floor of the restaurant diagonally across from them. The woman wore a white shirt and a straw hat, her figure slender. The most eye-catching were the two long spears she carried, twisted and broken. It's her. Li Nank's eyes shifted. At that moment, another familiar figure appeared in the restaurant where he was sitting. It was the shadow guard Qianhu Niang. She walked straight to a table not far from him and sat down. Hey, eat. What are you in a daze for? The girl's sweet voice suddenly rang out as she kicked the man under the table. What is up? Meng Xiaodu casually asked. Li Nank replied with a serious face. I have no money. Meng Xiaodu. Chapter 56. The cold woman is not to be provoked. Li Nank really had no money. He had only been a coroner for a few days, and all his expenses were covered by his wife's earnings from treating others, So now he was completely broke. Then why are you treating me to a big meal? If looks could kill, Meng Xiaodu would have loved to stab this man with hundreds or thousands of holes. Li Nang spread his hands. I'm making amends, so I'm treating you to a big meal. But you have no money, right? But just because I have no money doesn't mean you can refuse my intention to make amends. I've laid my sincerity before you. Isn't that enough? Little Rabbit fell silent. But the 2 large cups of milk tea she carried with her were about to explode with anger. After a moment of silence, the girl continued to eat her meal. I know you want to finish eating, wipe your mouth, and hurry away. Leaving me here, Li Nang guessed her thoughts and apologized. But believe me, before you leave, I've already slipped away. Waiter, Little Rabbit suddenly called out. Coming. The waiter, hearing the call, hurried over and asked Li Nang, Sir, would you like anything else? The girl pointed at Li Nang. Do you know who he is? The waiter was taken aback, feeling puzzled, and scratched his head. Sir, didn't I just call him that? The county office has been promoting Mr. Li as the new coroner these past few days. Meng Xiaodu smiled. That's right. Let us put today's bill on him, and bring 2 jugs of good wine while you're at it. The waiter looked at Li Nang for confirmation. Seeing him nod with a smile, the waiter began to shout. All right, please wait a moment. I'll bring the wine right away. Humph. The girl wrinkled her delicate nose. Looking quite pleased with herself, unable to hide her smugness. Li Nang smiled, and didn't tease her any further. If he wanted to make her pay, he had 100 ways to do it. However, since this was an apology, let it be considered as paying for the visual feast. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Li Nang's eyes glanced again at the shadow guard in the corner. Since she went upstairs, she had been sitting in the corner. There was only a pot of tea on her table. The waiter originally intended to approach her, but was deterred by the cold, murderous aura emanating from her. Leaving the tea behind and sweating as he left, causing the surrounding customers to unconsciously distance themselves. Throughout, the woman didn't look at Li Nang even once. As if she didn't recognize him at all. After a while, a shadow guard hurried upstairs and respectfully placed a small scroll of paper, the size of a pinky finger, on the table. Niang opened the paper, glanced at it, then pinched it between her fingers, turning it to powder. The shadow guard quietly withdrew. Li Nang looked again at the restaurant across the way. The woman with the silver spears was still there, leisurely sipping from a small wine pot. Because they were far apart, he couldn't see what she looked like. Hurry up and eat, Li Nang urged the girl. Meng Xiaodu lifted her small face, pouting her oil-slicked lips in dissatisfaction. What's the rush? There's still so much, we can't waste it. Soon. The waiter brought the wine. Perhaps unable to bear the cold, bloodthirsty aura of Niang, other customers began to leave one by one. An 11 or 12-year-old boy, still enjoying his plate of delicious braised pork, was forcibly pulled up by his elderly grandfather, signaling him to go downstairs. The boy was unwilling and was about to shout, but was stopped by a stern look from his mother across the table. The woman's belly was bulging, probably 6 or 7 months pregnant. Seeing his mother angry, the boy wilted and didn't dare to act out, obediently getting up from his chair. However, while holding a small kicking ball in his arms, he forgot to grab it when he stood up, and it fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to the feet of Niang's table. The boy didn't think much and instinctively ran over to pick it up. This situation startled both the woman and the old man. The old man quickly grabbed the boy's arm, pulling him back while apologizing to Niang with a forced smile. My kicking ball. The boy didn't care about anything else, shouting to break free and get his ball. The old man, though an adult, was elderly and could not hold on to his grandson, sweating profusely in his anxiety. The pregnant woman rushed forward upon seeing this. The boy stretched out his hand, struggling to reach for the ball. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, and the boy's palm was directly pinned to the ground by a hidden weapon. Before anyone could react, Niang sprang up, pressing the other hidden weapon against the old man's jaw, pushing her arm up, and the sharp weapon pierced through his skull. Only then did the boy's scream escape his throat. With a flick of her toes, Niang lifted the weapon embedded in the boy's hand, holding it in her palm. Before the boy's scream could finish, his small body flew backward, crashing hard against the wall, his chest caving in, clearly dead. All this happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, Niang had already lunged at the pregnant woman. The old man, whose head was pierced, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Along with him fell a short knife. Meanwhile, Li Nang noticed that a finely crafted crossbow arrow had also slipped from the boy's sleeve. Assassin. The word flashed through the man's mind. With a harsh sound, 2 iron chains, seemingly glowing red-hot, shot out from another corner like the wind and lightning, aiming at Niang, who was about to attack the pregnant woman. Niang spun the hidden weapon in her hand, dazzlingly, and as the chains attacked, she skillfully maneuvered to entangle them, using the momentum to swing around to the back of the pregnant woman. Just as the woman drew her knife, Niang's long leg wrapped around her slender neck. Crack! The woman's head was twisted at a 90-degree angle. Before the body fell, Her bulging belly miraculously expanded, and a sharp knife tore through her clothes, aiming at Nia Ying's abdomen from an extremely tricky angle. Upon closer inspection, a small dwarf sprang out. However, Nia Ying had long been on guard. While dodging the iron chains, she kicked the right arm of the woman's corpse, sending the knife flying. The cold gleam refracted from the back of the knife made the little dwarf instinctively squint. In the next moment, the head on his shoulder flew off, rolling away with a thud. After dealing with the 4 assassins, Nia Ying did not attack the man swinging the iron chain but retreated like a ghost, kicking out a guest who was crouched under the table, seemingly trembling but drawing a hidden weapon. The man tumbled several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, his throat was pierced by an anime needle, blood foam spilling out as his head tilted, and he died. Second brother. The big man in the corner swinging the iron chain cried out in despair. Nia Ying pulled out the short needle and flicked her finger to send it flying. The anime needle shot out as if time had slowed, the cold, sharp tip slicing through the air with a dazzling gleam. The big man wanted to retreat, but a fine and sharp gust of wind was already in front of him. However, the anime needle did not stab him. Instead, it embedded itself in the table, shattering the ceramic teapot and teacups, with 2 shards piercing into his eyes. The big man let out a horrifying scream and rolled several times. Only then did Nia Ying leisurely walk over on her long legs, the sound of her fish-skin boots on the floor echoing like the ominous notes of the king of hell, sending chills down one's spine. The woman reinserted the anime needle into her slender jade fingers and swung it a few times. The big man roared angrily, trying to get up, but she stepped on his abdomen with 1 foot, crippling him. Then she squatted down, severed the tendons in his hands and feet, and yanked his hair, elbowing him to shatter his teeth. At this moment, the patrolling constables hurried over, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were all left with their scalps tingling. Take him to the jail. The woman coldly tossed out a command and walked down the stairs. However, as she descended, she paused, looking toward Li Nank, or more accurately, toward the tavern across from him. The woman in the straw hat who had been sitting there was nowhere to be seen. Nia Ying remained expressionless and turned to leave. The sudden battle ended just as quickly, and by the time the constables cleared the scene, only Li Nank and Meng Xiaodu remained in the tavern, with hardly any figures to be seen on the street. Compared to the shocked Li Nank, the round-faced girl continued to enjoy her meal as if nothing had happened. Li Nank gazed deeply at the cute and charming girl before him and asked, if you fought her, who would win? 10 moves. You could defeat her in 10 moves? Li Nank's expression changed. This girl was so powerful. After 10 moves, you cover me with a white cloth. Li Nank was left speechless, but she might not. She should be a bit tougher. Meng Xiaodu said indistinctly while holding a chicken butt. Who? Li Nank was astonished. A faint fragrant breeze wafted in, and the woman in the straw hat with the silver gun sat down beside them. Young master, we meet again, the woman said sweetly. Although Meng Xiaodu was still gnawing on the chicken butt, she had somehow brought out her meteor twin hammers and placed them on the table. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Nank sighed lightly, feeling helpless. One liked to play with guns and sticks, while the other enjoyed playing with balls. These 2 women were indeed a perfect match. Chapter 57. Who is the high-end hunter? Miss, did you find your caterpillar pet? Since the girl approached him herself, Li Nank couldn't pretend to ignore her and greeted her warmly. I can't find it. The woman in the straw hat shook her head. Li Nank looked regretful. What a pity, it must have been eaten by some damned bastard. It's fine, I have a new pet now. The woman in the straw hat seemed unconcerned, gently smoothing her garment, and a small, entirely white snake peeked out from her chest, its eyes shimmering with a faint light. Li Nank was taken aback and asked, is this snake proper? The woman in the straw hat did not seem to understand and did not respond. Meng Xiaodu glanced over and chuckled. I didn't expect the renowned Ghost God Spear to like playing with snakes. Ghost God Spear? Upon hearing this, the man's gaze instinctively fell on the silver spear behind the woman. Only by observing it up close could one notice its differences. The spear seemed to be made from a mix of high-quality steel, ebony, and other exotic materials, intricately carved with patterns that vaguely resembled a dragon coiling and exuding an imposing aura. In the middle of the silver spear, there was a threaded screw that could be separated into a short rod or twisted back into its complete form. I heard that the princess of Shanyun was escorted here. The woman in the straw hat looked at Li Nank. Li Nank couldn't gauge her true intentions and smiled, saying, it's obvious that a whole troop came to the yamen. Even a blind person could see that. Do you think anyone would try to seize her? Whether they seize her or not has nothing to do with me. It's not within my responsibilities. I heard that the people from the Tianxiong sect are also eyeing the princess of Shanyun. I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask the shadow guards. I'm just a small clerk. If the Tianxiong sect were to seize her, what would they do? The woman continued to press, unfazed by Li Nank's reluctance to reveal any information. This time, Li Nank simply chose to remain silent. Is this woman out of her mind? Not to mention whether he knew or not. Even if he did, would he honestly spill it out? That would surely cause a huge commotion, right? The woman in the straw hat murmured, as if talking to herself. I don't know if there has been heavy rain these past 2 days. If there is, it would be troublesome. After saying this, the woman got up and left, leaving the man in a state of confusion. The little rabbit, who had been gripping the chain of the meteor twin hammers, let out a sigh of relief and focused on her food. Heavy rain? Li Nank glanced at the clear blue sky outside the railing, filled with doubts. After a while, the round-faced girl, satisfied after eating, burped, patted her little belly, and grabbed the wine jug to take a swig, contentedly saying, "How nice it would be if I could have a feast every day." While speaking, her apricot eyes secretly glanced at the man opposite. Seeing that he showed no reaction, the girl felt a bit disappointed and abandoned that unrealistic thought. Treating a meal is one thing, being friends is another. If I were to treat you for a lifetime, I would have to carry you into my home in a bridal sedan. Li Nank seemed to see through the girl's thoughts and said slowly. Meng Xiaodu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly, her clear and melodious voice tinged with annoyance. Don't think too much. We can only be friends at most. I won't eat your food for a lifetime. Similar people can only be friends. Complementary people can live a lifetime together. You mean I'm similar to you? The girl was momentarily puzzled. Li Nank pointed to his own head and said, having a brain and being brainless are quite complementary. Are you calling me brainless? The little rabbit's willow brows rose as she was about to retort, but then she seemed to think of something, her pearly apricot eyes sparkling as she laughed. Big smart. I heard from Sister Lung that you seem a bit afraid of your wife. Having a wife who is a doctor, of course, one would be afraid. The girl huffed. That's just an excuse. You're naturally afraid of women. Even if I were willing to be with you, you might not dare to accept. Who is the ghost god spear? The man suddenly asked. Meng Xiaodu poured him a bowl of wine and said, it's someone from the Omping Marquis' residence, grew up with the princess of Shanyun, and is considered her personal guard. Her cultivation is extremely high. Among all female cultivators in the world, she should be second only to the sword immortal Yi Yao Yao. Oh, it seems she wants to seize the princess's remains. Li Nank realized. Meng Xiaodu was not optimistic. It's too difficult. I told you before, even if Yi Yao Yao came, she might not be able to take it. Moreover, that carriage is equipped with high-level talismans. Once approached, it would mean certain death. What does heavy rain mean? And what does making a big commotion mean? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. The man finished the drink on the table and stood up, saying, let's go. Oh, the girl looked at the half jar of wine left and simply hugged it to her chest. That's the truth. Do you know the difference between a hunter and prey? Huh. Meng Xiaodu was taken aback, not understanding why the other person said this, and nodded. Of course I know. Do you think I am prey or a hunter? Meng Xiaodu completely couldn't keep up with Li Nank's train of thought, but the sharp glint in the man's eyes made her instinctively blurt out, I think you look like a hunter. What are you talking about? Meng Xiaodu reached out to touch the man's forehead. Are you feverish? Li Nank asked with a smile. What do you think my wife looks like? Well, Meng Xiaodu hesitated for a moment and said seriously, she is very gentle, very virtuous, a good wife. The girl tactfully did not mention the appearance of the other's wife. I asked about her looks. It's okay. Meng Xiaodu was not good at lying. Maybe she is not pretty, but maybe she is pretty. You haven't seen her, so you can't judge. I have seen her. Meng Xiaodu was puzzled. However, Li Nank seemed not to have heard her words, his smile carrying a hint of arrogance. I haven't seen her either. So the thrill of opening a blind box can be addictive. If she is not pretty, then it's no loss. If she is pretty, then it's a gain. The girl was dumbfounded. Is this man scared by the assassination just now and has lost his mind? Even his own wife, he says he hasn't seen. Remember one thing. Li Nank patted the girl's head, his smile particularly sincere. High-level hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Chapter 58, External Aid? Looking at Guogang's disheveled, dispirited appearance, Li Nank had already guessed part of the outcome, but still couldn't help but ask, have you tracked down the monster? We have already caught it and put it in prison. Li Nank's expression froze. He dug at his ears and uncertainly asked, you mean the monster from Yun City has been caught? Yes, what's the problem? Guogang looked confused. Li Nank opened his mouth, looking at the dejected expressions of everyone in the courtyard, completely puzzled. Since the monster has already been caught, why do you all look like this? Meng Xiaodu raised her delicate eyebrows and asked in a crisp voice, is it that the box wasn't found? Guogang nodded. Where's Sister Lung? She's in the room recovering. Guogang looked apologetic. Hearing this, Li Nank understood. It seemed that the monster was caught successfully thanks to Lung Xinan risking her injury. What a strong woman. After a while, Lung Xinan's door slowly opened. The woman, dressed in a light red fitted long dress, walked out, her pale face showing signs of exhaustion, still bearing an ill appearance, having shed her usual refined and spirited demeanor. Appearing more fragile. Sister Lung. Meng Xiaodu quickly stepped forward to support her. Li Nank had never seen her like this. Feeling a pang of heartache but also a bit of anger, he coldly said, if you think your life is too precious, Go practice diving off a cliff. I'll definitely give you a perfect score then. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Everyone's expressions were strange. Besides that superior, no one had ever reproached Lung Xinan face-to-face like this, and the looks directed at Li Nank were filled with admiration. Guogang secretly gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're brave enough. Lung Xinan was also taken aback, sensing the concern in the man's eyes. A faint blush unexpectedly appeared on her pale face. But upon noticing the strange expressions of others in the courtyard, she immediately coldly said, I don't need your concern, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, she headed toward the prison. Li Nank ignored the teasing glance from Meng Xiaodu and silently muttered something, following her. What exactly is the box you are looking for? Li Nank asked. This time, Lung Xinan did not hide anything, saying lightly, it's red rain, but it's not the medicinal materials mixed with red rain, but pure red rain. Why was it on the monster? This monster was originally one of our Yun City Night Patrol members, named Wang Zhun, who was ambushed by a mysterious force while escorting the red rain. His companions were all sacrificed, and in order to escape, he risked drinking a bottle, resulting in his transformation into a monster. So that's how it is. Li Nank finally understood the whole situation. Lung Xinan continued. The authentic red rain is different from those impure medicinal materials. Drinking it does not immediately lead to loss of reason, but greatly enhances one's strength for a short period. If not cleared in time, over time it will start to mutate, ultimately becoming neither human nor ghost. At first, Old Qin drank a drink mixed with a large amount of impure red rain materials in a short time, which directly turned him into a monster. Of course, there are many exceptions. You'll gradually learn about them later. While speaking, they arrived at the bottom of the prison. Li Nank saw the captured monster. It looked like a large wild boar standing upright, with two tusks exposed like blades, but its hands were enormous, and with a light grip. It could probably crush a watermelon. At this moment, the monster was bound by chains covered in talismans, its eyelids drooping, seeming half asleep, with weak breaths. Sister Lung. The monster has been in a half-comatose state and has not woken up, reported the two personnel guarding the monster. We've tried many methods, but none worked. Guogang looked worried. At this rate, it will probably die in less than half an hour. Lung Xinan gazed at the comatose monster, her eyes filled with anxiety. Monsters usually regain their sanity before dying, but if it remains unconscious, they won't be able to extract information about the box. Li Nank naturally realized the problem and asked in confusion, why is it in a coma? Lung Xinan replied, generally, monsters that have undergone mutation after drinking the authentic red rain tend to exhibit this condition. We have captured 5 such monsters, and 3 of them fell into a coma and died after being captured. I see. Li Nank finally understood why Guogang and the others were so dejected earlier. Looking at the monster that was on a countdown to death, Li Nank simply took out his firearm and said, since it's already useless, why not let me execute it? This guy is starting to take heads. After witnessing Li Nank's actions earlier, the people present were no longer surprised. This guy really likes execution. He probably has a thrill for execution that is inherent in him. Meng Xiaodu was speechless, kindly reminding him, big smarty. Being too immersed in killing can make you lose your mind. Li Nank displayed a harmless bright smile. Don't worry, I'm just practicing in advance. Not as twisted as you think. After all, I'll be following you for missions in the future. Lung Xinan said nothing, signaling the guards to step aside and leave it to Li Nank to handle. After checking the ammunition, Li Nank picked up the firearm and aimed at the monster's head. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden change occurred. Li Nank was startled and stepped back a few paces. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Lung Xinan reacted quickly, immediately blocking in front of Li Nank, guarding against the rampaging monster. The monster roared angrily, its eyes as large as copper bells turned blood red, staring intently at Lung Xinan. Its whole body lunging forward with all its strength. The sound of the chains was exceptionally piercing. But Li Nank had a very strong intuition. The monster was staring at him, as if it harbored a grudge for a father's murder. Its eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and perhaps a hint of fear. Kill it. Lung Xinan commanded Kai Yun and Kai Wei. The two sisters were also seeing this situation for the first time, stunned in place. Hearing Lung Xinan's sharp voice, they finally reacted and drew out the firearms they usually use to execute monsters. Bang! However, before they could fire, a gunshot had already sounded. It was Li Nank who had fired the firearm. The man reloaded the ammunition and shot at the struggling monster's forehead. After firing 5 shots in succession, the enraged monster gradually ceased its struggles, panting heavily. Li Nank stuffed new ammunition into the gun chamber, approached the prison bars, and aimed at the monster's head. At this moment, although the monster was on its last breath, its eyes, seemingly stained with blood, still fixed on Li Nank, sending a chill down the latter's spine. Why is this guy staring at me so intently? It's not like I captured it. Li Nank's heart was filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Just as he was pondering, the creature's mouth opened, and a long tongue suddenly wrapped around his arm, as if trying to pull him in. Nank. Lung Xinan's expression changed, and she quickly conjured an ice blade to slash at the long tongue. Bang! At the same time, Li Nank pulled the trigger, and the already red-hot gun barrel spat out flames, exploding at the creature's forehead. The creature slowly fell down, and the long tongue was severed. The cell returned to its previous silence. Everyone was still in shock, looking at each other and seeing surprise and unease in their companions' eyes. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Are you okay? After confirming the creature was dead, Lung Xinan quickly walked over to Li Nank to ask. Li Nank's heart was also racing. He glanced at his unharmed arm and forced a relaxed smile. I'm fine, just a little creature. Are you crazy? Lung Xinan grabbed the man's collar and pressed him against the wall, her beautiful face slightly pale, as she shouted sternly. Don't get so close before you kill it. And don't let your guard down. Don't you know your own strength? This was the first time the woman had yelled at a man. The others instinctively moved away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. After all, this tigress was truly frightening when she got angry. Li Nank knew he had been a bit reckless to show off, and he sincerely apologized. Sorry, I worried you. Hearing this, the still fuming woman coldly replied. I promised Dr. Luo to take good care of you. Oh, I understand. Li Nank looked apologetic. Lung Xinan closed her eyes and took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions, then signaled her subordinates to open the cell. Inside the cell, the body of the creature, which was bound by iron chains, had not turned into rotten flesh like old Qin's head before. It was still preserved intact. How could this be? Has the creature mutated again? Taking advantage of the fact that the body hadn't rotted yet, Guogang gently touched the creature's body, trying to find the reason. Kai Yun and Kai Wei recorded beside him. Why does it look at me with such hatred? Or is it just my illusion? Li Nank felt an inexplicable unease. He imitated Guogang and gently touched the creature's body. The corpse still retained a hint of warmth, feeling quite rough, but in the next second, a surge of fiery, mysterious power suddenly rushed into Li Nank's body. Before he could react, his mind roared, going blank. Countless unfamiliar fragments of memory surged into his consciousness. It was as if a series of incomplete film reels were playing black and white images before his eyes. He seemed to transform into a drone flying in the air, overlooking the scene below. In the image, a team of people was racing through a forest path under the cover of night. And then some people in black appeared from the jungle, and the two groups clashed. Then, the scene changed again. A handsome young man pulled out a poisoned dart from his shoulder, gritted his teeth, took a small bottle of red potion from a box, gulped it down, and wrapped the box in cloth, putting it behind him. The scene changed again. A limping creature was desperately fleeing through the mountains and forests, being chased by several people, including Lung Xinan and the others. Before Li Nank could get a clear view, the scene changed again. The injured creature roared in a cave, smashing the surrounding rocks wildly. The box it carried fell into a corner, buried under rubble. Big clever? Big clever? A sweet voice from a girl pulled Li Nank out of his daze. He came to his senses and suddenly stepped back. When he looked up, he found everyone in the cell was looking at him strangely. Are you okay? Meng Xiaodu asked, her face filled with concern. Li Nank forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Lung Xinan's gaze softened as she said gently, let's go to my room and rest for a while. Oh, okay. Li Nank, whose thoughts were in chaos, nodded instinctively. At that moment, the creature's body began to decay, and 3 white beads suddenly entered Li Nank's chest. Xiaotu, take him to my room to rest. Seeing the man's dazed expression, Lung Xinan said to Meng Xiaodu. Accompanied by the girl, the man walked out of the prison door in a daze, the warm sunlight bathing him, dispelling the chill on him and making his mind a bit clearer. Li Nank gently rolled up his sleeves. He saw a clear tattoo pattern on his shoulder, which turned out to be the appearance of the creature from earlier. Chapter 59, The Red Rain Dream Realm Opens. Lung Xinan's bed had a faint, pleasant orchid fragrance. Although Li Nank repeatedly said he didn't need to rest, he was still pushed onto the bed by Meng Xiaodu, who even kindly helped him take off his shoes like a maid. Be good. Sister Lung wants you to rest, so just rest well. Meng Xiaodu pouted. If you make Sister Lung angry, it'll be my fault. You saw how scary she gets when she's angry, like a tigress. Lie down. The man's resistance made the girl a little angry. She grabbed his wrist and, in a surrendering posture, forcibly pressed him down onto the bed. This scene looked like a bully girl was picking on a good-natured man. Moreover, after pinning him down, half of Meng Xiaotu's body leaned forward, causing her upper body to instinctively get closer to the man's nose. Although there was a slight gap, she could still smell a sweet aroma of milk tea. The round-faced girl didn't realize anything was amiss. Seeing the man comply, she finally released his wrist and sat up straight. Be obedient, or I'll hit you. Meng Xiaodu purposely put on a serious face, waving her little fist, looking even more fierce than the creature from earlier. Li Nank had no choice but to lie down. taking the opportunity to think. The girl then revealed a satisfied smile. She found a chair to sit on, gently swinging her straight little legs. Her gaze fixed on the man on the bed, and after a moment of silence, she softly asked, "Big Clever, are you really okay?" Li Nang slightly closed his eyes and gave a perfunctory response. Meng Xiaodu initially wanted to tease him for being timid, but recalling the pale expression he had when he was frightened in the prison, she sighed softly and moved her chair closer to the bed. "What are you doing?" Li Nang asked, confused. The girl smiled brightly, her rabbit-like cute front teeth biting her lip, and said cutely, "I'm keeping watch over you." The man ignored her and lay on his side. The creature's terrifying fierce gaze, the fragmented memories, the warmth in his chest, as if there were beads, and the cold mysterious tattoo on his left arm filled Li Nang's mind with confusion, making it hard to clarify the sudden impact of these changes. Was the creature's sudden aggression because of him? Why could he glimpse the fragmented memories of the creature's past? What was the situation with the tattoo on his arm? Would it alter his body? But it seemed his body didn't have any abnormalities. The previous creature that mutated with Old Qin didn't have this situation. Did this mean only the creatures that consumed pure red rain would have this reaction? Li Nang's head ached from thinking. To add another point, the most handsome transmigrator. Remembering the 3 white beads, Li Nang planned to enter the Red Rain Dream Realm to exchange for some equipment. However, thinking of the high-level dreamer beside him, he dismissed the idea, not wanting his secrets to be discovered. Yet, in a daze, he still fell into a dream. Damn it, I can't control it. Looking at the familiar old wedding room in the Red Rain Dream Realm, Li Nang felt somewhat helpless. Since he was here, he might as well exchange for some rewards. Li Nang sat at the table, and the 3 white beads in his chest flew out in the familiar way, disappearing into the air. But that mysterious humanoid shadow did not appear. Bang! An iron box landed on the table. Li Nang skillfully opened it, and found that it contained a manual for knife techniques. Draw the blade slash. It turned out to be a knife manual? This is useless to me. I have no foundation in cultivation, and I'd rather have a brick. Li Nang frowned, feeling very displeased. He opened the first page, which boldly stated 10 large characters. No woman in the heart. Draw the sword naturally divine. The threshold is quite high. This first sentence made Li Nang very unhappy. He turned to the second page. Again, it said, with a woman in the heart, drawing the sword is even more spirited. Li Nang's face darkened. Who compiled this sword manual? Their brain must be abnormal. He turned to the third page. With a man in the heart, drawing the sword is even more exciting. Li Nang was dumbfounded, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, and he turned to the fourth page, suppressing his nausea. It was the same sentence. With a wife in the heart, drawing the sword is even more thrilling. Well, this one seems somewhat normal. Li Nang's expression softened a bit, and he continued flipping through, finding that the later pages did not contain such strange phrases, but rather detailed how to cultivate this sword manual. The sword technique had 10 levels of realms. Each successful level would enhance its power. In the end, it promised 1 sword breaking 10,000 laws, 1 sword cutting mountains and rivers, 1 sword dropping stars. But to Li Nang, these claims seemed inflated. However, the process of cultivating the sword technique made the man rare to brighten up, and he couldn't help but smile. It was quite simple. He just had to draw the sword every day. To reach the first level, he only needed to draw the sword and slash 10 times. For the second level, it required 100 times. Following this pattern, by the time he reached the 10th level, it would be nearly 10 billion times. 10 billion? The smile on Li Nang's face froze, and he quickly used his super invincible brain to start calculating, gradually turning his expression grim. This is a scam. He wanted to curse, but, looking at the empty room, he could only keep his frustration bottled up. Forget it, let's practice a few levels and see. After flipping through the sword manual, the pages turned to nothingness and merged into the man's body, indicating that the cultivation method of the sword manual began to take effect. Li Nang picked up the flintlock and prepared to leave, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt a sense of incongruity, as if something was off. Li Nang suspiciously surveyed the surroundings of the wedding room. Everything seemed normal, until his gaze turned to the window. His pupils involuntarily contracted. The red rain had disappeared. Previously, whenever he came here, as long as he didn't kill a nightmare, the red rain would keep falling outside. But this time, the rain had suddenly stopped. Li Nang was puzzled and, as if guided by some unseen force, walked to the door, grasping the slightly cold latch and gently pulling it. The door opened. The man stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to believe it. He tentatively stepped outside, where thick fog enveloped him, but he could vaguely discern that he was in a small courtyard. A strange fragrance wafted through the air. However, it was not refreshing. Rather, it gave a sense of nausea. Is this an illusion or a dream? Li Nang walked step by step forward, plunging his body into the thick fog. Feeling a disorienting illusion where reality and fantasy were hard to distinguish, and the hand holding the flintlock began to sweat slightly. At that moment, a sound similar to a suona, a festive musical instrument, faintly drifted in. The sound was filled with celebration, but also carried a hint of eeriness. Li Nank followed the direction of the sound, and faintly saw a flower palanquin slowly approaching. Petals fell from the sky, creating an extremely romantic scene. But what was chilling was that the entourage of the flower palanquin was all dressed in white mourning clothes. Chapter 60, Bride, O Bride. The sharp tones of the suona fluctuated high and low, pushing the festive atmosphere to its peak. But the entire wedding party in mourning attire made everything seem extremely strange. The flags, gongs, and umbrellas held by the leading wedding party were also wrapped in plain white cloth, with blood-red characters written on them that Li Nank did not recognize. Seeming like twisted symbols, it sent shivers down his spine. What the hell is this? Li Nank swallowed hard and instinctively began to retreat. Although he was very curious, his rationality told him that if he lacked strength, he shouldn't act recklessly. It was better to be cautious. But as he retreated, the suona abruptly stopped, and the wedding party dressed in mourning clothes seemed to have been pressed on pause, all freezing in place, not moving at all. The previously noisy surroundings fell into a dead silence. Before Li Nank could react, all their faces turned in unison and stared at him. With that turn, Li Nank gasped in shock. Whether this gasp contributed to global warming, he didn't know, but he felt as if he were being burned by hellfire. Because the faces of these people were all charred. It inexplicably reminded Li Nank of New Orleans grilled chicken wings. The fog was thick. The winds in the valley carried a heavy chill, and the sun hung high in the sky, warm and bright. But it felt like an eye, quietly observing. Dingling. A sudden sound of a bell rang out. The door curtain of the flower palanquin was drawn aside by an extremely white, delicate hand. The bride, dressed in a red jacket and embroidered shoes, with a sash tied around her waist, walked out gracefully, her swaying figure like willows in the wind, exuding an indescribable allure. The bride draped a satin veil embroidered with various auspicious patterns over her shoulder. But looking up further, there was no head. Where was the head? The bride was holding it in her hand. That face, which could be described as enchanting, was coated in white powder, and the blush she wore was an eerie red. She looked at Li Nank with a broad smile. The smile was extremely friendly, but the next second, the bride came charging at Li Nank, one hand holding her head, the other holding her embroidered skirt, running in a manner reminiscent of Zhang Fei running with a skirt in the sunset. Li Nank's scalp went numb, and he grabbed the flintlock, firing 3 shots in a row. Bang, bang, bang. The flintlock, which had once caused great damage to nightmares, only made the bride stumble slightly before she continued running. What the hell? Li Nank could no longer maintain his composure and turned to sprint back to the small house. Fortunately, although the white fog was swirling, he could still discern a rough direction. Li Nank dashed into the wedding room at a speed akin to a goose, immediately closed the door and bolted it. Bang, 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 bang. The urgent knocking sound followed, making it feel as if the bride was knocking on the door with her head in hand. Li Nank reloaded, backing away to the table, anxiously watching the trembling door from the knocks, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his back also soaked, sticking to his clothes. Once the other party breaks in, he would immediately leave the Red Rain dream. Fortunately, the eerie bride outside seemed unable to forcibly break through the small wedding room door, only knocking frantically. As time passed, the knocking gradually slowed down until it completely ceased. Gone. Li Nank felt somewhat doubtful, listening quietly. He didn't dare to lean close to the door to investigate, gripping the flintlock tightly as he retreated a bit further. Instinctively, he glanced at the window. He saw a beautiful, yet lifeless, delicate face pressed against the window, her eyes like 2 knives, coldly staring at him. What the hell? Li Nank almost blew up on the spot, instinctively firing a shot at the window. The window seemed to be protected by a barrier, showing no damage. Nor did it scare off the bride. Li Nank realized that this wedding room was his safe haven, and his fear calmed down significantly, unable to help but curse. What are you staring at? All the fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. If he had a tank right now, he would make the bride outside blow him a tune under the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Li Nank thought wildly. Thunder suddenly roared in the sky. The previously clear sky was quickly covered by red clouds, the fog dissipating, and drops of red rain began to fall, hitting the eaves. The raindrops grew more urgent, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. The crimson rain fell in sheets, like a heavy red curtain descending. When Li Nank looked back at the window, the bride had vanished from sight. Outside the house, it seemed completely silent. After hesitating for a long time, Li Nank mustered his courage to open the door. Sure enough, as soon as the red rain fell, the door was firmly sealed and could not be opened. Li Nank let out a long sigh and sat on a stool to catch his breath. Reflecting on everything that had happened today felt like a dream. But now he was indeed dreaming. However, this dream was too frightening, so real that it made one doubt whether it was true from the beginning. Red Rain Dream. Red Rain Dream. The man muttered to himself for a while, then suddenly chuckled nervously twice, picking up a firearm and pressing it against his forehead. At the moment he was about to pull the trigger, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a red figure sitting on the bed out of the corner of his eye. Li Nank blinked and was lost in thought for a few seconds before remembering that he was sleeping on Lung Xinan's bed. The man sat up and lightly tapped his head. The figure of Meng Xiaodu was gone, replaced by Lung Xinan. The woman sat upright in a chair, her slim waist straight, her athletic and graceful figure exuding a sense of heroism and cold elegance. Seeing that the other party had her eyes slightly closed as if practicing cultivation, Li Nank did not dare to disturb her and carefully got out of bed. When he raised his head after putting on his shoes, he found the woman was looking at him. A pair of beautiful, clear eyes appeared somewhat silent, yet could not hide their concern. "Sorry to disturb you," Li Nank said apologetically with a smile. Lung Xinan lightly opened her red lips. "Are you feeling better?" Li Nank wanted to say he felt very unwell, but he couldn't explain his situation, so he could only force a smile to make himself appear normal. "I feel much better after a nap." The woman stepped forward and held Li Nank's arm, using her spiritual power to check his condition. Seeing that there was no major issue, she relaxed. Li Nank glanced at the slightly messy bed and said, "How about I wash this for you?" "No need." Lung Xinan shook her head. The two fell into silence, and for a moment, neither knew what to say. The woman responded. As they reached the door, Li Nank suddenly remembered the memory fragment he had obtained from the monster about the box containing the red rain and instinctively stopped, saying, "By the way, that box." As soon as the man's words came out, he stopped again. A look of confusion appeared on Lung Xinan's face as she asked, "What's wrong?" For some reason, Li Nank suddenly had other thoughts in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Do you have a knife here?" "A knife?" "Yes. Just send me one for self-defense," Li Nank smiled. Upon hearing the word self-defense, Lung Xinan thought the man was still shaken from being attacked by the monster today and wanted a weapon for reassurance, so she gently said, "You haven't practiced. A knife is useless to you. Just find any random one. If there isn't one, I can go to the yamen to ask for one." Li Nank remembered his status as a master's assistant, so it wouldn't be difficult to ask for a dagger from the yamen's armory. "Wait a moment. I'll have Kaiwa bring it to you," Lung Xinan said, opening the door to call Kaiwa over, but then thought of something, and a hint of entanglement appeared on her fair face. Finally, biting her lip, she took out a knife from under her bed and handed it to Li Nank. "Here." The knife in front of him was exquisitely crafted, with dragon and other floral patterns carved into it. The scabbard was rugged, yet had a touch of delicacy, with a white horn piece about a foot long inserted at the tip, resembling a hawk. As he drew the blade, an unprecedented sharp, killing intent emanated from it. "This is your weapon?" Li Nank was astonished. The woman slightly parted her pink lips, without showing her teeth, but seemed to be deep in thought for a moment before saying, "I don't need it anymore. If I find a better one in the future, you can just throw this away. This one is enough." The woman didn't find it funny. She simply responded coldly with an Li Nank awkwardly scratched his head and suddenly said, "By the way, are we still going to my wife for a massage tonight?" "Tomorrow." "Oh, then I'll leave first." Li Nank grasped the hilt of the knife and strode out of the room. Lung Xinan also closed the door, but did not shut it tightly, leaving a gap. Through the gap of the door, watching the man's pretentious and comical gait gradually fade away, the woman's lips involuntarily curved into a smile, like the autumn moon. Chapter 61, Pickled by Sauerkraut Again. Upon returning home, Li Nank discovered a brand new small stone mill beside the small house, still with some soybean residue on it. In the kitchen, Luo Qianxiu was bending over, using a ladle to pour boiling hot water into a wooden bucket filled with soy milk. Seemingly planning to make fresh tofu herself, the woman was focused, and fine sweat was beading on her brow from the heat. Even her delicate neck had a faint blush, as if it was seeping from beneath her snowy skin, indescribably alluring. Li Nank curiously observed the freshly ground soy milk and asked, "Why not just buy it directly?" "Oh," Li Nank said, then asked, "Do you need a hand? You can make soy milk?" The woman asked. Li Nank hesitated and honestly replied, "I can. But it's a bit labor-intensive, and the quantity isn't much." The woman smiled. "You should go eat first, now that you're a master's assistant. Work will be more tiring. I can handle these small matters at home." "All right." Li Nank nodded and walked out of the kitchen. As he reached the door, he turned around, cupped his hands in front of Luo Qianxiu, and said, "Thank you for grinding the tofu." After dinner, Li Nank took the initiative to wash the dishes and then picked up the precious sword that Lung Xinan had given him. He went to an open area by the pond to practice the sword draw slash. The first level only required drawing and slashing 10 times, which was very simple. Li Nank was calm and steady, and after his emotions had brewed sufficiently, he drew the precious sword with a very handsome motion. However, he didn't hold it steady, and the sword flew out of his hand. Then, a sudden honking sound came. He saw Sister Goose raising her long neck, cackling, clearly amused by the man's comical sword practice. Just as she was laughing heartily, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Turning her head, she saw the man approaching with a dark expression and a sword in hand. Sister Goose immediately fluffed up, flapping her wings and splashing into the pond, swimming far away. The nearby old turtle, feeling something was wrong, also wanted to dive into the water to escape, but due to his slow movements, he was directly pinned down by the man and received a beating, shrinking his head and not daring to make a sound. Damn turtle, you blocked for me again. After venting his anger, Li Nank continued to practice the sword. Although his movements were not very standard, at least he was able to draw, slash, and move in one go. After drawing and slashing for the 10th time, Li Nank clearly felt a faint buzzing sound coming from the sword. And after drawing the sword again, his speed increased significantly. Good, good, this is the way of practice. Li Nank revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't expect to reach the 10th level. Having a remarkable self-defense skill would be enough. The man spread his legs and struck a pose, continuing to practice with the sword. Draw the moonwhite blade drew an arc insert. Draw again. A repeated cycle. The steel blade emitted a buzzing sound, giving the man's figure a majestic aura, his clothes fluttering. Time passed quietly. The moon, like a round mirror, looked down from the sky, illuminating the house more brightly. The cold and dark pond reflected the sword light and the man's upright figure. At this moment, Li Nank was sweating profusely and simply took off his upper garment, wielding the sword bare-chested, slashing again and again, creating a dynamic and beautiful picture with the tranquil little house. In front of the house, the woman's delicate figure stood under the hazy moonlight, watching silently. Until the man was panting and exhausted, she approached with a towel, offering it to him and softly saying, "Husband, take a break first. It's not too late to practice again tomorrow." However, the dazed mind could no longer remember the numbers. He was almost at the 3rd level. Sweat droplets clung to the man's strong and muscular, bronze skin like morning dew. Li Nank's figure was not as robust and fierce as some martial artists, nor was he a frail old man. However, he exuded a harmonious masculinity. Especially at this moment, drenched in sweat under the moonlight, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of sheen, complementing his already handsome and strong face, fully releasing a sense of masculine allure. Luo Qianxiao stared blankly, instinctively reaching out to touch the man's chest muscles. The woman's ears suddenly flushed, and then she naturally wiped the sweat from the man's forehead, softly saying, "Husband, practice a little longer and then take a break. Practicing should be balanced. You mustn't overexert yourself." Got it. Luo Qianxiao lowered her eyes and walked towards the room. Compared to her usual composed demeanor, her steps were inexplicably a bit hurried, as if her tangled heartstrings were binding her ankles. The woman paused, said nothing, and entered the room. Luo Qianxiao gently closed the door, walked to the table, and drank a cup of tea that had gone cold. As the icy tea went down her throat, her heart, which had been beating a bit fast, gradually calmed down, settling quietly within her body. Luo Qianxiao sat on the chair, lost in thought as she gazed at the door. After a long while, she took out a sharp needle from under the table and murmured, "The time has come. This time, it needs to be done more forcefully." The next morning, Li Nank woke up feeling extremely sore all over, especially his arms, which felt as if they were being detached from his body, so sore that he could barely lift them. But what concerned him most was the familiar pain in his chest, as if he had been pickled in an old jar of sauerkraut and then trampled by several aunties. "Husband, are you up?" With a gentle and melodious voice. His wife's familiar warm smile appeared in his sight, as always. Li Nank rubbed his sore arms and responded, starting to wash up. "How was it last night?" "It was okay." "That's good." The woman smiled happily. After laboriously finishing breakfast with awkward movements, Li Nank hung his knife at his waist and parted ways with his wife. However, he did not go to the yamen but walked up the mountain. He wanted to find the box that contained the red ring. Although he only obtained some fragmented memories, following the locations previously investigated by Lung Xinan and the others, Li Nank found the cave in less than half an hour. Chapter 62, Xianxia. After circling around a towering rocky cliff, Li Nank slipped into a cave that was not easily discoverable. The space inside the cave was not very large, with opaque moss growing in the crevices of the rock walls and scattered stones on the ground confirming the chaotic scene of the monsters smashing things into memory fragments. Li Nank walked to the corner, clearing the rubble. Sure enough, he discovered a rectangular wooden box wrapped in tattered cloth. Unwrapping the cloth, a long wooden box made of ebony came into view. However, the long wooden box was severely damaged, and some of the small porcelain bottles inside were also broken. The porcelain bottles were delicate, small enough for an ordinary child's palm to hold. Even the bottle stoppers were made of porcelain, fitting tightly, wrapped in a layer of red cloth, and tightly wound with golden thread. Li Nank counted. There were a total of 15 porcelain bottles, 7 of which were broken. The shattered bottles contained only a small amount of crystal grains. According to the records investigated by the Night Patrol Division, pure red rain could only be stored in porcelain vessels, solidifying into tiny crystalline forms, and would disappear if contaminated by anything else. Even if poured into a person's palm, it would need to solidify in porcelain first. Li Nank poured the red rain crystal grains from the broken porcelain bottles into his palm, carefully observing. These crimson crystals resembled tiny blood-red diamonds, exuding a strange and alluring aura. "This is the red rain," Li Nank murmured. He gently touched 2 grains with his finger and brought them to his lips, but after thinking about it, he hesitated to try. He was not afraid of falling into the dream of red rain, but he was afraid of turning into a monster. If he ended up becoming a creature like Diao Chan around his waist, that would truly be a death wish. After confirming that there were no other scattered items around, Li Nank opened one of the intact porcelain bottles. Inside was a little more than half a bottle of red rain. He carefully poured the remaining crystal grains into it. However, when only a few grains were left, he paused again. Looking at the enchanting and eerie crystals, Li Nank's eyes shimmered with a strange light, as if some inexplicable emotion within him was urging him to do something out of the ordinary. After hesitating for a long time, he slightly parted his lips and licked a few grains of red rain with his tongue. The tiny crystals melted instantly upon entry, with no taste at all. Li Nank's heart raced. One hand tightly gripped the hilt of his knife, carefully sensing changes in his body. But after waiting for a long time, there was no abnormal change. In fact, the soreness throughout his body seemed to lessen a bit. Recalling the memory fragments where a night patrol officer directly poured an entire bottle into his mouth and ultimately became a monster, Li Nank couldn't help but chuckle, mocking his own cowardice. With this little amount, it was hard to even fall into the dream of red rain, let alone transform. Should I try more? Li Nank looked at the red rain in the porcelain bottle, feeling conflicted for a while, but ultimately decided not to take the risk again. He opened the remaining 8 intact porcelain bottles, mixed their contents together, filling 3 porcelain bottles to the brim, sealed them up, and tucked them into his bosom. He mixed the empty bottles with the broken ones, sprinkled some red rain crystal residue on them, returned them to the dilapidated wooden box, wrapped it back up, and covered it with stones. To be honest, even Li Nank himself didn't know why he was doing this. Perhaps it was simply a desire to take advantage of the situation. Stepping out of the dark cave, the blinding sunlight shone directly down. The man instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. He couldn't tell if it was the heavy yin energy in the cave, but the glaring sunlight made Li Nank feel inexplicably uncomfortable, with a nauseous feeling rising. He took a couple of steps forward, and suddenly, his mind went hazy, with the surroundings faintly appearing double. The green grass and dark brown rocks gradually turned crimson, and the once fresh air now carried a hint of a bloody and pungent smell. His head felt heavy. Li Nank shook his dizzy brain, trying hard to look around. At that moment, he felt as if he were wearing red-tinted glasses, seeing everything in red. It was as if the world was having its period. He noticed that the cave entrance, which had just been concealed by lush vegetation, was now hanging with disemboweled corpses. Looking back into the cave, it was a scene of deep red and eerie darkness. The walls were covered with thick, blood-red spider webs, writhing with worms as thick as arms, and several cocoons hung from the ceiling. The ground was piled with skeletons. In the center of the cave sat an old nun with blue skin. Only one gigantic eye on her face, looking old and ugly, dressed in sea-green robes, meditating on a pile of white bones. Her enormous red eyeball was staring at Li Nank, with a kind smile at the corners of her mouth. On the stone wall behind her were the 4 words, compassion and heart. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in his ears. The originally hazy Li Nank felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and suddenly became more alert. The treasured knife at his waist instinctively swung out. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small snake cut in half, writhing mindlessly on the ground. Li Nank hurriedly looked around and found everything returned to normal. The cave entrance was still lush with vegetation, and the interior was quiet. The annoying feeling of nausea had vanished, replaced by the refreshing air filling his lungs. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled softly. Everything felt peaceful. Li Nank touched the bottle in his bosom and murmured, "Does this pure red rain create illusions when consumed in small amounts? Or does it reveal the dark side of one's heart?" To verify his guess, the man ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and took a risk by trying a few more. However, this time he waited a long time without any unusual occurrences. Not even a feeling of nausea. Li Nank couldn't understand it, and with a headache, he was too lazy to continue guessing. After disposing of the snake's body, he simply took Hongyu out of the forest. Just as they descended the mountain, they happened to encounter 2 acquaintances on the way. They were the 2 monks from Lichun Temple, Changming and Changyu. During the last case of Lin Jieyue, these 2 monks provided useful clues that greatly aided in the investigation. "Mr. Li," the 2 said, quickly bowing. "Call me Master," Li Nank corrected. The two monks were taken aback and then in unison called out Master. Li Nank nodded in satisfaction and looked at the wooden bucket they were carrying, puzzled, and asked, "Are you going to fetch water by the river? I remember there's a small river behind Li Chen Temple, isn't there?" Changming explained, "Master Li, the river behind the mountain has suddenly dried up these past few days, so my senior brother and I have to go further away to fetch water." "Dried up?" Li Nank frowned. "How could it just dry up for no reason?" "Oh, I see." Li Nank nodded, not thinking much of it. After walking a few steps, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind from when he was at the tavern. The words of the woman in the hat, "I wonder if it will rain heavily these days." Li Nank abruptly stopped, his brow furrowing tightly. Could there be a connection between the rain and the river drying up? The more he thought about it, the more puzzling it became. He muttered a few words under his breath and looked up to see that Changming and Xianyu had not gone far, so he quickly chased after them and said, "Take me there to have a look." Chapter 63. This is the conspiracy. With Changming and Xianyu, Li Nank arrived at the small river behind Li Chen Temple. Indeed, as Changming had said, the once meandering stream was now almost completely dried up, leaving only scattered gravel in the lifeless riverbed. Li Nank stepped over a shallow puddle of silt, picked up a pebble, and felt it for a moment, then asked Changming, "Has this ever happened before?" Changming shook his head. "Never." Looking around at the surroundings, Li Nank fell into deep thought. But this situation is quite unusual. It seems as if the water flow has been deliberately cut off upstream. If it weren't for the shadow guards escorting Princess Xianyun, Li Nank wouldn't have been so suspicious. But after the woman in the hat's specific reminder, it forced him to make deep associations. Why cut off the river? How does this help in capturing Princess Xianyun? Li Nank couldn't make sense of it, so he continued to investigate upstream. Soon, he stood at a high point where he could overlook the large mansion where the shadow guards were currently stationed. Two powerful captains, over 30 elite shadow guards, a specially made ice coffin weighing over 400 pounds, and protective formations around the ice coffin. Li Nank stroked his chin, putting himself in the role of a robber, thinking about how to successfully snatch Princess Xianyun. But no matter how he planned, it felt like a fantasy. It was completely impossible. The Tianxiang sect couldn't possibly have that many super experts. Even if they did, they couldn't all gather here. Otherwise, with the Shadow Guard's abilities, they would have already been discovered. Unless a great celestial being appeared to transport the carriage away. Wait, transport away? A flash of lightning suddenly crossed Li Nank's mind. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed his surroundings. Gradually, his gaze shifted to a high peak about 500 meters away from the mansion. "Let's go check that out." After examining it for a moment, Li Nank quickly walked over. Changming and Xianyu exchanged puzzled glances, reluctant but not daring to defy him. They could only obediently follow. Upon reaching the mountain, Li Nank noticed that this mountain had very little vegetation. Even trees were rare. The rock layers on the surface of the mountain were clearly defined, and the rock structure was very loose and weak, easily weathered. Li Nank stomped heavily on a patch of soil and then touched it with his palm. Discovering the soil was damp, and a bold thought surfaced in his mind. He turned to Changming and asked, "Has there ever been an earthquake in Dongqi County?" "There has been," Changming replied, his voice dropping significantly. "What about the eldest daughter of the Ming family?" Li Nank looked confused. Xianyu leaned in and whispered, "A few years ago, there was a prominent family in Dongqi County named Ming. Their daughter, Ming Shuer, was to marry a talented man from the neighboring county. However, just days before the wedding, Ming Shuer accidentally fell off a cliff and died while out playing. Later, somehow, the eldest daughter of the Ming family appeared as a corpse bride. Remarkably, the Ming family didn't notice anything. On the day the bride and the wedding procession passed through this mountain road, the corpse bride vanished, and the entire wedding procession turned to bones. This incident alarmed the night patrol of Yun City, and after investigating, they found the body of Ming Shuer at the bottom of the cliff." Listening to Chanyu's account, Li Nank's mouth slightly opened. A chill ran up from his feet, because he thought of the strange wedding procession he had seen in the dream of Hongyu. And that silly bride holding her own head. It can't be this eerie, can it? If the real eldest daughter of the Ming family appeared in my dream of Hongyu, does that mean my dream is completely different from others? Or perhaps the night patrol's definition of corpse brides is fundamentally wrong. They haven't completely vanished? Master Li, seeing Li Nank's expression change unpredictably and remaining silent for a long time, Changyu cautiously called out. Li Nank suppressed the myriad of doubts in his heart and began to deduce the current situation. He pointed to the mountain peak beneath his feet and said, "Look, this terrain has steep hills and deep valleys, and what's more important is that the valley's longitudinal slope is significant, making it conducive for water to gather." Li Nank stomped his foot on the rock layer. Moreover, the geological structure here is very loose. Once heavy rain falls, combined with the mountain's topography, there is a high probability of triggering a mudslide. The two monks listened in confusion, as if he was speaking in a foreign language. Clearly not understanding what he was saying, Li Nank then pointed downwards, his eyes lighting up, and said seriously, "The area at the valley's downstream exit is open and flat. Once the mudslide materials exit the mountain, they can accumulate there, and there used to be an old riverbed. Once a mountain flood and mudslide erupts, it will surely rush toward the mansion. The small courtyard walls will be hard to withstand. By then, not to mention the coffin. Even the entire carriage could be pushed away." Li Nank was not exaggerating. Anyone who had witnessed a mudslide knew how terrifying this natural phenomenon could be, especially viscous mudslides, which, when on a large scale, could even move boulders weighing dozens of tons. "This is their plan." Li Nank slammed his fist hard. "First, cut off the river water and store a large amount of water. Then use the mountain's topography and the abundant loose materials to trigger a mudslide, forcibly transporting the carriage away. When the time comes, with a coordinated human attack, the shadow guards won't be able to take notice at all." Li Nank's expression darkened, and he quickly rushed to the mountaintop. But soon he stopped again. Looking at the narrow and steep valley, Li Nank gritted his teeth and said, "There's no time. We need to notify them first." The man immediately turned and rushed toward the shadow guard stationed area. Turning back, he saw the two monks still standing there in a daze, and shouted, "Get everyone in the temple to leave first. No one is allowed to go burn incense." Li Nank dashed toward the mansion at lightning speed. Just as Dong Wankuan came out holding a roasted chicken leg. "Captain." Li Nank stepped forward and clasped his hands. Dong Wankuan smiled. "Oh, master, you're in such a hurry. Is it that Lord Shun is unwell?" "Captain, I have found some clues," Li Nank said, not wasting any more time, and laid out his deductions. After listening to Li Nank's inference, Dong Wankuan's expression was not much different from Chong Ming and Chong Yu's. Both were lost in thought, indicating that this guy had never experienced such things before and had a simple mind. It was unclear how he managed to become a Qianhu, but it was likely that he had some connections behind him. "Are you saying that a mudslide could come down and carry the carriage away?" "That's very possible," Li Nank said sincerely. "Lord Qianhu, I suggest we should move Princess Shanyan to another place for now." "Move?" Dong Wankuan's expression darkened instantly, staring at Li Nank with a scrutinizing gaze, his smile not reaching his eyes. Could it be that the scribe has been bribed by someone and wants to play a trick to lure the tiger away from its mountain? Although it was a joke, Dong Wankuan's expression carried a hint of seriousness. At this moment, apart from the shadow guards, no one else could be trusted, especially concerning the issue of moving Princess Shanyan. "I'll lure the tiger away, your grandfather." Li Nank was almost infuriated, but he could only patiently say, "My lord, I can't explain in detail, but please believe me. Only by moving Princess Shanyan can we prevent them from succeeding." "Scribe." Dong Wankuan took a bite of a chicken leg and sneered. "Escorting Princess Shanyan is the job of our shadow guards, so you don't need to worry about it. Worrying too much will bring trouble to yourself. Honestly, if it weren't for the face of that old scoundrel Xianxiaaudiobooks, I could slap you right now." Dong Wankuan wiped his greasy hands on Li Nank's clothes and coldly said, "I'll give you 3 words. Get lost." Li Nank glanced deeply at him and turned to leave. He had said what he needed to say. Whether the other party listened was their business, and he was too lazy to get involved any further. Having done this much, he felt he had done his duty. For the moment, he had to evacuate the nearby residents first. Watching Li Nank's figure disappear, Dong Wankuan spat and sneered, "What a fool." Half an hour later, a muffled explosion suddenly echoed from the nearby valley, as if someone was using gunpowder to blow something up, the huge sound enveloping the entire county town. Dong Wankuan, who was resting, jumped up in shock. Chapter 64, The Empress Dowager Taken Away by Sister Goose. Using his identity as a scribe, Li Nank quickly gathered all the officials at the yamen to evacuate the surrounding residents, and valuable belongings were being moved as quickly as possible. Notification to Dong Wankuan was necessary, even if he wouldn't listen. Otherwise, if a mudslide really did occur, it would surely bring suspicion upon him for having evacuated the citizens. The people were bewildered, not knowing what was happening, but they did not dare to defy Li Nank's orders. As the rumbling sound grew louder, everyone's gaze turned to the valley. The high peak collapsed like a great river pouring down, and then the balance of the soil was abruptly disrupted, causing the pressurized water in the rock layers to break through the surface cover and instantly pour down from the upper part of the mountain. In a very short time, it swallowed a large amount of mud, sand, and rocks. "It's here." Li Nank's heart sank. Without time to explain, he shouted to those still lingering nearby, "Don't stay here. Get away quickly." The people awakened from their daze and fled in panic. In the courtyard, Dong Wankuan was startled by the sudden explosion. He looked intently, and his expression gradually turned blank as he saw a wide, muddy stream surging down the steep mountain gully, roaring as it came. The ground trembled, and the valley sounded like thunder. This was the power of nature. "Move the carriage." At this moment, Dong Wankuan finally realized, his face becoming fierce as he shouted at the stunned shadow guards. But the next second, dozens of black dots rushed towards the courtyard. As the dots drew closer, They turned out to be black spherical bombs. It's the thunder bombs. Dong Wankuan's eyes turned blood red, and he hurried towards the carriage. But it was too late. Explosions rang out in the courtyard one after another. A massive wave of heat swept in all directions, and thick smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, although the shadow guards were protected by their energy and were unharmed, the horses pulling the carriage were injured and fell to the ground, wailing, with two of them even having their legs blown off. At this point, moving the carriage was obviously impossible. Hurry, unload the ice coffin and carry it away. Dong Wankuan was anxious, but the ice coffin could not be opened. Otherwise, he could have taken Princess Xianyun's body away. Hearing the command, 5 shadow guards rushed towards the broken carriage to prepare to unload the ice coffin. 10 shadow guards quickly surrounded the carriage. The remaining shadow guards kept watch around. Niang also appeared on the roof, gazing at the rushing mudslide. But the enemy gave them no chance to move the coffin, as more thunder bombs were thrown over. This time, the shadow guards reacted quickly, unfurling a dense net made of an unknown material that shot upwards, blocking all the thunder bombs. And the explosions did not cause any damage. Seeing the thunder bombs were ineffective, about 10 colorful paper figures flew in from the sky. These paper figures were blocked by the giant net and instantly transformed into colorful butterflies that fluttered through, then morphed back into paper figures, charging towards the shadow guards. Engaging in battle. Although these paper figures were not powerful, every time they were slashed, they could gather back together, causing great interference to the shadow guards. Use fire talismans. Niang suddenly reminded. Swish, swish, swish. One talisman after another was thrown out, burning the butterfly-transformed paper figures clean. Before Niang could continue giving orders, the ground suddenly began to wriggle, and 6 black-clad men broke through the earth, wielding large knives, charging towards the shadow guards protecting the carriage. Looking for death, Dong Wankuan, holding twin hooks, conjured a sky full of cold shadows, layers of hook waves crashing down, tearing 2 black-clad men apart. Blood splattered everywhere. But the blood hitting the ground carried a corrosive scent. The shadow guards splashed with blood, though protected by soft armor, were quickly corroded and burned by the skin. It's poison men. Dong Wankuan was both shocked and angry, hurriedly stepping back a few paces. The remaining black-clad poison men rushing towards the carriage exploded on their own, splattering corrosive blood in all directions, forcing the shadow guards who were supposed to unload the coffin to take defensive measures. Boom. Nearby, a mixture of mud and giant rocks formed a thick sludge that rushed down the steep slope like a wild horse, breaking through a dirt wall. The opulent carriage slowly drove into the mountain path, entering the territory of Dongxi County. Inside the carriage, Helan Xiaoxiao, as usual, curiously leaned against the small window, observing the scenery outside. Because she was kneeling, the luxurious fabric of her skirt formed a curvaceous line, both plump and captivating, showcasing how enticing the body hidden within the Empress Dowager's dress was. Even Princess Bai Riyue gazed at her somewhat entranced. While feeling envious, she couldn't help but feel regret. Such a beautiful woman, with such a perfect body, would never be able to experience love in this lifetime. What a waste of heaven's gift. While pondering, she suddenly heard Helan Xiaoxiao exclaim with excitement. Little Riyue, look! A big white goose. A big white goose. What is so special about a big goose? Bai Riyue found it somewhat amusing, unable to resist Helan Xiaoxiao's shout, and casually glanced over. Upon seeing it, she couldn't help but exclaim. The big white goose wandering by the roadside looked different from ordinary geese. It was larger, and its feathers were extremely white, like being covered in snow, indescribably beautiful. Especially this big white goose exuded a strangely proud aura, as if it were a noble woman. Looking at Helan Xiaoxiao's exquisitely curious face filled with wonder, Bai Riyue thought for a moment and signaled for the carriage to stop. Empress Dowager, come down with me. Bai Riyue took Helan Xiaoxiao's delicate hand and, amidst the latter's confusion, got off the carriage. Seeing the cart stop beside her, the big white goose was not frightened away. Instead, it continued to stroll leisurely, completely ignoring the guards around the cart, displaying a proud demeanor. Wow, this big white goose is really beautiful. Observing closely, the noble aura emanating from the white goose became even more apparent, and Helan Xiaoxiao's small face was filled with wonder, her azure eyes sparkling with starlight. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand to stroke it. The big white goose was initially a bit wary, but perhaps it was touched by the woman's innocence, so it did not respond. Helan Xiaoxiao gently caressed the white goose, happy like a little girl. Seeing this warm scene, Bai Riyue's lips revealed a faint smile. She considered asking the guards to inquire about which household raised this big white goose, thinking of buying it to entertain the Empress Dowager. Bai Riyue did not disturb Helan Xiaoxiao any further and walked to the roadside, gazing at the houses not far away. According to the time, the body of Princess Xianyun should have already been transported to Dongxi County by the shadow guards. Next, She needed to find a way to examine Princess Xianyun's body alone. The circumstances of her sudden death were unknown. From the intelligence feedback, if correct, Princess Xianyun had been alive just over a month ago. Princess, you really are a headache. Bai Riyue sighed softly. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as the entire mountain began to shake. Bai Riyue, who was standing by the roadside, lost her balance due to the sudden tremor and nearly fell, fortunately being supported by a quick-witted female guard. What happened? Bai Riyue looked astonished. Soon, everyone witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Like a furious dragon, a torrent of mud and stones surged out from the distant valley, resembling a group of bloodthirsty beasts. Leaving devastation in their wake, the rumbling sound was heart-pounding. Fortunately, they were a bit far away and were not affected. However, this sudden scene still shocked all the onlookers, leaving them dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. They completely failed to notice that the Empress Dowager was chasing after the startled big white goose. Chapter 65. The Mindless Lord of 1,000 Households? The ground shook and the sound was like thunder, although it seemed to flow slowly. The immense impact made Dong Wanquan's face turn pale. In his daze, the enemy threw down a thunderous explosive, blowing apart the walls of the residence and any obstructive objects, allowing the surging mudslide to rush in unimpeded. The first wave of mudslide had not yet weakened when the second wave followed closely behind. Two shadow guards attempting to forcibly move the coffin were directly swept into the dense debris of mud and stone. Among the rolling rubble, there was even a giant tree uprooted. Courtiers of the court, come to your doom. Dong Wanquan aimed to throw a hook to catch the ice coffin when a black-clad elder wielding dual blades suddenly lunged at him. This black-clad person clearly had extremely high cultivation, and the dual blades transformed into countless streaks of blade light, completely blocking Dong Wanquan's path to protect the coffin. Yin Shuangdao of the Tianxiang sect? Dong Wanquan's pupils contracted, and he had no choice but to confront him. The clashing sounds of the hook and blades rang out incessantly. The mudslide had already pushed toward the broken cart, and the injured horses were swallowed up in their struggles. While the ice coffin began to shift, the shadow guards, witnessing this sudden and shocking scene, were momentarily at a loss. Follow closely, Dong Wanquan commanded while dealing with Yin Shuangdao. Hearing this, the shadow guards quickly spread out to the sides, keeping a close watch on the ice coffin cart being pushed by the mudslide, fearing it would disappear from under their noses. Nia Ying, tall and graceful, leaped lightly and stood atop the ice coffin. At this moment, several more black-clad figures charged toward them. In the chaos, the ice coffin had been buried more than halfway, moving toward a trench about 10 meters wide. Balancing on the ice coffin, Niang focused intently ahead. Whoosh! A wine jug flew through the air. The spilled wine transformed into water arrows aimed at Niang. On the bank appeared a woman with a bamboo hat. The two silver spears behind her had been combined and were held in her hand. Forced to leave the ice coffin, Niang threw her ame-piercing weapon toward the bamboo hat woman. Sensing the energy, the bamboo hat woman deftly deflected the incoming weapon with her spear. And the ame-piercing weapon did not get knocked away, instead flying toward her side. In an instant, Niang flew over, gliding down with lightning speed, launching a powerful attack toward the bamboo hat woman. My lord! The other shadow guards who had dealt with the black-clad figures quickly followed, gazing at the bamboo hat woman, who held a silver spear and stood proudly. The shadow guards were momentarily stunned and did not dare to approach recklessly. After all, this woman was second only in cultivation to the sword immortal Yi Yao Yao. Nie Qianhu, I saved you. Why do you point weapons at me? The bamboo hat woman's voice was teasing. Niang glanced at the mudslide that was beginning to slow down, realizing the ice coffin had vanished, and coldly said, I didn't expect the ghost god spear to cooperate with the Tianxiang sect. You are mistaken. This is called the mantis stalking the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, the bamboo hat woman smiled. Seeing Niang grip her dual weapons, ready to fight, the bamboo hat woman put away her spear, saying, Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. With that, she lightly sprang away into the distance. Niang moved to chase after her, when suddenly a powerful force sliced through the air with a hissing sound. The woman sidestepped. The cold silver spear grazed her chest and embedded itself in the ground, emitting a buzzing noise. Niang looked at the spear on the ground, somewhat astonished. She did not expect her to discard her weapon. In the moment of distraction, the woman had already disappeared far away. Nie Qianhu, please keep it for me. I will come back for it in 2 days. The bamboo hat woman smiled cheerfully, waved her long, fair hand, and vanished from sight. Hearing her arrogant words, Niang pulled out the spear and coldly said, I'll be waiting. She was not afraid that the other party would break their promise. After all, if the ghost god's spear lost the weapon it regarded as its life, it would be laughed at by the martial world. Where's the princess? Where's the princess? At this moment, Dong Wanquan, having shaken off Yin Shuangdao, rushed over. Looking at the ice coffin that had disappeared in the mudslide, his heart sank, and his mind went blank. The next moment, he roared furiously, "Quickly find it. Find it now. If you can't find it, all of you will die." The shadow guards hurriedly searched. Dong Wankuan clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Veins bulging on his forehead, and his lips nearly bled from biting. "That advisor has a problem." Suddenly, Dong Wankuan snarled, his eyes flashing with a beast-like bloodthirsty glare. "He must be an accomplice. He must be." Niang looked at him, her gaze akin to that of a fool. The surging and terrifying mudslide rushed out of the trench, only gradually stopping once it reached flat ground. Dong Wankuan organized all the shadow guards and officers to conduct a search. However, after a strenuous search, they found the broken card in several pieces. But the ice coffin containing Princess Xianyun's body was nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished into thin air. Dong Wankuan stared at the vast mud, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, completely numb. Inside the county office, Li Nank was brought to the hall by the Ming guards. At this time, only Nia Ing was present. "I ask you, how did you know there would be a mudslide?" The woman's voice was icy, matching her demeanor. Li Nank composed himself and recounted his findings in detail, omitting the part where Panjun and the ghost god Spear had met with him. "Just based on the geological survey of the mountain and the river's disconnection, you could make such an accurate deduction?" The Ice Mountain woman looked at Li Nank, her eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. "Young man, you are quite talented." Li Nank replied honestly. "I merely put myself in the role of the bandit for practice, combining the current situation to make the deduction. If one were to rob a coffin, a straightforward hard robbery would certainly not work. Only by leveraging other forces could one directly destroy the layers of protection. When the solid medium and water move together, without vertical exchange, the highly viscous slurry possesses immense bearing and suspension capacity. Although the flow rate is slow, it can easily push a coffin weighing several hundred pounds." At first, Niang listened carefully to the other party's statement, but she became somewhat confused later on. What is this about? Why did it suddenly become incomprehensible? However, the woman's expression remained unchanged as she coldly said, "The analysis makes sense." At that moment, Dong Wankuan, with red eyes, entered the hall. Upon seeing Li Nank, Dong Wankuan rushed forward like a madman, grabbing his collar and glaring with eyes as big as copper bells, shouting, "Did you collude with the Heavenly Dome sect to abduct Princess Xianyun? If you don't clarify today, I'll skin you alive. I'll make you wish you were dead." Li Nank was speechless. He was the fool who didn't listen to advice, and now he was blaming others. Just as he was about to speak, a chilling woman's voice came from outside the hall. "I want to see how you, Dong Qianhu, plan to skin someone." Chapter 66. The Emergence of the External Assistants. A tall figure in a black outfit, Lung Sinan, stepped in, her deep black gemstone-like eyes freezing as she looked at Dong Wankuan, who was gripping Li Nank's collar. Dong Wankuan frowned, sneering, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's the Lung family girl." In terms of position, Lung Sinan was indeed a rank lower than him. However, she was an officer of the Night Patrol Division, and Dong Wankuan's address was clearly crossing the line. Even Nia Ing, who had been silent beside them, frowned. "Li Nank is one of my Night Patrol Division-S personnel. Dong Qianhu doesn't have the authority to interrogate him." Lung Sinan's tone was indifferent. "He is one of the Night Patrol Division-S personnel?" Dong Wankuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Nank to have this identity, and he exclaimed in surprise, "But why is he also the county office's clerk?" Dong Wankuan's eyes turned, as if he understood something, and he sneered. "It seems his appointment hasn't come through yet, so he is not one of the Night Patrol Division-S personnel now. Do I need your Night Patrol Division-S approval to interrogate a mere clerk? Release him." Lung Sinan stepped forward, exuding a pressuring aura. The atmosphere between the two sides became tense. For a moment, it felt as if a storm was about to break. At this moment, Shen Xuanha, who had initially been sick, could no longer afford to stay sick. Seeing the situation escalate, his face contorted in worry. He could only brace himself and enter the hall to mediate. "Oh dear, what is happening, my lords?" Shen Xuanha wore a forced smile. "We're all family here. Isn't this just the flood hitting the Dragon King Temple? Whatever the issue, let us sit down and talk it out. This is too damaging to our harmony." Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Watching Lung Sinan stand firm against him, Dong Wankuan narrowed his eyes and said ominously, "Lord Lung, even your brother wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Are you intentionally trying to wade through this flood? Now that the body of Princess Xianyun is missing, if this case implicates you, you should know the consequences." Lung Sinan raised her pale chin, unafraid of his threats. "If Dong Qianhu believes I, Lung Sinan, colluded with thieves to abduct the princess, you are welcome to investigate. Even report me to the emperor. But right now, Li Nank is one of my Yun City Night Patrol Division-S Juke Department personnel. If you dare to interrogate him, don't blame me for taking extreme measures. You should know my temperament. Moreover, I have learned that Li Nank warned you early on, but you, in your arrogance, ignored it. which led to the landslide that failed to protect Princess Xianyan. If anyone should be interrogated, it should be you. You. Dong Wankuan's face turned dark with rage, furiously saying, I must interrogate him today. Saying that, he directly went to choke Li Nang's neck. Whoosh. A fair fist with residual shadows struck towards his chest's Tanzhong acupoint. Dong Wankuan was startled, not expecting this woman to really strike him, and quickly retaliated. The fierce fist collided with the palm blade, creating a loud bang as their energies met, both of them jolting back half a step, causing tables and chairs on either side to crack. Lung Sinan, already suffering from internal injuries, felt a surge of sickly redness wash over her beautiful face due to the clash, revealing a look of pain. As she stumbled back, she instinctively pulled Li Nang behind her. Lord Lung. Li Nang was also surprised by how Lung Sinan protected him. Seeing the woman's delicate body sway slightly, he quickly placed a hand on her back to support her. The man raised his head, staring fiercely at Dong Wankuan, his gaze as cold as ice, while his other hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his knife. At this moment, he truly witnessed the brutality of the shadow guards. Lung Sinan, you're seeking death. Dong Wankuan was furious, losing all reason, and drew a weapon, an iron hook, charging at her. Niang's expression changed, wanting to stop him, but was a moment too late. Shen Chuanhe screamed in fright. Dong Wankuan moved like a cheetah, attacking the woman with the sound of wind. Lung Sinan wanted to retreat, but realizing Li Nang was behind her, she gritted her teeth, instinctively tightening her body, forming a water shield with her left hand while preparing to punch with her right. Seeing Dong Wankuan charge at her fiercely, Li Nang no longer hesitated. Even if his strength was low, he had to fight back. Just as the knife was drawn an inch, his arm suddenly felt a sharp heat, and in an instant, he could clearly feel a vast and mysterious power surging from his tattoo, flooding into every part of his body. His eyes instantly became painful. The pupils were filled with spiderweb-like blood vessels, and it felt as if his eyeballs would burst. Everything in front of him seemed to slow down considerably. Whether it was Dong Wankuan's fierce attack or Lung Sinan's defensive counterattack, or Shen Chuanhe's despairing and terrified expression hiding in the corner, every frame seemed to be in slow motion. Li Nang's thoughts couldn't keep up with this sudden change. He instinctively drew his knife and slashed. Dong Wankuan's solid protective energy crumbled like cracking ice. Then, with great ease, he sheathed the knife again. The simple move of drawing and cutting was completed in one breath, much smoother than the thousands of times he had practiced it before. Even the cold gleam of the knife hadn't yet disappeared. After completing all this, time returned to normal. The pain receded like a tide. Just then, Lung Sinan, channeling her energy, unleashed a punch that surprisingly glowed with white light, as if it had erupted with unimaginable power. With a loud bang, Dong Wankuan crashed against the wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The wall's murals and plaques fell, crashing down onto him. The hall fell into a dead silence. Shen Chuanhe stood there, mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen what happened, and Dong Wankuan had been sent flying. Niang stared at Lung Sinan in astonishment. After all, she knew Lung Sinan's cultivation level. Although she was powerful, it was impossible to defeat Dong Wankuan in one move. Instinctively, her gaze shifted to Li Nang, but seeing that he hadn't drawn his knife, she dismissed her doubts and looked back at Lung Sinan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, unable to help but praise. It seems Lord Lung's cultivation has improved significantly. Lung Sinan, the person involved, wore a confused expression. What is going on? Why have I suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that I unleashed my potential under dire circumstances? Indeed, my master was right. My potential is limitless, and once I break through my shackles, I will become stronger. Dong Wankuan got up from the ground, his head buzzing. He shook his head vigorously, looking around in a daze, finally realizing he had been knocked down by Lung Sinan. He was furious and growled, Lung Sinan, you dare to strike at me. It's clear to everyone present who attacked first and bullied my subordinate. Lung Sinan said coldly. As I said, if you want to touch my people, don't blame me for being rude. I'll take it to the emperor if necessary. Dong Wankuan clenched his fists, the muscles across his face twitching. He was feeling a bit cornered now, caught in a dilemma, unable to strike, yet unwilling to back down. They remained frozen for a moment. Fortunately, Shen Chuanhe stepped forward just in time to mediate. Lord Dong, the urgent matter at hand is to clarify where the princess might be hidden by the thieves. I have already sealed off all exits in this county. It is impossible to transport such a large coffin out. Li Nang is the secretary of our county office. It is unlikely that he would collude with the thieves. After all, he has a bright future ahead. Let us calm down and analyze the situation carefully. Under Shen Chuanhe's persistent persuasion, Dong Wankuan reluctantly put away the iron hook and coldly snorted, I have important matters to attend to now. We will settle the score once we locate Princess Xianyan. Although he spoke harshly, He had begun to harbor apprehension towards Lung Xinan. This woman was notorious for being protective of her own, and if she went mad, it could escalate the situation, making it difficult to handle. Moreover, her cultivation level was surprisingly high, leaving him unable to threaten her. Chapter 67. The Empress Dowager was shouted at. Dong Wanquan was seething with anger as he sat in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Li Nank and asked, "Speak up. How did you come to know that they would use this method to seize the princess's body?" Li Nank, however, seemed oblivious, frowning in deep thought. Although it appeared that Lung Xinan had sent Dong Wanquan flying with a punch, he knew very well that he had actually broken through the opponent's protective energy with his sword. Dong Wanquan's cultivation was undoubtedly very high. Otherwise, such an important task of escorting Princess Xianyun would not have been entrusted to him. Lung Xinan could not possibly be his opponent. However, his blade draw had only reached the 3rd level, so it was impossible for him to suddenly unleash such powerful force. The only reason was that the demonic tattoo on his arm had activated. Li Nank subconsciously touched the demonic tattoo on his arm, feeling a lingering sting. Could it be that I can convert part of the demon's power? A sense of delight surged in Li Nank's heart, wishing he could swing his sword again to test it. Seeing Li Nank remain silent for a long time, Dong Wanquan's expression darkened. Ultimately, it was Nia Ying who recounted what Li Nank had previously said, including the technical terms she had not understood. Dong Wanquan naturally looked bewildered. However, at this moment, he also realized that Li Nank could not possibly collude with the Tianxiong sect thieves. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to rattle. Wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say, he could only keep a sullen face and remain silent, likely regretting not having listened to Li Nank's words. Shen Xuanhe cursed Dong Wanquan for being a fool in his heart, but still tried to maintain a calm demeanor, saying, "These thieves are too cunning. Not even the captain or anyone else would expect such a tactic. However, fortunately, I have already sealed off this place, so it is obviously impossible for them to escape. As long as we search carefully, house by house, even digging 3 feet into the ground, we will surely find the body of Princess Xianyun." Li Nank. Shen Xuanhe looked at Li Nank and smiled, asking, "Do you have any suggestions? Please share them with everyone." "My lord, I don't know." "Suggestions? With that attitude just now? Even if I knew, I wouldn't say anything. Anyway, this is your shadow guard's matter. It has nothing to do with me." As an old fox in the officialdom, Shen Xuanhe naturally saw that Li Nank was in a mood, and it wasn't appropriate to persuade him in front of Dong Wanquan, so he could only speak kindly. "How about this? You take the officers and cooperate with the 2 captains." But halfway through, he was interrupted by Lung Xinan. "Lord Shun, Li Nank still has some matters to attend to with me. As for the search for Princess Xianyun's body, you should find someone else." After finishing her sentence, she directly took Li Nank and left the hall, leaving Shen Xuanhe with an awkward expression. Looking at Dong Wanquan, whose face was as dark as ink, Shen Xuanhe awkwardly said, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure the officers conduct a thorough search." "Is that Li Nank very clever?" Niang suddenly spoke up. Shen Xuanhe was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Didn't you already see how clever he was just now?" Shen Xuanhe smiled and nodded. "Indeed, he is skilled at solving cases. Initially, he was a coroner, but I discovered that he was extraordinary and quite perceptive, so I promoted him to secretary. He has cracked many difficult cases, and the common people praise him highly. Unfortunately, he was taken away by Lord Lung of the Night Patrol. Lord Lung has an eye for talent and believes this young man will achieve great things in the future. Although I am reluctant, I can only let him go to avoid hindering his prospects." Nie Ying's expression was calm, and she did not ask further. Dong Wanquan snorted coldly, "What talent? Isn't it just because that pretty boy looks good?" With that, he angrily left the hall. Once outside the county office, Li Nank let out a long sigh. Noticing the fatigue on the man's face, Lung Xinan spoke softly, "Just stay with me for the next few days." "Thank you." Li Nank neither refused nor agreed. He rolled up his sleeve to look at the demonic tattoo on his arm, finding it much lighter than before. It seemed that it had indeed consumed some of the demon's energy. Lung Xinan slightly pursed her delicate lips, her tone becoming more serious as she said in a low voice, "You cannot get involved in the case of Princess Xianyun. The waters here are too deep, and you will get caught up in it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Nank understood that the woman was concerned for him, and his heart warmed. "I'm not that foolish. I notified him earlier because I was afraid of being suspected, but I clearly overestimated that guy's intelligence. He has someone behind him, so he naturally climbs faster," the woman said. Indeed, Li Nank's guess was confirmed as he smiled. "This circle is quite normal, and besides, I also entered through your back door. You entered based on your abilities." Lung Xinan corrected him, her tone extremely serious. "It was definitely based on abilities." Li Nank joked. "Fortunately, my talent wasn't recruited by the shadow guards. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to survive. I wonder if going to the night patrol will stir up trouble." Lung Xinan smiled gently, saying, "With me above, you just need to work hard." Then thank you, Sister Long, for looking after me. Li Nang pretended to bow. Lung Xinan said lightly, it seems that the major case mentioned by He Panjun is indeed this one, but I can't understand why she would tell you in advance. Isn't she afraid you will stop it? I can't stop it. I don't have that much capability. Li Nang shook his head with a smile. Combining the earlier incident with Qinxin's nightmare, I believe she wanted to use me to evacuate the nearby residents in advance to avoid innocent casualties. The facts are clear. After I evacuated the common people, the mudslide only began to erupt, indicating that she had been secretly monitoring me. If I hadn't managed to uncover the truth, she would have also conveyed information to me in secret. Under the premise of not interfering with her plan, she gave me ample time to evacuate the common people. In that case, He Panjun isn't bad. Lung Xinan's expression was somewhat complex. Li Nang said, it was actually risky. If Dong Wankuan had listened to me and moved the carriage, all the plans would have been in vain. Fortunately, Dong Wankuan was very cooperative. I even suspect she has thoroughly figured out this captain's foolish character. Lung Xinan couldn't help but sigh. A clever and bold woman. Li Nang paused and continued. The Ghost God Gun is probably cooperating with the Tianxiang sect. The Ghost God Gun? Lung Xinan was surprised. That is unlikely. The Ghost God Gun has always worked alone and is very proud. They wouldn't collaborate with anyone. When it comes to seizing Princess Shanyun's body, cooperation is still necessary. Li Nang stated his judgment. If there was no collaboration, it would mean the Tianxiang sect has an insider. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for her to know such a confidential plan. That's true. Lung Xinan nodded slightly. By the way, what about the little rabbit and the others? Li Nang wanted to change the topic, not wanting to discuss this case anymore. They are looking for that missing red ring. Lung Xinan kicked a small stone under her foot, her delicate face unable to hide her worry. I have already sent someone to notify Yin City. They should be sending more people to search. It will probably be very difficult to find it. The man touched the red ring hidden in his chest and softly said. After parting ways with Lung Xi and Nan, Li Nanke headed home. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, he was astonished to see a slender stranger squatting on the ground, touching the big white goose, muttering something to herself. Li Nanke's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Don't touch it if you don't have money." Chapter 68, Need to Pay More. Don't touch it if you don't have money. With the man's angry shout, Helan Xiao, who was calming the frightened goose, was startled and instinctively hugged the goose, warily staring at the suddenly appearing man. Li Nanke quickly walked up, saw the woman's face clearly, and was immediately stunned by her beauty. Compared to the women of the Central Plains, the girl in front of him had a very three-dimensional face. A slender and straight nose, but her childish appearance softened her sharpness, adding a touch of tenderness that was heart-melting, especially with her almost translucent fair skin. Her gem-like blue eyes and slightly curled long hair, she looked as exquisite as a doll. What are you doing? Stealing the goose. Seeing the goose being held in her arms, Li Nanke was very angry and snatched it back. He turned to glance at the door and found it tightly shut. Noticing that the bamboo basket at the entrance was also missing, he guessed that Luo Qianxiu had gone to the nearby mountain to gather herbs again. You. Put it down quickly. Helan Xiao had never been treated so harshly before, and her eyes turned red for a moment. But seeing the man grabbing the goose by its neck and lifting it up as it struggled, she immediately panicked and rushed to snatch it back. Li Nanke was speechless. Damn it, stealing the goose while the owner is away is one thing, but now doing it right in front of him? The goose is not something you common folks can touch. Seeing the girl relentlessly trying to take the goose from him, combined with the frustration he had from earlier at the county office and the bizarre events that had happened in the past 2 days, Li Nanke inexplicably felt annoyed and without hesitation slapped the girl on her backside. Smack! The crisp sound instantly echoed in the small courtyard. Helan Xiao cried out in pain, quickly covering her backside, standing frozen in place with teary eyes. Li Nanke did not indulge her, shaking the goose in his hand, and said coldly, "No matter who you are, stealing someone else's goose can get you reported and arrested. Is this goose yours?" Helan Xiao finally reacted, looking around, and realized that she had actually chased the big white goose to someone else's home. Upon hearing this, Li Nanke laughed. "If it's not mine, then whose is it? Why don't you ask the goose if it belongs to you?" Li Nanke threw the goose on the ground. The big white goose flapped its wings and dove back into Helan Xiao's arms. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Li Nanke naturally pulled the goose from her arms and said coldly, "In any case, if I see you stealing my goose again, I will report you. Or I will directly take you to the county office. I can buy it." Seeing the big white goose being swung around by the man, Helan Xiao felt heartbroken and quickly said. Li Nanke stopped in his tracks. "Buy my goose." Yes. Helan Xiao nodded vigorously. Recalling the prices she had heard from the palace maids during their chats, she was about to name a number. However, looking at the big white goose that seemed unusual, she hesitated a bit and cautiously extended a delicate finger to make an offer. 100 taels? After all, Her private savings were not much. Li Nanke scrutinized her luxurious dress, frowned, and said coldly, "This goose is not for sale. How about adding another 100 taels?" The girl's resolute attitude was unexpected for the woman, who had to take out some more of her private money. Li Nanke sneered, "Miss, can't you see that this goose is a beloved one for my family and friends? If that's the case, then it counts. Need to pay more." Helan Xiao was stunned for a moment, thinking that Xiao Ruyu should have money, so she tentatively raised the price. "How about adding another 1,000 taels? 2,000 taels?" Just as she finished speaking, the big white goose was shoved into her arms. Li Nanke immediately changed to a friendly smile, as if afraid she would regret it, and extended his hand. "Though it's a bit less, seeing that the young lady truly loves it. I can only part with it reluctantly. Come on, money in one hand, goods in the other. Oh, by the way, do you want that big turtle?" Li Nanke pointed to the turtle basking by the pond. "That turtle is also my close friend. If you like it, I'll sell it to you for 250 taels, just as a friendly gesture, not asking for a penny more." Helan Xiao glanced at it and shook her head. "Too ugly, I don't want it." It is indeed a bit ugly." Li Nanke looked at the turtle's neck and head, which looked almost identical to his brother's, and understood he couldn't sell it. So he gave up on the idea of promoting it. "All right, then pay up. I don't have any silver notes on me right now. Get lost." The man yanked the goose by its neck and turned to enter the house, too lazy to deal with this young lady who suddenly appeared. Watching the closed door, Helan Xiao stood there dazed, unsure of what to do. Inside the county office, the atmosphere was tense. Dongwan Kuan and Nia Ying knelt on the ground, looking extremely respectful. Shin Chun, he had even knelt down, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, not daring to look up at the distinguished woman in front of him. The county magistrate was in despair. Just when a problem arose, the grand princess arrived, and this small Dongqi county was about to face a storm. "Get up." Bai Ruyu waved her hand, her enchanting and beautiful face unable to hide her anxiety. She signaled Shin Chun he to go out first. And once only Dongwan Kuan and Nia Ying remained in the hall, she immediately said, "The Empress Dowager is missing. Gather everyone immediately to search for her." "What?" The two looked shocked, their faces filled with questions. "Isn't the Empress Dowager in the palace? How could she just go missing?" Bai Ruyu was too lazy to explain the details and said coldly, "The Empress Dowager went out with me to relax, and after entering Dongqi County, she went missing due to an accident. We must find her as soon as possible. But remember, act discreetly and do not reveal the Empress Dowager's identity. If anything happens to her, you know the consequences." The Grand Princess was very troubled at this moment. Clearly, it was just a momentary lapse, and the person had disappeared. It was fortunate she had confidently assured Empress Lin Wei Yong that she would protect the Empress Dowager. And now, on the very first day, she managed to lose her. If anything happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Grand Princess felt both regret and self-reproach. Hearing the princess's order, Dongwan Kuan and Nia Ying were speechless. Well, just when a big incident happened here, now the Empress Dowager went missing. This was truly adding chaos. Nia Ying hesitated for a moment and had to brace herself to say, "Your Highness, not long ago, the body of Princess Shan Yun was taken away by the Tianxiong sect, and they are currently searching for it with all their might. I'm afraid we can't spare too many people. Princess Shan Yun was kidnapped." Bai Ruyu, who had just taken her seat, stood up in shock. The goose was so frightened that it almost let out a cat-like cry. Flapping its wings, it hurriedly hid in the corner, trembling like a good family lady about to be forced. Seeing the man fall asleep immediately, the goose finally relaxed. In the dream of the red rain, Li Nanke stood in the familiar, dilapidated bridal chamber, gazing thoughtfully out the bright window. Just like last time, the red rain outside had stopped again. The door could also be easily opened. Li Nanke did not recklessly rush out. Instead, he cautiously poked his head out with a fire gun in hand, trying to see if the bride with the severed head was still lingering here as the sixth wheel. Not seeing any shadow, Li Nanke threw out a half candle to test the reaction. After several attempts, Li Nanke confirmed that the frightening bride had already left. So he mustered his courage and stepped into the thick fog. A mysterious dream, an unknown world, sparked curiosity in people. Shortly after the man left, a woman in a bright red wedding dress appeared at the entrance of the bridal chamber. The woman stood quietly, her figure swaying like candlelight. Staring at the figure of the man gradually disappearing into the mist, the bride's crimson lips slowly curled into a strange smile. Bang! The two open wooden doors slammed shut. Chapter 69. I call your name. Do you dare to answer? The white thick fog was like a high wall constructed by a mysterious entity, imprisoning the dream world within a vast forbidden zone. Li Nanke walked cautiously, trying to step as quietly as possible with each footfall. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no sounds of birds or insects. Only the wind blew in gusts, but it could not disperse the enigmatic fog. Soon, he saw the mountain path again. The thick fog lingered, and the path twisted and turned. But this time, there was no strange wedding procession. Nor was there a bride running with her head held high in the sunset. Everything seemed very peaceful. Li Nank plucked a blade of grass from the ground and chewed it a few times, a faint bitter taste spreading in his mouth. The Red Rain dream was different from an ordinary dream in its sense of reality, Li Nank thought. While ordinary dreams also had a sense of reality, they could sometimes be hazy, with locations and characters appearing in a jumpy manner, and one could even occasionally become aware that they were dreaming. In dreams, one could fly or swim in the deep sea, but any sense of falling could easily lead to waking up unconsciously. However, the Red Rain dream did not grant these superpowers. It still existed in a realistic state, with complete memories, and the scenes were fixed. Once trapped by a nightmare, one could not awaken. If the nightmare was not timely dispelled, one would die completely. After filtering this information through his mind, Li Nank fell into deep contemplation. The records of the night patrol regarding grave dwellers, nightmares, and monsters were summarized over the years through various cases. However, none of it matched up for him. The monster that should have died in a coma suddenly woke up violently. The grave dweller that should have disappeared appeared in his Red Rain dream. As for nightmares, there were currently no abnormal samples. But Li Nank had a strong premonition that one day he would encounter a truly unique nightmare. Unknowingly, Li Nank found himself by a lakeside. The lake was as clear as a mirror, very deep and clear. The smoke floating on the lake was not so dense, with steep cliffs rising from the water, creating a picturesque scene. Li Nank approached the shore and felt a refreshing coolness rushing towards him, invigorating. Closing his eyes, it was as if he stood in a fairyland. In a daze, he felt an ethereal sensation of being able to ascend into the air and vanish into the void. With all the worldly worries peeling away, it was both dreamlike and illusory, both real and fake. Li Nank crouched down and gently touched the clear lake water, feeling the genuine coolness passing through his fingertips, and couldn't help but sigh. If he could row a boat here with a beautiful companion every day, it would be a delightful life. He suddenly remembered that Meng Xiaodu was a senior dream weaver. He wondered if that girl could enter his Red Rain dream. However, Li Nank did not wish to reveal this secret to anyone, whether it was Lung Xinan or his wife, especially his own wife. After all, the other party might have more secrets than he did. Dingling. Just as the man was immersed in this pleasant atmosphere, a familiar bell sound suddenly rang out. Sure enough, the familiar wedding procession in mourning clothes appeared not far away. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, their charcoal-like faces bearing a strange smile. The bride stood gracefully in front of the sedan chair, holding a beautiful head that also smiled in an alluring and eerie manner. In the next second, the bride ran towards Li Nank in a bizarre running posture. Damn, has she fallen in love with me? Is she chasing me relentlessly? Li Nank cursed in his heart and hurriedly got up to escape back the way he came. But this time, the thick fog suddenly became denser, rolling in from all directions like a cloud. Hee. The bride let out a sharp, thin laugh. The sound seemed to carry an enchanting charm, causing dizziness to wash over Li Nank as it entered his ears. In a daze, his sense of direction became instantly chaotic. After running for a while, he realized he was still wandering by the lake, seemingly going around in circles. It was already fortunate that he hadn't fallen into the lake. This bitch can even interfere with me. Watching the bride with her head in tow relentlessly pursuing him, Li Nank gritted his teeth, raised his gun to his head, and pulled the trigger. Sure enough, it had no effect. Despite being fully loaded, the gun seemed to malfunction. Li Nank then aimed the gun at the bride. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets firing normally and hitting the bride's soft body. She stumbled back a few steps, but continued to chase him with a giggle. I really need some cough syrup. Li Nank was truly panicking now, switching out the ammunition while retreating, regretting that he had rashly run out of the house. Curiosity killed the cat after all. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him in reality if he were killed by this nightmare before him. The distance between him and the head-carrying bride was getting closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. He could even smell the nauseating scent of her mixture of rouge and decay. Plop! In a flurry of firing, the man accidentally tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Watching the head that was almost upon him, Li Nank felt like the blood vessels in his brain were about to burst, every part of his body trembling, his hands and feet turning as cold as ice. The bride's exquisitely pale face smiled even more brightly. She slowly opened her mouth. The densely packed, sharp little teeth made one's scalp tingle, making it hard to have any brave thoughts. Ming Shuer. In a moment of fear, Li Nank instinctively shouted. The bride, who had just opened her blood-sucking mouth, suddenly stopped, her face filled with astonishment. Huh, what's going on? Even Li Nank was stunned. Ming Shuer. The man called out tentatively again. The head-carrying bride suddenly let out a piercing scream, clutching her head tightly, her expression twisted in pain. Wisps of black smoke began to rise from her, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning. Ming Shuer. Li Neng shouted again. She wanted to escape, but her convulsing body was completely out of control. Soon, her clothes began to catch fire, her flesh burning open, countless sparks flying out, and that exquisitely featured face became unbearable to look at. Ming Shuer, Ming Shuer, Ming Shuer, Ming Shuer. Bang! The bride was engulfed in flames, as if burned by the fires of hell. In an instant, she was completely consumed. Li Neng watched this scene in shock, his emotions unable to calm down for a long time, as if he were dreaming. Could it be that just calling her name in reality could kill her? Li Neng felt it was magical. This method of exorcism was something he had never seen before. At that moment, a red pearl slowly floated up from the place where the head-carrying bride had died and entered Li Neng's brow. Why is it red again? Before he could think much more, the originally still wedding procession exhibited abnormalities again. Those people seemed to have lost their restraints, twisting their bodies strangely before all rushing towards Li Neng, their charred faces bearing bloodthirsty grins, as if they had caught the scent of delicious meat. Damn! Li Neng widened his eyes. He didn't know the names of these people. Li Neng randomly picked up his gun and fired 2 shots. The first person in line was shot down and disappeared into blue smoke. It worked. Li Neng felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly reloaded to continue shooting. But there were simply too many of them to handle. Li Neng could only run while shooting and randomly shout names. Wang Wu, Li Si, Lu Laojian, Zhang San, Luo Xiang. And Li Neng did not notice that the previously calm lake suddenly began to bubble. It seems something is about to emerge. Chapter 70. The Succubus. Lu Haizhu, the War God Dragon King. Li Neng was gasping for breath as he ran, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. Fatigue and weakness made his mind increasingly foggy, like an inflated balloon, and he had completely forgotten what name to shout. Fortunately, he managed to guess a name, Li Gua. The other party, like the bride with the head of a cart, spontaneously combusted amidst screams, turning into blue smoke. But no red beads appeared. Unfortunately, there were still quite a few wedding guests relentlessly pursuing him. Just when Li Neng was racking his brain for a solution, a sudden cry rang out. Those wedding guests dressed in white mourning clothes, with terrifying faces, were all drawn to the sound. They stopped in their tracks and looked towards the lake. Li Neng turned his head out of curiosity. When he looked, his eyes widened in shock, and he was frozen in place. There stood a woman in the lake. The woman was heavily made up, adorned with gold and silver treasures, showcasing a seductive figure. She seemed to be walking on the surface of the lake as if it were solid ground. What the hell? Li Neng was mesmerized, his heart racing. The woman, like a demon, had a soul-stirring beauty with an incredibly strong allure, yet at times her eyes flashed with a fierce light, making her appear quite terrifying. From a distance, she sparkled with golden light. Almost every inch of her skin was embedded with expensive jewelry. Just her head alone had coins, pearls, and metal chains hanging from her hairband, along with gold rings on her nostrils and a nearly invisible golden mask on her face, showcasing unparalleled wealth and nobility. At the same time, she exuded an exotic charm reminiscent of Cleopatra. The succubus danced on the lake. The dazzling metallic ornaments jingled as she swayed, creating eerie melodies. Everyone wore an expression of utter obsession. Suddenly, while everyone was entranced, the succubus opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Somehow, this shrill sound was captivating. The wedding guests rushed towards the succubus dancing in the lake, even waving their charred claws and pushing their companions behind them. Even Li Neng instinctively moved towards the succubus. But as soon as his foot touched the icy lake water, his hazy mind instantly cleared, and he was frightened into retreat. The wedding guests continued to plunge into the lake one after another, completely ignoring Li Neng. This shocking scene made Li Neng's scalp tingle. The succubus in the lake continued to emit sharp sounds while dancing seductively. Her body, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, perfectly outlined her curves, making it nearly impossible to find a woman more seductive than her. With her movements, she sparkled like a dream. Soon, the wedding party in mourning clothes sank to the bottom of the lake, and there was no more sound. Only Li Neng stood dumbfounded on the shore, appearing extremely conspicuous. The succubus in the lake was also stunned by this situation. Her body twisted like a snake, her lips adorned with red rhinestones parted, and she let out an even more piercing scream. Li Neng swayed slightly, but the influence of temptation was diminishing. He stared at the woman and continued to slowly retreat. The woman in the lake seemed confused. Her body, which revealed no skin yet was full of allure, began to twist again, but she still wore a blank expression. The succubus, having failed to entice him for so long, looked at the man with a fierce gaze. The two locked eyes from a distance. With a splash, the succubus unexpectedly fell softly into the lake and disappeared. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Gone. Looking at the calm lake surface, Li Neng swallowed hard. He noticed that the thick fog around him had thinned considerably, allowing him to vaguely see the path he had come from, and he quickly walked towards it. But with a splash of water, the woman from the lake suddenly emerged from the shore, dancing and rushing towards Li Neng. Spinning, jumping, eyes closed. Her graceful figure and enchanting dance made Li Neng's breath grow heavy, as if his mind was tightly wrapped in a pink web. He desperately wanted to escape, but his feet unconsciously moved towards the succubus, until the succubus reached his side. She danced around him, the layers of golden discs, overlapping like fish scales, changed with her dense yet soft body, reflecting flickering light. The succubus extended her hand adorned with gold pieces, caressing the man's handsome face. Her delicate body gradually pressed against him. Li Neng knew full well that everything was fraught with danger, yet his hand involuntarily wrapped around the woman's soft, cool waist. Temptation. Desire. It ignited a fire within his body. The succubus slowly opened her jewel-encrusted red lips. Inside, her teeth were actually finely crafted diamonds, sharp yet beautiful. As she moved to bite the man's neck, at this critical moment, it seemed as if a hand grabbed the back of Li Neng's collar. Before he could react, he was yanked away. The hand that had been on the woman's waist was forcibly pulled away, as if scratched by something, sending a sharp pain through him. Li Neng felt the scenery on both sides rush past. The wind whistled in his ears. In a daze, his vision darkened, and his back slammed hard against the table and chair. The door slammed shut. Outside, thunder rumbled, and soon it began to rain red. Li Neng stared blankly at the door, trying to digest the dreamlike scenes he had experienced in his mind. Usually calm and wise, he now looked like a fool. Suddenly, the firearm in his hand flew up. He pointed it at his head and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. He vaguely heard someone in the room curse. Scumbag. Li Neng jumped up from the bed in shock. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and found it burning hot, as if it had been roasted in a furnace. And his body felt extremely hot. It was as if the desire ignited by that woman had not yet extinguished, but was even stronger. Damn it. Li Neng rushed out of the room, grabbed a wooden bucket full of cold water by the well, and poured it over his head. This left Gujie and Guiyi dumbfounded. They wondered if this man had fallen seriously ill, waking up just to dump a bucket of ice water on himself. The cold water made Li Neng shiver, but the fire that burned within him seemed to be fueled, growing even fiercer, and his head ached intensely, as if something was about to burst forth. With a thud, Li Neng knelt on the wet ground, desperately pounding his head. A red bead gradually emerged from his forehead. But Gujie and Guiyi could not see the scene at all. In their eyes, Li Neng was just banging his head. The red bead spun continuously, and strange symbols appeared. Each symbol drilled into Li Neng's forehead one by one. With each one that entered, the pain in his head deepened. His eyes filled with dense blood vessels, as if countless tiny tentacles were swimming in his eyes. Are you okay? At that moment, a soft, melodious voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very familiar. It was the girl who had no money and had stolen geese. Ah, your hand is bleeding, the girl exclaimed. Li Neng glanced at his palm, which was already covered in blood, and found a small piece of gold embedded in his flesh. It was accidentally taken from that demoness in the lake. Dream and reality, haha. Li Neng felt his head about to explode, and in a daze. He felt the sky turn an incredibly bright red again, as if it were about to rain red. He slowly raised his head to look at the girl in front of him. The girl's eyes were filled with concern and fear, like a fragile little lamb. But the next moment, Li Neng was stunned. The sweet-looking girl was completely naked. Not a single piece of clothing covered her body. The most beautiful work of art in the world was nothing compared to this. Pain, the fire of desire, violence, confusion, and endless greed. Countless emotions surged and devoured him within his heart. Li Neng felt the world turning upside down, surrounded by double images. Only the woman's stunning body slowly magnified in his sight. You shameless woman, are you trying to seduce me by not wearing clothes? Then I'll fulfill you. With red eyes, Li Neng directly knocked down the elegantly poised young girl before him to the ground. Chapter 71, Dreamlike and Illusory. Dongqi County, Sifang Inn. In a very ordinary decorated room, a woman in a dark blue long dress stood gracefully by the window. Her gaze fixed on the officials and shadow guards passing by on the street, her eyes flickering. The woman looked no older than 18 or 19. She was extremely beautiful, with a rather slender waist that gave an impression of being fragile. Yet, her chest was quite impressive, especially the pride emanating from her, which transformed that softness into a heroic and spirited demeanor, as if she were the lone frost and snow atop a secluded peak in the mountains. Knock, knock. A light knock at the door sounded. The woman closed the window and sat at the table, took a sip of tea from her red lips, and then said, "Come in." The door opened. An old man in black clothing entered. He was Yin Shuangdao, the elder protector of the Tianxiang sect, who had previously clashed with Dong Wanquan while trying to rob the body of the Yun County princess. Yin elder. The woman gracefully stood up and bowed as a junior. Yin Shuangdao quickly waved his hand and said, "Miss, there is no need to be so polite. I am also here on the orders of Sect Master Wan, to instruct the brothers in the sect to assist you in retrieving the body of the Yun County princess. I am entirely at your disposal. The sect master Wan mentioned by Yin Shuangdao is Wan Wuyo, one of the 2 deputy sect masters of the Tianqiong sect, and the woman before him is He Panjun, the daughter of the previous sect master. You flatter me, Mississippi. If it weren't for your strategy, we probably wouldn't have succeeded in the heist. The wrinkles at the corners of Yin Shuangdao's eyes spread into a smile. Although he didn't particularly like this young lady, he had to admit her cleverness. She managed to successfully snatch the body of the Yun County princess from the shadow guards. However, the smarter she appeared, the more cautious he had to be. Who knew if this woman had other hidden motives? What has happened to the body of the Yun County princess? He Panjun asked. Yin Shuangdao replied, it has already been secretly transported. Although the shadow guards are searching tightly, I still have ways to evade them. Once it is placed in a safe location, I will take you to see it. No need. I am not interested in the body of the Yun County princess. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuangdao felt relieved. Seeing the worry that appeared between the woman's brows, he naturally knew what she was concerned about and smiled. Miss, rest assured. Since Sect Master Wan has decided to support you as the new sect master of the Tianqiong sect, he will not go back on his word. We will support you, and the brothers in the sect will have no objections. He Panjun forced a smile. I naturally trust Uncle Wan and Elder Yin, but the woman hesitated. Yin Shuangdao's heart stirred, and he then spoke in a deep voice. You don't need to worry about Deputy Sect Master Nangong. Sect Master Wan will find a way. He Panjun nodded slightly, her expression easing. Looking at the woman's solitary figure, Yin Shuangdao's lips curled with a hint of disdain. It was clear that what he had just said was merely to comfort her. Now that the Tianqiong sect was leaderless, it was not the time for a young girl to become sect master. By the way, Elder Yin. He Panjun suddenly thought of something and frowned. I heard that the Ghost God Spear has been in contact with Sect Master Nangong. Yin Shuangdao nodded. We have also received news about this matter. The Ghost God Spear indeed met with Sect Master Nangong, but whether they have collaborated is unclear. In theory, the Ghost God Spear is a very proud person and unlikely to cooperate with Sect Master Nangong. In any case, we still need to be cautious, as the Yun County princess holds significant meaning for her. He Panjun reminded. At that moment, a dark-skinned middle-aged man suddenly rushed in, his face pale with fear. Not good. Elder Protector, what's wrong? A sense of foreboding rose in Yin Shuangdao's heart. The man gasped. Elder Protector, the coffin of the Yun County princess is missing. What did you say? Yin Shuangdao was taken aback, his sharp eyes shooting cold light as he grabbed the man's collar and shouted. You say the ice coffin of the Yun County princess is missing? Yes, it's missing. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely and stammered. When we arrived at the location, the ice coffin had already been taken away by someone. He Panjun coldly asked, did you see any suspicious individuals? The man quickly replied, some brothers saw the Ghost God Spear there, and there was an exchange of blows with the shadow guards. The Ghost God Spear? Yin Shuangdao's expression changed unpredictably. Crash. He Panjun, her cheeks flushed with anger, smashed the teacup over the man's head, scolding, a bunch of useless fools. I told you to wait at the pickup point in advance. Why didn't you listen? But the man hesitated, looking towards Yin Shuangdao. It was evident that there were other hidden issues involved. Yin Shuangdao's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, signaling the man to leave without explaining anything, saying coldly, it seems that the Ghost God Spear has truly collaborated with Deputy Sect Master Nangong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known our plan. Elder Yin, currently Dongxi County has been sealed off, and it would be difficult for the Ghost God Spear to transport it. He Panjun calmed down and analyzed. Besides, it's unlikely that the Ghost God Spear would take the body of the Yun County princess, as that rumor is right here. We should have our brothers search secretly. There should be clues. Yin Shuangdao clenched his fists and remained silent, his eyes filled with infinite regret. If he hadn't been so clever and hidden the change of the pickup point from He Panjun, this wouldn't have happened. I must report this matter to Sect Master Wan. Yin Shuangdao turned and left the room. When Li Nank awoke from his stupor, he found himself lying on a bed. Beside him was his wife, Luo Qianxiu. The woman was wrapping a gauze bandage smeared with medicinal mud around his head. Her hand was also bandaged. Seeing her husband awake, Luo Qianxiu showed a concerned expression. Husband, how do you feel? Li Nank blinked, looked around, and rubbed his forehead, asking, how did I end up here? Am I unconscious? He touched his forehead and indeed felt a sharp pain. However, his wife wore a puzzled expression. What girl? Li Nank didn't know how to explain. Gesturing, just a very beautiful girl. She doesn't look very old, probably a rich young lady. Anyway, she was at our home before. And then what happened? I forgot. As he spoke, his tone inexplicably became a bit guilty. Was that a dream? It should be a dream. After all, I couldn't be that beastly. Luo Qianxiu stared at him for a moment. then said in a very certain tone, I only saw you unconscious on the ground. I didn't see anyone else. Did you mistake it? Is that so? Li Nang felt dizzy again. Ignoring his wife's obstruction and even without putting on his shoes, he quickly walked out the door. And indeed, there was no one else in the courtyard. Li Nang stared at the empty yard, feeling a bit dazed. Had they already left? Or did he experience a hallucination? It couldn't be that he just exploded, could it? Chapter 72. A warning from the main wife. Husband, take your medicine. Luo Qinxiu brought the prepared herbal soup to him. Li Nang leaned back in his chair. He remembered the memories from the dream in the red rain clearly. But the memories after reality were extremely vague, especially the part where he remembered lunging at that naked woman. What happened later? Did he really do something to that woman? Li Nang carefully observed that area. Although it still looked vigorous, there were no traces of any romantic encounters. But it strangely carried a sense of pain. It felt like the warehouse was overloaded with too much cargo. Moreover, his spirit was also extremely fatigued. Li Nang felt increasingly troubled. It felt as if his nerves were tightly stretched like a string on a spinning wooden cork, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't until his wife's gentle voice came through that the discomfort dissipated. Li Nang instinctively reached for the medicine bowl. But Luo Qinxiu blew on the porcelain spoon filled with the herbal concoction and fed it to him. The medicine went down smoothly, and surprisingly. It wasn't bitter at all. What had happened to make his husband so distressed? Luo Qinxiu asked softly. Li Nang looked at his wife's concerned eyes, moved his lips to speak, but thinking of the secrets she held, the feelings of intimacy that had just emerged were pulled back into distance. It's nothing. Something happened at the yamen today, and I was harassed by the shadow guards. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Luo Qinxiu furrowed her brows slightly. What happened? Li Nang briefly recounted the incident of Princess Shan being kidnapped. After listening, Luo Qinxiu didn't say anything, just lowered her gaze to the medicine in her hands. Seemingly lost in thought. Sister Lung, don't let me get involved. I don't want to get involved either, just afraid that guy is too stupid and will cause me trouble. Li Nang pouted. But it's fine. It's just a few days off. It's just that Lord Shen can't pretend to be sick anymore. Let him serve those foolish gentlemen. Luo Qinxiu took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of the man's lips, continuing to feed him medicine. Her actions were indescribably gentle, making him feel inexplicably that having a wife like this was more than enough. After finishing the bitter medicine, Luo Qinxiu asked, Husband, you mentioned a girl before. Did something happen between you two? Of course not. Faced with his wife's half-smiling expression, Li Nang coughed lightly and recounted the incident of her stealing the goose, deliberately omitting some details. But the woman was particularly interested in those omitted details. If my husband didn't do anything, that girl shouldn't have left. Luo Qinxiu gently touched the bandage on Li Nang's head, seemingly implying something. This injury must have been inflicted by someone, right? Because I hit my husband in that exact spot too. Li Nang was taken aback. Hit? Could it be that I lunged at her? And then that girl picked up a rock and knocked me out before running away? That seems quite likely. His previously blocked feelings suddenly eased a lot. As long as he hadn't harmed that girl, it was fine. Luo Qinxiu continued. When Master brought you here to treat your injuries, you woke up midway and seemed to have fallen ill, lunging at me, and I accidentally injured you. I didn't expect that this would cause you to lose your memory. Her words reminded Li Nang of what the woman had said about this matter. If what his wife said was true, then something had already been off when he first crossed over. Was he inherently a beast? That couldn't be, even if he was a beast. He was still a beast in clothing. By the way, my lady, when you found me unconscious, was my clothing still on? Li Nang couldn't help but ask his wife for confirmation, or rather, was he still wearing his pants? Luo Qinxiu blinked. Of course it was. Why does my husband ask that? Could it be that you really? No. Li Nang quickly waved his hands, pretending to loosen his pants. Why don't you take a look? There are no marks. All right. I trust you. Fearing that he would really take off his pants, Luo Qinxiu turned her head away. Her voice playful yet annoyed. When did my husband become so lewd? For some reason, Li Nang casually blurted out, I just wanted to save my first time for you. Luo Qinxiu was taken aback, never expecting the man to say something like that, momentarily frozen in place, her ears flushed with a charming blush. She raised her delicate hand to give him a playful slap, but ultimately didn't go through with it. After a moment of silence, the woman stood up and said, I'll go brew some more medicine. After saying that, she hurriedly left the place filled with ambiguity and tension. In the evening, Lung Xinan came to give a massage. Seeing the bandage on Li Nang's head, the woman was genuinely startled and quickly inquired about the reason. Li Nang could only vaguely say he had overtrained and accidentally fell. Remembering that she had asked to borrow a knife earlier, Lung Xinan's doubts faded. However, she soon became displeased and sternly said, I warned you before. Without a foundation in your training, it's impossible to achieve anything in a short time. Blindly forcing yourself will only harm your body. Sister Lung is right. I'll be more careful next time. Li Nang nodded repeatedly, not offering any explanations. Lung Xinan thought for a moment, and said, "If you really want to practice martial arts, come to me in the evenings when you're free. I'll teach you some foundational techniques. Having someone to guide you will help. No need. All right. It's settled then." The woman's tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Li Nank, feeling helpless, decided not to argue. After leaving the room, Lung Xinan noticed Luo Qianxiu looking at her with a strange expression. The woman was taken aback, realizing that her previous words might have been inappropriate. Her beautiful face instantly blushing lightly. If you don't have a foundation in martial arts, it can easily harm your body. As a doctor, Dr. Luo must understand this. How about this? I'll come over every evening to guide your husband. But saying this felt odd. Lung Xinan suddenly felt flustered and even had the urge to escape from the place. "No, let's have my husband go to you instead." Luo Qianxiu smiled gently. "Sister Lung is busy with official duties. It would be troublesome to run around, and it's convenient since my husband is working there too. It's not too much trouble." Lung Xinan lowered her eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. She felt extremely regretful. Why did she say those things in front of someone else's wife? Luo Qianxiu stepped forward, linking her arm with hers, and smiled. "Earlier, my husband was blindly practicing martial arts, and I said a few words, but unfortunately, he didn't listen. Now that Sister Lung, a master, is guiding him, I don't have to worry anymore. But I will have to trouble Sister Lung more in the future." Lung Xinan feigned calmness. "It's just simple guidance. It's not really a burden. After all, he has passed the age for practicing martial arts." "That is true." Luo Qianxiu sighed slightly. "Actually, my husband really doesn't like practicing martial arts. You could say he is very resistant to it." "Then why did he suddenly start practicing?" Lung Xinan asked curiously, following the topic. Luo Qianxiu bit her lip, her bright eyes filled with a mix of tenderness, shyness, helplessness, and a hint of happiness that was hard to conceal. He said, "He just wants to protect me." Lung Xinan was stunned. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart, leaving her at a loss for words. She only felt a bittersweet ache, a slight pain in her heart. Chapter 73. The wife's status is quite high. Li Nank sat by the pond, feeling extremely agitated. He was even too lazy to hug the goose. So much had happened in the past few days, whether in reality or in dreams, leaving his head in chaos. He felt that if this continued, he would go insane. The already bizarre world had become even more unpredictable for him. In his days, he couldn't even distinguish what was real and what was fake, especially with hallucinations occurring frequently. "Old turtle, are you real or not?" Li Nank looked at the turtle lying beside him and sighed. "Maybe if I boiled you for soup, I wouldn't go insane." The turtle withdrew its head, perhaps feeling it was unsafe, and slowly made its way to the edge of the pond, diving into the water. Li Nank clenched his fists and began to tap his forehead repeatedly, when suddenly he inexplicably thought of that woman who stole the goose, recalling her exquisite, jade-like body. The familiar heat washed over him once again. Li Nank hurried to the pond and washed his face, trying to cool himself down. The man stared at the surface of the pond. The cold moonlight reflected clearly on the water, bright and luminous. However, for some reason, Li Nank felt that the moon looked bloody and terrifying, as if it had been pulled out of a pool of blood. He looked up. The moon in the sky was still pure white like frost, hanging high in the heavens. Li Nank sighed, suddenly feeling that his nervousness was quite funny, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Hee hee. Laughing a bit can relieve the suppressed feelings. Wait, why did I make such a weird sound? The smile on Li Nank's face froze, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He suddenly looked down and saw a woman's face reflected in the moonlit pond. Pale and ghostly, Li Nank slapped his own face. The woman also slapped her own face. Li Nank waved his hand. The woman also waved her hand. What the hell? Li Nank, in a fit of rage, grabbed the woman's head and started punching it, again and again. Just then, Lung Xinan and Luo Qianxiu, who had just finished their massage, came out of the room. Seeing this scene, both women were stunned. That husband usually liked to do this. Luo Qianxiu smiled helplessly and explained to Lung Xinan. The gentle and melodious voice of his wife brought Li Nank, whose mind was in chaos, back to his senses. He looked down and found that he was actually beating up Old Turtle. Next to him, Sister Goose's eyes turned red. Li Nank opened his mouth, glanced at the battered Old Turtle, then looked up at his wife's reproachful gaze and Lung Xinan's somewhat lonely expression, and he froze in place. Lung Xinan didn't look at the man again, forced a smile at Luo Qianxiu, and left the courtyard. Cold. Luo Qianxiu walked to the edge of the pond. Her plain white dress seemed to glow softly under the moonlight, as if a fairy had descended. She squatted down, wiped the water off the man's face, her tone as if scolding a disobedient child. Look, your clothes are all wet. I don't know why Old Turtle bothers you so much, always wanting to beat him up. Li Nank sat dazed on the stone, silent. You were eavesdropping? Seeing the man's expression, the woman suddenly frowned. Li Nank looked at his inexplicably angry wife in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. Luo Qianxiu lowered her eyes and sighed softly. I don't care what happens between you and Sister Long, but after all, I am your wife. And she shouldn't ignore me so much. Of course, that's just her personality. She means no harm. I might have been a bit heavy-handed, but in any case, she really shouldn't disregard me. Li Nank was increasingly confused. What are you talking about? At this moment, Luo Qianxiu realized she had overthought it and misunderstood him. Her expression slightly embarrassed, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered, "It's nothing. I just saw that my husband seemed to be in a bad mood." Oh, that. Li Nank didn't know how to explain, so he just made something up. I was worried that the shadow guard would retaliate. That's why I was troubled. So that's it. Luo Qianxiu thought for a moment, then took out a small black porcelain bottle from somewhere and said softly, "If you're afraid of retaliation, why not quietly poison him? This contains the 9 turns heartbreaking pill. Just one pill. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, they won't be able to resist." Cough, cough, cough. Li Nank choked on his own saliva. He looked at his gentle and kind wife, who seemed to be serious, and didn't he think there was anything wrong with what she said. This made Li Nank suspect whether she had poisoned people before. "My lady, don't act impulsively. That guy has a high status. If he really dies, it would be a huge trouble," Li Nank quickly advised. As expected, "You can't mess with someone who studies medicine." Luo Qianxiu said seriously, "Don't worry, my husband, I have experience. If it really gets discovered, we can just run away together." Hearing this, the man felt a bit numb. So she really has killed before. Realizing his wife was getting a bit carried away, Li Nank quickly grabbed her sleeve. "My lady, calm down. Do you think we can escape if 1,000 households get poisoned? Would the court let it go? Everything must be planned slowly. Your husband is so smart. It's impossible for anyone to take advantage of us." Luo Qianxiu lowered her head and remained silent, seeming to hesitate. The next moment, she suddenly twisted open the bottle cap and tilted her head to drink the poison. "Hey!" Li Nank was stunned. If he didn't let her kill, why did she go and commit suicide? He quickly snatched the bottle from her hand, but saw the woman's throat move as she had already swallowed the pill. Li Nank sniffed the bottle's mouth, and a fragrant smell wafted out. Seeing the woman's eyes hiding a mischievous smile, the man realized he had been tricked and said with annoyance, "My lady, your acting is quite good. I thought you really wanted to kill someone. I saw my husband in a bad mood, so I thought I'd lighten things up." The woman, rarely showing a playful demeanor, was completely different from her usual quiet and gentle self, laughing as she said, "Do you really think I'm that kind of heartless female demon who kills without blinking?" Of course not." Luo Qianxiu lightly brushed her delicate white fingers over her dress and said softly, "I can guess what my husband is thinking. But just because I keep some things to myself doesn't mean I have bad intentions towards you." The atmosphere fell into silence. This near-honest conversation made Li Nank feel inexplicably guilty. The woman gently took the man's hand and placed it on her cheek. This was the first time for such an action. It was tender yet poignant. Li Nank's gaze gradually softened. Luo Qianxiu's beautiful eyes flowed with light, her graceful neck lifting slightly, her eyes sparkling with cleverness. "Does my husband want to be a hunter?" The light words made the man suddenly stand up straight. He stared at the woman. His delicate and gentle wife suddenly gave him a chilling feeling. "I'm a bit tired. I'll go to sleep first." This might be the first formal confrontation between the couple, and Li Nank was caught off guard, choosing to retreat. Watching her husband flee in a panic, Luo Qianxiu felt a bit disappointed. Smart women really dislike being ignored. The woman turned to Sister Goose and coldly asked, "What exactly happened to my husband today?" Sister Goose, now like a dazed goose, looked confused. Old Turtle pulled out some shredded women's clothing from under a big stone and placed it on the ground. Luo Qianxiu looked at the obvious bloodstains on the clothes, fell silent for a long time, and murmured, "My husband might have really caused trouble. Go look around and see if that girl is still here." Chapter 74. The Little Rabbit is in Trouble. Early the next morning, Li Nank went to the night patrol office. He wanted to check the archives for information about grave diggers, demons, and other related cases to see if he could find clues about the water spirit. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he found it empty. Inquiring with the guard, he learned that Lung Sinan had taken Kai Yun and Kai Wei to the mountains early in the morning to find the box containing the red ring. Only Meng Xiaodu was still sleeping in. Li Nank felt a bit uneasy and considered handing over the red ring, but he vaguely felt reluctant, thinking that this thing might be useful to him. Forget it, let them continue searching. Li Nank buried that damned guilt and dove into the archives to look for information. The night patrol office in Dongqi County was merely a temporary office, so the archives didn't hold much information, totaling about 30 pieces, many of which were incomplete and quite lacking. However, Li Nank did find the case file about the red rain involving Ming Shuer. It was basically the same as what Chang Ming and Chang Yu, the 2 monks, had described. Back then, Ming Shuer, as a grave digger, was married as a bride without others knowing, resulting in a tragedy halfway through. And it was her 9-year-old brother who resurrected Ming Shuer. A little boy accidentally picked up a bottle containing pure red rain, with a little left inside. Out of curiosity, he drank it and ended up dreaming about his sister. So, it seems that those who appeared to me unusually are the ones who drank the pure red rain? Li Neng fell into deep thought. The others who consumed the impure red rain matched perfectly with the records of the night patrol, showing no differences. For example, the monster Lao Qingtu. For example, the gravekeeper He Qingyu. Meanwhile, the monsters from Yunqing and the gravekeeper Ming Shuer were all manifestations from the pure red rain. One transformed into a tattoo, becoming the energy source for his external powers. The other appeared in his red rain dream. It is evident that only the pure red rain is the root of all the oddities. The gravekeepers who once disappeared and the people killed by it all appeared in my red rain dream, transforming into monstrous beings. Li Neng looked at the scars on his palm, deep in thought. No, that wasn't the red rain dream. It should be another world. In other words, the bridal chamber in his dream was a passage to another world. It is currently unclear what else exists in that strange world. But Li Neng believed that it couldn't be just the headless bride and the lake demoness. Perhaps there are even more terrifying monsters out there. Only by finding the real names of these gravekeepers in reality can he deal with them. Li Neng reviewed the case files in the archive again and found that aside from the case of the gravekeeper Ming Shuer, other cases involving red rain were not of pure red rain. This made him quite disappointed. But upon reflection, it made sense. Nowadays, with the government's strict crackdown, pure red rain has become increasingly rare, mostly mixed with medicinal materials. Alas, it seems impossible to find out the true name of that lake demoness for now. Li Neng sighed, reorganized the case information, and exited the archive. Just then, Little Rabbit had just washed her face. The girl still had a bit of sleepiness in her eyes, her plump waist curving slightly, bending down to splash water, inadvertently creating a picturesque scene that was hard to distinguish. Seeing this, Li Neng couldn't help but tease. I thought Tianwu and Guogang were the slackers. But now it seems you are the biggest slacker of the night patrol. Eating and sleeping and eating, quite leisurely. The round-faced girl rolled her eyes. I also want to get up early, but my bed and quilt won't allow me to do so. Li Neng followed her into the room. Seeing the girl pick up a wooden comb, he walked over. Do you need my help? Of course. Meng Xiao didn't treat Li Neng as an outsider, directly handing the comb to him, then picked up the hot steamed buns bought by the guard and started eating. Saving herself some trouble, Li Neng held the girl's smooth long hair and casually asked, when you dealt with red rain cases before, did you ever encounter a female gravekeeper adorned with gold and silver treasures? What? Meng Xiao looked confused. Li Neng wasn't sure how to describe it, thought for a moment, and said, just a female gravekeeper wearing a lot of gold and silver jewelry. No. Meng Xiao shook her head, her voice muffled by the bun. Although Li Neng felt disappointed, he didn't expect her to provide any leads. So he asked again, how many of the red rain cases you usually handle involve pure red rain? The girl asked curiously, why are you suddenly asking this? Li Neng replied, I'm about to become a member of the night patrol, so I naturally need to learn more. Meng Xiao didn't think much of it, swallowing her food and crisply saying, recently, there have been relatively few cases involving pure red rain. When the red rain incidents first occurred, there were many. But I don't know the exact number. I've only been in the night patrol for 3 years, and I've only followed Sister Lung to investigate over 30 cases. With only 3 involving pure red rain. Were there any particularly strange ones? Li Neng asked. All red rain cases are strange, okay? Meng Xiao seemed to think it was a silly question. What I mean is, were there any that exceeded your common understanding? Li Neng pondered for a moment and slowly asked. For example, ones that contradict the records of your night patrol. There are definitely some. Meng Xiao sat up slightly and said, the red rain incidents have only been happening for about 20 years, so many cases still need to be recorded and analyzed. If there are inconsistencies, they will be corrected if possible. The more bizarre ones will be recorded first, and then analyzed when there are enough samples later. Have you encountered anything in particular? Li Neng's curiosity was piqued. Meng Xiao frowned and thought for a while, saying, I did encounter a monster whose mutation lasted much longer than others, a full 3 months. During those 3 months, he could freely change his form. But after 3 months, he lost his sanity. Did he consume pure red rain? Li Neng's eyes flashed. Meng Xiao shook her head. I don't know. At that time, the case was taken over by the Qinglong department, and later the night patrol in the capital came, and all the information about him was sealed away. So we couldn't see it. It's classified. Confidential files. Perhaps they hold many secrets unknown to outsiders. With his thoughts collected, Li Neng began to seriously comb the girl's hair. But as he focused, he suddenly noticed that the girl's collar was somewhat open, and from his perspective, he could clearly see the beauty overflowing from her white silk pouch. Li Neng's breathing quickened, becoming hurried. That familiar, bothersome feeling of heat surged through his body once again. He had never experienced this before. His self-control was stronger than most men. He would never develop wicked thoughts just from seeing a woman's body. Ever since the lake demoness seduced him, It seemed he had become abnormal. Li Neng tried hard to avert his gaze, but his eyes seemed rooted, almost glued to it. His pupils were filled with dense red threads. Those threads wriggled like slender worms, resembling the tentacles of some creature. The dress on Meng Xiaodu began to turn transparent. His hand, which was originally holding the girl's silky hair, slowly slid towards her delicate, snow-like neck. Yet the round-faced girl remained completely unaware of this. Chapter 75. The Secret of Changming. Throbbing. Frenzy. Violence. Li Neng felt as if a flame from hell was raging inside him, turning every cell into magma. He struggled to suppress his restless emotions, and the familiar shadows around him flickered again. Everything in the room kept flashing. As if there was a problem with the TV signal, sometimes distorting, sometimes showing black and white, sometimes snowing, sometimes displaying colorful horizontal bars. Gradually, everything around was covered in red. The walls of the room seemed to be scorched by flames, peeling off in pieces of ash. The tables and chairs were all burned to charred wood. In the corner, large red insects crawled out from their nests. Where's this? Li Neng felt a severe pressure in his head, and in a daze, kaleidoscopic, dazzling scenes appeared before his eyes, constantly captivating him. He could hear whispers in his ears, murmuring something. This voice was extremely unsettling. Li Neng shook his head vigorously and saw a ball of white light. Within the light, a fire gun floated. Seeing the surrounding insects crawling towards him, Li Neng instinctively reached for the weapon. But the dizzying scenes constantly interfered with him, making it impossible to grasp. It felt as if he was trapped in a cloud of void and cotton. Finally, after relentless effort, he seized the fire gun. But before he could feel relieved, the fire gun in his hand suddenly turned into a blood-red insect, its gaping mouth filled with thousands of sharp, tiny teeth. Hiss! The insect lunged at him with its mouth open. Li Neng was startled, and his whole body leaned back. His brain spun in dizziness. However, in the next moment, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The disgusting and terrifying giant bugs, the charred tables and chairs, the peeling walls covered in ash, the horrifying flesh-eating insects in hand, and the unsettling sounds all vanished, plunging everything into absolute silence. Looking around, he was still in Meng Xiaodu's boudoir. Everything remained the same. The girl in front of him was munching on a delicious vegetable bun. He was holding her fragrant hair, with a comb in hand, standing still. It was quiet and soothing. What's wrong? Perhaps noticing the man's unusual expression through the copper mirror, Meng Xiaodu blinked and asked. Li Neng was taken aback for a moment. Forcing a smile, "It's nothing. Did you not rest well?" Meng Xiaodu expressed concern, feeling that both you and Sister Lung were acting strangely. Last night, Sister Lung looked a bit dazed. She must be too busy these days. If this continues, she will wear herself out. The girl's words reminded Li Neng of Lung Xinan's behavior when she left last night. She indeed acted strangely. Their originally close relationship became distant again, which left Li Neng feeling baffled. He could only think that women's emotions are inherently fickle. After a while, Li Neng finished styling Xiaodu's hair. The girl looked closely in the mirror and found it was a double ponytail. However, unlike her previous styles, Li Neng's design was playful and sweet, with a bit of bangs added, highlighting the girl's pure and adorable charm. Not bad, not bad. Meng Xiaodu was very pleased, taking out a carrot from under her skirt and generously saying, "Since you treated me last time, I want to reciprocate this time. Consider it a reward." "Thank you very much for the reward, Miss Xiaodu." Li Neng smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude. Meng Xiaodu patted her fragrant melon and said with a wave, "I'm always generous. From now on, we are family. Your money is my money, and we share the blessings. All right, from now on, you can manage my money. You handle the inside, and I'll handle the outside." Li Neng readily agreed. Just as Meng Xiaodu was about to nod, she suddenly realized, her delicate and cute cheeks flushed with 2 spots of red. And she pouted. "What do you mean you handle the outside and I handle the inside? I'm not your wife." After saying that, she pushed the man toward the door. "Hurry up and go out. I need to change clothes." "Wait a minute, I have a question." Li Neng quickly propped his arm against the door, asking the impatient girl a crucial question. "What happened to the red rain you confiscated?" Meng Xiaodu replied in a delicate voice. "Any confiscated red rain must be reported truthfully, and then the higher authorities will send someone to collect it and ultimately send it to the capital for destruction." "Destruction?" "Yes, such harmful things must be destroyed." The girl's round eyes widened. "Why not destroy it on the spot? Who knows, maybe they are afraid someone will hide it in the meantime. After all, this has happened before." Li Neng fell into silence. If what she said is true, it indicates the court has a clear stance on the red rain, which is to resist it resolutely. But the problem is, was that red rain really destroyed? Li Neng dared not speculate recklessly. After all, his current status did not allow him to see higher or clearer. He could only gradually understand as he entered deeper circles later. "What are you still blocking for? Hurry up and go out." Seeing the man standing there foolishly, Meng Xiaodu forcibly pushed him out, closing the door. The girl raised her small pink fist and waved it at the figure outside, fiercely saying, "Don't peek. Otherwise, I'll smash your head with a meteor hammer." "I'm too lazy to look." The man's voice faded away. Listening to the sound of the man's footsteps receding, the girl finally felt relieved. Meng Xiaodu took off her dress, just about to change into a new outfit from the wardrobe when she suddenly caught sight of several red marks on her fragrant melon, looking as if it had been grabbed by a hand. Did I accidentally press it while sleeping? The round-faced girl was puzzled. After taking a closer look and not thinking much of it, she hummed a little tune while changing clothes. Who knows if this will cause trouble later. On the way, she happened to encounter the monk Chong Ming from Lichun Temple, who was walking alone on a path destroyed by a mudslide. "Li Shirya." The monk greeted him respectfully. Li Nank responded with an and casually asked, "No one got hurt in the temple after the mudslide, right?" Hearing this, Chong Ming's face showed a look of gratitude, and he clasped his hands together, saying, "Thanks to your reminder, Li Shirya. My senior brother and I were able to timely relocate the visitors and personnel in the temple to other places, thus avoiding disaster. Unfortunately, several sections of the temple walls, the main hall, and the monks' quarters were damaged. I was just planning to go to the county office to see if I could apply for some repair funds from the monastic affairs office. As long as no one is hurt, that's good." Li Nank patted the other man on the shoulder. "If you truly appreciate me, you might as well build me a golden statue of a bodhisattva. That counts as merit." This. Li Nank laughed and said, "Just kidding. All right. You go ahead. Take care, Shirya." Chong Ming sighed in relief and quickly bowed. Watching Li Nank walk away, Chong Ming carefully crossed the muddy path and headed towards the county office. Just as he turned the corner of a small alley, a slender, white jade-like hand suddenly patted his shoulder, startling Chong Ming so much that he almost cried out. Turning around, he saw a woman in a white dress wearing a straw hat. "Excuse me, is there something you need, miss?" Chong Ming asked in confusion. "What? You don't recognize me?" The woman's melodious voice carried a hint of teasing. Chong Ming was puzzled. "Who are you?" A gust of wind blew. The woman's straw hat and white veil were lifted, revealing a beautiful face. The woman smiled, her eyes sparkling like blooming spring flowers. But Chong Ming looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed onto the muddy ground, filled with terror. "Why you?" The woman crouched down, smiling brightly. "Little monk, could you help me take care of something?"